A marriage of convenience, a carefully orchestrated deception. An innocent girl becomes the biggest variable in a high-stakes game among the elite. At the break of dawn, Tian quietly rose like a gentle breeze. With the housekeeper yet to arrive, she began preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the entire family. 2 hours later, the rest of the household gradually woke up, unaware of the silent effort this seemingly delicate girl had already put in. Luhua picked up a piece of bacon, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Tian, the Hua family will be visiting soon. Prepare some desserts and fruit, then make yourself scarce. Yes, mother, Tian replied, secretly relieved to avoid the impending drama. Yuro voiced her concern. Mom, who exactly is this Hua Beichen? He's the grandson of your grandfather's old comrade. Likely wealthy and influential, Luhua said confidently. We'll see when we meet. If it works out, great. If not, we move on. Who still takes these old promises seriously in modern times? A fleeting look of unease crossed Yuro's face, but she held her tongue. Meanwhile, a Lamborghini worth millions sped down the road towards Fancheng. In the passenger seat, Hua Beichen, as handsome as a nobleman from a painting, had a furrowed brow. Chin, why don't we just call off this engagement? He Wang suggested impulsively. I can send someone to deal with the Su family. Hua Beichen sneered. Why don't you try convincing my late grandfather? Unexpectedly, this marriage was Hua Sr.'s dying wish. He and Su Sr. had fought side by side in their youth, and had made a promise of marriage between their families. When they reunited in their twilight years, Hua Sr. had taken Hua Beichen's hand, urging him to honor the promise. Though Hua Beichen had agreed, he had delayed as long as possible. Now, he had no choice but to fulfill the obligation, albeit reluctantly. Wang had a sudden idea. Chin, how about we turn the tables? You could pretend to be down and out. If the Su family backs out, you'd have fulfilled your duty. If they despise you for it, even Hua Sr.'s spirit would understand it wasn't a good match. Hua Beichen pondered for a moment. What if they don't mind the poverty? Wang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Then, we'll figure something else out? Hua Beichen fell silent, as if brewing some grand scheme. At that moment, the sound of an engine roared outside the Su residence. Su Luhua, suddenly alert, hurried to straighten her appearance. Yuro, come with me to greet them, she said, filled with anticipation. She had heard that the Hua family was immensely wealthy, and that Hua Beichen was a privileged young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth. However, the scene before her was a cold splash of reality. A dilapidated Jetta drove in, kicking up dust. Two men, dressed in shabby clothes, stepped out. Their jackets and jeans were outdated, with frayed cuffs. Su Luhua and Su Yuro's smiles froze, their high expectations turning into embarrassment and disappointment. Good day, madam. I am Hua Beichen, he greeted politely. This is my friend, Wang. Good day. Wang said cheerfully. And this must be Miss Su Yuro? Truly as beautiful as a flower. Su Yuro responded coolly, clearly disappointed by the situation. Hua Beichen nodded slightly. Only then did Su Yuro notice that despite his shabby clothes, Hua Beichen had a strikingly handsome face and a tall, commanding presence. Yet, the shroud of poverty dimmed his allure. Su Yuro sighed inwardly. Even the most perfect appearance can't overcome harsh reality. Please, come in, Su Luhua managed to say, forcing a smile but with noticeable coldness. In the living room, Su Qingbang, Su Tian's father, was leisurely reading a newspaper. He glanced at the two men and quickly formed an opinion. Wang gave Hua Beichen a look that said, see? They're clearly not interested. Uncle and aunt, here's a small token from Chen, Wang said, placing down some gifts. Just some health supplements and fruit. Su Luhua felt even more disappointed. They couldn't even bring proper gifts and still had the nerve to visit? Please have a seat, she said coldly. Once seated, Su Luhua forced a smile. Beichen, how is your family? Your parents haven't retired yet, have they? Thank you for asking. They're doing well. My parents have already retired. Oh, they're not that old. Why retire so early? They wanted to enjoy their time together, so they retired early. They're currently traveling the world and having a great time. That's wonderful, Su Luhua said, still probing. Where have you bought a house in Fancheng? We haven't bought a house in Fancheng yet, Hua Beichen answered truthfully. Su Luhua lost all interest in further inquiry, but maintained her composure out of courtesy. Su Tian, bring some tea, she called. A delicate aroma of tea filled the room as Su Tian appeared gracefully. She wore a simple cotton dress, her face bare of makeup, with long hair cascading like a waterfall. She quietly approached Hua Beichen and poured him a cup of tea. Hua Beichen couldn't help but look up, his gaze instantly captivated by this pure and enchanting girl. Her skin was like jade, her features exquisitely refined. A small tear mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of alluring charm to her innocent demeanor. She lowered her gaze as she silently poured the tea for him. Su Tian finished pouring the tea and gracefully withdrew from everyone's sight. She sharply caught her mother Su Liuhua's reproachful gaze, which silently questioned, pouring tea is fine, but why bring out the expensive imported fruits? Su Tian didn't mind, thinking to herself, who else should the prepared fruits be for if not the guests? She shook her head slightly, disdainful of her mother's habit of treating people differently based on their status. He Wang's gaze followed Su Tian's figure. He whispered to Hua Beichen beside him, "Brother Chen, look, a beauty." Hua Beichen glanced at him indifferently, not responding. Unfazed, He Wang continued to plead in a low voice, "Brother Chen, help me out later. I want to get that girl's WeChat. If you help me this time, I'll owe you big time." Hua Beichen remained silent, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Su Luhua cleared her throat, breaking the brief silence. She feigned enthusiasm and said, "Beichen, we didn't prepare much for your visit. How about you and your friend stay for a few days? You can take some local specialties back to your family elders." Although her tone was polite, her eyes betrayed her impatience, clearly wanting to send Hua Beichen away as soon as possible. He Wang keenly sensed Su Luhua's dislike but noticed she hadn't mentioned the marriage arrangement at all. He thought, how can they reject the marriage without bringing it up? So he spoke up, "Auntie, actually Brother Chen didn't come here for leisure. He's here to fulfill the last wish of his grandfather from 2 years ago. Didn't Grandpa Su and Grandpa Hua agree on a marriage between their families? So what do you think?" Su Luhua immediately interrupted, "This matter, I don't think it's feasible." She was afraid Hua Beichen would insist on marrying Su Yuro. He Wang pretended to be disappointed and continued, "Why not? Beichen is a fine young man. I really like him. But in today's society, we can't stick to those old customs. Such verbal agreements are just jokes between elders and can't be taken seriously." Hua Beichen's chiseled and handsome face revealed no emotion, like a finely crafted statue. He Wang looked disappointed on the surface but was secretly pleased. "Keep talking, say more." Seeing this, Su Luhua continued, "Beichen is so handsome, he will surely find someone he likes. If you ever need help, feel free to come to the Su family. I'll definitely help if I can." She paused and added, "By the way, our housekeeper's daughter is quite nice. Should I introduce her to you?" Hua Beichen's finely contoured face instantly darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Noticing this, He Wang immediately began his performance. "So that's what you think. Poor Brother Chen, coming all this way for this marriage, only to be treated like this." Su Luhua picked up her teacup and calmly said, "Marriage should not be forced." He Wang, filled with righteous indignation, said, "Brother Chen, let's go." He reached out to pull Hua Beichen away. Su Luhua was secretly pleased, finally getting rid of the two. She had carefully groomed her eldest daughter, Su Yuro, to be a lady destined for a wealthy family, and couldn't let her marry someone like this. Just then, a sweet voice suddenly rang out, "Wait a minute." Hua Beichen stopped and turned around. Su Tian emerged from the house, having evidently witnessed the entire exchange. Seeing Hua Beichen's discomfort from the humiliation and He Wang's indignation, she felt uneasy. Su Luhua looked displeased at her younger daughter and scolded, "Why aren't you cleaning the room? What are you doing here?" Ignoring her mother, Su Tian looked directly at Hua Beichen and softly said, "Mr. Hua, I am Su Tian, the younger daughter of the Su family. Would you marry me?" She had to look up to see the tall man's features clearly. Su Luhua was shocked and sternly replied, "Su Tian, are you crazy?" Su Tian calmly responded, "Mom, the Su family has a marriage agreement with the Hua family. If my sister isn't suitable, why not me?" Absolutely not. Su Luhua didn't favor her younger daughter much, but didn't want to marry her off just like that either. Su Tian unflinchingly asked, "Then tell me why I can't. I find Mr. Hua quite agreeable and want to marry him. If Mr. Hua also agrees, then according to you, this wouldn't be a forced marriage. Why not?" Su Luhua was left speechless, glaring angrily at Su Tian. At that moment, Hua Beichen's cool voice broke the silence. "Su Tian, right? I agree to marry you." Su Tian walked up to Hua Beichen and softly asked, "Are you sure?" Her tone was gentle, but with a hint of allure. Hua Beichen extended his hand solemnly. "It's a deal. Mr. Hua, it's a deal." Su Tian took his hand. He Wang was dumbfounded, muttering, "What? Brother Chen, what's going on? I thought you had no interest in these matters. Weren't we here to break off the engagement?" Suddenly, he realized, no, he must have fallen for her first. Su Tian withdrew her hand and said to Hua Beichen, "Mr. Hua, I have some matters to settle. Can you wait until I'm done, and then we can leave together?" "All right, I'll wait for you," Hua Beichen agreed, still feeling the softness of her touch. Su Tian turned to face her mother, Su Luhua, who was too angry to speak. Su Luhua shouted at her silent husband, "Su Chengbang, control your daughter." Finally speaking up, Su Chengbang said, "Su Tian, stop this nonsense. Aren't you dating Xiao Shen? How can you marry someone else?" "Right, how could I forget that?" Su Luhua seemed to wake up from a dream. Su Tian smiled at Su Yuro and calmly said, "I can break up with Xiao Shen immediately. What do you think, sister? I'm sure you agree that I should be with Mr. Hua, right? As for Xiao Shen, I'll leave it to you to handle." Su Yuro felt guilty under Su Tian's direct gaze. Xiaoshen was originally Su Tian's boyfriend, but Su Yuro had secretly been seeing him for a year. Despite this, Xiaoshen hadn't broken up with Su Tian, playing both sisters against each other. Su Yuro thought she had hidden it well, unaware that Su Tian had known all along. Sensing the tension between her daughters, Su asked, Yuro, what's going on? Su Tian retorted, or do you want me to stay with Xiaoshen, sister? Of course, Su Yuro didn't want Xiaoshen to stay with Su Tian. She recalled Xiaoshen's humble beginnings when he first pursued Su Tian, and how the Su family didn't take him seriously. But a year ago, Xiaoshen's family suddenly became wealthy, transforming him into a charming and attractive man. Su Yuro had been drawn to him and betrayed her sister. Now, she couldn't possibly give him up. Su Yuro said to Su Luhua, let Su Tian marry Huabeichen. Su Luhua finally understood that Su Yuro was involved with Xiaoshen. She calculated that although she previously looked down on Xiaoshen, his family's newfound wealth made him a good match. Seeing this, Su Tian pretended to hesitate. Alright, since none of you agree. Fine, go ahead and get married. You're grown now. I can't control you anymore. Su Luhua finally relented after a moment of hesitation. Compared to her younger daughter, her elder daughter was her true favorite. Su Qingbang, as always, followed his wife's lead and did not object. A sly glint flashed in Su Tian's eyes as she smiled and said, Dad, how about giving me some dowry? Our family business needs a lot of liquid capital, and I'm short on cash. I'll pay you back later. Switching her tone, she continued, you have a few properties, right? Just give me one. Mom, you can't possibly let me get married without a place to live, can you? Su Liuhua's face darkened, clearly unwilling to agree. Seeing this, Su Tian immediately put on a pitiful expression. If I have to live in a rented place after getting married, then I might as well not marry. Although Xiaoshen treats me coldly, at least I won't worry about housing if I marry him. Maybe I should ask if he's willing to marry me instead. At these words, Su Luhua and Su Yuro panicked. Seizing the opportunity, Su Tian added, if I interfere, it will be a huge scandal. Even if Su Yuro marries into the Xiao family, people will laugh at her. Forced into a corner, Su Luhua conceded. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. It's just the weekend now. We'll handle the paperwork on a working day. Not giving her mother a chance to back out, Su Tian quickly said, it can be done over the weekend too, Mom. I have a friend in real estate who explained it to me before. He can help us with the process. Realizing Su Tian had planned this all along, Su Luhua felt both annoyed and helpless. To protect her elder daughter's interests, she reluctantly selected a small property from the family assets for transfer. Meanwhile, Huabeichen quietly instructed He Wang, make sure to keep an eye on things and prevent any delays. Under covert supervision, every step of the process proceeded at lightning speed. Soon, the property transfer was complete, and Su Tian now owned a small two-bedroom apartment. The marriage registration followed promptly. Su Luhua, feeling outsmarted by her younger daughter, was furious. A married daughter is like spilled water. If you want to move out so badly, then do it quickly. What's the use of raising such a daughter? Carrying a small suitcase, Su Tian walked towards Huabeichen's car. Noticing her light luggage, Huabeichen frowned slightly. Is this all your luggage? Yes, this is it, Su Tian responded softly. It was all she had. As they sat in the back seat, Su Tian felt a wave of unease, recalling her bold actions earlier. Luckily, everything had gone more smoothly than expected, thanks to her helpful real estate friend. Now, sitting next to her nominal husband, she felt even more uncomfortable. Through the rearview mirror, He Wang observed the two, only to meet Huabeichen's narrowed, dangerous eyes. Huabeichen spoke calmly, let me introduce you. This is my friend He Wang. Nice to meet you, Mr. He, Su Tian greeted politely. He Wang, this is your sister-in-law, Su Tian, Huabeichen emphasized the word sister-in-law. Su Tian's ears turned red immediately. Internally cursing Huabeichen, He Wang had no choice but to respond. Nice to meet you, sister-in-law. I'm starving. How about we find a place to eat, brother Chen and sister-in-law? He Wang suggested. Huabeichen replied, pull over. Once the car stopped, he extended his hand to He Wang. Give me the car keys. He Wang hesitated, no need, I can drive. It's more convenient. What I mean is, you can leave now, Huabeichen's tone was firm. With a sense of resignation, He Wang bid farewell to Su Tian, sister-in-law, I have some things to handle. I'll celebrate with you both later. Once He Wang left, Su Tian felt even more nervous being alone with Huabeichen. She tentatively asked, Mr. Hua, what would you like to eat? My treat. Knowing she was probably short on money, Huabeichen pointed to a nearby fast food place. Inside the fast food restaurant, the heavy smell of grease made Huabeichen frown, feeling a bit stifled. Glancing around, the greasy tables and chairs made him even more uncomfortable. Su Tian, seemingly used to it, skillfully grabbed some napkins and began wiping down the table and chairs, including Huabeichen's side. Mr. Hua, please have a seat, she gestured. Only then did Huabeichen sit down. They both ordered some light rice noodles. Since it was past mealtime, the restaurant was nearly empty, and their food arrived quickly. Su Tian picked up her chopsticks and began eating with focused elegance, soon breaking into a light sweat. Hua Beichen, initially without much appetite, found himself trying a bite after seeing her enjoy her meal. Though not extraordinary, the taste wasn't bad, and he ended up eating more than half of his bowl. Mr. Hua, I'm sorry. I used to today. I just really wanted to leave my parents, Su Tian said softly after finishing her meal. Are you an adopted daughter of the Hua family? Hua Beichen asked. Su Tian gave a bitter smile. No. My parents always wanted a son. When my mom was pregnant with me, she went to the countryside to find out the gender secretly, and was told it was a boy. But when I was born, I wasn't what they hoped for. My birth ruined their plans to have a son, so I've always been the unwanted child. I was never as cherished as their first daughter, or as treasured as the son they had later. Recalling the calluses he felt when shaking her hand, Hua Beichen realized they were from years of hard work. He said, but you know, marriage might not bring you what you want. But it can give me the freedom to leave home. Su Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, her small tear mole no longer looking sorrowful but rather radiant. She continued, my mom always kept my household registration and ID card tightly controlled, afraid I'd run away and leave no one to do the chores and tutor my brother. Once, she almost kept my ID card to stop me from going to college. But now, I have these things in my own hands. The slight annoyance Hua Beichen felt at being used dissipated. This girl's actions today were quite clever. However, the Su family had mentioned she had a boyfriend. Thinking of this, Hua Beichen's tone grew colder. Does your boyfriend know about our marriage? Caught off guard, Su Tian nearly choked on her water. She quickly explained, I'll let you in on a secret. My ex-boyfriend has been with my older sister for a long time. At first, I wanted to make a fuss, why should I be the one everyone takes advantage of? But then I realized it might be more beneficial for me not to, so I quietly distanced myself from them. In my heart, he has long been an ex-boyfriend. The little affection I had for him is gone. After hearing her explanation, Hua Beichen's mood improved noticeably. He took a sip of his water and was surprised to find that even the plain water at this fast food place tasted quite good. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused today for my own benefit, Su Tian apologized sincerely, her voice filled with remorse. Sitting across from Hua Beichen at the small table in the fast food restaurant, she looked directly at his perfectly chiseled face. Mr. Hua, I can cooperate with you to get a divorce whenever you want. Do you have any plans about when? Before she could finish, she noticed Hua Beichen's cold demeanor and the displeasure in his eyes. Gauging his expression, she cautiously added, or if you need any compensation, I can provide it. Su Tian recalled the moment she received the property deed and the documents earlier. She had intended to consider whether they still needed to get a marriage certificate, worried it might inconvenience Hua Beichen. But the staff moved so quickly that she had no time to think. It seemed they were more eager than she was to get things done. Realizing her actions might have forced Hua Beichen into an unwanted marriage, Su Tian felt even more apologetic. She whispered, I used you so quickly. I'm really sorry. Whatever you want me to do, I will. Just as she finished speaking, she was startled to find Hua Beichen leaning forward, closing the gap between them to mere inches. The small table in the fast food restaurant couldn't contain his tall frame, and his breath nearly brushed her face. Su Tian's heart pounded, and she could see her flustered reflection in his deep eyes. So, if I ask you to fulfill marital duties now, would you? Hua Beichen's voice remained noble and proud, tinged with a hint of danger. Su Tian's breath became unsteady, and her delicate fingers twisted together tightly. Just when she felt she might suffocate, Hua Beichen suddenly sat back, saying lightly, just kidding. Relieved, Su Tian felt her cheeks flush, and tears welled up in her eyes. She bit her lip, realizing she had actually been considering his words. This man was her ideal type, incredibly handsome, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and long-legged. Realizing he was just teasing her, Su Tian felt so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. Hua Beichen observed every subtle change in her expression, but had no intention of taking advantage of her. He explained, you know, I came to the Su family to discuss marriage because of my grandfather's last wish. Since you need to deal with your family, I also have family obligations to fulfill. Su Tian's eyes lit up, and she quickly expressed her understanding. I get it. Whenever you need to deal with your family, I'll be there. I have a question for you, Hua Beichen suddenly said. Go ahead, Mr. Hua. If it hadn't been me today, would you have chosen to get married? This question plunged Su Tian into deep thought. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, she had acted on impulse. If it had been another man, she wasn't sure what she would have done. Seeing the hesitation on Su Tian's face, Hua Beichen's eyes darkened. So, anyone could be your tool, he thought. I'm nothing special. Hua Beichen stood up and walked out. Su Tian hurried after him. Seeing his displeasure and unsure how to explain, she could only say, Mr. Hua, let's part ways here for now. When you need to deal with your family, just call me. She then gave him her phone number. Hua Beichen's gaze darkened. So you're not planning to have me live with you? Uh, Su Tian was taken aback. I didn't mean that. I just thought getting married was already a big favor. If I disrupt your normal life, I wouldn't know how to make up for it. I hope you understand. Seeing that Hua Beichen's mood hadn't improved, Su Tian suddenly remembered he hadn't bought a house in Fan City and might be renting. Realizing her words might have been misunderstood, she quickly added, Mr. Hua, if you're willing, I don't mind if you move in with me. We'll see, Hua Beichen replied coolly. Take care then. Goodbye. Su Tian said, eager to organize the new house she had just acquired, and turned to leave. Hua Beichen stood there for a moment, his tongue pressed against his cheek, before finally driving away. Standing at the entrance of her small apartment complex, Su Tian couldn't help but click her tongue. The old, run-down neighborhood showed signs of long-term neglect. No wonder her mother had been so willing to give her this place. But Su Tian wasn't discouraged, thinking, having a place is better than having none. Opening the door, she found the interior in disarray. However, Su Tian was efficient and quickly tidied up the two-bedroom apartment. She planned in her mind the essential furniture she needed to buy in the coming days. Meanwhile, at the Hua Group's branch office in Fan City, Hua Beichen's sudden appearance caused quite a stir. Although he visited a few days each year, the timing of this visit was too coincidental. He Wang followed Hua Beichen into the office, unable to resist asking, Brother Chen, why are you here? Shouldn't you be enjoying time with your new bride? Hua Beichen shot him a cold glance. You seem quite idle. Should I send you to the African branch with all its business? He Wang quickly backed off. I have lots of documents to review. I'll get busy, Brother Chen. Just then, Hua Beichen's phone rang. It was his grandmother, her voice barely concealing her excitement. Beichen, I heard you and the girl from the Su family got married. Hua Beichen pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking He Wang's mouth was faster than his legs. When will you bring her home to meet me? His grandmother continued. I never thought my grandson would be so decisive in matters of the heart, settling down so quickly. Thinking about how he hadn't even set foot in Su Tian's home, Hua Beichen's eyes darkened. When will you bring her home? She pressed. Not for now, Hua Beichen replied. I've been pretending to be poor in front of her. His grandmother was intrigued. I get it, like those short videos testing a girl's character. You young people are really something. Hua Beichen was speechless and could only say, it's a long story. Just send me a picture of her for now. I won't ask for more, she pleaded. For the next 3 days, Hua Beichen worked late at the branch office, even staying past midnight. He Wang couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Brother Chen, why are you working even more after getting married? Do you have a problem with that? Hua Beichen eyed him coldly. No, not at all, He Wang quickly replied. I just thought, isn't it better to go home and be with your wife? What could go wrong? Your wife is young and beautiful. Surely many men must be after her. Seeing Hua Beichen's unfriendly gaze, He Wang hurriedly explained. I mean, she's your wife, I wouldn't dare. I just think if you're not there, someone else might take the chance. Hua Beichen remained unmoved. He Wang had no choice but to return to his documents. Don't think I don't know you want to go out drinking. Hua Beichen suddenly said, throwing his car keys to He Wang. Get lost. He Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he held the keys to the limited edition Lamborghini. Turning to Hua Beichen, he asked in disbelief, Chen, is this car really for me to drive? Hua Beichen gave a slight nod. Overjoyed, He Wang exclaimed, that's awesome. Thank you, Chen. Watching He Wang leave in high spirits, Hua Beichen rubbed his temples. He pulled out his phone and saw that his last call was 3 days ago. Frowning, he realized that Su Tian might not be taking their marriage seriously. Suddenly, a detail came to mind. Su Tian had given him her phone number, but he hadn't given her his. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to call Su Tian. Su Tian was busy when she received a call from an unknown number. She answered and heard a deep, magnetic voice, Su Tian. Recognizing the voice immediately, she responded cheerfully, Mr. Hua. What's up? Hua Beichen got straight to the point. My grandmother knows about our marriage and wants to meet you. Sure, no problem, Su Tian agreed readily. Just tell me the time, and I'll be there. She's in Jinghai, and I can't get back right now, Hua Beichen explained. For now, a photo of us together should suffice. After thinking for a moment, Su Tian suggested, how about I come to you? Hua Beichen hesitated, considering that his current residence was a presidential suite at a hotel, and his office was on the top floor of a branch company neither convenient for a meeting. Just as he was about to speak, Su Tian provided an address. Can you come here instead? It's the Su family's company, and I can't leave work today. After hanging up, Su Tian quickly headed to the Su family's fashion company. She hurriedly wrote and printed her resignation letter, just as Su Euro walked in. Su Tian, you haven't been to work for 3 days? Su Euro's tone was accusatory. I took annual leave. I've been busy setting up the new house and buying furniture and appliances, Su Tian explained. Didn't you use up your annual leave last time? Su Euro pressed. Last time, Grandpa was sick and needed someone to take care of him. You asked me to go, so it didn't count as leave, Su Tian replied calmly. As the deputy manager, Su Yuro had authority over Su Tian, who was just a designer. With a cold laugh, Su Yuro said, "That's not true. You've been absent for 3 days without leave, and I can't ignore that. Su Tian, understand my position. According to the rules, I have the right to fire you." Su Tian immediately understood her sister's intent, to find an excuse to get rid of her and clear the way for her and Xiaoshen. Despite being sisters, the calculation was colder than dealing with strangers. "Fine, you can fire me," Su Tian said calmly, "but you have to pay me N1 salary. I've worked here for 3 years, so that's 3 plus 1 months of salary." Su Yuro feigned difficulty. "Su Tian, it's not that I don't want to pay you, but you violated the rules first, so I can't calculate it that way. Otherwise, how will I manage the others? Besides, Mom gave you a house worth 70 to 80,000, didn't she?" Su Tian countered calmly, "Sister, that's not how it works. I've been taking care of Grandpa, helping with Su Jia, tutoring him, and doing all the chores for years. In the company, I only get a basic salary without any project bonuses or commissions. Over the years, had the family hired a nanny, the cost would have covered the house. If you're firing me, you must pay the N1 salary." As Su Tian spoke, other employees in the office couldn't help but look at the two sisters. Sensing the attention, Su Yuro, worried about her reputation, said sternly, "Su Tian, taking care of family shouldn't be made to sound so harsh. I consider you family, but you don't treat me the same," Su Tian replied, her tone filled with disappointment. Seeing Su Tian's determination, Su Yuro angrily said, "Fine, then take your last half-month as salary." Clearly, she was not willing to pay the N1 salary. "I won't take it," Su Tian insisted. "If you don't pay me, I'll take legal action." Even though her basic salary was low and the N1 amount wouldn't be much, Su Tian refused to back down. "Suit yourself," Su Yuro sneered. "But don't say I didn't warn you. Legal proceedings take time, and you might not get what you want. You'd be better off taking this last half-month as salary." Some colleagues, aware of Su Tian's unfavorable position in the family, advised her to take whatever she could get. At that moment, Hu Beichen arrived at the fashion company. After waiting downstairs and getting no response from Su Tian, he decided to go up after asking the security for her office location. As he approached the office, he heard the argument between Su Tian and Su Yuro. Entering with a stern expression, he called out, "Su Tian, Mr. Hua." Su Tian looked at him with surprise and relief. Hua Beichen's presence drew everyone's attention. His plain attire couldn't hide his strikingly handsome face, which seemed to radiate an aura that captivated the room. Even Su Yuro was momentarily taken aback by his presence, though she quickly reminded herself of his current lack of status. Seeing Su Tian smile, Hu Beichen's irritation eased slightly. He asked directly, "How long have you worked here? What's your salary and position?" 3 years, 1,800 a month, fashion designer, Su Tian answered truthfully. Hu Beichen frowned. Even in a city less prosperous than Jinghai, 1,800 was unreasonably low. He said coldly, "I know a lawyer who can help you. We'll have him look into your past wages, social security, bonuses, and commissions to see what you're owed." Su Yuro's face changed. She knew that despite Hu Beichen's current situation, he had connections that could cause trouble. If the company's practices were exposed, it would be a headache even if they didn't have to pay much more. "Su Tian, is this really necessary?" Su Yuro forced a smile. "It's not a big deal. I'll agree to the N1 salary. Go to the finance department to get it." Su Tian, initially content with the N1 offer, reconsidered after Hu Beichen's reminder. Why not claim what she was rightfully owed? Smiling, she said, "Sister, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Let's do as Mr. Hua suggested and have a lawyer help with the calculations." Su Tian. Su Yuro was livid. She hadn't expected her usually compliant sister to become so assertive. "Mr. Hua, let's go," Su Tian said, turning to leave with Hu Beichen. Stepping out of the company, Su Tian breathed in the fresh air, feeling an overwhelming sense of freedom. "I'll give my lawyer friend a call," Hu Beichen said while pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Su Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You actually have a lawyer friend?" Hu Beichen frowned slightly. "Do you think I was lying to you?" "That's not what I meant," Su Tian quickly explained. "I thought you were just trying to scare her for me and would consult a lawyer later." Hu Beichen briefly explained the situation and ended the call in a few sentences. Su Tian was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. "Your lawyer friend is quite easy to talk to." "Well, he has to be," Hu Beichen said calmly. "The Hua Group's legal team is obligated to serve the president of the Hua Group." Su Tian's eyes lit up as she eagerly ran to Hu Beichen's side and stood on her tiptoes. "Mr. Hua, let's take a photo together." Hu Beichen remembered the excuse for their visit today and took out his phone. Although Su Tian wasn't short, she was still more than a head shorter than him. She stood on her tiptoes, trying to match his height. Hu Beichen bent down slightly to accommodate her. However, the phone screen was too small, making it hard for both of them to fit in the frame when they stood apart. "Let's move closer to the center," Hu Beichen suggested. Su Tian nodded and moved closer with him. Suddenly, She felt her ear brush against his cheek, causing it to burn. Just as she was about to move away, Huabeichen extended his arm, loosely wrapping it around her, managing to be both gentlemanly and intimate. Su Tian looked at herself on the screen, her face starting to blush. Huabeichen adjusted the angle and snapped a photo. "Can I take a few more?" he asked. "So I can pick the best one to show my grandmother." "Sure," Su Tian replied with a sweet smile, trying her best to look as happy as a newlywed should. After taking several photos, Huabeichen put away his phone. Su Tian asked, "Aren't you going to send them to her now?" "She's probably having tea with her old friends at the moment," Huabeichen explained. "I'll send them to her tonight." "Okay," Su Tian nodded, then her eyes lit up. "By the way, Mr. Hua, how about I treat you to hot pot to celebrate my departure from the Su family's fashion company? And to thank you for finding me a lawyer." She smiled mischievously. "Actually, I was planning to resign today anyway. I didn't expect my sister to cause trouble first, giving me a reason to demand compensation. Look, I even printed my resignation letter." "You're lucky," Huabeichen said calmly. "The goddess of luck always smiles on good people." Su Tian laughed. "So I must treat you to a meal." Huabeichen had already planned to invite her to dinner, so he readily agreed. But Su Tian suddenly faced a dilemma. She needed to go to the market to buy groceries and would have to ride her electric scooter, while Huabeichen had his Jetta. Having Huabeichen follow her or asking him to wait at her place seemed inconvenient. Just then, a couple on an electric scooter passed by, with the girl tightly holding onto the guy's waist. Huabeichen watched the scooter leave and then looked at Su Tian's electric scooter, a slight smile forming on his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I'll go with you to buy groceries. The market is crowded, and my car would be inconvenient. It's better to use your electric scooter." Su Tian thought it was the best solution and agreed. "I'll drive," Huabeichen said, taking the scooter keys. Although he had never ridden an electric scooter, he was good with motorcycles and figured it wouldn't be an issue if he drove slowly. Su Tian took out a helmet from the storage compartment and handed it to him. After getting on, she held onto the scooter for support. Huabeichen rode slowly, his movement smooth and graceful, making even Su Tian's ordinary scooter seem high-end. He was wearing a white shirt today, and Su Tian could vaguely see the perfect muscle lines on his back. "Su Tian, hold on to me," Huabeichen suddenly said. "Huh?" Su Tian was taken aback. "There are a lot of cars ahead. I don't want you to fall." Su Tian bit her lip and wrapped her arms around his firm waist. Because of this position, her face pressed against his back, her ears heating up, her thoughts drifting away. Huabeichen rode slowly, but they eventually reached the market. He parked the scooter, and Su Tian quickly walked inside. "I'll go buy the groceries now." He watched her with a hint of amusement in his eyes and followed her. Su Tian was quick and efficient with her shopping, finishing in no time. On the way back, Huabeichen rode even slower. Su Tian, leaning against his back, almost fell asleep. Half asleep, she had a dreamy fantasy of caressing Huabeichen's six-pack abs, savoring the sensation. "So this is what abs feel like," she thought. The thin layer of muscle was beautifully shaped, so pleasing to touch. "Stop!" A stranger's voice startled Su Tian awake. She realized that their scooter had been stopped by a traffic officer. Coming to her senses, she remembered that electric scooters weren't allowed to carry passengers in the city. But it was too late. Both she and Huabeichen had just gotten off the scooter. In the end, she had to pay the fine. Huabeichen pushed the scooter forward, and Su Tian followed, chuckling. "Did you forget about that rule too?" "Yes, I was careless," Huabeichen admitted. It was his first time riding an electric scooter, so he had no idea about the rule. "It's fine. It's not far. Walking home is nice too," Su Tian said cheerfully. "The breeze today feels so good, so refreshing." Huabeichen noticed that no matter the challenge, she never seemed to get discouraged. This was Huabeichen's first time visiting the neighborhood where Su Tian lived. The environment made his deep eyes narrow in displeasure. So this is the house Su's mother gave her? Entering Su Tian's home, his expression softened. The modest house was decorated warmly and comfortably by Su Tian, filled with a sense of home. "Mr. Hua, have some water and rest a bit." "I'll start preparing," Su Tian said, pouring him a glass of water and then heading to the kitchen to wash the vegetables and cook. Huabeichen rolled up his sleeves to help. Su Tian was surprised. "You know how to wash vegetables? Why, does it require special training?" Huabeichen retorted. Su Tian shook her head. "My dad never steps into the kitchen. Neither does Xiaoshen. Even when we didn't have a housekeeper, they never lifted a finger." She looked at Huabeichen and smiled. "And you have such an otherworldly face. I can't imagine you in the kitchen." "My dad taught me to cook and wash vegetables when I was young," Huabeichen said calmly. "He said otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find a wife when I grew up." Su Tian couldn't help but laugh, thinking that her uncle was indeed very far-sighted. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she recalled past memories. It wasn't just about being prepared for the future, it was about her uncle's love for her mother, teaching Su Tian from a young age to take care of her. This realization filled Su Tian's heart with a warm current, deeply moved by her uncle's thoughtful care. In the kitchen, Su Tian and Hua Beichen worked seamlessly together. Su Tian was already quick and efficient, and with Hua Beichen's help, the hot pot was ready in no time. The enticing aroma filled the entire room. Su Tian loved spicy food, while Hua Beichen preferred milder flavors. Watching Su Tian eat with great relish, Hua Beichen hesitated for a moment, but eventually picked up a few pieces of beef from the spicy pot and put them into his bowl. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on Hua Beichen's forehead, and even his muscular arms, exposed by rolled-up sleeves, were covered in sweat. Seeing this, Su Tian quickly handed him a glass of milk and said with concern, "Mr. Hua, don't force yourself if you can't handle it." Hua Beichen took a sip of the milk, easing the spiciness a bit. He said softly, "It's okay. I'm learning to eat spicy food. My father always said that if you can eat together, you can live together." This remark made Su Tian's heart skip a beat, and she couldn't help but glance at Hua Beichen again. After the meal, Su Tian got up to clear the dishes, moving skillfully toward the sink to wash them. Hua Beichen noticed her familiarity with these household chores and frowned slightly. He knew the Su family wasn't poor, yet they let Su Tian do these tasks. Thinking about the calluses on her palms, Hua Beichen offered, "Let me wash the dishes." Su Tian quickly waved her hand. "No way, you're a guest. It's already too much that I had you help with the vegetables. How can I let you wash the dishes?" "Guest?" Hua Beichen raised an eyebrow but didn't insist further. He recalled that although his father taught him to cook, he never had to wash dishes or do other chores. As the eldest son of the Hua family, being able to cook was already quite rare. If not for his father, who doted on his wife, Hua Beichen would never have had the chance to learn these things. Leaning against the kitchen door, Hua Beichen said thoughtfully, "I'll have someone install a dishwasher tomorrow." "No need, Mr. Hua." Su Tian quickly declined, "I don't need one right now. I just moved out of my parents' house and need to save money." Realizing his tone was too presumptuous, Hua Beichen cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and made up an excuse. "Actually, I won it at the company's annual party. I don't cook much myself, so it would just go to waste if I kept it." Su Tian smiled and said, "Is that so? Well, thank you then. I invited you for hot pot to thank you for your help, and now I have to accept your gift." Hua Beichen nodded, "Then you can invite me to dinner next time." "Sure, I'll invite you when you're free," Su Tian said cheerfully, not realizing that this casual agreement had already set up their next meeting. After leaving Su Tian's place, Hua Beichen immediately called He Wang. "Pick me up, we're going to buy a car." "Buying a car? Great." He Wang eagerly drove over to pick up Hua Beichen, chatting nonstop along the way. "Bro, what kind of car have you got your eye on this time? A limited edition? Something special?" "I never expected it, but Fancheng really has some hidden gems if there's a car that catches your eye." He Wang was also a car enthusiast. Although his family was well off, it was nothing compared to Hua Beichen's wealth. Following Hua Beichen gave him the chance to see some top-tier and rare limited edition cars. He rubbed his hands with excitement, full of anticipation. Hua Beichen checked an address on his phone and sent the location to He Wang. Seeing the location, He Wang got even more excited, thinking that such a hidden spot must have some top-notch cars. However, when they arrived, He Wang was dumbfounded. It wasn't a high-end club or a luxurious showroom, but a row of ordinary storefronts. The entrance was decorated with colorful balloons and lanterns, with loud DJ music blaring from the speakers. What shocked He Wang the most was that the display area was filled with various electric scooters, with no luxury cars in sight. "Bro, what are we doing here?" He Wang was completely confused, not understanding what Hua Beichen was up to. Was he buying something for the company? But even the ordinary employees of Hua Group could afford a car after working for 2 years. The lowest prize at the company's annual party was a decent new energy vehicle. Hua Beichen, unfazed by He Wang's confusion, walked straight into the store and started seriously picking out a scooter. He asked the shop owner, "Which electric scooter here complies with the traffic regulations for carrying an adult?" He Wang was utterly baffled. Even if Hua Beichen wanted to play poor, didn't he still have a Jetta? At the very least, buying any car would be better than an electric scooter. Before He Wang could figure it out, Hua Beichen had already chosen a scooter, scanned the QR code to pay, and received the keys all in one go. He didn't even haggle, leaving the shop owner grinning from ear to ear. It was a sleek electric moped, resembling a motorcycle but with weaker power. According to Fancheng's traffic regulations, it was approved to carry one adult. The streamlined design made it look quite stylish. If He Wang didn't know that the scooter cost only a small 5-figure sum, he might have thought it looked even cooler. "Bro, are you planning to go for a ride? The weather in Fancheng is nice. Let's go together," He Wang suggested, knowing that Hua Beichen was good at riding motorcycles and had even won professional competitions. Hua Beichen looked at him and said slowly, "This seat is reserved. No one else is allowed to sit here. Not even you. Except for Su Tian." He Wang was speechless, thinking that he had sat there before. Was their brotherhood really going to end? After buying the scooter, Hu Beichin had He Wang drive him to buy a dishwasher. He walked into the store and directly stated his requirements. I want the best and largest one. Sir, could you specify the dimensions? The clerk asked. Hu Beichin frowned, clearly not having considered this issue. He Wang, curious, asked, Bro, where are you going to put this dishwasher? What are you going to wash with it? Hu Beichin ignored him, trying to recall the layout of Su Tian's kitchen. It was an old house with a small kitchen and limited space. He Wang, seeing his expression, was astonished. Bro, are you buying this dishwasher for your girlfriend? Hu Beichin didn't deny it. He Wang was shocked. The usually indifferent Hu Beichin, who had never shown interest in any woman for 28 years, was already smitten. He was personally buying a dishwasher. Unbelievable. But then, thinking of Su Tian, He Wang found it less surprising. That girl was beautiful and smart. Stop, she's the sister-in-law. Bro, why don't you call her and ask? He Wang suggested. You call, Hu Beichin ordered. What? Call the property management of her neighborhood and ask for the kitchen dimensions of the same unit type. He Wang was even more shocked. Was Hu Beichin planning to do good deeds silently? Back at the hotel, Hu Beichin had just entered when his grandmother called. Beichin, where's the photo of my future granddaughter-in-law you promised me? I forgot. I'll take it in a couple of days. Hu Beichin himself hadn't looked closely at the photos taken today. Or did she not let you take any? His grandmother half-jokingly asked. Of course not. I've just been busy. Hu Beichin said as he pulled up the photos taken today. In the photo, their heads were close together, looking quite intimate at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, the intimacy seemed superficial, lacking genuine emotion. Hu Beichin stared at the photo, lost in thought. In the photo, Su Tian's smile is as sweet and charming as her name suggests. Her eyes carry a hint of allure, elevating her sweetness to a captivating charm that tugs at the heart, like a gentle breeze brushing against one's face. Mrs. Hu looked at the photo and spoke earnestly, no matter how busy you are with work, it will never end. Why are you nothing like your father? When he set his eyes on your mother, he won her over in just a few days. You were born within a year. If you had your father's speed, you'd have a child running around by now. Hu Beichin pinched the bridge of his nose, his gaze fixed on the photo, ignoring his mother's words. Seeing this, Mrs. Hu continued to persuade him. I know you didn't fancy anyone in the past years, but now that you do, seize the opportunity. Aim to have a child running around next year. Seeing her son remain unresponsive, Mrs. Hu reluctantly hung up the phone. Hu Beichin's eyes stayed glued to the photo, unable to look away. That evening, Su Tian received a call from Su Yuro. Frowning slightly, she answered, What's up? Su Yuro's tone was hostile. Su Tian, your compensation will be transferred to your account shortly. How much? Su Tian asked curiously. 285,341.30 yuan, Su Yuro replied through gritted teeth. If it weren't for that lawyer stepping in, I wouldn't have given you a cent. It turned out that after Su Tian left, a lawyer had come to the company. He presented a detailed breakdown, proving that Su Tian had been underpaid by that exact amount over the years. Su Yuro initially didn't want to pay, believing that everything in the Su family should go to Su Jia or herself. However, the company lawyer advised her that given Su Tian's lawyer's capabilities, it was better to settle quietly to avoid bigger trouble. Reluctantly, Su Yuro signed the papers. Su Tian was shocked by this unexpected windfall. As a marginal figure in the Su family, she had never had access to such a large sum of money. Disbelieving, she asked, Is all of it mine? Su Yuro sneered. Su Tian, acting innocent now? Can't you just take the money and be grateful? I don't care about the money, but let me warn you, stay away from that penniless Hu Beichin. Su Tian, displeased, retorted, Sister, that's not fair. What's wrong with Mr. Hu being poor? Has he ever eaten Su family food or forced you to fulfill any marriage agreement? How has he offended you? Su Yuro scoffed. So quick to defend him, huh? Let me tell you, Hu Beichin got someone to help you claim money from the Su family today, and he can easily deceive you in the future. As the second miss of the Su family, don't you think he wants to marry you for your status and to coax you into asking your family for money? Su Tian shot back, You see people based on your own intentions. Fine, Su Tian, just don't come crying to the family when you get deceived. Su Yuro threatened. Don't worry, I'll only smile, never cry. And if I do smile, it won't be towards the Su family. Su Tian firmly responded. With a snap, Su Yuro hung up the phone. Moments later, Su Tian received a notification on her bank account, showing the exact amount of 285,341 yuan. Elated, she hugged her phone overjoyed. She thought about sharing the good news with Hu Beichin but decided against it as it was already late. The next day, Su Tian woke up naturally, had breakfast, and rode her bike to a nearby neighborhood. She went straight to an apartment, swiped her card, and entered. Two staff members inside immediately stood to greet her. Su, what brings you here today? Mimi asked excitedly. I've resigned. I'll be here every day from now on. Su Tian replied with a smile. Really? That's fantastic. Tang Shui exclaimed. Mimi is a lucky charm. Our business is sure to thrive. This was Su Tian's independent design studio, catering to wealthy clients with custom clothing. Previously, while working at the Su family's fashion company, her ID, household registration, and bank cards were controlled by her mother, leaving her with a meager salary. With a friend's help, she started the studio as a backup plan. Since she couldn't visit often, the business barely sustained itself. Mimi and Tang Shui, passionate about the industry, worked for her but could only handle basic tasks. Let's go, I'll treat you to something good. Su Tian said cheerfully, now feeling wealthy. The two were overjoyed. With you here, Su, our future looks bright. It certainly will. Su Tian said confidently. During the meal, Su Tian ordered beer, filled their glasses, and raised a toast to our bright future. Cheers. After the meal, Su Tian reorganized the studio, discarding what was unnecessary and replenishing supplies. She also set up a private space for herself to draw designs. Now she could personally meet clients, avoiding misunderstandings from online or phone communication. Mimi approached with a document. Su, is this okay for our advertisement? Looks good. We'll be able to accommodate more clients now, Su Tian said confidently. Sure enough, business picked up that day. Upon learning that Su Tian was personally at the studio, a wealthy lady who had previously ordered clothes rushed in that afternoon to have a dress made for an upcoming annual party. While Su Tian was busy sketching designs, Hua Beichin called. Mr. Hua, are you at home today? I have a dishwasher to deliver, Hua Beichin said. Oh, I almost forgot, Su Tian realized. Sorry, Mr. Hua. I'm a bit busy with work right now and not at home. Should the courier deliver it, or should I pick it up later? If it's the courier, just send it out. Hua Beichin, who was parked at Su Tian's community gate, fell silent for a moment. Sensing his change in mood, Su Tian cautiously asked, You didn't personally bring it, did you? I'm really sorry. Could you leave the dishwasher with the security? I'll pick it up when I get home. No, I didn't bring it myself, Hua Beichin denied. Just wanted to check if you were home. I'll deliver it another day when you're available. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief, glad not to have troubled him too much. All right then, we'll arrange it another day. Thank you, she said. A day later, Mrs. Liu received her clothes and couldn't put them down. She gently stroked the fabric and exclaimed, Miss Su, this dress is really nice. Su Tian smiled and replied, I'm glad you like it. However, Mrs. Liu suddenly changed the topic, but I have a small suggestion for you. Your studio is in this neighborhood, which makes it hard to attract new clients. When I introduced you to my friends, they backed out as soon as they heard where it was located. She shook her head and continued, If it weren't for your friend's recommendation and my positive experience, I wouldn't have come to this place with such poor security. People willing to spend money on custom clothes don't mind the cost, but they do want a safer and more convenient location. Su Tian listened attentively and nodded. You're right. I'm thinking about this issue too. She knew that she had initially rented a place in this old neighborhood because she couldn't afford anything better. The environment here wasn't much better than her current living area, and the studio was even registered under her friend's name. After seeing Mrs. Liu off, Mei couldn't help but complain. She says it so easily. If we were to open a studio in a commercial building, the transfer fee, rent, and renovations would cost at least 300,000 to 400,000. It's not that easy. Su Tian pondered for a moment and said, I'll figure something out. She knew she had to work hard to develop her business and couldn't just get by. Her aesthetic sense was excellent. She had helped design several best-selling items when she worked at the Su family's clothing company. The compensation she received, over 200,000, included commissions from those bestsellers. But in this era, even the best products can be overlooked if they're not well promoted. Su Tian rode her electric scooter and stopped in front of a company. Seeing Lu Ting coming out with a stack of documents, she waved and called out, Ting Ting. Lu Ting responded with surprise, Su, what brings you here? Not working overtime tonight, are you? Su Tian asked. Overtime? Even a workhorse gets a break. Lu Ting laughed. Su Tian suggested, let's find a place to eat. I have good news to share. Lu Ting's eyes lit up at the sight of the cake Su Tian was carrying. Bringing such a big cake is already the best news. They found a restaurant and sat down. Su Tian got straight to the point. My clothing studio is registered under your name. I plan to transfer it to mine and move to a new location. Lu Ting immediately supported the idea. I'll go with you to handle the transfer. Have you found a new place yet? Su Tian explained. I found a commercial building. It's filled with businesses, the rent is cheaper than a storefront in a mall, and the security and environment are good. How much will it cost? Lu Ting asked. A bit over 300,000, Su Tian replied. Lu Ting almost spit out her water. Where are you going to get that much money? I can help, but I can only pitch in a few thousand. Su Tian reassured her, no need. I received compensation from my family's clothing company, nearly 300,000, plus my savings. It should be enough. Lu Ting was astonished. Wow, did the sun rise from the west? They gave you so much money and the documents too. Su Tian nodded. Yes, isn't it great news? Lu Ting raised her glass. This is fantastic news. Cheers to your new beginning, Su. Su Tian smiled and took a sip of water. Lu Ting then asked, but your mom used to control everything you had. No matter how much you cried or protested, it was useless. What changed this time? Su Tian briefly explained the situation. Lu Ting's mouth dropped open. Oh my, you got married. I don't know whether to call you smart or foolish. Why, aren't you going to congratulate me? Su Tian asked. Lu Ting expressed concern. Have you thought about what if the guy turns out to be unreliable? You'd be jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Su Tian thought for a moment and said firmly, no, I trust my judgment. She recalled her first impression of Huabeichen. Despite the chaotic situation, he remained calm, which showed he was emotionally stable. He helped her find a lawyer, indicating he was good at problem solving. He cooked, used serving chopsticks, and did the dishes, proving her first impression was correct. Lu Ting saw the sparkle in her eyes. Oh dear, our little Tian seems to have fallen for him, hasn't she? Su Tian quickly shook her head. Don't say that. He helped me a lot, and I'm just helping him deal with his family. It's just a contractual relationship. Never mind him, let's eat. Then we'll go to a bar and celebrate properly. Lu Ting was genuinely happy for her friend. Su Tian laughed. It's on me. After dinner, they went to a quiet bar. Though Su Tian wasn't a big drinker, she was in high spirits today and raised her glass. Ting Ting, I'm really happy. Cheers. Lu Ting joined her. I'm happy too. Su Tian gratefully said, you brought a lot of business to my studio before. I promised to give you a commission, but I couldn't afford it then. Once I start my own business, I'll make sure to include it. Lu Ting waved her hand dismissively. We're best friends. No need to talk about that. As an assistant to a minor celebrity, she had met some wealthy clients. She had once secured some business for Su Tian's studio simply by wearing a custom dress made by her. Two beautiful girls sitting there soon attracted attention. Seeing Su Tian already tipsy, Lu Ting said, one more drink, then no more. Su Tian drowsily agreed. Okay, just one more. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached with a drink. Ladies, let me buy you a drink. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get home safely. Lu Ting politely declined. We have someone picking us up. The man saw through the excuse. No need to rush. The night is still young. Let me get you a good bottle of wine. Suddenly, Su Tian loudly declared, my husband is coming to pick me up. He'll be here soon. The man didn't believe her and continued to pester. Oh, really? How about I buy him a drink too? Meanwhile, Huabeichen sat in his empty office. It had been days since he last heard from Su Tian. They had exchanged numbers, taken photos, and planned to meet again for dinner and to deliver a dishwasher. But it seemed she had forgotten about him. The office was deserted. Even He Wang had been sent away by Huabeichen. Huabeichen glanced at his phone. The screen was as calm as a no calls, no messages. He found Su Tian's number and dialed it without hesitation. Meanwhile, in a bar, a middle-aged man was pestering two young women. He refused to believe they were married. Su Tian, quick on her feet, thought of showing a photo of Huabeichen but then remembered he hadn't sent it to her. Just as the man smugly said, there's no way you have a husband, Su Tian's phone rang. Seeing Huabeichen on the screen, she answered it like a lifeline, blurting out, hello hubby. Huabeichen had dialed the number with a hint of frustration, thinking she would never call him if he didn't make the first move. However, hearing the word hubby unexpectedly pleased him, and a smile crept onto his lips. But then he noticed something odd in Su Tian's voice. Have you been drinking? Where are you? I'll come get you, Huabeichen asked, his tone tinged with concern. Su Tian gave him the bar's address and Huabeichen promptly replied, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, he quickly contacted He Wang to get the bar owner's contact information. Su Tian hung up and declared to the middle-aged man, did you hear that? My husband is coming to pick me up. The man left, albeit reluctantly, but soon others started to hover. However, the bar security arrived just in time, quietly removing the troublemakers, creating a peaceful space for Su Tian and Lu Ting. Within 10 minutes, Huabeichen appeared at the bar. Even in the dim light, his striking looks drew the attention of many girls. Drunkenly, Lu Ting nudged Su Tian. Su, look, he's so handsome. Su Tian couldn't help but agree. He is handsome, almost too good-looking. Su Tian. Huabeichen called out as he approached her, noticing she was quite drunk. Her porcelain skin had a rosy glow, and her eyes were hazy. Despite her conservative attire, she exuded an irresistible charm. Huabeichen's gaze lingered on her. Mr. Hua. Su Tian giggled as she looked at him. Huabeichen frowned slightly, wondering how much she had drunk and why she reverted to calling him Mr. Hua. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Only then did Lu Ting realize who he was. Huabeichen introduced himself. Huabeichen, Su Tian's husband. Lu Ting was astonished, thinking Su Tian must have married him for his looks. She quickly introduced herself. I'm Su's friend Lu Ting. Su Tian worriedly said, let's take Ting Ting home first. No need, no need. Lu Ting waved her hand. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. Half supporting, half carrying Su Tian, Huabeichen prepared to leave. Su Tian still seemed concerned, and Huabeichen reassured her, the bar owner is my friend. I've already made arrangements. Lu Ting suddenly understood why the troublemakers had disappeared earlier. She had a favorable impression of Su Tian's boyfriend. Huabeichen took Su Tian to his car. On the way, Su Tian drunkenly explained that she was celebrating her departure from the Su family and her career success. Huabeichen gave her some water and then took her back to Sunshine Community. Upon entering, Huabeichen noticed a pair of unfamiliar men's shoes and cigarette butts at the door. He narrowed his eyes, feeling a twinge of displeasure, but seeing Su Tian's lack of reaction, he assumed she knew the owner of the shoes. Huabeichen told Su Tian to take a shower, and she complied in her dazed state. After her shower, she climbed into bed and fell asleep immediately. Huabeichen watched her sleep, unable to resist gently patting her but finding the sensation surprisingly enticing. Forcing himself to look away, he went to drink a large glass of cold water. Returning, he carefully positioned Su Tian on her side to prevent her from choking if she vomited. What should have been a pleasant time together was marred by the thought of the unfamiliar men's shoes at the door, casting a dark cloud over Huabeichen's mood. Huabeichen stood up and carefully examined Su Tian's house. Apart from the conspicuously placed men's shoes and cigarette butts, he found no other traces of male presence. Although Su Tian wouldn't know, he didn't search the hidden corners. When Su Tian woke up, her mind was still a bit foggy. Recalling the events at the bar last night, she felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, Huabeichen was there. She immediately checked her attire, remembering that she had taken a shower and changed into pajamas. She slept soundly all night, which confirmed Huabeichen's integrity. She quietly opened the door and saw Huabeichen resting with his eyes closed, his long legs looking a bit cramped on the small sofa. When Su Tian came out after changing clothes, Huabeichen opened his eyes, and the sight of the girl's flushed cheeks from the previous night's drinks and the fresh morning air greeted him. Mr. Hua, you're awake? Su Tian asked apologetically. Did you not rest all night? I did rest. Eat something. Huabeichen gestured towards the food on the dining table. Su Tian saw the table laid with fresh vegetables, steamed buns, porridge, and a hangover soup, and her stomach growled. After quickly washing up, she sat down to eat and invited Huabeichen to join her. He pushed the hangover soup towards her. Thank you so much for picking me up last night. I'm really sorry for the trouble, Su Tian said sincerely. Huabeichen responded calmly. Bars can be chaotic. You should drink less in the future. Su Tian explained seriously. I rarely go to bars. I went last night because I was really happy. Seeing how much she cared about his opinion, Huabeichen's lips curved into a slight smile. Su Tian continued, by the way, thanks to your friend's help, I got the compensation. I've already opened a private fashion design studio, and this money will help me get a better place to restart. Congratulations, you deserve it, Huabeichen said. I'll come to celebrate when you open. It'll take some time, Su Tian replied. Mr. Hua, when will your friend be available? I'd like to treat him to a meal to show my gratitude. Huabeichen thought for a moment. I'll arrange something for the weekend. After breakfast, Su Tian cleaned up the table. Huabeichen casually mentioned, I threw away those old shoes at your door. You threw them away? Su Tian exclaimed in surprise. Huabeichen's tone tightened. Were they important? Of course. The security in our neighborhood isn't great, so I put men's shoes and cigarette butts at the door to pretend there's a man at home for safety, Su Tian explained. Huabeichen relaxed. I see. Sorry about that. I'll bring you a pair of my old shoes. Okay, thank you, Su Tian said, and while you're at it, bring over a dishwasher too. Huabeichen soon had a dishwasher delivered and installed. Su Tian was pleasantly surprised to see that it fit perfectly in her kitchen. It seems like it was meant to be yours, Huabeichen remarked. He took a call, speaking in hushed tones about moving arrangements. When he returned, his expression was slightly downcast. Su Tian asked with concern, Mr. Hua, is everything all right? Huabeichen hesitated before explaining, the landlord suddenly wants the house back, so I have to move out today. That's outrageous. Su Tian exclaimed, but if you don't mind, you can stay here for a while. Huabeichen asked, would that be convenient? Why not? We're legally married after all, Su Tian smiled. Huabeichen politely declined Su Tian's offer to help with packing, stating that he would ask He Wang for assistance. After Huabeichen left, Su Tian went downstairs to take out the trash and noticed workers installing surveillance cameras and a new access control system. Two elderly ladies nearby were commenting that it was about time the neighborhood got some security improvements. They discussed how the management had been lax and lacking funds, and that these changes were a much-needed improvement. So, what's going on today? One moment they say it's fine, and the next they change it, one of the ladies asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Another lady explained, I heard from my son that someone reported to the community authorities about the disorder and poor security in our neighborhood. That's why the community has taken such significant measures. I see. Su Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had always been worried about safety, and now she could finally breathe easier. Thinking about Hua Beichin moving in soon, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. This was like double protection. Just as Su Tian was reveling in this newfound sense of security, her phone rang. It was Lu Ting calling. Su, have you sobered up? How are you feeling? Lu Ting's voice was filled with concern. I've been sober for a while. What about you? Su Tian replied. I'm clear-headed now too, Lu Ting said, her tone suddenly turning playful. So, tell me about your husband. Did he do anything to you last night? Su Tian quickly denied. Don't talk nonsense. We haven't reached that stage yet. Lu Ting sounded disappointed. Oh my Su, are you serious? Faced with such a perfect guy, you can really hold back. Could you make a move on a man you're not that familiar with? Su Tian countered. Lu Ting dismissed it lightly. What's the big deal? The more you try, the more familiar you'll become. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. So you didn't make a move, and he didn't make a move either? Lu Ting pressed on. He's not that kind of person, Su Tian said earnestly. Hua Beichin has good character. He would never do anything dishonorable. Meanwhile, Hua Beichin had just left Sunshine Community when his assistant hurried over to report, Mr. Hua, the security situation here has been taken care of. Hua Beichin nodded in satisfaction and then headed back to the hotel. In the hotel's first-floor cafe, Huang had just finished a meeting with a client. Seeing Hua Beichin, he greeted him with a smile. Chin, did you get the dishwasher installed so quickly? Hua Beichin merely nodded. Huang followed closely behind Hua Beichin, beginning his work report. Despite his usually carefree demeanor, Huang became serious and focused when discussing work. After finishing his report, Huang asked, What do you think, Chen? Just handle it as you see fit, Hua Beichin replied indifferently. Huang wondered if Chen had even listened to a word he said. Following Hua Beichin into the room, Huang saw him starting to pack his luggage. Are we heading back to Jinghai, Chen? I've really had enough of Fancheng. The scenery is nice, but it's not the same as living in Jinghai. Hua Beichin interrupted his rambling. I'm moving in with your sister-in-law. Huang nearly choked on his own saliva. What? She invited me, Hua Beichin said, a hint of pride in his voice. Where am I supposed to stay? Huang felt uneasy. Hua Beichin glanced at him. You talk as if you don't have your own room. Even though we each have our own rooms, we live close to each other. If you move out, Huang began, but Hua Beichin cut him off. Isn't it better that no one is around to keep an eye on you? You can be free. Huang thought about it and immediately felt happy. He then asked, So when are we going back to Jinghai? Hua Beichin pondered for a moment. I think Fancheng has a good location and beautiful scenery. We could consider opening a few more branches here. Huang understood the implication they wouldn't be leaving Fancheng anytime soon. He thought to himself, what kind of paradise is this Fancheng? Back at Sunshine Community, Hua Beichin entered Su Tian's home with a simple suitcase. Seeing his sparse belongings, Su Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. There are 2 rooms in the house. I'm already in the master bedroom, so you can take the second bedroom, Su Tian said. It still needs a bed though. I've already ordered one online with express delivery. It should arrive tonight. I'll pay you back for it, Hua Beichin insisted. No need, Su Tian declined. You won't be able to take the bed with you when you move out, right? Hua Beichin's face darkened slightly at the thought. Who said he was going to move out? This bed was his to keep. In the end, Su Tian accepted Hua Beichin's insistence. When she mentioned the actual price of the bed, Hua Beichin silently deleted the 20,000 he had planned to transfer, changing it to 1,350. Considering Su Tian's financial situation, Hua Beichin offered, Since I'm moving in with you and saving on rent, I'll cover the household expenses from now on. Su Tian wanted to split the costs, but Hua Beichin insisted, I'm already living in your place. I can't let you split the household expenses too. If my dad found out, he'd scold me for being useless. His words were sincere. Hua Beichin's father was a devoted husband, always teaching that a wife should be cherished and that a man who couldn't pamper his wife didn't deserve one. Su Tian was amused and then said, All right, I've calculated that our monthly household expenses are about 2,000. Before she could finish, her phone chimed with a transfer notification. Su Tian was surprised to see that Hua Beichin had transferred 20,000. That's way too much. We don't need that much. Su Tian exclaimed. Hua Beichin explained, Although I haven't bought a house in Fancheng yet, I do have some savings. My job is stable, and I don't have many expenses. Since we're living together and it's your place as a man, I can't let you go without. Understanding his sense of pride, Su Tian decided to accept the money and save what wasn't used. All right, it's settled then, Su Tian said with a smile. Let's set some ground rules. Household expenses are on you, but any additional costs we share equally. We respect each other's habits and be considerate. And third, we agree on a 1-year marriage period. If during this time, Mr. Hua, you find someone you like, you can tell me, and we'll end the marriage. End it. Hua Beichin's eyes narrowed slightly. From the moment he agreed to marry, ending it was never an option for him. But he wasn't in a hurry. Living together would create opportunities. Mr. Hua, do you have any additions? Su Tian asked. I have no objections, Huabeichen responded calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Tian sprang into action. She quickly typed up the terms on her computer, printed out 2 copies, and carefully reviewed them. After ensuring everything was correct, she solemnly signed her name on both documents and handed the pen to Huabeichen. Your turn, Mr. Hua. Huabeichen took the pen and glanced over the contents. The third clause stated, the marriage will last for 1 year, after which both parties will decide on their relationship. He frowned slightly and drew a vertical line through 1 year, changing it to 10 years. He made the same alteration on both copies and signed his name. He folded 1 copy and handed it to Su Tian. Each of us keeps a copy. No problem. Su Tian replied without hesitation, putting the document away, unaware that she was like a rabbit stepping into the wolf's den. That evening, Grandma Hua sent a voice message asking to see Su Tian's photo. Huabeichen carefully selected a picture where the 2 of them were close, and Su Tian had the sweetest smile. Grandma Hua was overjoyed upon receiving the photo. She immediately called the housekeeper and maids to have a look. This girl is beautiful. She looks so blessed. The housekeeper complimented, Congratulations, madam. The young master is finally settling down. Grandma Hua shook her head with a smile. The old master insisted on this marriage because he was worried that Beichen wouldn't marry. He left this wish to give him a nudge. We were really concerned that he might have some issues. But now everything's fine. Huabeichen felt his ears burning, knowing his grandmother was talking about him again. Their previous speculations ranged from him liking men to having some other problem, which amused and exasperated him. In truth, he had felt fulfilled for 28 years and didn't think he was missing anything. It wasn't until he met Su Tian that he understood why his father always wanted to be close to his mother. So this is what love feels like. Lost in thought, Huabeichen was interrupted by another string of messages from Grandma Hua. Seeing the flood of images, he felt a headache coming on. He worried they might be more photos of eligible women. His grandmother had previously sent him pictures of all the suitable girls in Jinghai to push him to marry, almost getting herself blocked. As he hesitated whether to open them, a voice message from Grandma Hua scolded, Beichen, what's going on? I heard you haven't even bought the wedding rings yet. Huabeichen rubbed his temples, cursing Huang for being a blabbermouth. He indeed hadn't found the opportunity to buy rings. She hasn't found one she likes yet, he explained. Then take a look at the pictures I sent. Do you like any of them? It turned out Grandma Hua had sent pictures of wedding rings, all meticulously selected limited edition diamond rings. Alright, Su and I will pick one together, Huabeichen replied. Satisfied with his answer, Grandma Hua finally stopped bombarding him with messages. The next morning at breakfast, Huabeichen casually mentioned, it seems we haven't bought our wedding rings yet? Actually, it's not really necessary, Su Tian hesitated. I think wedding rings serve as a form of protection for both of us, Huabeichen explained. When people see us wearing rings, they'll know we're married. It will reduce unwanted advances and reassure our families. Remembering her experience at the bar, Su Tian nodded in agreement. She glanced at Huabeichen's handsome face, thinking it indeed attracted too much attention. Seeing her agreement, Huabeichen continued, I'll pick you up after work, and we'll go buy the rings together. Su Tian gave him the address of her studio. In the afternoon, while Su Tian was engrossed in her design work, Mei hurriedly called her out. Su, come quickly. There's a super handsome guy outside. Could he be the friend that Ting introduced? He looks like a boss, a star, and a supermodel all in one. I think only you can handle this. Su Tian went out to see Tang Shui pouring tea for Huabeichen. Even as a straight man, Tang Shui couldn't help but admire Huabeichen's charisma, sneaking glances while feeling inferior. Mr. Hua, you're off work? Su Tian greeted him. You know him? Mei asked curiously. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Huabeichen, Su Tian said, turning to Huabeichen. Mr. Hua, this is Mei and Tang Shui, my colleagues and good friends. Mei and Tang Shui suddenly understood and exclaimed in unison, brother-in-law. Yes, Huabeichen responded with a smile. His previous aloof demeanor melted away, making everyone feel at ease. Tang Shui warmed up quickly. I knew someone this good-looking had to be Su's husband. It's a match made in heaven. Exactly a perfect couple. Mei said, clinging to Su Tian's arm and feeling more convinced the more she looked at them. Huabeichen felt pleased, thinking he should have brought some gifts. He nodded slightly. We should have a meal together, but today Su Tian and I need to buy our wedding rings. Let's do it another day. No problem, you guys go ahead, Tang Shui and Mei said considerately. After tidying up, Su Tian left the studio with Huabeichen. She noticed that he was wearing a vintage-style shirt. Despite its ordinary style and material, he looked outstanding in it, silently praising his great physique. Let's grab a quick bite and then buy the rings, Su Tian suggested. Huabeichen, who never cared about what he ate but only with whom, readily agreed and let Su Tian choose. Su Tian picked a small eatery and ordered fried potatoes, pancakes, and cold noodles, specifically asking for non-spicy versions for Huabeichen. Hu Beichen felt a warmth in his heart and said, "You don't have to go to so much trouble. I can eat spicy food too." With her cheeks puffed out, Su Tian mumbled, "All right." After dinner, Su Tian and Hu Beichen went to the mall to pick out wedding rings. The vast array of brands dazzled Su Tian, while Hu Beichen's frown deepened with each glance. These brands were too ordinary. Despite this, seeing Su Tian's excitement, he patiently accompanied her as she continued to browse. "Mr. Hua, what do you think of this one?" Su Tian asked, pointing to a ring. Hu Beichen examined it closely and found the design simple and elegant. It was the first time Su Tian had earnestly sought his opinion, indicating she really liked this ring. "I think it's pretty nice," Hu Beichen nodded. "Could you please take it out for me to try on?" Su Tian asked the salesperson. The salesperson took out a pair of rings and handed them to the couple. Su Tian's slender, fair fingers made the ring look exceptionally beautiful. She looked to Hu Beichen for his opinion. "Not bad," Hu Beichen nodded, "way better than the ones Grandma picked. Mainly because your fingers look better than the models." He tried on the ring as well, finding the size just right. "How much is this pair?" "Over 5,000? But aren't the others only 2 or 3,000? Su Tian hesitated. Although she could afford it, she wanted to be frugal. The salesperson explained, "You two have chosen our flagship model, which is naturally more expensive." After thinking for a moment, Su Tian decided to go with this pair. "You can't put a price on what you love. I'll pay with my WeChat." However, Hu Beichen thought that the ring's appeal lay mainly in the person wearing it. He felt that buying such a ring for their wedding was too much of a compromise for Su Tian. "Su Tian, I'll buy it. The wedding ring should be bought by the groom." Remembering his peculiar sense of pride, Su Tian didn't argue in front of others. Hu Beichen took out his phone and then remembered something. "My money is tied up in funds and stocks, so I can't withdraw that much cash right now. How about we buy it when I get my paycheck?" Su Tian recalled that he had already transferred her 20,000 and bought a bed worth over 1,000, so it was normal he didn't have enough cash. "Sure, let's come back for it later." Hu Beichen made a mental note of the ring's style, planning to have a designer custom make one based on this model. After shopping, it was still early. Su Tian noticed people lining up for bubble tea and asked, "Mr. Hua, do you want some?" Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the bubble tea, clearly wanting some herself. Although Hu Beichen rarely drank such things, he nodded. "I do." "Then I'll go line up." Su Tian ran off excitedly, with Hu Beichen close behind. He noticed a couple using a special straw, with 2 ends inserted into the same cup, making them drink closely together. Hu Beichen whispered to Su Tian, "I ate too much earlier and can't drink much. How about we share a cup?" Su Tian had also seen the straw and agreed without much thought. "Sure, I'll buy a large one. What flavor do you like?" "Anything is fine. It's not about the flavor, but who I'm drinking with." Su Tian bought a cup of her favorite flavor. Hu Beichen pulled out the double-head straw he had already taken and inserted it into the bubble tea. As they leaned in to drink, their foreheads accidentally bumped together, making Su Tian laugh. Hu Beichen gently rubbed her forehead and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Tian rubbed her own forehead. "It's fine." Her action brushed away Hu Beichen's hand, but the softness of her touch lingered on his fingertips. They chatted as they drank, walking to a bustling square. At that moment, Xiao Shen and his friends passed by after dinner. He immediately recognized Su Tian, and what shocked him more was the tall man beside her. Although they weren't showing obvious signs of affection, their overall vibe was very much like a couple. Especially since the man occasionally stopped to feed Su Tian bubble tea using the couple's straw. Furious, Xiao Shen rushed over and shouted, "Su Tian." Hearing the shout, Su Tian turned to see Xiao Shen's angry face and met his gaze without fear. Hu Beichen frowned slightly and stepped in front of Su Tian. This only fueled Xiao Shen's anger. "Su Tian, who is this man to you? Are you cheating on me, giving me a green hat?" People around them, hearing the drama, started to gather. Xiao Shen became even more self-righteous. "You've been cold to me every day, always saying you're busy. Turns out you were busy shopping with another man." Just as Hu Beichen was about to speak, Su Tian pulled his arm and switched places with him. She smiled and said, "First of all, this is not some random man. This is my legal husband. Secondly, I did not cheat on you, so please don't make false accusations. You know that defamation is a crime, right?" Xiao Shen grew more enraged. "What nonsense are you spouting, Su Tian? You were dating me while secretly getting married to another man? Isn't that going too far?" "Speaking of going too far, you Xiao Shen were the one who went too far first." Su Tian retorted. "We've been together for less than 2 years, and you spent half of that time cheating with my older sister. You think I didn't know? I've caught you many times. So it's not too far when you cheat, but it's too far when I get legally married. Do I have to mourn for you for 3 years?" The crowd, initially siding with Xiao Shen, now started to cheer for Su Tian, especially the young women who gave her thumbs up. Xiao Shen suddenly remembered that Su Yuro had indeed mentioned Su Tian getting married to a poor man. At the time, he was too engrossed in his new romance to care. He fumed. Don't forget, you were still in a relationship with me when you got married. You should have at least told me beforehand. Su Tian sneered. Xiaoshen, did you inform me before you cheated? Did you inform me afterward? The crowd's murmurs grew louder, with all the blame directed at Xiaoshen. Cheating and still blaming others, a middle-aged woman scolded, and cheating with his girlfriend's elder sister? How disgusting can you get? Xiaoshen's friends, who had been standing by his side, felt embarrassed and quietly distanced themselves. Xiaoshen, furious and humiliated, finally noticed Huabeichen. He scanned the plainly dressed man and smirked disdainfully. Su Tian, he turned to his ex-girlfriend with a mocking tone. Is this poor guy you found just to spite me? I admit I was wrong, but you're being irresponsible to yourself. Su Tian retorted coldly, Xiaoshen, since we're no longer together, my business is none of your concern. Mind your own. Xiaoshen wasn't willing to give up on Su Tian. He recalled how she never let him touch her, how she was independent and not easily influenced by him, which is why he was drawn to the gentle Su Yuro. He glared at Huabeichen, his voice filled with provocation. This guy may look good, but he's poor. Do you think you can be happy with him? Come back to me, I'll change. At least I can give you a better life. Hearing this, Su Tian's eyes flashed with disgust. She couldn't believe how shameless he was. The surrounding onlookers, mostly working-class people, were infuriated by Xiaoshen's words. Young man, that's not how you talk. You think cheating brings happiness. We don't earn much, but we're happier than your messy life. At least they look like a perfect couple. Why are you interfering? Exactly, her husband looks tall and capable. A dragon among men. Xiaoshen was rendered speechless by the scolding and suddenly grabbed Su Tian's wrist. Su Tian, let's talk privately. Su Tian instinctively tried to pull away, but he held on tightly. Just then, Xiaoshen felt a sharp pain in his wrist and saw that Huabeichen had grabbed him. At this point, Xiaoshen was the target of everyone's ire. Enraged, he blamed Huabeichen for everything. You dare stop me? He swung a punch at Huabeichen, but before it could land, Huabeichen effortlessly intercepted it. Xiaoshen winced in pain, his physique appearing insignificant next to Huabeichen. Seeing this, Xiaoshen's friends, fearing for him, stepped forward. Sir, let's talk this out. As Huabeichen's attention was diverted, Xiaoshen pulled back his hand, preparing to strike again. He couldn't bear the humiliation and wanted to make Huabeichen pay. However, before Xiaoshen's foot could reach Huabeichen, he was lightly kicked in the chest and fell heavily to the ground. His friends didn't even touch Huabeichen. Realizing he couldn't confront Huabeichen directly and hearing the crowd's criticism, Xiaoshen stood up with difficulty, pointing at Su Tian. Su Tian, you'll regret this. With that, he and his friends left in disgrace. Su Tian paid no mind to his threats. Coming to her senses after the commotion, she quickly supported Huabeichen. Mr. Hua, are you okay? Did you get hurt? She had been terrified when Xiaoshen and his friends rushed at Huabeichen. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Huabeichen smiled slightly. I'm fine. If anyone got hurt, it was them. Only then did Su Tian realize that it was Xiaoshen who had been kicked to the ground and fled in embarrassment. Huabeichen reassured her. Don't worry, they're all bark and no bite. Sorry for causing you so much trouble, Su Tian said, her eyes reddening. Leaving him was the right decision. A man who can't control his temper is likely to be abusive in the future, Huabeichen spoke seriously. Su Tian thought about it and felt a chill. She was glad she hadn't developed deep feelings for Xiaoshen and had never considered marrying him. Back then, she lacked warmth at home, and Xiaoshen's fervent pursuit had moved her. But soon after Xiaoshen's family became wealthy, he got involved with Su Yuro. Su Tian smiled. Now my elder sister should be the one worried, not me. Let's go home, Huabeichen said, leading her to his modest Jetta. After getting in the car, Su Tian hesitated before speaking. Mr. Hua, don't take Xiaoshen's words to heart. Money can be earned, and everyone has their own way of living whether they earn a lot or a little. As long as you work hard and honestly, life won't be bad, Su Tian said sincerely. Huabeichen realized she was trying to comfort him. Xiaoshen's words had indeed been hurtful. But calling a billionaire poor was like calling a top beauty ugly. It only exposed Xiaoshen's ignorance. You're right. Earn more, spend more, earn less, spend less. But don't worry, my job has great growth potential. Supporting a family and kids won't be an issue in the future. Mentioning kids made Su Tian a bit shy. She changed the topic, asking casually, so what do you do for a living? Business. My monthly salary is around 30,000. The company's benefits are good, and I don't have many expenses. My salary will increase over time, Huabeichen said, slightly stumbling over the fabricated figures. This salary was quite impressive in Fancheng. I've also saved some money over the past 2 years. The reason I haven't bought a house in Fancheng is that I might be transferred. Plus, I'm not originally from Fancheng, so I haven't bought a house yet, he added. Su Tian understood. Buying a house is a big decision. You have to think it through. Right. If I find a suitable place in Fancheng, I'll buy one, he said, looking at Su Tian as if seeking her opinion. Su Tian pressed her lips together, thinking. Does this mean he's willing to settle in Fancheng? The weekend arrived quickly, and it was time for Su Tian and Hua Beichen to meet her lawyer friend for lunch. Hua Beichen had his assistant arrange for a similarly aged lawyer from his team to attend. Conveniently, this lawyer had indeed handled Su Tian's case, making things easier. Mr. Hua, how about this restaurant? Su Tian asked for his opinion. Hua Beichen appreciated her asking and gave a thoughtful recommendation. Let's go with this one. Su Tian picked up her phone and skillfully dialed the restaurant's number to reserve a private room. Inside the car, the air conditioning provided a comfortable coolness. Su Tian turned to look at Hua Beichen, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Mr. Hua, she began softly, the lawyer is your friend. You probably know him well. How much should I prepare for a red envelope? Hua Beichen couldn't help but smile at her words. The salaries he paid his legal team were quite substantial, and Su Tian's small gesture seemed insignificant. Don't worry about that, he said gently. He's my college buddy. You don't need to treat him like an outsider. If you mention a red envelope, he might not even show up for the meal. Su Tian nodded thoughtfully, understanding his point. Halfway through their drive, a charming boutique caught Su Tian's eye. Her face lit up. Mr. Hua, can we stop for a moment? I'd like to take a look inside. Hua Beichen obliged, pulling over to the side of the road and accompanying her into the store. He assumed she wanted to shop, but she surprised him by asking, Mr. Hua, is your friend married? Does he have children? If not, does he have a girlfriend? Seeing Hua Beichen momentarily at a loss for words, Su Tian explained, since he won't accept payment, I thought I'd buy some gifts for his family as a token of appreciation. I know you men might not care about these things, but it's my way of showing gratitude. Hua Beichen was caught off guard. He usually saw his friend as a subordinate and never inquired about his personal life. Su Tian's expectant gaze left him no escape, not even a chance to call and verify. He stammered, improvising, he's married and has a 5 or 6-year-old son. Wow, he got married really early. Su Tian exclaimed, then picked out a delicate remote-controlled car. Hua Beichen touched his nose awkwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they opened the door to their private room and found the young lawyer already seated inside. Su Tian approached him politely. Mr. Chen, sorry we're late. Mr. Chen quickly stood up, flattered. No need to apologize, Miss Su. I came early. He almost addressed her as young mistress, but remembered not to reveal Hua Beichen's identity and swallowed his words. Just call me Su Tian, she smiled. Noticing Mr. Chen's slight unease, Hua Beichen patted his shoulder reassuringly. After they all sat down, Mr. Chen poured water for both of them. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. Su Tian sincerely praised his hospitality. She picked up the menu, carefully inquiring about Mr. Chen's preferences, and ordered several signature dishes, ensuring a balance of meat and vegetables. During the meal, Su Tian expressed her gratitude again, Mr. Chen. We truly appreciate your help. It's nothing really, Mr. Chen waved his hand modestly, thinking it was just part of his duties assigned by Hua Beichen. After the meal, Su Tian handed Mr. Chen the gift she had chosen. This is a toy for your child. Please give him our regards. Mr. Chen was momentarily stunned. He didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a child. But catching Hua Beichen's eye, he quickly understood and accepted the gift with a grateful smile. Thank you on behalf of my child. Throughout the meal, Hua Beichen remained mostly silent and somewhat aloof. Fortunately, Su Tian's sweet and charming demeanor, along with Mr. Chen's efforts to keep the conversation lively, maintained a pleasant atmosphere. After saying goodbye to Mr. Chen, Su Tian couldn't help but ask, Mr. Hua, are you in a bad mood today? No, Hua Beichen replied calmly. That's just how I am with friends. Su Tian realized that Hua Beichen's interaction with Mr. Chen was similar to his interactions with Yuang. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a cold sweat on his back, truly understanding the phrase, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. Looking at the toy in his hands, he couldn't help but smile wryly one meal, and he somehow ended up with an imaginary child. At the Hua Group's branch office, it wasn't yet quitting time, but Hua Beichen began packing up his things. Yuang was surprised. Brother Chen, are you heading out? Do you need me to call for the car? No need, Hua Beichen replied tersely. Yuang followed him. It's not even the end of the workday yet. He was puzzled since Hua Beichen rarely had other engagements besides work and had been working late into the night recently. Is there anything I can help with? Hua Beichen straightened his clothes. No, just go do whatever you want. Yuang, not an official employee of the Hua Group, was often sent by family elders to learn from Hua Beichen. While Hua Beichen occasionally guided him, he mostly let him be. Watching Hua Beichen leave, Yuang was filled with curiosity. Hua Beichen drove to a large supermarket. Although the market offered fresher and cheaper produce, he disliked the environment there and opted for the supermarket instead. While selecting vegetables, his phone rangeit was his father. You brat, you got married and didn't even bother to call me. If your grandma hadn't mentioned it, your mom and I would still be in the dark. Hua Jingye's robust voice boomed. I didn't want to interrupt your worldwide romantic getaway with mom, Huabeichen retorted, thinking his parents' time together was more precious than their son's news. Haha, true enough, Huijinga laughed. When your mom and I get back, we'll visit Fan City to meet our daughter-in-law. Huabeichen had nothing to say. It seemed he was indeed less important in his father's eyes. What's all that noise? Something about a seafood sale? Huijinga asked, puzzled. I'm at the supermarket buying groceries. My son has grown up. Buying groceries now. I'm impressed. Huijinga exclaimed with satisfaction. Huabeichen was speechless. His father had never praised him this much, not even when he got into an Ivy League school at 14 or started managing the family business at 22. Before he could respond, his father added, a proper meal should have at least 4 dishes and 1 soup for balanced nutrition. And you should vary the menu weekly to keep things fresh. That's the standard for a good husband. Huabeichen was even more speechless. Gotta go, Dad. Bye. Hey, I wasn't done talking. Huabeichen decisively hung up. 4 dishes and 1 soup? He looked down at his cart and realized he was still 1 dish short. Tian packed up her things, ready to leave work. Tang Shui and Mei Mei walked out with her. Tian took a neatly folded reusable bag out of her purse with practiced ease. Su, are you going to the market again? Mei Mei asked curiously. Yeah, going to buy groceries and cook dinner, Tian replied with a smile, her tone revealing that this routine was second nature to her. Living with the Su family, this had become her daily rhythm. For her, grocery shopping and cooking were no longer a challenge. Mei Mei stuck out her tongue, a hint of envy in her eyes. You're really a woman who can handle both the living room and the kitchen. Your husband must be overjoyed. Tian chuckled and shook her head. Cooking isn't just for him. I need to eat too. Not many girls know how to cook these days, Mei Mei sighed. Sometimes I really envy you, Su. You can do anything. Tian shrugged. If no one else does it, you have to do it yourself. I'm lazy. I just order takeout, Mei Mei admitted, then turned to Tang Shui. What about you, Tang Shui? Tang Shui laughed helplessly. If a girl like you doesn't cook, do you think I do? I go to my mom's place to eat. The 3 of them shared a laugh, each content in their own way of living. Alright, I'm off. Bye. Tian waved goodbye. Mei Mei and Tang Shui headed to catch the subway, while Tian rode her electric scooter towards the market. After buying groceries, Tian rode back to Sunshine Community. As soon as she opened the door, an inviting aroma of food greeted her. She instinctively thought it was the neighbor's cooking. After changing her shoes, Tian was surprised to see Huabeichen coming out of the kitchen. He was wearing an apron, his sleeves rolled up, exposing his muscular forearms. His broad shoulders and slim waist were accentuated by the apron. He placed the last dish on the table and calmly said, "Wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Tian widened her eyes at the sight of the delicious 4 dishes and a soup. Did you make all this? Huabeichen raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. Did you forget that I told you I can cook? I remember, but I didn't know you could cook like this. Tian's eyes sparkled. I thought you could only stir-fry some vegetables and make soup. How did you even cook Boston lobster? And it smells amazing. I saw it on sale, Huabeichen explained calmly, then noticed the groceries in Tian's hands. Wait, let me make something else. We already have plenty of food, Tian hesitated. It's enough, Huabeichen nodded. But I saw an old lady at the market selling freshly ground cornmeal. I bought a bag and plan to make corn pancakes. It can't be stored, so I have to use it. Tian's eyes lit up, and she quickly got to work. She skillfully mixed the cornmeal with corn flour and wheat flour, soon making a plate of fragrant corn pancakes. Tasting one, she was pleased. It tastes just like the ones I had in the countryside when I was a kid. My grandma used to make these every year during the corn harvest. Try it. Huabeichen tasted it and praised the nostalgic flavor. They began enjoying dinner, and Tian couldn't stop complimenting the dishes. Your cooking is amazing. Huabeichen, meanwhile, kept serving her food, quietly looking after her. Seeing him frequently eat the corn pancakes, Tian kindly reminded, eat more of the dishes first. The pancakes can be stored, but the dishes will go to waste if not eaten. In the end, they almost finished all the food, and Tian was stuffed. After dinner, Huabeichen volunteered to do the dishes. Watching him busy in the kitchen, Tian thought about how she had envied Tang Shui and Mei Mei's happiness earlier that afternoon. Now, she realized she was just as happy. What made Tian feel even more fortunate was the dishwasher at home, so she didn't even have to lift a finger. Huabeichen noticed the leftover corn pancakes and asked, "Will you eat these tomorrow? If not, I'll take them to the office." "Sure. Take them all." Tian agreed happily and quickly found a glass container to pack them up. "If I get home early tomorrow, I'll do the grocery shopping and cooking again," Huabeichen said. Tian frowned slightly, concerned. "Doesn't preparing a meal like this take a lot of time? You had everything ready when I got home today. Did you not work this afternoon?" "Work has been slow lately, so I have more free time. I might not get the chance to cook this much when things get busy," Huabeichen explained. "I'm just worried it might interfere with your work." Hu Beichin smiled. It doesn't. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Hua, Su Tian sincerely said. It's no trouble. A home is a place where everyone shares responsibilities. Hu Beichin's words made Su Tian's cheeks warm. She suddenly realized that Hu Beichin seemed fully adapted to married life. She studied him carefully but found no particular signs. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it. The next day, Hu Beichin took the container of corn pancakes to work. At the office, he placed it in the break room fridge. After delivering some documents, his assistant Li Tang went to the break room to make coffee. He noticed the unfamiliar container in the fridge and found it odd. After all, the fridge usually only held the coffee he personally stocked for Mr. Hua. What's this? Li Tang muttered, reaching for the container to inspect it, concerned it might be something dangerous. At that moment, Hu Beichin cleared his throat. Startled, Li Tang almost dropped the container. Panicking, he tried to catch it but was too late. Fortunately, Hu Beichin reacted quickly, catching the container midair. Li Tang looked up to see Hu Beichin inspecting it like a prized possession, his expression stern. Li Tang turned pale, realizing it must be something important to Mr. Hua. He quickly explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. I didn't know what it was and wanted to check if it was safe. Don't let it happen again, Hu Beichin said, carefully placing the container back in the fridge. I brought my wife's homemade lunch today, so no need to order lunch for me. Li Tang was stunned, detecting a hint of pride in Mr. Hua's voice. At lunchtime, Hu Beichin heated the corn pancakes in the microwave. Just as he was about to eat, He Wang walked in. Hey, what did Li Tang get you this time? He Wang reached for the food without hesitation. Hu Beichin usually didn't mind sharing, but this time, he slapped He Wang's hand away before he could touch the food. He Wang was taken aback. Can I have a bite? Li Tang can order more, right? No, Hu Beichin said sternly, my wife made this specifically for me. Oh. He Wang drawled, finally understanding. Your wife made it. I'll ask her to make some for me too. Don't you dare, Hu Beichin warned. He Wang backed off, realizing this was serious. It was the first time he had seen Hu Beichin so protective over food. Hu Beichin slowly ate a corn pancake and calmly said, even if you dared, Su Tian wouldn't make it for you. He Wang, deprived of the corn pancakes, felt like he had just been fed a mouthful of dog food. He dejectedly went to find Li Tang to have lunch together. Su Tian arrived at the 18th floor of Baojin Mall with great anticipation. She had her eye on a commercial space there. As she pushed open the door, sunlight streamed in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire area. This place used to be a wedding photography studio, but the previous owner had moved on to a better location due to their thriving business. Su Tian looked around and started planning the layout of her future studio. A few days ago, she had already paid the transfer fee and rent, and hired workers for some basic renovations. Today, she came to inspect the results. After carefully checking every corner, she nodded in satisfaction and hurried home on her electric scooter. When she opened the door, Hu Beichin was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Seeing Su Tian's cheerful expression, he couldn't help but smile slightly. What's got you so happy? My new place is ready, Su Tian said excitedly. In 2 days, we can move this studio. So soon? Hu Beichin was a bit surprised. Yes, I've been pushing the workers to make sure there's no delay, Su Tian explained. Hu Beichin nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you've been coming home so late recently. You eat, take a shower, and go straight to bed. He had been living there for a while but had few chances to spend time with Su Tian. The cozy evenings he had hoped for, like taking walks or watching TV together, hadn't happened yet. Su Tian apologized. I've been really busy. Thank you for taking care of the house. She realized she hadn't done any housework for days. But after the move, things will settle down, and I won't be this busy. Hu Beichin pretended not to mind. I support you having a job you love. But he felt a bit sour inside, wondering if work was more important than him. He softly added, I hope once things settle down, you'll spend more time at home. Su Tian nodded repeatedly, of course. Working hard is also for a better life. 3 days later, it was moving day for the studio. Hu Beichin took the day off to help. Don't ride your scooter today. Let's use my bike, Hu Beichin suggested. Su Tian agreed happily and grabbed her bag. She expected to see Hu Beichin's Jetta but was surprised when he rolled out an electric motorcycle. When did you switch vehicles? Su Tian asked in surprise. I didn't, Hu Beichin explained. Parking is limited in the neighborhood, and this is more convenient. The Jetta is at the office. Su Tian realized. So this bike is yours. I was wondering who it belonged to the other day, thinking it looked nice but would need someone tall to ride it. Hu Beichin easily swung his long legs over the bike, making Su Tian secretly admire his physique. This bike can carry two. Hold on tight, Hu Beichin said as he started the engine. Su Tian wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling the firmness of his muscles. Hu Beichin smiled slightly, enjoying her gentle touch but quickly focused on driving. When they arrived, Lu Ting and her boyfriend Meng Xinghui were already waiting. Su. Lu Ting ran over. I brought Meng Xinghui to help with the move. Thank you so much, Su Tian said sincerely. Lu Ting discreetly sized up Huabeichen, noticing how he was attentive to Su Tian despite his reserved demeanor. She nudged Su Tian. Are you two together now? Not yet, Su Tian shook her head. I've been too busy to think about it. He's so handsome. Don't waste the opportunity. If you like him, go for it. Lu Ting encouraged. Just then Meng Xinghui greeted Huabeichen. Huabeichen nodded politely and handed out drinks he had just bought. Soon after, Huang also arrived. Chan Ge, Su Sa, I'm here to help. Everyone divided the tasks. Su Tian, Tang Shui, and Mei Mei handled sorting and packing. Lu Ting labeled the boxes, and Huabeichen, Huang, and Meng Xinghui carried the items. With so many hands, by evening, everything was moved into Baojin Mall and mostly organized. Seeing her dream studio become a reality, Su Tian beamed with joy. Thank you all for your hard work today. Dinner's on me. What do you want to eat? Mei Mei suggested. Su, can we try your cooking? I've heard you're a great cook but never had the chance to taste it. Huang chimed in. I'm sure Su Sa's cooking is delicious. Chen Ge always treasures the food she makes. Huabeichen cleared his throat. Everyone's tired today, and it's getting late. Let's eat out. His protective tone made everyone laugh good-naturedly. Lu Ting proposed. Let's find a place nearby. We're all exhausted. Mei Mei joked. Brother-in-law girls like Su, who can cook and manage a household, are rare. You should cherish her. Su Tian blushed, thinking about how Huabeichen had been doing most of the cooking and housework lately. His meals were so good that she felt she had gained weight. Huabeichen glanced at Su Tian, who almost blurted out, I will cherish her. Huang sighed enviously. Chen Ge can't cook, but with Su Sa taking care of him, he's lucky. I wonder when I'll meet my miss, right? Su Tian was startled. What was Huang talking about? Huabeichen couldn't cook? Then what had she been eating? Huabeichen leaned in and whispered, Huang has never tasted my cooking. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Really? He's missing out. It turned out that Huabeichen's cooking skills were a well-kept secret. Even his father, who also enjoyed cooking, never boasted about his son's culinary talents. Apart from his grandparents and parents, hardly anyone had tasted Huabeichen's dishes. It was no wonder Huang hadn't experienced it. Watching Huabeichen and Su Tian whispering, Huang felt like he was being fed dog food again. His ears burned, suspecting they were talking about him but had no proof. In the end, Huabeichen chose a hot pot restaurant. While waiting for the food, Su Tian and Lu Ting went to the restroom. Lu Ting voiced her concern. Su, you did all the housework at the Su family. Will it be the same after marriage? What they said earlier really bothered me. I'm worried you're being taken advantage of by your family, and now by a man. Shu, it's not like that. Su Tian lowered her voice. He's been doing the housework lately. The only thing I do is wash my personal clothes when I bathe. You're not lying to me? I promise. Lu Ting finally relaxed but still reminded her, he doesn't have money or a house, so it's fair he does more housework. Don't feel sorry for him and take everything on yourself. Su Tian explained earnestly, we agreed that family matters should be shared equally. We won't dump everything on one person. Whoever has time will take on more. She paused, her tone softening, and please don't mention his lack of money or a house. It hurts his pride. He just hasn't settled down yet and hasn't decided where to buy a house. A sly look flashed in Lu Ting's eyes as she teased. Oh, already defending him? Su Tian shook her head firmly. I'm just stating the facts. Her gaze softened as she recalled Huabeichen's efforts, a warm feeling rising in her heart. I hadn't noticed before, but Huabeichen has taken on so much without complaint. It took everyone's reminder for me to realize his contributions. Her lips curved into an involuntary smile as she continued. Huabeichen is quite smart. He's got a dishwasher, a robot vacuum, and even a shoe washer. He's good at making life easier. Su Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration. He knows how to live well. The steam from the hot pot rose, mingling with the lively chatter around the table. Lu Ting leaned closer to Meng Xinghui, whispering something. Meng Xinghui nodded, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, and offered them to the men at the table, but everyone politely declined. Just as Meng Xinghui was about to light a cigarette, Huabeichen spoke up in a deep, commanding voice. This is a no-smoking area. His tone left no room for argument, compelling compliance. Meng Xinghui hesitated, then awkwardly put away the cigarette. Sorry about that. He apologized quietly. After the meal, everyone's spirits were still high. Someone suggested booking a private room for drinks and karaoke, and the idea was met with enthusiastic agreement. Su Tian handed the drink menu to everyone, smiling, Don't hold back today. Order whatever you like. She had already ordered quite a bit, and the others added more of their own choices. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Su Tian's phone suddenly rang. She stepped out onto the balcony to answer it. On the other end was her mother, Su Luhua. Su Tian, I heard you opened a studio? Yes. Su Tian replied briefly, knowing she couldn't keep it a secret. She had recently dedicated herself to this venture, needing a lot of fabric and visiting many shops. The news was bound to reach Su Luhua sooner or later. Did you invest all the money you got from leaving the Su family? Su Luhua's tone grew, increasingly displeased. Pretty much. Su Tian responded calmly. Su Luhua's voice rose. Do you know how hard it is to run a business in this industry? How much money do you think you can throw at it? I don't have that much money to lend you. Taking a deep breath to control her emotions, Su Tian said, Mom, if you're calling to talk about this, you don't need to. I won't ask you for money. Even if you're married, you're still my daughter. Su Luhua's voice sharpened. Can't I say a few words? I'm just worried you'll lose everything, including your house. Where will you live then? Feeling her good mood of the day completely ruined, Su Tian couldn't take it anymore and hung up. When Su Luhua called back, Su Tian put her phone on silent and ignored it. The balcony door opened softly, and Hui Beichen walked in. Su Tian turned to him, forcing a smile. Mr. Hua. What's wrong? Hui Beichen asked with concern. Lowering her head, Su Tian felt the suppressed grievance welling up again. Hui Beichen said warmly, I may not be able to help much, but talking about it might make you feel better. Of course, if you don't want to, that's okay too. Hearing his familiar words, Su Tian couldn't help but smile genuinely. Hui Beichen handed her a bottle of mineral water. She took a sip before saying, My mom called and said some disheartening things. Just as Hui Beichen was about to comfort her, his phone rang. It was a video call from his grandmother. Su Tian whispered, Go ahead and answer. It's fine. Hui Beichen answered the call. His grandmother's cheerful voice came through. Beichen, I heard my granddaughter-in-law's studio open today? Hui Beichen clarified, Not quite an opening, just moving to a new place. That's still worth celebrating. His grandmother said excitedly, Is my granddaughter-in-law there? I want to congratulate her. Before Hui Beichen could refuse, Su Tian had already put on a smile and responded, I'm here, Grandma Hua. Oh my, this is Su Tian? You really live up to your name, so sweet. Grandma Hua exclaimed with delight. Feeling a bit shy, Su Tian replied, Grandma, you're making me blush. Why are you still calling me Grandma Hua? She chided gently. Su Tian quickly corrected herself, Hello, Grandma. The two chatted warmly, and Su Tian's mood gradually improved. Grandma Hua suggested, Let's add each other on WeChat so we don't have to go through this guy. Sure, Grandma. Su Tian agreed happily. Hui Beichen chimed in, I'll send Su Tian's WeChat to you later, Grandma. He joked. Maybe I was just a bonus with a phone plan. Grandma Hua laughed. All right. Tian, since you've moved to a new office, Grandma should celebrate with you. I'll send you a gift to wish you success and fulfillment of your dreams. Su Tian quickly declined. There's no need, Grandma. Your call is already the best gift. No, I insist. Grandma Hua said firmly, Catch this? Su Tian was puzzled until Grandma Hua sent a virtual kiss on the screen. The adorable gesture made Su Tian burst into laughter. After hanging up, Su Tian sincerely said, Grandma is so wonderful. No wonder Mr. Hua is so considerate. Hui Beichen looked at her. Grandma really likes you. Su Tian's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. I really like Grandma too. She reminds me of the grandmother who took care of me in the countryside when I was little. They both have the same kind and gentle demeanor. You lived in the countryside before? Hui Beichen asked, a bit surprised. Su Tian nodded and began to share her past. Yes, after I was born, my parents were disappointed I was a girl. They sent me to live with a distant relative's grandmother in the countryside, even before I was weaned. My parents were busy trying for a son, so she took care of me. Her eyesight and hearing weren't great, but she always did her best to make me happy. Listening, Hui Beichen's brows furrowed slightly, feeling displeased with Su Tian's parents. Su Tian continued, Sadly, she passed away when I was 6. My parents took me back to the Su family. I never got the chance to repay her. Her mood sank as she looked at the stars, her eyes filled with longing. Hui Beichen gently reassured her, She knows you're doing well now. She must be very proud of you from above. Su Tian nodded, I understand. She had no children of her own, and I was her only concern. I won't let her worry, and my grandfather treats me really well too. I should live happily and not worry about what others think. Only then can those who truly care about me feel at ease. Su Tian spoke softly, her eyes shining with determination. Hui Beichen listened quietly, his gaze gentle. Suddenly, he reached out as if to grab something invisible from the air near Su Tian's ear and then flung his hand outward. Then let's throw away the worries, he said, his voice warm and firm. Su Tian was amused by his sudden gesture, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Seeing her reaction, Hui Beichen clenched his fist and slowly opened his palm in front of her. Hold on to happiness. In his palm lay 2 wedding rings, the exact ones Su Tian had admired before. Su Tian's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked with a smile, Did you get paid? Yes, I did, and I bought them right away. Hui Beichen replied nonchalantly, not revealing that he had actually commissioned a designer to create top-tier replicas, far more valuable than the originals. Su Tian eagerly slipped on the ring, showing it off to Hui Beichen with delight. It's beautiful, she beamed. Huabeichen put on his own ring and nodded gently. It is beautiful. At that moment, Lu Ting poked her head in, curiously asking, what's so beautiful? She had been worried about Su Tian taking so long to return from a phone call and couldn't help but speak up when she saw Huabeichen. Su Tian excitedly showed Lu Ting the ring on her finger. My wedding ring. Wow, it's gorgeous. Lu Ting exclaimed, then lowered her voice to ask, was it expensive? Pretty expensive, Su Tian whispered back, but Mr. Hua bought it. Let me take a closer look, Lu Ting said, leaning in. The two girls happily examined the ring together, while Huabeichen watched the heartwarming scene, a small smile playing on his lips. He no longer minded the minor regret of not personally putting the ring on Su Tian's finger. The scene shifts to a branch of the Hua Corporation. He Wang was deeply engrossed in his game when a video call interrupted him. Annoyed, he hung up, but the caller persistently called back. He Wang finally answered, his tone irritated. Liang Yinrui, are you looking for trouble? I hung up once, can't you take a hint? It's urgent, said Liang Yinrui, his fiery red hair and serious expression filling the screen. He Wang was taken aback by his tone. What's so urgent? I heard Huabeichen got married? He Wang hesitated for a moment before admitting, yeah. Liang Yinrui exploded. How could he do that? Wasn't he supposed to cancel the engagement? What about my sister? He Wang shrugged dismissively. Why don't you call him and ask? I'm busy gaming. Liang Yinrui, however, didn't dare contact Huabeichen directly. He tugged at his hair in frustration. My sister always said she would marry him. How could he do this? He Wang reminded him, Liang Yinrui, have you forgotten? Your sister has been missing for over 20 years, and we still haven't found her. But that doesn't change the fact that she had her eye on him. Liang Yinrui stubbornly insisted. How could he marry so soon? Couldn't he wait a couple more years? He Wang said dismissively, well, find her first, then we'll talk. I'm going back to my game. With that, he hung up the video call. Just then, Huabeichen walked by after a meeting and frowned. What's all the noise about? Liang Yinrui called. No need to explain. Huabeichen's expression darkened. He had heard enough about Liang Yunrui's sister to last a lifetime. It was just a childhood promise made when she was 5, and she had been missing for years. Huabeichen never took it seriously, and certainly wouldn't let it affect his life decisions. Meanwhile, Su Tian's studio was thriving. She was considering hiring 2 more people. While she was busy, a wealthy lady called, requesting Su Tian to personally deliver 2 custom birthday dresses. Su Tian agreed to make the delivery. Despite Mimi's offer to go, Su Tian decided to go herself to handle any possible fitting issues. Following the address, Su Tian took a taxi to a high-end hotel. As they neared the hotel, a convoy of luxury cars blocked the way. The driver carefully maneuvered around them, wary of damaging any of the expensive vehicles. After the convoy entered the hotel, Su Tian got out of the taxi. She saw a group of bodyguards escorting someone into the lobby and felt a fleeting gaze upon her before it disappeared. Walking among the bodyguards, Huabeichen whispered to He Wang, Su Tian is here. Make sure the hotel staff don't give her any trouble, no matter what she's here for. Got it, He Wang promptly went to make arrangements. Huabeichen had important work today and didn't want Su Tian to see him in full security detail. He quickly walked into the lobby and disappeared into the elevator. At the hotel entrance, Su Yuro, Xiao Shen, and Su Luhua arrived, chatting and laughing. A hotel staff member warmly greeted them, and they walked into the lobby. Su Luhua suddenly spotted Su Tian, and her face darkened. This disobedient second daughter always caused her trouble. Last time, she married off casually and took away one of her houses, leaving her fuming. Now seeing her here again, Su Luhua couldn't help but wonder, has her studio already gone bankrupt, and is she now so desperate for money? Su Luhua decided she would never lend her any money to waste. Sensing her mother's concern, Su Yuro softly explained, Mom, this hotel is membership only. Ordinary people can't get in. Hearing this, Su Luhua felt slightly relieved. Su Yuro then gently looked at Xiao Shen and added, just one annual membership card costs $500,000. If it weren't for Brother Shen's friend, we couldn't have gotten in. It's all thanks to Brother Shen. Xiao Shen felt quite pleased hearing this. He appreciated Su Yuro's perceptive nature, knowing how to value his contributions. Unlike Su Tian, who always seemed overly self-conscious. He thought to himself, if only Su Yuro had a bit more of Su Tian's looks, she would be perfect. Just then, Su Tian approached the hotel entrance. A security guard stopped her politely, saying, Miss, please scan your face. Nearby stood a high-end facial recognition device. As Su Tian was about to comply, the lobby doors suddenly opened, and the hotel manager personally came out to greet her. Miss, please come in. No need to scan your face. All guests are welcome, the manager said courteously. He had received instructions to treat this distinguished guest with top VIP service without making her feel singled out. Su Tian thanked him politely and explained, I'm here to deliver something, but my client needs a bit more time before coming down. May I wait in the lobby? Of course, feel free to sit anywhere, the manager responded warmly. Su Tian chose a seat in the far corner of the lobby, not wanting to disturb others. Soon, a server brought her drinks, a fruit platter, chocolates, hot towels, and a wool blanket. Su Tian was a bit flustered, saying, I'm just waiting for someone. I didn't order anything, and I'm not dining or staying here. You don't need to bring me anything. The server smiled and explained, even if you're not consuming now, it doesn't mean you won't in the future. We serve all guests and potential guests. Su Tian had no choice but to accept the hospitality, thinking this was her first time in Fancheng's top hotel, and the service was surprisingly excellent. As she waited, she tasted the fruit, marveling at the large, sweet cherries and the juicy cantaloupe. Not long after, a wealthy lady called Su Tian, saying it would take a bit longer. Su Tian didn't mind waiting. The lobby's air conditioning was perfect, and she felt comfortable wrapped in the wool blanket. At that moment, Su Yuro came downstairs and saw Su Tian still there, frowning slightly. She approached Su Tian and asked in a hostile tone, Su Tian, I remember you are married, right? Su Tian calmly replied, yes, so what? Su Yuro, irritated by her attitude, snapped, I heard you went to see Brother Shin last time. I let it slide. Now you're here again, don't you think that's too much? Su Tian finally understood Su Yuro's implication and countered. What do you mean? Do you think I followed Xiao Shin here? What else? Do you think you came with your poor husband? Su Yuro mocked. Su Tian's expression turned cold. Sis, if you want to talk about me, fine. But there's no need to drag Huibei-chin into this or constantly bring up his income. Don't forget, a little over a year ago, Xiao Shin could also be described as poor. Su Yuro, stung by Su Tian's sharp words, retorted angrily. Su Tan, Xiao Shin is now worlds apart from before. The height he can reach is something you can never achieve in your lifetime. Su Tian smiled and shot back. Oh really? I can't achieve that, after all. My mom isn't a mistress waiting for the legitimate wife to die so she can finally be recognized, making her son barely the young master. Su Yuro's face turned ashen, not expecting Su Tian to know these details. She suppressed her anger and sneered. Su Tan, you're really something. You've already taken mom's house, and now you want to win back Xiao Shen. You must have just learned about Xiao Shen's status, right? Su Tian responded coldly, I don't care about his status. Then why are you here? Su Yuro gritted her teeth. Su Tian impatiently explained, this hotel isn't owned by you or him. I'm here for work. Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Su Yuro, unwilling to let go, pressed on, so many coincidences? Was it also a coincidence you went to see him last time? Pushed to her limit, Su Tian sneered, last time? I happen to have a recording from then. Do you want to hear it? She took out her phone and played a recording. Xiao Shin's voice came through clearly, this man is just good-looking but so poor. Are you sure you can be happy with him? Come back to me. I'll change, isn't that enough? At least I can give you a luxurious life. Every word was audible, and Su Yuro's face turned even uglier. Su Tian had anticipated this recording would be useful, and it certainly was now. Su Yuro's face turned deathly pale as she listened to the familiar voice. She stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, emotions swirling inside. Was this really the man who had promised to treat her well for a lifetime? The same man who constantly claimed that Su Tian was the one chasing after him? Su Tian. Xiao Shin's voice suddenly broke the tension. He quickly walked over to Su Yuro. His eyes filled with anger and pointed at Su Tian demanding, what are you trying to achieve by fabricating these lies about me? He then turned to Su Yuro, urgently explaining, Yuro, don't believe her recordings. They must be doctored to slander me. Su Yuro's expression shifted from confusion to resolve. Standing beside Xiao Shen, she coldly glared at Su Tian. So that's how it is. Su Tian, you really haven't given up. You still think Brother Shen will take you back. Facing their accusations, Su Tian shook her head helplessly, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Even Zhu Beiji isn't as good at shifting blame as you two. I can't deal with you anymore. I'm leaving. She glanced at her watch, realizing her appointment with a client was approaching, and she didn't want to waste any more time here. However, Su Yuro wasn't ready to let her go. She reached out to grab Su Tian, her voice carrying a threat. Su Tian, you're not going anywhere until you explain yourself. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the hotel, Huibei-chin was in the middle of an important meeting. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned and asked, He Wang, what's happening downstairs with Su Tian? He Wang looked puzzled. What do you mean? I made sure she was well taken care of. Huibei-chin frowned slightly. Go check it out. He Wang hurriedly left the meeting room, wondering what could possibly go wrong in the best hotel in Fancheng. But when he peeked downstairs, he immediately saw someone pulling and tugging at Su Tian. He quickly instructed his subordinates to handle it. Glancing back at Huibei-chin's direction, He Wang thought to himself, does Brother Chen have a camera on his wife or something? How does he notice even the smallest things? Just as Su Yuro reached out to grab Su Tian again, two tall and burly security guards appeared in time, restraining Su Yuro. Xiaoshan frowned immediately, questioning, "What's going on? We're guests here." The security guards responded impassively, "This hotel is for members only. Do you have membership cards?" Xiaoshan was at a loss for words and could only explain, "I don't have one yet. I was brought in by my father's friend for dinner." Su Yuro was equally speechless. Xiaoshan tried to salvage the situation, "I'll have one soon. My information has already been given to my father's assistant, and I'll get it shortly." The security guards remained unmoved. "So, you don't have one now?" With that, they also restrained Xiaoshan. "You two have caused too much disturbance. Our hotel must ask you to leave. For the safety and comfort of our other guests, you will be permanently banned from this hotel." Xiaoshan and Su Yuro exchanged glances, still in shock, as the security guards escorted them out. Xiaoshan was filled with rage and humiliation. Not only had he embarrassed himself in front of his father's friends, but being permanently banned also meant he had to explain himself to his father. Su Yuro's face was equally grim. She had just begun to touch the upper echelons of high society, only to be permanently barred from a prestigious hotel. Worse yet, soon after, Su Luhua was also asked to leave. The friend who had invited them was already embarrassed by the situation, and now looked at them disdainfully, as if they were insignificant nobodies. After learning the details, Su Luhua was furious, silently cursing Su Tian for the trouble. Meanwhile, Su Tian was also feeling flustered. She realized that although the hotel had been kind to her, her argument had indeed caused trouble. She quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry. Before she could finish, the hotel manager arrived with an apologetic expression. He spoke softly, "Miss Su, we apologize for any unpleasantness you experienced. To make amends, we would like to offer you a membership card and a year of free services. You're welcome to visit anytime." Su Tian was taken aback. "There must be some mistake. It really wasn't your fault." The manager quickly explained, "We reviewed the surveillance footage and it's clear who was at fault. Our hotel does not tolerate rude guests, but we strive to provide the best service for all others. So please, don't feel burdened. This is our way of making things right." Faced with such sincerity, Su Tian had no choice but to accept. The manager helped her register for a facial recognition membership card and sent the free service vouchers to her phone. When Su Tian finally met her client, she was still a bit dazed. The wealthy lady noticed her free service vouchers and laughed. Su, you're really lucky. The last person to get those vouchers was quite a while ago." Only then did Su Tian realize how generous the hotel truly was. The wealthy lady indeed needed some alterations to her clothes due to changes in her weight. Fortunately, Su Tian was there in person to make the adjustments on the spot. The lady was very pleased, twirling in front of the mirror and praising, "You have quite the talent. I'll introduce you to my friends." "Thank you so much," Su Tian replied sincerely. After his meeting, Hu Beichen received a brief report on what had happened at the hotel from Yuang. Curious, he asked, "How did you know Su Tian was being bothered?" Hu Beichen couldn't explain it either, only that he had felt a sudden, inexplicable unease and thought of Su Tian. Huang added, "No wonder Su Yuro treasures Xiaoshan so much. Turns out, he's an illegitimate son of someone from the Liang family." Hu Beichen showed no interest in the Liang family, casually saying, "I don't care whose illegitimate son he is, as long as he doesn't trouble Su Tian. If he does, he'll face bankruptcy." Huang was excited, "Great. When you decide who to bankrupt, just let me know. I'll handle it." He had never gotten the chance to make someone bankrupt and was eager for the experience. That evening, when Hu Beichen returned home, Su Tian was happily bringing dinner out from the kitchen. "I got home early today and cooked." The aroma made Hu Beichen's mouth water. "Smells delicious." Su Tian excitedly asked, "Guess what good thing happened to me today?" Hu Beichen smiled. "Did you secure a design order?" "Well, that's part of it," Su Tian explained. "Mrs. Chen said my clothes made her look younger and slimmer, so she insisted on giving me 2 boxes of sea cucumbers and 2 boxes of cordyceps. I sent 1 box to my grandpa. The other, I'll send to Grandma Hua. We don't need supplements yet." Seeing her think of his grandmother, Hu Beichen's eyes deepened with emotion. "All right. I'll take care of sending it." The Hua family's address was somewhat special, and Hu Beichen wasn't yet ready to share it with her, lest she figure things out too quickly. Su Tian continued, "And there's another thing." She explained about the hotel's free service vouchers. "Isn't it amazing? I can use these vouchers for anything all year, and I can bring a guest too." Hu Beichen nodded seriously. "The hotel does have generous vouchers. I've had friends receive them before." Su Tian's face lit up with a bright smile as she excitedly turned to Hu Beichen. "Mr. Hua, let's go to that hotel this weekend. I've never spent time in such a fancy place before." Hu Beichen was secretly pleased. He had prepared the voucher precisely so Su Tian could use it without worry. Her inviting him along meant the voucher had already served its purpose. Hu Beichen nodded slightly. "Sure, we'll go together." He paused for a moment and added, "But I must say, the food there can't compare to what you cook, not even a fraction. And the bed is just average, nowhere near as comfortable as your guest room. As he spoke, he took out his phone. By the way, I'll share my grandmother's WeChat with you. You should add her. Su Tian readily agreed. Alright, I'll add her right now. She didn't notice that Hubaichin had been meticulously checking his grandmother's moments for the past couple of days, ensuring that nothing inappropriate for Su Tian to see was visible. The next day after work, Hwang arrived at Sunshine Community carrying a large box. Hubaichin allowed him upstairs only after learning that he was delivering a gift from his grandmother. Panting, Hwang said, "Grandma Hua sent the gift to my place, and I brought it over for my sister-in-law." Su Tian quickly took the box, marveling at Grandma Hua's thoughtfulness as she opened it. Inside were two huge white teddy bears dressed as a bride and groom, almost as tall as Su Tian. She was delighted and suggested that she and Hubaichin each keep one, but he declined. As Su Tian poured tea for Hwang, she suddenly began to scrutinize his clothes. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Hwang quickly explained that his mother had bought the outfit. Su Tian praised the fabric and craftsmanship, which made Hubaichin wary. When Hwang was about to leave, Hubaichin stopped him and asked him to leave the clothes behind. Confused but compliant, Hwang did as he was told. Su Tian explained that she wanted to study men's fashion design, prompting Hubaichin to think of asking his grandmother to send some special fabrics from Jinghai. The next day, Hubaichin handed the freshly laundered clothes to Su Tian, who was thrilled and took them to her studio. Later, Hubaichin scolded Hwang in the office for wearing limited edition clothes outside and threatened to throw away all his branded outfits. In the end, he used a Ferrari key as a bribe to ensure Hwang kept the secret. That night, Su Tian fell asleep hugging one of the teddy bears and even sent a photo to Grandma Hua. Seeing Su Tian's affection for the bear, Hubaichin felt a twinge of jealousy and playfully pretended to shoot the bear. Soon after, Grandma Hua received a package from Su Tian containing sea cucumbers and caterpillar fungus. Although these weren't particularly rare in her collection, she still took great care to photograph them beautifully, even having her butler set up special lighting to show her appreciation for the gift. After the photo shoot, Madame Hua beamed with joy and instructed the butler, "Keep this safe. It's a gift from my granddaughter-in-law, and it mustn't get lost." She then posted a meticulously arranged 9-grid collage on her social media with the caption, "Such a thoughtful granddaughter-in-law." The post caused quite a stir in the Hua family's social circle. Questions came flooding in. Some were curious about when Hubaichin got married and why there was no wedding banquet. Others were eager to know the bride's family background and her name, and Madame Hua's old friends were envious, urging their grandsons to learn from Hubaichin. The reactions were varied and numerous. Su Tian also saw the post and quietly liked it. She felt both happy and touched that the small gift she had given had brought Madame Hua so much joy, making her feel that her gesture was appreciated. Recently, Su Tian's design sketches were all focused on menswear. Mimi curiously asked, "We don't have any male customers these days, and we rarely do. Why the sudden focus?" Su Tian explained, "That's because I'm not very familiar with menswear. But a truly good designer should excel in both menswear and womenswear." Tang Shui eagerly volunteered, "I can be your model. You can design clothes based on my measurements. No matter how they turn out, I'll wear them." Mimi laughed, "Don't get too excited. Even if Su Tian's pieces are just practice, they're still top-notch." Su Tian smiled and continued sketching. In her mind, she already had the perfect model Hubaichin. His physique was a walking clothes hanger, broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. Su Tian had noticed that even budget clothes looked expensive on him. She thought those online sellers should use his photos for their product displays. Considering Hubaichin's job, which often required meeting clients, Su Tian felt that a few presentable outfits were necessary. Since she was planning to conquer the menswear field, Hubaichin naturally came to mind first. Tang Shui asked, "Can I at least help with the cutting?" Mimi added, "That sounds more reasonable. I'll continue with the sewing." The two worked together as usual, becoming Su Tian's most reliable assistants. "I'll handle these myself," Su Tian said. Tang Shui and Mimi didn't think much of it and continued with their tasks. Su Tian personally selected the fabrics, cut and sewed, eventually completing 2 shirts and 2 t-shirts. That evening after dinner, Su Tian brought the clothes to Hubaichin. "Mr. Hua, I made some clothes for you. See if you like them." Hubaichin was a bit surprised. "For me? I thought you only made women's wear." Su Tian explained, "I hadn't done menswear before. But for the studio to grow, I need to handle both. This is my first attempt at menswear, so if they don't fit, I'll make adjustments." Knowing these were Su Tian's first menswear pieces, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Hubaichin's eyes. It meant he was the first to wear her designs for men. Hubaichin went to his room to try on each piece, coming out after each change to show Su Tian. To Su Tian's delight, each garment fit perfectly, complementing Hubaichin's impeccable physique. "Mr. Hua, do they fit well?" Su Tian asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "They fit perfectly," Hubaichin nodded. "How did you know my size?" Su Tian's hands were as precise as measuring tapes, a skill honed through her profession. Having ridden Huabeiqin's electric scooter several times and wrapped her arms around his waist, she had a good sense of his measurements. But she didn't want to admit that, so she simply said, "I checked the sizes of the clothes in your wardrobe." Huabeiqin nodded, "Thank you. I really like them." "I'm glad you do." Tian smiled. "Your sense of style and skill are impressive," Huabeiqin commented. "These clothes are far superior to those from international brands." Tian blushed at the compliment. "It's because of your great physique. My clothes just add a little extra touch." That night, Huabeiqin stayed up late, taking numerous pictures of himself in each outfit. He made sure to prominently display his left hand, where his ring finger bore a noticeable ring. Since receiving this ring, he had never shown it off before. Before going to bed, Huabeiqin posted on social media, "A gift from my wife." This post had an even bigger impact than Madame Hua's. After all, Huabeiqin had only ever posted one company meeting notice 5 years ago. Instantly, likes and comments flooded in. The previously unattainable Huabeiqin, single for 28 years, had finally been taken. Men were shocked. Women were heartbroken. Everyone was talking, but no one knew the identity or background of the new Mrs. Hua. The comment section was full of various reactions, and Huabeiqin uncharacteristically replied to a few. "Your wife has great taste. Every piece looks fantastic. She really does. With such a good eye, she must be a beauty. When will you introduce her to us? She is a beauty. Envious. You're a lucky man." "I am very lucky." Huabeiqin's unusual behavior, responding to multiple comments and liking those that pleased him, made some wonder if his account had been hacked. He even disrupted Huang's night out at a bar. His phone was bombarded with calls, more from people asking if Huabeiqin's account was hacked than those inquiring about his marriage. Especially Liang Yunrui, who, unable to get a response from Huabeiqin, turned to Huang. The next day, Huabeiqin wore Tian's clothes to work. Li Tang complimented him as soon as they met. "Mr. Hua, your clothes look amazing." "Really? I think so too. My wife made them," Huabeiqin replied. "She made them herself. Mrs. Hua is so talented, and she has great taste," Li Tang praised. That morning, Huabeiqin was in an exceptionally good mood. He signed off on all the documents Li Tang brought without issue. Even the project department's files, which had minor problems, were met with kind suggestions for improvement. Li Tang came out and told Huang, "Brother Wang, it really works. I'm sticking with you from now on." Huang proudly tossed his head. "Of course it works." Meanwhile, Tian also saw Huabeiqin's social media post. At first, she was puzzled and read it several times to confirm it was indeed from Huabeiqin, who had never posted before. The word wife made Tian's ears burn. She instinctively touched her flushed cheeks. As she continued to browse through the photos taken by Huabeiqin, she was surprised to find that they were quite artistic, perfectly showcasing the essence of the clothes. Impressed, she couldn't help but comment, "With a good figure, even a sack looks good." When Huabeiqin saw this comment, a smile crept onto his face, and he remained in a good mood for the rest of the afternoon. In the evening, Tian received an urgent call. The Su family's housekeeper anxiously said, "Second miss, you need to come to the hospital. The old master is sick." Tian quickly asked for the hospital's address, gave a few brief instructions to Mei Mei and Tang Shui, and rushed to the hospital. On the way, Tian was filled with worry. Her grandfather's health had been poor for years, sometimes lucid, sometimes confused. Since leaving the Su family, her grandfather was the only one she couldn't stop worrying about. When she arrived at the hospital, she saw the housekeeper waiting anxiously. "Where is my grandfather?" Tian asked urgently. The housekeeper explained that the old master's condition had suddenly worsened, and she had immediately called an ambulance. The doctors were currently conducting an examination. Tian quickly completed all the necessary paperwork and anxiously waited for the results. Finally, the doctor came out with a serious expression and said, "The elderly gentleman's blood pressure suddenly spiked, causing vascular issues and a hemorrhage in his brain. We need to operate within 8 hours, but the prognosis is not very optimistic." Was he taking his blood pressure medication regularly? The housekeeper nervously replied that no one had instructed her to give the old master his medication. This answer made Tian furious. She recalled that on her wedding day, when she hurriedly moved out, she had specifically written down her grandfather's medication schedule and care instructions and handed them to her parents, asking them to take good care of him. She hadn't expected them to completely disregard it. Facing Tian's questioning, the housekeeper confirmed once again that no one had informed her about the medication. The doctor sternly criticized, "How could you be so negligent? With such high blood pressure, not taking medication can easily lead to this situation, possibly causing paralysis or a stroke. From now on, you must follow the doctor's orders strictly. You have a few hours to consider the surgery. Who will sign the consent form?" Tian was extremely anxious. It was clear that her grandfather's condition was very serious. She didn't blame the housekeeper after all. She was just doing her job, and it was already commendable that she had taken extra care of her grandfather. "Where are my parents?" Su Tian asked. The housekeeper replied that they had been notified, but her mother said she was meeting a client and couldn't come right away. Su Tian sighed and told the housekeeper, "It's okay, I'll stay here with my grandfather. You can go back now." She then called her father, Su Chengbang, and spoke with the doctor to get more details. By the time she finished, it was already completely dark outside. She noticed numerous missed calls on her phone, all from Hua Beichen. She quickly called back, "Mr. Hua. My grandfather is in the hospital. I'm sorry I didn't hear the phone earlier." Hua Beichen asked for the hospital's name and appeared in the ward within 10 minutes. Seeing Hua Beichen, Su Tian's lips trembled slightly, and although she didn't speak, her eyes were already red. Hua Beichen walked to her side and gently comforted her. "It's okay, I'm here." Su Tian, holding back her tears, told him about the doctor's diagnosis. Hua Beichen reassured her, "Doctors usually explain all the risks to the family, but the actual situation might not be as severe." Su Tian nodded lightly. His presence made her feel much calmer. "Wait for me here. I'll make a phone call," Hua Beichen said as he stepped out of the ward. Su Tian held her grandfather's hand, reminiscing about the past, filled with sadness and guilt. When she was 6, she returned to the Su family. Faced with a spoiled older sister and a pampered younger brother, the little girl from the countryside was naturally not favored by her parents. It was her grandfather who held her hand, bought her delicious rice cakes, and got her a complete set of stationery. Over the years, only her grandfather had loved her unconditionally. Unfortunately, in recent years, his health had deteriorated, and his mind was often confused, sometimes even failing to recognize her. Su Tian had taken care of her ailing grandfather for years, and although his health had always been poor, he had never deteriorated so suddenly as to require emergency hospitalization. Thinking about how she had left him to pursue her freedom, Su Tian felt overwhelmed with guilt. Meanwhile, Hua Beichen was on the phone. "Can you get here in 3 hours?" The person on the other end replied, "Mr. Hua, 3 hours. I'll do my best." Hua Beichen briefly said, "I'll have someone prepare the ticket for you," and then hung up. He went out and bought Su Tian some hot milk and bread. He knew she was in no mood to eat, but he thought she should have something to keep her strength up. Su Tian accepted the food and managed a weak thank you, but she still had little appetite. Hua Beichen persuaded her, "If you don't eat something, you might faint before your grandfather's surgery is even over." Su Tian thought for a moment and forced herself to eat a little. 2 hours later, Su Qingbang and Su Luhua finally arrived at the hospital. As soon as she walked in, Su Luhua started complaining. How could he get sick all of a sudden? "I told you those sea cucumbers and caterpillar fungus Su Tian sent are no good. What's her intention?" The doctor making rounds couldn't hold back and sternly said, "The patient has a history of high blood pressure and should have been taking his medication regularly. This incident was caused by a sudden spike in blood pressure. You must take this seriously. Blaming your daughter won't solve anything." Su Qingbang questioned his wife, "Didn't you give Dad his blood pressure medication?" Su Luhua was momentarily speechless and stammered, "Isn't Su Tian the one handling that?" Facing her husband's questioning, Su Luhua had no answer and could only shift her anger to Su Tian. Su Tian didn't explain it clearly when she left. "How are we supposed to know how to handle this?" Su Tian stood up and calmly said, "Enough. If you want to argue, do it outside. Come back when you're done." Just as Su Luhua was about to retort, she met Hua Beichen's cold gaze and fell silent. Although she wasn't afraid of Hua Beichen, the pressure he exerted made her hesitate. Hua Beichen said, "Go sign the consent form and proceed with the surgery." His tone left no room for argument. Su Qingbang and Su Luhua quickly went to find the doctor and sign the form. After signing, Su Luhua couldn't help but complain. Why is the success rate of the surgery so low? Why waste money on a surgery with such low odds? Su Qingbang's face darkened, and seeing this, Su Luhua had to temporarily hold back her complaints. She silently blamed Su Tian, thinking that after she got married and left, the old man ended up in this situation because no one was taking care of him. At the hospital, the surgery was approaching, and the doctors had already begun preparing Mr. Su for the operation. At that moment, Hua Beichen suddenly spoke up, "Wait a bit longer, I have a doctor friend on the way." Su Luhua was anxious, wanting to go home and sleep, not willing to stay up late and ruin her beauty rest. But in front of Hua Beichen, she didn't dare to act too arrogantly. Hua Beichen turned to Su Tian and gently reassured her, "It won't be long, at most half an hour." Su Qingbang frowned and said, "Beichen, it's not that I don't trust you, but this hospital is the best in Fanqing. The doctors here are top-notch. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it might not be good for my father's health." He deliberately referred to himself as uncle, clearly not considering Hua Beichen as part of the family. Su Tian spoke up, "Dad, Mom, you've already waited for over 2 hours since you got here. I don't think another half hour will make much difference, do you?" Su Qingbang and Su Luhua felt a bit displeased by her words, but had to admit that they weren't as concerned about the old man as they should be. Su Luhua, silently dissatisfied, thought Su Tian had already started siding with her husband just days after getting married. Reluctantly, she agreed, fine, we'll wait. But your friend, is he really better than the doctors here? Don't make empty boasts. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Hua Beichen calmly replied, I will take full responsibility. Su Luhua wanted to say more, but seeing Hua Beichen's expression, she only dared to mutter in her heart, how can you take responsibility? However, she had her own calculations. As long as she didn't have to spend money or effort, it was fine by her. A doctor came over to confirm whether they wanted to wait for the outside doctor to perform the surgery. Su Tian resolutely answered yes. She believed Hua Beichen wouldn't risk her grandfather's health. The doctor, somewhat displeased, asked them to sign a waiver. Su Tian signed it without hesitation. The doctor and other medical staff felt disrespected, believing their professional abilities were being questioned. They murmured among themselves, not understanding why Su Tian placed such trust in her husband's decision. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. A man in his 40s entered, none other than the top-tier expert, Lu Minghua. The doctors present were shocked to recognize this leading figure in the field. Lu Minghua quickly approached Hua Beichen, almost calling him by his full name but switching to Beichen. Is the patient ready? Ready. Just waiting for you to start, Hua Beichen replied. The other doctors expressed their willingness to assist. Lu Minghua swiftly donned surgical attire and led the team to take Mr. Su into the operating room. Although Su Qingbang and Su Luhua didn't know Lu Minghua, they couldn't say anything more. Su Tian anxiously waited, with Hua Beichen holding her hand, silently offering comfort and strength. Finally, the operating room light turned on. Lu Minghua emerged and announced, Beichen, the surgery was successful. The prognosis is very good, and there will be no lasting after effects. He will need to stay in the hospital for a while and then require ongoing care. Hua Beichen thanked him, and Su Qingbang also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Luhua, though silent, didn't look pleased. At this moment, Su Yuro arrived late. Upon hearing that the surgery was successful, she explained that she had been delayed by a dinner party. Su Tian, with a hint of sarcasm, asked about the timing of the dinner, leaving Su Yuro speechless and forced to silently endure her sister's questioning. Su Luhua interrupted the sisters and urged everyone to go home and rest, leaving Su Tian to take care of the old man. Su Tian responded bluntly, of course, I'll stay with Grandpa. Otherwise, I fear no one will remember to give him his medication, leaving him to fend for himself. Her words carried a clear tone of reproach. Facing the Su family, Su Tian's words were sharp and relentless. Each family member had their own guilt and insecurities, leaving no one to argue back. As night deepened, the hospital corridor lights cast a weary glow on their faces. Su Tian turned to Hua Beichen and softly said, Mr. Hua, you should go home and rest. You have work tomorrow and won't get much sleep. My work schedule is more flexible, so I can stay here with Grandpa. Hua Beichen calmly replied, it's all right. I still haven't used annual leave. I'll take a few days off to stay with you. That's too much trouble for you. Su Tian began to say, but Hua Beichen had already taken her hand. His fingers gently caressed her fingertips, causing her cheeks to flush and her heartbeat to echo loudly in the quiet room. Hua Beichen's deep magnetic voice sounded in her ear. Don't forget, we are husband and wife. I want to face this together with you. Su Tian bit her lips slightly, her ears burning hot. Hua Beichen released her hand and gently said, you should rest now. I'll take care of things here. Lying on the hospital's companion bed, Su Tian could still feel the lingering touch of his hand. She tried to calm her racing heart and eventually fell into a deep sleep. When Su Tian opened her eyes again, sunlight was already streaming through the curtains, filling the room. She hurriedly got up and saw Hua Beichen carefully wiping her grandfather's face. Grandpa has already had breakfast. Yours is over there. Hua Beichen pointed to a thermos box. Su Tian opened the box to find the food still warm. Have you eaten? She asked with concern. Yes, I have, Hua Beichen replied, continuing to care for the elderly man. As Su Tian ate her breakfast, she watched Hua Beichen skillfully tend to her grandfather, feeling a surge of gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Hua. Even if it weren't for you, Su Grandpa was my grandpa's comrade in arms. It's my duty to take care of him, Hua Beichen said as he put down the towel and walked over to Su Tian. And, why are you still calling me Mr. Hua? Then what should I call you? What did you call me when you were drunk last time? Su Tian's face turned beet red as she recalled calling him husband in her drunken state. She couldn't bring herself to say it now. She bit her lip, her eyes tinged with red. Hua Beichen chuckled. I'm just teasing you. We'll talk about it when Grandpa gets better. He reached out, and Su Tian didn't evade. She watched as his handsome face came closer until his fingers brushed the corner of her lips, wiping away a grain of rice. Little glutton, Hua Beichen whispered. As he turned to leave, Su Tian instinctively touched the corner of her lips, her face flushed with color. In the following days, Su Luhua and Su Yuro rarely visited, citing busy work schedules. Each visit was brief. In contrast, Lu Ting, Tang Shuai, and Mimi spent more time visiting than the mother-daughter duo. As for Su Jia, Being the only son, his parents shielded him from any burden, fearing he might feel even the slightest discomfort. Su Tian had grown used to this and knew that complaining would be futile. She focused on caring for her grandfather, Su Weigua. Though he lay in bed with a confused gaze, his complexion had notably improved. Grandpa, Su Tian held his hand and gently comforted him. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Weigua seemed a bit more lucid but still confused. Is that you, Tian? Why aren't you at school? The teacher will scold you. It's vacation time, Su Tian reassured him. I'm here to keep you company. Oh, I saved some candy for you. Su Weigua attempted to find the candy but couldn't, growing anxious. Where's the candy I saved for Tian? I already ate it, Grandpa. You forgot? I just ate it, Su Tian soothed. Only then did Su Weigua smile. Good. Study hard and make something of yourself when you grow up. I will, Grandpa. At that moment, Su Weigua noticed Huabeichen standing nearby and became wary. Who's this young man coming to find you? Huabeichen stepped forward, and Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle. She leaned closer to her grandfather and whispered, Grandpa, this is Huabeichen. He's my husband. We got married recently. You got married? So soon? Su Weigua asked in surprise. Huabeichen sat down beside the bed. After scrutinizing him for a while, Su Weigua said, You look a bit like an old friend of mine. Quite handsome. Then he turned serious. Treat Tian well, understand? I used to carry a gun, and I can take on 10 of you young lads with one hand. Huabeichen smiled. I'll take good care of Su Tian, don't worry. The old man, feeling tired, lay down to rest. Huabeichen sat down to peel some fruit and curiously asked Su Tian, Did many young guys come to see you before? Not really, just a dozen or so, Su Tian recalled. But Grandpa chased them all away. It was in elementary school. I didn't have a puppy love. Huabeichen looked satisfied. If I meet those young guys, I'll chase them away too. Under the attentive care of Huabeichen and Su Tian, Grandpa's health improved quickly, and he was about to be discharged. The night before his discharge, Su Luhua and Su Yuro suddenly arrived, bustling around to take care of him. Su Yuro said to Su Tian, you don't need to take care of Grandpa anymore. Mom and I will take him home. Su Tian frowned, wondering if they had a change of heart. Su Luhua explained, taking care of your grandpa is our responsibility. Letting the granddaughter care for him might make people talk. Su Tian nodded, alright, you can take him home. But let me be clear, Grandpa's health has just improved, and he needs to take his medicine on time and get proper nutrition. If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible. Su Yuro dismissed it. Grandpa is my grandpa too. Why wouldn't I take good care of him? Su Tian directly asked, Sis, do you know what medicine Grandpa takes and what food he likes? Su Yuro was at a loss for words, stammering without an answer. Su Luhua quickly stepped in to cover for her daughter. We'll hire an extra caregiver for Grandpa. You're married now, so don't worry about these things. In that case, let's split the medical expenses proportionally, Su Tian said, taking out an organized bill. Su Luhua and Su Yuro were stunned. Su Tian continued, technically, it's my responsibility to care for Grandpa, and I shouldn't complain about bearing all the costs. But since you also have a responsibility, splitting the medical expenses is only fair. Seeing her insistence, Su Yuro had no choice but to take the bill and, after discussing with Su Luhua, reluctantly transferred the money to Su Tian. Taking advantage of Huabeichen's absence, Su Luhua whispered to Su Tian, Stop spending the family's money on that poor man. You'll regret it later. Su Tian and Huabeichen pushed open the door to their home, exhaustion washing over them instantly. It was the first time they had returned together after 7 or 8 days of caring for her grandfather. Despite their fatigue, Su Tian forced herself to stay energetic and quickly headed to the kitchen. She skillfully washed a plate of cherries, water droplets sparkling on the vibrant red fruit. Mr. Hua, have some fruit, Su Tian said, placing the plate in front of Huabeichen, her heart filled with gratitude. She had relied heavily on Huabeichen's help to shoulder the burden of looking after her grandfather. Not to mention, it was Huabeichen who had gone to great lengths to bring in Dr. Lu Minghua. Su Tian wanted to express her thanks but didn't know how to start. Huabeichen picked up a cherry with his long fingers, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Is this how you thank me? Su Tian's cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly suggested, How about I give you a shoulder and back massage? She started to get up but was gently pushed back onto the sofa by Huabeichen. The man leaned closer, his strong masculine scent enveloping Su Tian. She felt a wave of dizziness and her heart began to race. Su Tian, what I want isn't that. Huabeichen's voice was deep and magnetic. What do you want then? Su Tian asked softly, her eyes blinking involuntarily. I want you to seriously consider our relationship, Huabeichen said firmly, locking eyes with her. Su Tian looked puzzled. But we're already married. What I want is more than just our current marriage. Huabeichen's voice carried a hint of longing. Su Tian's face turned even redder. Huabeichen took the opportunity to gently place a cherry between her slightly parted lips. Her soft, inviting lips made his throat tighten, his voice becoming hoarse. What I want is a deeper connection. Su Tian stared at Hu Beichen, watching his handsome face draw closer. Just when she thought he was about to kiss her, Hu Beichen abruptly sat back up. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait, he said, his voice husky with suppressed emotion. Su Tian nodded gently, biting into the cherry, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth. She retreated to her room, Hu Beichen's handsome face lingering in her mind. Hu Beichen got up to take a cold shower. The icy water cascaded over his body, but did nothing to extinguish the fire within him. The restraint he had shown was pushing him to his limits, his mind filled with romantic fantasies. Late that night, Hu Beichen had an erotic dream. In his dream, Su Tian's rosy lips were not wrapped around a cherry. He woke up abruptly, forced to take another cold shower. The next morning, Su Tian handed Hu Beichen a lunchbox. Mr. Hua, take this to the office. What is it? Hu Beichen asked, his gaze avoiding hers. The cherries I washed last night. I divided them into 2 boxes, so we can each take one, Su Tian explained. Hu Beichen almost choked on his soy milk. Su Tian quickly handed him a napkin, concerned. Are you okay? Hu Beichen managed to stop coughing, his face flushing as he remembered his dream. He awkwardly touched his nose, unable to meet the gaze of the cherry box. Su Tian found it strange. Why did Mr. Hua seem a bit shy today? Before leaving, Su Tian told Hu Beichen in the evening he'll be going with Tingting to check out new fabrics and hire 2 new employees. I might be back late. Don't wait for me for dinner. Is the studio that busy? Hu Beichen asked. Yes, Tang Shuai and Mimi are already overwhelmed. Getting the fabrics is also important. See you later. Su Tian hurried off. At the office, Hu Beichen found He Wang leisurely eating cherries. Chen, want some? They were air freight this morning, super fresh. He Wang offered enthusiastically. Hu Beichen glanced at him with a blank expression, unconsciously touching his nose again. He then started working on documents with a serious demeanor. He Wang muttered in confusion. Chen used to love cherries, didn't he? After finishing 2 documents, Hu Beichen looked up fabric prices and ordering methods online. He found that good fabrics were not only hard to order but also quite expensive. Meanwhile, Su Tian quickly interviewed and hired 2 new employees, handing them over to Mimi and Tang Shuai for training. She and Lu Ting spent the afternoon getting a comprehensive understanding of this year's fabric prices. Su Tian immediately ordered a batch of fabric. During dinner, Lu Ting excitedly said, So, it's settled. You'll make my engagement dress. Su Tian smiled and promised, Don't worry, I'll make sure you're the most beautiful bride taupe. I already have a design in mind. I'll send you the sketches first. I knew you were the best, Susu. By the way, when's your engagement ceremony? Soon, in 2 or 3 months. We haven't picked an exact date yet. Xinghui said his parents want to choose an auspicious date. Old folks and their superstitions, I get it. Let me know as soon as you have a date, I need to prepare. Of course, you'll be the first to know, Lu Ting laughed. When Su Tian returned home that night, she found Hu Beichen still awake. He was wearing simple sleepwear but still exuded an air of sophistication. Su Tian had seen countless models, but Hu Beichen's physique surpassed them all. Still up, Mr. Hua? Su Tian asked. Waiting for you, Hu Beichen said, handing her a bank card. I want you to keep this. What is it? Su Tian asked, puzzled. My savings for a down payment on a house, 1.01 million, Hu Beichen explained. With the housing market being unstable and no house catching my eye yet, I'd feel better if you kept it. Su Tian's eyes widened in surprise. How did you save so much? From work, Hu Beichen said. He had calculated this amount carefully. Any more, and it would have been hard to explain. That's a lot of savings. Su Tian exclaimed. In Fancheng, 1 million as a down payment can get you a pretty nice house. She thought to herself, her mother and elder sister always complained about Hu Beichen being poor, but he was actually very organized and had saved up enough for a house down payment. He wasn't poor at all. Many people in Fancheng had to empty their parents' savings to afford a house. Su Tian didn't take the card. You should keep it. When you find a suitable house, just buy it. It's not convenient for me to hold on to it. I want you to keep it, Hu Beichen insisted. It's only natural for a wife to manage her husband's money, isn't it? Su Tian blushed slightly. Hu Beichen took 2 steps closer. Honestly, I don't care about buying a house or where we live now. This money is for you to use when you need it. That's its purpose. His sincerity was unmistakable. Su Tian would have to be oblivious not to understand. She softly said, Mr. Hua, our relationship isn't about money. What affects our judgment of each other isn't money, but our attitudes and views on life. Hu Beichen smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Since it has nothing to do with money, what difference does it make if you keep it or I do? Su Tian, usually quick-witted, found herself at a loss for words against Hu Beichen's logic. In the end, the bank card ended up in her hands. Hu Beichen's tone softened. If you need it for business, just use it. No need to ask me. Su Tian suddenly understood and smiled. So you were worried I wouldn't have money to buy materials? Actually, there's no need to worry. We don't need to pay for the materials upfront. We settle the accounts quarterly. Now that the business is on track, the receivables are enough to cover the material costs. Despite his concerns, Huibeichen was more than willing to give his wife some peace of mind. He then asked, "By the way, are you free this weekend?" Tingting invited us to her housewarming. "Yes, I'm free," Su Tian nodded in agreement. Back home, Su Tian carefully deposited the card in the bank and then locked it in the corner cabinet of their bedroom, afraid of losing it. Even though she didn't need Huibeichen's money, having it gave her a sense of security. The next day, as she rode her electric scooter to work, she felt noticeably lighter. At noon, someone came to deliver materials. Tang Shui went downstairs to help with the unloading, while Su Tian went to sign for the delivery. The delivery person was driving a Range Rover, which made Tang Shui envious. "Impressive. You should aim to drive a Range Rover soon too," Su Tian encouraged. Tang Shui was confident. "Sure, I'll work hard." The driver got out with the receipt and suddenly smiled. Su Tian. Su Tian looked closely and was pleasantly surprised. "Tang Shuozhang, you're delivering materials." The delivery person turned out to be her university senior, Tang Yang, whose family ran a large fabric business. Tang Yang laughed. "Su Tian, I didn't expect to see you. No wonder someone ordered such top-quality materials. Have you started a studio?" "Yes, some clients have high standards, so I have to get the best," Su Tian explained. Tang Yang enthusiastically said, "If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I'll give you a discount." He took out his phone. "You can contact me directly for materials." "Thank you so much." Su Tian quickly added him on WeChat. Tang Yang's gaze lingered on Su Tian, genuinely admiring her. "This junior really gets more beautiful each time I see her." He suggested, "How about lunch together?" Su Tian politely declined. "Next time, I'll treat you. I have an appointment with a client this afternoon." "Alright, next time then," Tang Yang agreed with a smile. On the weekend, Su Tian bought a large cake and a bouquet of flowers and went with Huibeichen to Lu Ting's new home. Lu Ting's house was a fully furnished apartment bought by her parents to ensure she lived comfortably. Huibeichen mused, "If her neighborhood is good, we could consider moving there too. The Sunshine community is quite old, and the living quality there isn't great long-term." Su Tian nodded in agreement. Lu Ting excitedly came downstairs to greet them, delighted by the cake. "You bought such a big cake? If you don't like it, I'll take half of it back." Su Tian teased. "How could I not like it? Anything Su buys is my favorite," Lu Ting said, linking arms with Su Tian as they went upstairs. Meng Xinghui noticed that Huibeichen was driving a Jetta and raised an eyebrow, thinking that the man seemed impressive but was just putting on airs. After touring the spacious 3-bedroom apartment, Su Tian genuinely praised, "Ting, your house is amazing." Lu Ting proudly said, "Isn't it? We're just waiting for the final touches on the decor. Once that's done, Xinghui and I will move in. His own place is a bit smaller, so we'll rent it out." Su Tian was envious. "It's great that you two are settling down." Lu Ting, not fond of cooking, ordered takeout. While helping set the table, Su Tian said, "When you move in officially, I'll get you some furniture. Let me know what you want." "Sure, I'll send you the links when I decide," Lu Ting said without hesitation. Meng Xinghui brought over drinks and alcohol, inviting everyone to sit. Su Tian asked, "Have you set a date for the engagement?" Lu Ting looked at Meng Xinghui. "My mom said we need to discuss the betrothal gifts." Meng Xinghui paused while pouring drinks, somewhat evasively saying, "We'll talk about it later. We're not engaged yet." Seeing this, Lu Ting dropped the subject. Su Tian sensed Meng Xinghui's reluctance regarding the betrothal gifts and changed the topic. The meal was quite enjoyable. After the cake, Su Tian and Huibeichen said their goodbyes. On the way home, Huibeichen suddenly asked, "Isn't it customary to give betrothal gifts for weddings?" Su Tian explained, "It's not always required. It depends on the situation." Huibeichen pondered, "I should have given one, but I didn't." He realized he might have slighted Su Tian. Su Tian smiled, "You've given me everything except yourself." At her words, Huibeichen suddenly braked and pulled the car to the side. His throat tightened and his voice was husky. "Then I haven't done well enough." Su Tian realized she might have said something wrong and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Hua, that's not what I meant." Before she could finish, Huibeichen was already close. The intense presence of the man enveloped Su Tian. She instinctively leaned back, and just as her head was about to hit the window, Huibeichen reached out to protect her and pulled her forward. Caught off guard, Su Tian fell into Huibeichen's arms. He cupped her face and kissed her soft lips. Her lips were as sweet as jelly, making it hard for Huibeichen to pull away. Su Tian was inexperienced, nervously wide-eyed, unsure where to place her hands. Huibeichen was gentle, not wanting to spoil the moment. When she was almost out of breath, he released her and whispered, "I'm ready to give you everything whenever you are." Su Tian blushed deeply, understanding the implication, her eyes misting over. Huibeichen gently pinched her chin. "I'm worried you're not ready yet. So I'm not in a hurry, I can wait for you." Seeing her still dazed, Hua Beichen leaned in again and kissed her. Hua Beichen ended the kiss gently, worried he might lose control in such an inappropriate place. Although neither of the kisses lasted long, Su Tian's face remained flushed from the car ride all the way home. Once home, she lay on her bed, hugging her teddy bear tightly, feeling both sweet and confused. At that moment, Lu Ting sent her a message. Su, I notice Ming Xinghui seems reluctant to discuss the bride price. Aren't we supposed to get engaged? After discussing with my parents, we thought since our house is bigger, he could move in with me and rent out his smaller place. Then he could contribute 200,000 yuan as the bride price. To be precise, his family would give 200,000 yuan, and my mom would match it with a 200,000 yuan dowry, both serving as our startup fund. Su Tian thought for a moment before replying, that arrangement sounds reasonable. It doesn't really count as a bride price and shouldn't put too much pressure on him. But if he feels your parents are asking for too much, you should discuss it with him again. Yeah, I'll talk to him about it again, Lu Ting replied. Meanwhile, Hua Beichen called his father, Hua Jinghe. Surprised, Hua Jinghe said, Hey, it's rare for you to call me. Dad, I have a question for you. Hua Beichen got straight to the point. How much did you give Mom as a bride price? Hua Jinghe counted on his fingers. Property deeds, shares, stock funds, including myself, all transferred to her name. It's countless. Hua Beichen was speechless, thinking that this was of no reference value. If he transferred all these to Su Tian now, she might get scared away. Hua Jinghe continued. Are you thinking of giving your wife a bride price? Trust me, do it my way, and you won't go wrong. Oh, right, I forgot you haven't revealed your identity yet. Stuck now, aren't you? Just then, his mother Qinfeng's hearty laughter came from the background. Take out the bracelet I meant to pass on to my daughter-in-law and give it to her first. If you can't win her over even after marriage, don't say you're my son. Your mom's right. Don't say you're my son either. Hua Jinghe immediately echoed. Hua Beichen knew that the bracelet, passed down from his grandmother to his mother, symbolized the family's approval of the new bride and was invaluable. He earnestly said, Thanks, Mom. Is there nothing you can thank me for? Hua Jinghe pretended to be displeased. Hua Beichen calmly responded, Can't my mom represent you? True, your mom represents me, Hua Jinghe said happily. Qin Feng, decisive as always, immediately arranged for someone to deliver the bracelet to Hua Beichen by private jet. Upon receiving the bracelet, Hua Beichen examined it carefully. The bracelet, passed down from his great-grandmother and worn by his mother for over 20 years, was still in excellent condition, smooth and translucent, fitting perfectly for Su Tian. At dinner, Hua Beichen took out the bracelet. Su Tian was surprised and asked, Is this for me? There's no need. You've already given me so much. This is from my mom. It originally belonged to my grandmother, Hua Beichen explained. Su Tian immediately understood the significance of the gift, her cheeks blushing as she carefully accepted the bracelet. Although she couldn't accurately estimate its value, she knew it carried important sentiment. Hua Beichen gently took her slender wrist and slipped the jade bracelet on. The green jade accentuated her fair wrist. Shall we take a photo to show your parents? Su Tian asked. Hua Beichen's gaze lingered on her porcelain-like skin for a moment before saying, No need, we'll show them in person later. A few days later, Su Tian secretly returned to the Su family home during the day. She knocked gently on the door, and the housekeeper, surprised and delighted to see her, said, Second miss. Shu, I'm just here to see Grandpa and will leave shortly, Su Tian said, heading up to the second floor with familiarity. The housekeeper followed, reporting, The old master has been doing well lately. Although he gets confused sometimes, his health is fine. The new caregiver has also settled in. Su Tian entered the room to find her grandfather sleeping soundly, his complexion rosy. The new caregiver was making porridge. She glanced at the medications on the table and asked, Has he been taking his medicine on time? The caregiver, recognizing Su Tian's presence as significant, promptly replied, Yes, we follow the doctor's instructions for his medication and pay close attention to his diet. That's good, Su Tian said, hoping her parents would truly care this time. She stayed for a while, ensuring everything was in order before leaving, instructing the housekeeper, Don't tell them I was here. That day, Su Tian took on a new order introduced by Lu Ting. Lu Ting's artist wanted to customize some private clothes with high fabric requirements. After browsing the fabric market, Su Tian finally selected some suitable ones. After some bargaining, she placed the order. The shop owner said, Why don't you have a seat? The items are in the warehouse. I'll have someone bring them over. Sure, no problem. I'll look around in the meantime, Su Tian replied, heading to other stalls. She enjoyed admiring the fabrics, feeling happy even if she didn't buy anything. Su Tian, someone suddenly called out. Su Tian turned around and saw Tang Yang. Senior, you're here too? My family's shop is over there. I often come by, Tang Yang said, pointing to the largest shop with a hint of pride in his voice. Su Tian nodded, It's quite big. I ordered fabrics from there last time. Why didn't you continue ordering from us? I told you I'd give you a discount. This time the client's requirements were a bit special. Otherwise, I'd definitely order from you. It's more cost-effective as an old customer. Tang Yong suggested, how about I treat you to a drink? After several meal invitations from Tang Yong on WeChat, which Su Tian had politely declined, refusing a drink now seemed a bit too much. Sure, Su Tian agreed, following him to a nearby bubble tea shop. After ordering, Su Tian quickly paid. Tang Yong laughed, I said I'd treat you. Consider it my thanks for the discount, Su Tian responded. Tang Yong smiled, you're still so polite. By the way, our family is planning to open a few more fabric stores. I'll let you know when we get some good stock. That would be great. I really need good fabrics now. Thanks in advance. Expanding the business is tough, but with my parents' resources, I don't want to waste them. Even if I didn't do this, I wouldn't have much to worry about. We've already bought several properties in the city center, Tang Yong said. Tang Yong deliberately flaunted his wealth, frequently glancing at Su Tian, hoping to see an impressed reaction. However, Su Tian seemed uninterested in his show of affluence and more fascinated by the fruit in her glass. Really? That's nice, Su Tian responded absent-mindedly, then changed the topic. By the way, I heard your good friend Lu Ting is getting married. Have they settled the bride price? Tang Yong was slightly taken aback. How did you know about that? Lu Ting is my junior from school, and we have mutual friends with Meng Xinghui. I just heard it in passing, Su Tian explained, though she wondered internally. Lu Ting usually didn't discuss personal matters with outsiders. Could it be that Meng Xinghui was talking about it? Does this mean he is dissatisfied with the bride price? Noticing Su Tian focused on her drink, Tang Yong seized the moment. Actually, some men place a lot of importance on the bride price, but I don't mind it. If I truly like a girl, even 200,000 yuan is fine. If she marries me, she can live comfortably at home without worrying about money. Yeah, that sounds good, Su Tian echoed absent-mindedly, still preoccupied with thoughts about Lu Ting. Seeing that Su Tian seemed to accept his hint, Tang Yong offered to drive her home and bring her some fabric. Su Tian agreed since she needed to take a taxi to pick up the fabric anyway. When they arrived at Baojin Shopping Mall, Su Tian was about to call Tang Shui for help with the fabric, but Tang Yong volunteered. He picked up a bundle of fabric and headed upstairs, with Su Tian following behind carrying the rest. Just then, Hu Beichen arrived on his electric scooter to pick her up. Seeing Su Tian from a distance, he called out, Su Tian. Unfortunately, she was lost in thought and didn't hear him. Going upstairs with Tang Yong, Hu Beichen's handsome face darkened instantly. Tang Shui, seeing Tang Yong delivering the fabric, quickly got up to greet him. Tang Yong exchanged pleasantries, complimenting the studio's environment and expressing a desire to visit often. Su Tian responded politely, not giving it much thought. On their way down, Tang Yong suggested having dinner together, but Su Tian declined, saying she had promised her family she would eat at home. She almost said husband but felt a bit shy. After seeing Tang Yong off, Su Tian turned to get her scooter and saw Hu Beichen. Excited, she ran over. Mr. Hua. Are you here to pick me up? Hu Beichen's tone carried a hint of displeasure. I was meeting a client, just passing by. Su Tian, not noticing his change in mood, offered to ride the scooter herself. After assessing her height, Hu Beichen handed her the scooter. It was Su Tian's first time riding such a tall electric scooter, and she found it novel. She told Hu Beichen to hold her tightly to prevent a fall. Though Hu Beichen knew she didn't mean anything by it, his throat bobbed involuntarily as he wrapped his arms around her soft waist. Feeling the warmth, Hu Beichen subconsciously leaned closer, their cheeks almost touching. Su Tian's cheeks reddened slightly as she felt his breath on her ear. Hu Beichen asked in a low voice, the person who brought you back to the company, is he a friend? Su Tian explained that it was Senior Tang, whose family is in the fabric business, and they just happened to meet today. Hu Beichen's mood lightened somewhat, and he responded with a soft Su Tian then realized Hu Beichen had arrived early. He explained that he had been on a work call and didn't have time to notify her. Once inside the community, Su Tian parked the scooter and suggested making dinner, asking Hu Beichen what he wanted to eat. Without hesitation, Hu Beichen listed sweet and sour ribs, vinegar cabbage, vinegar fish, spicy and sour potato strips. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Why do you want everything with vinegar? Before she could finish, she met his dark, complex gaze. Suddenly understanding, Su Tian hurriedly explained, Mr. Hua, if you're talking about Senior Tang, I have no other relationship with him besides getting fabric. Although Hu Beichen responded with really, he already believed her. Her clear eyes seemed incapable of hiding any secrets. Su Tian raised her hand. If I'm lying, then punish me. Before she could finish, her lips were sealed by Hu Beichen's. Her beautiful eyes widened as he gently bit her lip and forcefully deepened the kiss, taking control. Su Tian was slightly startled, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Hu Beichen's lips, carrying a pleasant scent, mingled with her breath. His strong arms wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her into his heated embrace. Su Tian momentarily forgot to breathe, her delicate fingers clutching the edge of his shirt, her legs going weak. almost needing his support to stand. Breathe. Huabeichen released her, a trace of amusement in his deep voice. Su Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Huabeichen gently pinched her delicate nose, her fair skin turning a light pink under his touch. Still can't breathe, he teased softly. Of course I can. Su Tian retorted, flustered. I was just too nervous. Huabeichen's voice turned husky. I never doubted you, never wanted to punish you. There's no need to swear so heavily. Then why are you jealous? Su Tian looked up at him. Huabeichen gently pinched her chin. Is that not allowed? Su Tian met his dazzling eyes, captivated by his charm. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and plant a light kiss on his lips. The light in Huabeichen's eyes intensified. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss, they heard the sound of a neighbor's moped approaching. Su Tian broke free from his embrace, quickly heading towards the entrance, while Huabeichen chuckled softly and followed her. That night, Huabeichen seemed addicted to kissing. They decided to order takeout, skipping the hassle of cooking. In between their passionate kisses, Su Tian finally caught her breath and said, Tomorrow, I'm having dinner with Senior Tang. Huabeichen's expression immediately darkened. Su Tian quickly added, You can come with me. Now you can be at ease, right? Huabeichen didn't respond. Instead, he pulled her back into his arms. The next day, Tang Yong called Su Tian first to arrange dinner. This time, Su Tian readily agreed and offered to treat him. Tang Yong happily accepted, thinking he could invite her out again next time. In the afternoon, Tang Yong arrived at the agreed location in a luxurious car he had specifically rented, hoping to impress her. However, when he saw the tall, handsome man beside Su Tian, he felt a sense of foreboding. Senior Tang. Su Tian greeted with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Huabeichen. She turned to Huabeichen. Honey, this is Senior Tang Yong. The word husband was something Huabeichen had made her call him during their kisses the previous night. Saying it now, Su Tian still felt a bit shy. Tang Yong was taken aback. You're married? Why didn't you invite me to the wedding? He felt disappointed but tried to remain composed. Su Tian explained, We didn't have a wedding ceremony. Today, we invited you to thank you for all the help recently. Tang Yong forced a smile. In business, we help each other out. He glanced at Huabeichen, feeling somewhat discouraged. Huabeichen extended his hand. Senior Tang. Tang Yong suppressed his displeasure and asked, Where do you live now? In the Old Town area, Su Tian replied. Tang Yong couldn't help but remark, that area can be a bit chaotic, and the security isn't great. Also, you don't have a car? For your job, it must be inconvenient without one, right? Sensing his insinuation, Su Tian immediately took Huabeichen's arm and smiled. Compared to cars and houses, I value a man's height and abs more. Tang Yong was speechless, feeling a bit inadequate. Seeing his silence, Su Tian skillfully changed the subject to fabrics and tailoring. After dinner, Su Tian quickly paid the bill and bid farewell to Tang Yong. She turned to Huabeichen, seeing his relaxed expression, and happily said, Let's go home. On the way, Huabeichen asked, Is it really inconvenient for your job without a car? Su Tian nodded. Yeah, carrying fabrics or delivering clothes to customers would be easier with a car. But I haven't decided on which one to buy yet. Maybe later. She was actually waiting for her business to stabilize before making a purchase, not wanting to always rely on Huabeichen for money. Huabeichen suggested, You can start researching now, so you'll be ready when the time comes. That's true. Honestly, I have no clue about cars. You could help me choose, and we can buy it when we're sure. Sure. Back home, Huabeichen introduced Su Tian to various car models with good performance. Su Tian was only interested in the colors and prices, finding terms like acceleration and drivetrain confusing. Huabeichen patiently explained, carefully noting her preferences. The next day, Huabeichen instructed his assistant, He Wang, to arrange for a car that met his criteria. Cute design, bright color, but powerful, safe, and spacious. He Wang was surprised. If this were a person, it would be like a muscular Barbie. Just get it done, Huabeichen insisted. But such a car is hard to find. Do you think I need you for something easy? He Wang realized. It's for your wife, isn't it? Got it, I'll take care of it right away. Huabeichen narrowed his eyes at him. He Wang quickly raised his hands. I swear, my loyalty to you and your wife is as clear as the sun and moon. He thought to himself. The idea of pursuing her back then was just because everyone appreciates beauty. Su Tian sent her meticulously designed blueprint to Lu Ting, eagerly anticipating her feedback. Upon receiving it, Lu Ting's eyes lit up with excitement, and she enthusiastically replied, I love it. You're the best, Su. She couldn't stop admiring the design and happily told Su Tian, If you like it, I'll start cutting it right away. Sure, go ahead. Su Tian responded with relief. Lu Ting couldn't wait to show the design to Meng Xinhui. Bursting with joy, she said, Look at the design Su made for me. I'll wear this to our engagement party. What do you think? Meng Xinhui glanced at it and nonchalantly said, Sure, it's beautiful. Lost in happiness and dreaming about the future, Lu Ting said, "I'll be the most beautiful bride taupe." She carefully placed the design on the table, suddenly remembering something important. Turning to Meng Xinghui, she asked, "By the way, we need to give my mom an answer about the betrothal gift. How's the money coming along?" Meng Xinghui put down his phone and frowned. "You want to transfer the money to your mom?" "Yes," Lu Ting explained. "She'll add the same amount and transfer it to our family account. I'll manage it as our startup fund." Meng Xinghui's expression became troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Ting Ting, can we discuss this? Can you ask your mom to lower the amount? 20,000 is just too much." Lu Ting looked at him in surprise. "But you agreed to this before, and you have enough savings to cover it." Meng Xinghui explained quietly, "I can come up with the money, but back home, the betrothal gift is usually only 6,000. 20,000 is just too much. I can't explain it to my parents." Lu Ting countered, "But your parents aren't paying for it, and my parents aren't keeping it. It's just a formality, and the money will end up with us. Plus, my parents are matching it with 20,000 of their own." Meng Xinghui shook his head and sighed. "It's still too much. People will talk, and it won't look good. Let them talk. We don't live our lives based on others' opinions." Lu Ting tried to persuade him. "Why should we care about what outsiders think?" Meng Xinghui stubbornly replied, "But my parents care about what others say. People back home give 6,000 at most. How can I explain giving 20,000? They'd feel bad, and I can't convince them otherwise." Lu Ting's tone became harsher. "So, you just don't want to spend the money, right?" "It's not that I don't want to spend." Meng Xinghui started to say, but Lu Ting cut him off. "Then what do you mean?" Lu Ting raised her voice. "My parents are giving me 20,000 as a dowry to ensure a better future for me. They're asking you to match it so that when I have kids, I won't have to beg you for money. This money will be used for our family. You really can't come up with it." Meng Xinghui reached out to her, trying to ease the tension. "Talking about money makes us distant. It's not about the money." "Then what is it about?" Lu Ting retorted with a cold smile. "Why do you have to equate money with feelings? When we get married and have kids, won't I support you and the kids?" Lu Ting's words made Meng Xinghui angry too. "Lu Ting, that's going too far. How can you say you can't rely on me? Are you looking down on me now?" Lu Ting didn't want to be sidetracked, and directly asked, "Meng Xinghui, stop changing the subject. Are you still going to honor the 20,000 you promised?" Meng Xinghui avoided her gaze and said quietly, "I can't explain it to my parents. I can't come up with that much money." "Xinghui, you promised." Lu Ting's voice trembled. "I only agreed because you pushed me." Meng Xinghui suddenly raised his voice. Lu Ting was stunned. After a moment, she bit her lip and asked, "So, you agreed reluctantly? Why didn't you say so earlier?" With a dark expression, Meng Xinghui coldly said, "That's just how it is. If you want to marry someone rich, I can't help you." With that, he turned to leave. "Xinghui, come back here," Lu Ting shouted, but Meng Xinghui walked away without looking back. Lu Ting collapsed onto the sofa, tears welling up in her eyes. She picked up her phone and, with trembling hands, called Su Tian. "What's wrong, Ting Ting?" Su Tian could hear the sobs in Lu Ting's voice and felt a pang of concern. "That jerk Meng Xinghui. He fought with me and left, not answering his phone or messages." Lu Ting sobbed. "Where are you?" "I'll come to you right away," Su Tian said immediately. "Don't worry, he's a grown man. He won't get into trouble." Su Tian quickly left instructions for Tang Shui and Mimi, then rode her bike to Lu Ting's place. On the way, she recalled Tang Yong mentioning the betrothal gift issue with Meng Xinghui a few days ago, feeling a growing sense of unease. Soon, Su Tian found Lu Ting in her new house, crying her heart out. Su Tian placed the small cake she had brought on the table and gently comforted her. "Don't cry. Even if the sky falls, we can still have some cake first." "I don't want to eat, I have no appetite," Lu Ting sobbed. "It's matcha flavor," Su Tian added. Reluctantly, Lu Ting moved over, unwrapped the cake and said, "I'll just have a few bites." As she ate, she recounted what had just happened. "He promised before, and he doesn't lack the money. But now he's backing out. I'm angry that he's using excuses and even angrier that he's breaking his promise." Lu Ting grew more agitated as she spoke. Su Tian soothed her, "Don't cry. Talk to him again later." "But he won't answer his phone or messages." "I can't even talk to him," Lu Ting said helplessly. Su Tian took out her phone and called Meng Xinghui, but he didn't answer. She sighed. "It seems he's determined not to discuss this right now. Let's give him some time to cool off and think it over." Lu Ting hesitated and then quietly asked, Su, do you really think my parents' request is unreasonable?" Su Tian wiped her tears and seriously replied, "I don't think it's unreasonable. Your parents bought you a house and are giving you a 20,000 dowry. Asking him to match it is fair. Both sides contributing equally is good for both of you. He already agreed, so he should keep his word." "I feel the same way," Lu Ting said softly, then hesitantly asked, "But what if he really doesn't agree?" Seeing Lu Ting's inner struggle, Su Tian gently said. Finish the cake first. Then we can have some drinks. Let's forget about the worries for now. When he's ready to talk, you can discuss it calmly. Okay, I'll get the drinks. Lu Ting opened the fridge, taking out some beer and wine. We'll drink at home where it's safe. She grabbed a bottle, clinked it with Su Tian's, and said, Tonight, I just want to forget all my troubles. Su Tian raised her bottle. All right, let's not stop until we're drunk tonight. Feeling down, Lu Ting got tipsy quickly, laughing and crying. Su Tian held her, letting her vent her emotions. When Su Tian received a call from Hua Beichen, she was right beside a drunken Lu Ting. Slightly tipsy, she explained. I'm with Ting Ting. She's feeling down and had some drinks. Hua Beichen detected the slur in her voice, his tone deepening. Where are you? At Ting Ting's new place. It's safe, Su Tian replied hastily. I need to check on her now. Hanging up, Su Tian turned to see Lu Ting leaning over the sink, vomiting uncontrollably. She rushed over to comfort her. It's okay. It's okay. Rinse your mouth and drink some water. She handed Lu Ting a bottle of water as she spoke. Taking the water, Lu Ting choked out. Su, tell me, 3 years of relationship. Why did he do this? Am I not even worth that much? I just wanted some security. Su Tian softly reassured her. All right, drink some water and rest a bit. Stop thinking about the unpleasant things. Suddenly, Lu Ting became agitated. I want to curse Meng Xinghu. Let's curse him together. Su Tian agreed. He's a cowardly jerk with no sense of responsibility. Lu Ting finally quieted down, hugging a pillow and staring blankly. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Su Tian hurried to open it and was surprised to see a tall man standing there. I thought it was Meng Xinghui coming back. Hua Beichen asked. What's going on with them? Su Tian briefly explained the situation. Hua Beichen couldn't condone Meng Xinghui's actions. In his mind, being so stingy with one's partner was unacceptable. They broke up, he asked. Sure. Su Tian quickly hushed him. It's not that serious yet. 3 years of relationship. What's the point of keeping such a stingy man? It's not like he doesn't have the money. He just hides it. Hua Beichen nodded in understanding. Yeah, I agree. But whether they break up or not is up to them. I'll take you home. I need to stay and take care of Ting Ting. Su Tian insisted. Noticing her flushed face and the softness in her voice from the alcohol, Hua Beichen pulled her into his arms. You've had quite a bit to drink too. Let's go home. But Su Tian tried to protest. I'll find a female colleague to help take care of your friend, Hua Beichen said, already making a call to arrange it. Su Tian finally relaxed, and as she let her guard down, the alcohol hit her hard, making her feel dizzy. Hua Beichen half carried her home. On the way, she kept complaining about Lu Ting's situation. You say, what was Meng Xinghui thinking? I'm not him, I don't know, Hua Beichen replied, his eyes on the soft, sweet woman in his arms, feeling a surge of emotion. Su Tian tried to say more, but Hua Beichen silenced her with a sudden kiss. The intense kiss consumed her thoughts, making her feel like fireworks were going off in her mind. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, completely lost in the moment. Mr. Hua. Su Tian murmured. Hua Beichen coaxed softly. What should you call me? Husband. Su Tian finally said, her voice sweet and sticky, making Hua Beichen melt instantly. His hand slid to her waist, touching her skin under the clothes, nearly losing control. He looked down at her. The girl in his arms had tears in her eyes, whether from the alcohol or his pressure. Hua Beichen carried her to the bed gently, his kisses becoming tender. He restrained himself, not wanting to take advantage of her while she was drunk. All right, rest early, he said softly. Su Tian blinked, seeing him release her, then turned to hug a stuffed bear. Hua Beichen's eyes lingered on her perfect waistline and long legs, a few strands of black hair falling over her porcelain face. His Adam's apple bobbed. Finally, he just planted a kiss on her forehead and went to the bathroom. Su Tian dreamt all night, her dreams filled with Hua Beichen's image, sweet yet unclear. When she woke up, she found herself in bed, fully clothed. Realizing it had all been a dream, she quickly shook off those thoughts and got up to freshen up. During breakfast, she glanced at Hua Beichen, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why aren't you eating the vegetables? Hua Beichen asked, placing some on her plate. Oh, thank you, Su Tian replied, lowering her head to eat her porridge, thinking to herself, why did I have such dreams? Hua Beichen handed her something. Su Tian took it. What is this? The company's annual raffle in the business department. Everyone gets a ticket, and the draw is tomorrow, Hua Beichen explained. When is the draw? Tomorrow. Su Tian examined the ticket. The first prize is a car? An electric bike. A car? Wow, that's generous. So, you work for Hua Group. No wonder Hua Group is so wealthy. And you share the same last name. Hua Beichen remained composed. The richest family in Fanqing is the Tang family, right? There must be tens of thousands of people with the surname Tang in Fanqing. Su Tian laughed. That's true. Let me see. Even the lowest prize is 10,000 cash. Does your company always have such amazing raffles? Yes, the company is generous when it makes money. So as long as you have this ticket, you get at least 10,000, right? Yes, that's why I'm giving it to you. Su Tian accepted it, smiling. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Hua Beichen's eyes darkened slightly, realizing it would take some time for her to change how she addressed him. Meanwhile, when Lu Ting woke up, her head was pounding. The sunlight streaming through the curtains hurt her eyes. Remembering last night's events, she felt miserable again. She rubbed her head and suddenly noticed she was in pajamas. Su, where are you? She called out as she got up, opening the door but not seeing Su Tian. Instead, she saw a man lying on the sofa. Su. Ah, who are you? Lu Ting screamed, instinctively covering herself with her pajamas. What's with the shouting? It's rude to disturb someone's sleep. He Wong rubbed his eyes and sat up. I still want to sleep, miss. Seriously, I'm impressed. He Wong stood in Su Tian's studio, his expression complicated as he looked at the just awakened Lu Ting. Lu Ting blinked her sleepy eyes and widened them in surprise when she saw He Wong. What are you doing here? He Wong replied nonchalantly, Chen Ge asked me to take care of you. He was worried you might choke on your own vomit after getting drunk. Lu Ting looked down at her pajamas and suddenly realized something, her voice tinged with annoyance. So, are you the one who changed my clothes? He Wong. He Wong quickly explained. Come on, who wants to see your figure anyway? I got a female errand runner to help you change. She took care of you all night. She just left and I came over. Lu Ting was half convinced. Do you have any proof? He Wong pulled out his phone and casually opened a video. The footage indeed showed a middle-aged woman taking care of a drunken Lu Ting. Lu Ting watched for a few seconds, realizing how unflattering she looked while drunk, just vomiting and crying. She felt her toes curl in embarrassment. Stop playing it. Delete it, Lu Ting hurriedly said. He Wong chuckled softly. I don't want this kind of thing on my phone either, he said, deleting the video. Just then Lu Ting's phone rang. She answered in a panic. What? I'll be right there. Sorry. After hanging up, Lu Ting glanced at the time and was startled. My flight is in an hour. She rushed to pack her things while doing her makeup, not forgetting to book a ride on her phone. Watching her flustered state, He Wong couldn't help but say, I mean, if you're in such a rush, why bother with makeup? Just go out as you are. You wouldn't understand. It's hard to explain, Lu Ting replied, finishing her makeup in a few quick moves and grabbing her suitcase to head out. He Wong followed her downstairs, noticing her frustration over the cancelled ride. He drove his Lamborghini past her and asked, Still waiting for your ride? Lu Ting looked at him pitifully. He Wong, can you give me a lift? If I wait for another ride, I'll be late. He Wong, in a good mood today, said, Get in. Lu Ting got into the car, surprised by the interior. This car, it's rare and expensive, isn't it? He Wong wanted to boast but thought of her relationship with Su Tian and said, It's a client's car. I'm taking it out for a full safety check. No wonder. Lu Ting sighed in relief, as if the car finally aligned with her perception of He Wong. He Wong was a bit annoyed. What do you mean, no wonder? Do you think I shouldn't have this car? Lu Ting quickly smoothed things over. That's not what I meant. Don't get me wrong. You're so handsome. You deserve to drive a nice car. At the airport, Lu Ting took out 100 yuan in cash and handed it to He Wong. Thanks. This is for gas. He Wong was speechless and could only watch her leave. Back at the office, He Wong vented to Hua Beichen about the incident. Hua Beichen asked, So, do you think 100 was too much or too little? It's not about the money, He Wong said, exasperated. I drove a Lamborghini to drop her off, and she gave me 100 in cash. Does that seem right to you? Hua Beichen was indifferent. Wasn't it for gas? Seems fair. He Wong was even more frustrated. She also thought it was strange for me to be driving a Lamborghini. With my looks and build, what's wrong with me driving a Lamborghini? Hua Beichen glanced at him. Did you blow your cover? He Wong, feeling guilty, said, No, I told her it was a client's car. Hua Beichen gave him a that's more like it look and handed out a stack of raffle tickets to everyone, including He Wong. He Wong took the tickets and curiously asked, Chen Ge, if I win the grand prize, can I take the car you ordered? Hua Beichen rolled his eyes. You won't win. Meanwhile, Su Tian was eagerly waiting for the raffle results early in the morning. Following the instructions on the ticket, she scanned the QR code to claim her prize. Hua Beichen smiled and asked, What do you think you'll win? Su Tian replied casually, I'm keeping an open mind. The worst is still 10,000 yuan. Whatever I win, let's celebrate, okay? Hua Beichen nodded. Sure. Su Tian was curious. Aren't you excited? Hua Beichen said calmly, I participate every year and have never won the grand prize, so I'm not expecting much. Su Tian sighed. Big companies are so generous, having raffles like this every year. Just as she finished speaking, she gasped in surprise. Mr. Hua, look at this prize. Is it the grand prize? Hua Beichen checked carefully. Yes, it is. You're really lucky. It's a car. Su Tian was thrilled. A car? You can finally get a new one. Huabeichen, however, said, me? You driving a Jetta to work is inconvenient. The car is yours to use. Su Tian insisted, no, the ticket was yours, so the car should be yours. You can have the new car. I can practice with the Jetta. Huabeichen suggested, let's go see the car first. He Wang excitedly drove to pick them up. When he learned that Su Tian had won the grand prize, he was also thrilled. Wow, impressive. You have to treat us to dinner tonight. Su Tian readily agreed. At the dealership, Su Tian was amazed to find that the car was worth nearly 600,000 yuan and had a cute design in her favorite light pink color. She instantly fell in love with it. He Wang was unimpressed. What's with this color? What was the company thinking? Huabeichen explained, don't forget, half of the employees participating in the raffle are women. This explanation also cleared up Su Tian's doubts. It seemed that Hua Group was indeed a company that valued and respected women. He Wang regretted. This car doesn't suit Chingu at all. What a shame. Huabeichen was indifferent, handing the keys to Su Tian. Nothing to regret. It's perfect for Su Tian. This car was meant for you. It's fate. Su Tian hadn't considered keeping the car before, but now she couldn't deny its allure. She held the keys, filled with eager excitement. Huabeichen said to Su Tian, you should try it first. Su Tian nodded in agreement, and then sat in the driver's seat. He Wang obediently sat in the back seat, while Huabeichen took the passenger seat. On the test drive route around the dealership, Su Tian drove cautiously, and her fondness for the car grew stronger. The handling and interior design perfectly matched her expectations. After parking the car, she got out and quietly whispered to Huabeichen, Mr. Hua, be honest. Did you give a lot of suggestions when your company was arranging the prizes? Huabeichen smiled slightly and explained, not just me. Everyone could give suggestions and write down what they wanted. However, the company has its considerations and can't satisfy everyone perfectly. Su Tian nodded thoughtfully, convinced that Huabeichen must have given suggestions. Otherwise, how could the car match her preferences so well? She tentatively asked, so, does that mean you hold a high position in your company? Huabeichen seriously replied, I work very hard, and the company values my efforts. I will work even harder in the future to support my family. Hearing this, Su Tian blushed, feeling warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, Su Lihua accompanied Su Yuro to the car dealership. Although Su Yuro already had a car, she was about to get engaged to Xiao Shen, who promised to buy her a new car with a budget of $50,000 to $60,000. Su Lihua smiled and said, Xiao Shen is quite sincere. Even though his father is wealthy, his own company is still in its early stages. Spending $50,000 to $60,000 on a car shows he values you. Su Yuro confidently responded, if he didn't value me, I wouldn't be with him. Su Lihua advised, Yuro, you need to seize this opportunity. His father is from the Liang family, and for better future prospects, you need to rely on the Liang family. Su Yuro nodded in understanding. She knew she couldn't stay in Fancheng forever. Jinghai was her best option. As soon as Su Lihua and Su Yuro entered the dealership, they were warmly greeted. However, Su Yuro immediately noticed Su Tian and Huabeichen test driving a car and frowned. Is Su Tian here to buy a car too? Su Lihua also noticed her second daughter and said with displeasure, where did she get the money to buy a car? Su Yuro turned to the salesperson and said, I want to test drive the car she is driving. The salesperson apologetically replied, I'm sorry, but we don't have that car anymore. Su Yuro asked, can you get it from another dealership? She was very interested in the car's appearance and model. The salesperson explained with difficulty, I'm sorry, we can't. We don't have any more in stock. In fact, the salesperson knew nothing about the car's source. It was arranged solely by the store manager. Su Yuro was unhappy. Then why do they have it? The salesperson politely responded, we don't know. Those customers are not ours. Su Yuro watched helplessly as Su Tian signed the papers and drove away in the car, feeling even more frustrated. Su Lihua also quietly complained about the dealership service attitude. Back in the car, Su Yuro said to Su Lihua, that car doesn't look cheap. Could it be that Huabeichen bought it for Su Tian? Su Lihua dismissed the idea. Huabeichen drives a Jetta himself. How could he afford to buy an expensive car for Su Tian? Su Yuro speculated, Mom, do you think it could be money from Grandpa? Su Lihua was immediately displeased. The old man is so biased. No wonder Su Tian is so eager to take care of him. As soon as he gets a bit better, he starts throwing money at her. Su Yuro also felt that Grandpa was being partial. Su Lihua was relieved. Luckily, after his last illness, I insisted on bringing him home to take care of him. Otherwise, he might have given everything to Su Tian. Su Yuro agreed and decided to put more effort into winning over her grandfather. Meanwhile, Su Tian drove her new car around Fancheng, feeling increasingly comfortable and joyful. He Wang, sitting in the back seat, couldn't stop touching and examining the car, muttering, I hope I get some of this luck next year and win a grand prize too. He could tell Huabeichen had spent a lot on this car. On the surface, it seemed worth $50 to $60,000, but with the customizations and top features, it was likely worth over $200,000. Not to mention many features were specially customized for Su Tian and couldn't be found on the market. Su Tian laughed. All right, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Eat more to get some good luck. She also called her studio colleagues to invite them for a gathering. Unfortunately, Lu Ting was on a business trip with an artist and could only join them later. Everyone at the studio admired Su Tian's car, hoping to share in her luck. At home, Su Tian searched online for small accessories and deodorizers. Hua Beichen, sitting beside her, didn't tell her the car had already undergone professional formaldehyde removal and odor treatment. When she received it, it was already in perfect condition. But as long as she was happy, he didn't mind. The next day, upon learning that her grandfather wanted to see her, Su Tian happily went to the Su family home. Her grandfather was sometimes confused and sometimes lucid, with lucid moments becoming rarer as he aged. Su Tian cherished every moment with him. She brought some of his favorite sugar cakes and greeted him sweetly, Grandpa. When he was lucid, Grandpa Su appeared especially kind. He patted the seat next to him. Tantan, come sit. Su Tian handed him the sugar cakes. Grandpa, these are for you. Grandpa Su smiled warmly. Delicious, you have some too. Su Tian smiled and started eating. Grandpa Su noticed the jade bracelet on her wrist and was surprised. Did the Hua family give you this? Yes, Hua Beichen said it was from his mother. Su Tian nodded and briefly explained her marriage to her grandfather. Only then did Grandpa Su realize that the marriage arranged between the two families had not been fulfilled by Su Luhua with Su Yuro but by Su Tian instead. Although he was often confused, he could guess that Su Luhua looked down on Hua Beichen and considered him worthless. He knew the Hua family wasn't as poor as Su Luhua thought. The jade bracelet on Su Tian's wrist alone proved it. Grandpa Su carefully asked about Su Tian and Hua Beichen's relationship, and Su Tian answered honestly, without hiding anything. After listening to Su Tian's recount, Grandpa Su, though unable to guess Hua Beichen's exact identity, realized this was no ordinary person. He nodded frequently, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Good child, you are indeed fortunate. Su Tian smiled and agreed. Hua Beichen treats me very well, and his family is also easy to get along with. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about me. Good. Grandpa Su patted Su Tian's hand kindly. Since they treat you well, make sure to cherish it, understand? I understand. Su Tian nodded solemnly. Grandpa Su sighed, his gaze becoming distant. It's a pity my old comrade has passed away. I don't even have the chance to drink with him anymore. Turning to Su Tian, his tone lightened. But if you marry Beichen when I go to the afterlife, I can tell him I kept my promise. Grandpa, don't say such things. Su Tian quickly interrupted. You'll live a long life. Grandpa Su looked lovingly at his granddaughter and smiled. Seeing you happy is all I wish for. By the way, stay for dinner. I have something to discuss. Seeing the old man unusually clear-headed, Su Luhua immediately arranged for dinner. She habitually instructed Su Tian. Why aren't you helping in the kitchen? What are you doing here? Su Tian calmly replied, Mom, I'm a guest now. The kitchen work should be done by the hosts. Su Luhua gave her a dirty look and then called Su Yuro and Su Chengbing. Only Su Jia, who was studying at university out of town, was not notified, as Su Luhua didn't want to disturb his studies. At the dinner table, Su Yuro diligently served Grandpa Su. Grandpa, you need to eat more to stay healthy. I bought these supplements especially for you. Try them. She also spoke well of her brother. Su Jia misses you a lot and often calls to ask about you. Su Tian quietly ate her meal, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with her sister's behavior. Su Yuro pondered whether to consider her sister smart or foolish. Smart for always taking care of Grandpa when he was confused, foolish for not saying pleasing words now that he was clear-headed. Su Luhua chimed in, yes, Su Jia always thinks of you. He says he wants to come back and take care of you, but I told him studying is more important. Yes, let him focus on his studies, Grandpa Su agreed. Shortly after dinner, Su Tian's aunt, Su Yun, unexpectedly returned. She had married and moved away, rarely coming back. Su Luhua was surprised. Su Yun, you're back? Why didn't you tell us earlier so we could have dinner together? I decided to come back at the last minute, Su Yun explained. I couldn't come when Dad was sick last time, so I wanted to come early this time. Did you come alone? Su Luhua asked, knowing Su Yun was married with a son. Su Yun nodded, yes, just me. Grandpa Su cleared his throat and said, I've invited 2 lawyers. When they arrive, I have some matters to address. Su Luhua's heart sank, realizing the old man intended to discuss his will while he was still clear-headed. She felt uneasy because Grandpa Su had considerable assets locked away. Now that he had called both Su Yun and Su Tian back, she wondered how he planned to distribute them. Dad, why have you called the lawyers? Su Luhua asked, feigning ignorance. Grandpa Su was straightforward. My health has been deteriorating and my mind is sometimes clear, sometimes not. While I'm still clear-headed, I want to distribute my assets. So when I'm gone, You won't be left in confusion. Su Yuro quickly said, Grandpa, you're healthy. There's no need to divide things so soon. I want to arrange it early and have it notarized. After I'm gone, the assets can then be used, Grandpa Su explained. Su Luhua tentatively asked, Dad, are you dividing by person or how? By person, Grandpa Su answered. Su Luhua immediately objected. There are 3 kids in the family, and Su Yun has 1 child, making 4. Only Su Tian is married. If she counts as an extra person, it's unfair to the others. I think her husband shouldn't be included. Su Tian frowned slightly but remained calm. Grandpa's assets. He can distribute as he wishes. I have no objection. Su Luhua continued, Su Tian, I'm not targeting you. I just want fairness for all the kids. Su Tian responded directly, I understand your point, and there's no need for unnecessary explanations. Even if Beichen were here, he wouldn't compete with you. He would respect Grandpa's decision just as I do. Su Luhua was left speechless, only managing to force out, it's good if he doesn't compete. A man should make his own way, not rely on the family. Su Tian retorted. You're right, so don't coddle Su Jie too much and hinder his future. Su Luhua was infuriated by her sharp-tongued second daughter. At this moment, the lawyers arrived. Grandpa Su got straight to the point. Chengbang, Luhua, Euro, Tian, Xiaojia, Su Yun, Jiangxing, Jiang Yuheng, 8 people in total. After I pass, my cash, stocks, and properties will be equally divided among you, each getting the same amount. Grandpa Su didn't mention Hua Beichen, not just because it would be unfair to the unmarried children, but also because he knew his assets were insignificant to Hua Beichen. There was no need to involve him and make things difficult for Su Tian. They should focus on more valuable pursuits. Su Luhua was shocked. Dad, everything equally divided? But in the future, Chengbang and Su Jia will be managing the family business. Grandpa Su impatiently replied, the company is already given to Chengbang. Isn't that enough? Their future success depends on them. Seeing Su Luhua still wanting to speak, Grandpa Su snorted, surprised that even an equal share didn't satisfy her. He asked, how do you think it should be divided? Su Luhua sat on the sofa, her brows furrowed, and her tone filled with dissatisfaction. I don't dare to say how things should be divided. But shouldn't the son get more? I won't say anything about Su Yun, but Su Tian, she got married and won't be able to help the family much in the future. Does she really need to take that much? Dad, the money she's taking will be used to support outsiders. How can she use Su family's money to help outsiders? Su Yun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, her voice calm and firm. Sister-in-law, Su Tian at least carries the Su surname. You are a Su, yet Dad never said you should get less. So why are you concerned about Su Tian? Su Liuhua's face changed as she retorted, Su Yun, I've borne children for the Su family. Even if I haven't done much, I've worked hard for many years. Su Tian is a married daughter. Su Yun did not back down. Sister-in-law, that's not right. Just because she's a married daughter, does she cease to be a person? Doesn't she deserve a share? Even if she is a daughter, she's still your own flesh and blood. Su Luhua turned red with anger and was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Su Yuro tried to ease the tension. And my mom is just worried that Su Tian might be deceived by men outside. She doesn't mean anything else. Su Yun immediately responded, Yuro, you're also going to get married one day. Will you spend your life guarding against your husband? Or do you plan to take less? Holding Su Tian's hand, Su Yun spoke firmly, Su Tian, don't be afraid. Who isn't a married daughter here? Why should married daughters be expected to always sacrifice for their brothers? Sister-in-law, haven't you supported your own brothers over the years? Su Luhua was left speechless, her face showing embarrassment. Finally, Su Qingbang spoke up, his tone severe. Su Luhua, mind your own business. Whatever Dad says, that's how it will be divided. Although Su Luhua was unwilling, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Su Tian gave Su Yun a grateful look, knowing that her aunt's words carried more weight than her own. Old Master Su surveyed the room, his voice steady. Then it settled. Lawyer, please write it down and notarize it. After I pass away, the inheritance will be divided according to this will. Su Luhua felt slightly better upon hearing that the money wouldn't be distributed immediately. She secretly calculated that as long as the division wasn't immediate, there was still a chance to secure more for her son, Su Jia. The lawyer recorded and notarized the contents of the will according to procedure. Su Tian didn't stay long and soon took her leave. Su Yun walked her to the door, and they spoke quietly in the yard. Aunt, thank you for standing up for me today, Su Tian said sincerely. Su Yun waved it off. I didn't do much, just couldn't stand your mother's favoritism and spoke a few fair words. She's always been like this. I've gotten used to it, Su Tian said softly. Su Yun looked at her with pity. You've been through a lot. Raised in the countryside and finally brought back, only to be treated like this. Now that you're married, you must take good care of yourself. I will, Aunt, Su Tian nodded. Su Yun added, by the way, about the inheritance, Grandpa didn't allocate any to your husband. Make sure to explain it to him, so he doesn't feel slighted. Su Tian smiled and reassured her, don't worry yet. He's not that kind of person. Whether we get the inheritance or not doesn't affect us. That's good to hear, Su Yun sighed in relief. I'll stay with Grandpa for a few days and then head home. We should have dinner together sometime. Su Yuro stood by the upstairs window, watching Su Yun and Su Tian talk. She pursed her lips slightly. Her gaze fell on the car Su Tian had driven, a model she had always desired. Unfortunately, she couldn't find it in any store. The dealership said it was a limited production and wouldn't be available again. Not getting her dream car had dampened her enthusiasm for looking at others. Seeing her daughter's disappointment, Su Luhua consoled her. A car is nothing. Shaoxin will buy you even better ones in the future. Su Tian might be following that man closely, but she'll face hardships. Su Yuro pondered, Mom, Grandpa gave her a lot of assets. She and that man are a unit. Their future might not be that bad. Su Luhua realized this too, knowing the old man's wealth was significant. She secretly planned that it would be best if that money didn't end up in Su Tian's hands. When Su Tian returned home, she told Hua Beichen about the inheritance division. Hua Beichen nodded in understanding. An equal division is the best way. Even if someone has objections, they won't hold up. As for not including Mui, should I get a share? I don't need it and respect the old man's decision. Su Tian softly said, but I still hope Grandpa lives as long as possible. I never thought about getting his money. Hua Beichen agreed. We all wish for his health and longevity over any inheritance. He then suggested, let's meet with Lawyer Chen tomorrow. Why? Su Tian asked, puzzled. I want him to draft a prenuptial agreement for your assets, Hua Beichen explained. Su Tian quickly waved her hand. Mr. Hua, I didn't mean to imply that. I did, Hua Beichen said seriously. I live in your house and Grandpa will leave you an inheritance. These should be documented as your premarital assets, not marital property. Su Tian proposed, if we're doing this, let's include yours too. The money you gave me and the funds you left in my account. You do it, I won't, Hua Beichen said firmly. I want to protect your premarital assets. And yours don't need protection? Su Tian countered. I belong to you, so what's the point of these formalities? Hua Beichen explained earnestly. A good marriage isn't about who owes whom. This is something my father taught me. Women often sacrifice more in marriage and risk losing more. For instance, childbearing is something men can't do. So providing women with more security is only fair. Hearing this, Su Tian felt a warm surge in her heart. It was the first time she heard such sentiments from a man, and coming from Hua Beichen, it meant even more. Hua Beichen continued, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. At least I know that during the 2 years my mother was raising me, she couldn't fully focus on her work. The emotional and physical toll she endured is something that can't be completely compensated. He paused, then added. Although wealth can't erase her exhaustion, having more financial security can provide her with peace of mind and protection, which is a form of compensation in itself. Su Tian listened, her cheeks flushing slightly and her ears warming up. She was inwardly surprised how had the conversation suddenly shifted to having children? Wasn't this development a bit too fast? Noticing Su Tian's reaction, Hua Beichen said softly, so, your situation requires even more protection than mine. His reasoning left Su Tian speechless, unable to deny that he made a valid point. Although Su Tian couldn't imagine what it would be like to have children in the future, Hua Beichen's words suddenly made her feel hopeful about her future. The next day, Hua Beichen indeed arranged for Lawyer Chen to come over. When Su Tian saw him, she greeted him with a smile. Hello, Lawyer Chen. How are your wife and son? Lawyer Chen was momentarily taken aback, almost forgetting about his fictitious son. He quickly adjusted his expression and replied with a smile. They are doing well. Lawyer Chen then took out the prepared terms and carefully explained them to Su Tian. The content mainly focused on protecting Su Tian's premarital assets, including her house and other properties. He explained everything in detail, and Su Tian, having no doubts, readily signed the documents. Collecting the paperwork, Lawyer Chen said, once I notarize these, they will become legally binding for both of you. Su Tian thanked him and offered to treat him to a meal, but Lawyer Chen politely declined, citing other commitments. Watching him leave, Su Tian remarked thoughtfully, Lawyer Chen makes a living with his words, yet he speaks so little. Quite the man of few words. Hua Beichen nodded, yes, he's always been like that. As Lawyer Chen walked away, he felt a sense of relief. Better leave quickly before I have to continue fabricating stories about a non-existent son. Not long after, Su Luhua approached Hua Beichen with a prenuptial agreement drafted by a lawyer, intending for him to sign it. The agreement was designed to protect Su Tian's premarital assets, including her house and the inheritance from her grandfather. Su Luhua thought that as long as Su Tian's assets were protected, they might eventually end up in Su Jie's hands, and she couldn't let Hua Beichen take them. Today, she was determined to get Hua Beichen's signature. Unfortunately, Su Luhua didn't know where Hua Beichen worked, so she went to Sunshine Community, hoping for a chance encounter. Her luck held, and soon she saw Hua Beichen riding an electric scooter out of the community. Without stopping, he drove away, leaving Su Luhua no choice but to follow him in her car. Hua Beichen arrived at a high-end office building. Through his Bluetooth earpiece, He Wang's voice came through. Jin, the European clients have arrived. On my way, Hua Beichen replied, striding quickly into the building. A group of men in suits approached, greeting him with respectful seriousness. Mr. Hua. Hua Beichen nodded in acknowledgement, took the documents and suit the lead man handed him, and walked briskly inside. Su Luhua tried to follow but was stopped at the entrance. She watched helplessly as Hua Beichen disappeared from sight. The security guard politely but firmly told her, "Ma'am, no entry without an appointment." With no other options, Su Luhua left, puzzled about the nature of the place Hua Beichen had entered and why outsiders couldn't go in. Unable to reach Hua Beichen, Su Luhua decided to find Su Tian instead. Su Tian, who hadn't gone to the studio that day, was waiting at the community gate for Lawyer Chen to deliver the notarized agreement. Lawyer Chen arrived in a hurry and handed over the documents. Su Tian accepted them with a smile and handed him a bag of fruit. "Thank you, Lawyer Chen. This is for your kid." Lawyer Chen felt a bit awkward but accepted the fruit. No need to be so polite. "It's my job." Just as Su Tian was about to leave, Su Luhua appeared. Seeing her, Su Tian's smile faded. "Su Tian." Su Luhua approached quickly. "I need to talk to you." "What is it?" Su Tian asked calmly. Su Luhua didn't bother with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "Grandpa is about to leave you a substantial inheritance. Once he passes, you'll have houses, cars, and money." "Yes, and that's rightfully mine," Su Tian replied, meeting Su Luhua's gaze. "I didn't steal or rob it. It's what I deserve as a member of the Su family." Feigning concerned, Su Luhua said, "With so much money in your hands, what if someone deceives you? You're young, and if you lose it, buying another house or car won't be easy." Su Tian picked up on the underlying meaning. "Mom, what are you trying to say?" Su Luhua didn't beat around the bush. "You and Hua Beichen got married without a prenuptial agreement. What if you end up giving all your money to him? What will you do then?" Su Tian sneered. "Mom, you're not worried about my future. You're worried that this money won't end up with Su Jia. You're just unwilling to accept that." Caught off guard, Su Luhua responded with annoyance. "How can you say that? I'm doing this for your own good." Su Tian retorted, "Mom, the Su family isn't poor. We don't lack money. You're always thinking about giving everything to Su Jia. You're clearly doing this for him, not me." "Su Tian." Su Luhua raised her voice. "No matter what, I'm reminding you for your own good. Why can't you understand that?" Su Tian waved the agreement in her hand. "I've already taken care of the prenuptial agreement. But it's not as you think. I didn't force Hua Beichen to do it. He did it on his own. He never intended to take anything from me." Su Luhua was delighted. "Really? He won't touch your money and assets." Su Tian coldly interrupted her joy. "But don't get too happy. Just because Hua Beichen won't touch my things doesn't mean you can control them. Let me be clear, Su Jie's life is his own. Everything I have is mine. I'll give to him if I want to, and if I don't, that's my right." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Su Luhua said, "As his sister, shouldn't you show some familial affection?" Su Tian responded mercilessly, "Sorry, but I don't have that kind of affection for him. What's his is his, and I won't ask for a penny. What's mine is mine, and I won't support him with it." Su Tian knew well that her pampered brother Su Jia, who had been spoiled by the whole family, didn't appreciate her efforts and took her care for granted. After several tearful episodes, she understood her place in the Su family. She had already found a way to marry out and wouldn't let them drain her any further. Su Luhua was furious after hearing Su Tian's words. She gritted her teeth and said, "Su Tun, you have no sense of humanity at all." Unfazed, Su Tian replied, "That's right, so don't expect any compassion from me." With that, she turned and strode toward the parking lot. Su Luhua was trembling with anger when she returned home, unable to sit still. Seeing her state, Su Yuro asked with concern, "Did Hua Beichen refuse to sign?" Su Tian signed the prenuptial agreement. Su Luhua took a deep breath. "Which is good, so she won't be able to give her money to some man. But that damn girl. She had the nerve to say she won't support Su Jia at all in the future. Is she trying to cut ties with us? After all I did to raise her." Su Yuro shook her head and softly said, "Su Tian is so immature. She doesn't understand that relying on Hua Beichen is useless. In the future, she'll need Su Jia's support to live worry-free." She paused and then shifted the topic. "By the way, you mentioned that Xiao Shun's father will be in Fancheng these days, right?" Su Luhua, not wanting to talk about Su Tian anymore, followed the new topic. "Yes, Xiao Shun said his father is seeking a partnership with the Hua Group. But in Jinghai, it's not easy to get close to the Hua Group. Since the Hua Group has a branch in Fancheng, his father is trying his luck there." Suddenly, Su Luhua had a flash of insight. "Hua Beichen's last name is also Hua, isn't it? I saw him at the Hua Group today. Yuro, do you think he might have some connection with the Hua Group? Should we introduce him to Xiao Shun's father?" Su Yuro couldn't help but laugh. Mom, you're too funny. What kind of connection could Huabeichen have with the Hua group? Even if he works there, he's just one of thousands of employees. It wouldn't make any difference. Su Luhua realized, you're right. Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem significant. If he were, Su Tian would have boasted about it long ago. She abandoned the idea and instead instructed, make sure to properly receive Xiaoshen's father. I've got it all planned out, don't worry Mom, Su Yuro replied confidently. Meanwhile, Su Tian wasn't affected by Su Liuhua's words. While driving, she received a call from Mimi. Susu, we're missing a few accessories for Miss Li's dress. I'll pick them up on my way, Su Tian replied. She parked at a nearby mall and quickly went inside. After buying the accessories, she ran into Meng Xinghui in the parking lot. Meng Xinghui. Su Tian called out. She had spoken with Lu Ting last night and knew Meng Xinghui hadn't contacted her yet. Hearing Su Tian's voice, Meng Xinghui asked indifferently, did Lu Ting send you? Ting is on a business trip, Su Tian explained. But she's still concerned about your relationship. She can't communicate with you, and I don't know how to help either. You should talk to her. How can you understand each other without communication? Meng Xinghui frowned. Lu Ting is too domineering. She's always right, and I can't win an argument with her. Su Tian pressed. So what are you going to do? Just leave it unresolved and not contact her. Meng Xinghui remained silent. Su Tian sighed. Lu Ting's flight is tonight. I was planning to pick her up. I'll send you her flight details. She sent the information to Meng Xinghui, feeling that she had done all she could as a friend. At the Hua group, Huabeichen had just finished a meeting with European clients. He sipped his coffee while Li Tang prepared all the necessary documents and reported, Mr. Hua, everything is ready. Huabeichen nodded and signed the documents. He Wang walked into the office and said, Chen Liang Yinrui will be in Fanqing in a few days. He's looking for his long-lost sister. Honestly, if she could be found, it would have happened by now. Huabeichen replied calmly, let him do what he wants. He Wang expressed concern, what if he goes after your wife? He sees her as a rival. Huabeichen shot a cold glance, he wouldn't dare. He Wang nodded. Alright, I'll keep a close watch on him. If he makes any moves, I'll handle it. Huabeichen instructed, prepare for our return to Jinghai. Got it. The International Economic Summit in Jinghai is in 3 days, so we won't miss it, He Wang confirmed. In the evening, Su Tian didn't pick up Lu Ting. She messaged her, Ting, have you landed? Yes, where are you? Lu Ting replied while looking around for Su Tian. Suddenly, she heard Meng Xinghui's voice behind her, Ting. She turned to see him standing there with a bouquet. Feeling conflicted, she walked away. Su, how did Meng Xinghui know I was back? Lu Ting messaged Su Tian. I told him. You should talk to him. Avoiding it won't solve anything, Su Tian replied. Although Lu Ting understood Su Tian's good intentions, she didn't want to talk to Meng Xinghui at that moment. She thought, why should she communicate just because he wants to? Why did he avoid her before? Ting, listen to me. Meng Xinghui caught up and grabbed her arm. I've thought a lot these past few days. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I can't live without you. Not wanting to cause a scene at the airport, Lu Ting said, we'll talk in the car. Meng Xinghui's eyes lit up with hope. Alright, we'll talk in the car. What do you want to eat? Let's go for dinner first. Su Tian waited for a long time without hearing back from Lu Ting, guessing they had a lot to discuss. She left a message for Lu Ting, let me know when you get home so I don't worry. After sending the message, Su Tian realized it was getting late. Huabeichen called to say he was busy and she should eat and rest on her own. Feeling a bit bored, she had a quick meal to fill her stomach. Just before bed, Lu Ting finally replied, Susu, Meng Xinghui agreed to give a dowry of 100,000 yuan and also spend 88,000 yuan on gold jewelry, which I'll keep. My mom will give me a dowry of 100,000 yuan. I'm so conflicted. Su Tian asked, what do you think? I don't know, Lu Ting hesitated. He seems sincere, and the total amount is about 200,000 yuan, but something still feels off. Su Tian patiently talked with her for a while, weighing the pros and cons. Despite Meng Xinghui's sincerity, Lu Ting still had many concerns. In the end, Su Tian suggested that Lu Ting take her time to think it over carefully. Finally, Lu Ting whispered, let me think about it. We'll talk later. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Such a tricky situation would be hard for anyone to decide on. Her thoughts drifted to Huabeichen. In her memory, he had never put her in such an awkward position. Although Su Tian had no intention of comparing Huabeichen with others, it was undeniable that from every angle, Huabeichen's behavior was impeccable. As night fell, Huabeichen still hadn't returned. Su Tian lay in bed, her eyelids growing heavy until she finally drifted off to sleep. Late at night, Huabeichen quietly opened the front door. The living room was softly lit by a single lamp, creating a warm atmosphere. He headed to the fridge to grab a cold drink and noticed a note stuck to the door, left you some fruit and tremella soup in the fridge. A gentle smile appeared on Huabeiqin's lips as he took out the tremella soup, just about to taste it when his phone rang. It was a video call from his grandmother. "Grandma, why are you still up so late?" Huabeiqin answered. His grandmother looked hopeful. "I heard you're coming back to Jinghai in a few days. Are you bringing Tian home with you?" "Not this time," Huabeiqin replied. His grandmother's face fell. "Then why are you coming back at all?" "I have work to do," Huabeiqin explained, lifting the bowl of soup. "This is the tremella soup Tian left for me. It looks sweet," his grandmother said enviously. "Too bad I can't have any." Huabeiqin raised an eyebrow. "I'll drink an extra bowl for you." His grandmother was speechless. Noticing Tian's bedroom door was closed, Huabeiqin lowered his voice. "She's asleep. I won't keep you. I'm going to change and take a shower." However, his grandmother seemed to have more questions. As Huabeiqin opened his bedroom door, she peered through the video call, unable to spot any signs of Tian. "Beichin, are you and Tian sleeping in separate rooms?" she finally asked, realizing that Huabeiqin's room lacked any feminine touches and still had that typical bachelor look. Huabeiqin softly replied yes. His grandmother was shocked. "Don't tell me, after all this time being married, you still haven't been to her room? Beichin, is there something wrong with you? Don't ignore it. I'll find a doctor for you. You must come home in the next few days." Her concern was palpable. Recalling Huabeiqin's disinterest in women for over 20 years, her worry grew. She couldn't believe that even after being married for so long, nothing had changed. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Huabeiqin frowned. "What's wrong with me? Grandma, what are you thinking?" He was simply giving Tian more time to get comfortable with him. "I'm hanging up," he added, his expression turning grim as he ended the call, leaving his grandmother looking worried on the other end. Outside, Tian was startled. She had been half asleep when she heard Huabeiqin return and wanted to greet him, but he had already gone to his room. With the door ajar, she inadvertently overheard the conversation between him and his grandmother. His grandmother said Huabeiqin wasn't capable. Could it be that he wasn't capable before and still isn't now? Feeling like she had stumbled upon a significant secret, Tian quietly retreated to her room and closed the door tightly. Lying in bed, her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Although inexperienced herself, she understood the importance of intimacy in a marriage. Their relationship had progressed to holding hands and kissing but had never gone further. She had assumed they were waiting for the right moment, but now it seemed there might be an issue with Huabeiqin himself. Confused and restless, she eventually fell asleep. The next morning, Tian woke with a groggy head. She had nightmares after falling asleep, and though she couldn't remember the details, she felt utterly exhausted. After washing up, she saw that Huabeiqin had already bought breakfast and set it on the table. He wore a white shirt, his muscular frame evident even through the fabric. His tall, well-built figure exuded a strong masculine aura, making Tian doubt what she had overheard the night before. Huabeiqin spoke softly. "I'm flying back to Jinghai tonight. Since it's for work, I won't be taking you with me this time." Tian's eyes widened. His grandmother had told him to see a doctor in the next few days, and now he was conveniently heading back. It seemed she hadn't misheard. Biting her lip, she responded softly, "All right, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine on my own." "Okay." He handed her a piece of toast. After a moment's hesitation, Tian cautiously said, "You know, if there's a health issue, there's no need to worry too much. Modern medicine is quite advanced, and there are always solutions." Huabeiqin looked at her. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Tian decided to speak up, given their marital bond. "Everyone has some minor issues. If there's something wrong with your health, we can see a doctor. No need to feel burdened." Realizing what she was referring to, Huabeiqin's voice turned serious. "What exactly did you hear last night?" "I'm sorry, I overheard your conversation with your grandmother." "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to greet you when you got back," Tian explained. Huabeiqin's tongue pressed against his teeth as he tried to control his emotions. Tian watched him warily. "Mr. Hua, I didn't mean anything by it. Whatever it is, we can face it together." Seeing him stand up, his tall figure even more imposing in the morning light, Tian instinctively leaned back, pressing herself against the edge of the chair. He leaned closer, his hands on the armrests, his voice low and seductive. "What did you say about me? Repeat it." Tian knew this could hurt his pride but felt it needed to be addressed. However, she wondered if she was overstepping. Huabeiqin had never indicated any specific intentions toward her. Torn between speaking up and staying silent, she hesitated. "Why did you stop talking?" Huabeiqin asked quietly, his warm breath brushing against her face. She felt her body temperature rise, like a shrimp being boiled. Meeting his intense gaze, her breathing quickened. Tian licked her lips, a small gesture that instantly ignited Huabeiqin's desire. He lowered his head and captured her lips in a powerful kiss, leaving no room for her to resist. Tian instinctively grasped the chair, but Huabeiqin held her wrists firmly. She quickly became lost in the moment, forgetting the questions she had just asked. Hu Beichen kissed Su Tian passionately, savoring her sweetness and softness. He held her wrists, slowly guiding them to a particular spot. Su Tian suddenly felt the heat beneath her palms and instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Hu Beichen held it firmly in place. The unfamiliar sensation made her heart flutter, sending ripples through her mind. Hu Beichen whispered in her ear, "You can't rely on what others say. The only way to know is to try for yourself." Su Tian's mind buzzed as she realized what he meant. She quickly withdrew her hand, her fingertips feeling as if they were on fire. Undeterred, Hu Beichen lifted her up and deepened the kiss. It wasn't until Su Tian was completely immersed that he finally let her go. She blinked, her face flushed, suddenly aware of the pleasure she had just experienced. "Confirmed?" Hu Beichen asked with a meaningful look. Su Tian's fingers fidgeted behind her back, her face growing even hotter. In a low voice, Hu Beichen said, "Be good. I have important work to do in Jinghai, but I'll be back in a few days." Su Tian nodded dazedly. After breakfast, on the way to the office, Su Tian was still replaying the scene in her mind. At the studio, Mimi approached her with some accessories. Su, should we string these beads together?" Su Tian snapped back to reality and picked a different set for her. Opening her laptop, Su Tian first checked the emails from the International Haute Couture Association. Several of her submitted designs had been accepted, and the association wanted her to produce the pieces and send them over. They also asked her to name her brand. Excited by this rare international recognition, Su Tian decided to use H for her international brand, differentiating it from her domestic studio, which used S. After work, Lu Ting called and invited Su Tian to go shopping for gold jewelry. Su Tian happily agreed and drove to pick up Lu Ting and Meng Xinghui. Lu Ting was amazed by Su Tian's car and couldn't stop praising it. At the mall, Lu Ting walked arm in arm with Su Tian, enthusiastically picking out jewelry. She liked a wedding ring and a gold bracelet, but hesitated because they cost over 20,000 yuan. Noticing Su Tian's ring, Lu Ting asked, Su, how much was your ring? It looks better than the ones here." "Mine? It was just over 5,000, Su Tian replied. Hearing the price, Meng Xinghui seemed thoughtful. In the end, Lu Ting bought about 50,000 yuan worth of jewelry. Just as they were about to head to another store, Meng Xinghui suddenly said he felt unwell and wanted to go home and rest. On the way home, Meng Xinghui said to Lu Ting, Ting, I think spending 50,000 on gold jewelry is enough. Look at Su Tian. She didn't buy anything extravagant for her wedding, didn't even have a ceremony, just a simple pair of rings costing a little over 5,000. We still need to pay for the wedding photos, the banquet, and the wedding planner. We'll spend more than she did. How about we skip buying more gold jewelry for now? After we're married, I'll buy you something every year and we'll build our collection slowly." Lu Ting looked at Meng Xinghui, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and calm. She asked softly, "Is this why you felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave early?" Meng Xinghui quickly explained, Ting, it's not that I don't want to spend money on you. I just think that no matter how we spend our days, it's still living. Look at Su Tian. She comes from a wealthy family and is beautiful, yet she doesn't have high demands on her partner. Why do we need to spend unnecessary money?" Lu Ting frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Meng Xinghui, you think buying stuff for the wedding is a waste of money, right? Those things can't be eaten or drunk, so why buy so much? Have you forgotten that you said we could reduce the dowry and spend the money on gold jewelry for me? How can you go back on your word? Meng Xinghui felt flustered. Ting, I'm not going back on my word. I just think that getting married isn't easy. Why do we have to spend so much on formalities? We have a long life ahead of us. Shouldn't we save where we can? Lu Ting, suppressing her anger, her voice trembling slightly, said, If life is so long, how many times do I have to accept you going back on your word? This is not the same thing. If Su Tian can do it, why can't you? Meng Xinghui retorted, The reasons and purposes for my marriage to her are different. But even if they weren't, Hu Beichen never shortchanged her. Lu Ting sneered, Are you comparing me to Hu Beichen? Do you think his job is better than mine, and you've always wanted to compare us? Meng Xinghui was at a loss for words. Lu Ting continued sarcastically, Weren't you the one who started the comparison? You're such a hypocrite. Meng Xinghui tried to compromise. Ting, if you really want to buy more gold jewelry, we can. But then we'll have to cut the budget for the wedding ceremony and the dress. Lu Ting was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Su Tian had just returned home when she received a call from Lu Ting. After hearing about their conversation, she was left speechless. On the other end of the line, Lu Ting, her voice choked with sobs, said, Su, I want to break up. The wedding is off. The next day, Lu Ting arrived at Su Tian's studio with swollen eyes from crying. She choked out, Su, don't make the dress for me anymore. Su Tian, heartbroken for her friend, handed her an ice pack. Alright, I'll stop for now. But I won't take it apart. I'll just put it aside. Lu Ting shook her head. No need, take it apart. I will never reconcile with him. Men are all the same. Tian gently placed the ice pack on Lu Ting's eyes, comforting her. Silly girl. Missing out on one man doesn't mean all men are like that. What if you meet a good one in the future? Tang Shuai chimed in from the side. Exactly, Ting Ting. Don't lump us good men together. He struck a charming pose. You can consider someone with good character like me. Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit better. Mimi, still indignant, said, men who go back on their word are disgusting. I support you, Ting Ting, don't reconcile. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but two-legged men are everywhere. Lu Ting laughed. Exactly, you're all right. I'll treat everyone to milk tea. Let's cheer up. Meanwhile, in Jinghai, Huibeichen began preparing for the Jinghai International Economic Summit. He instructed He Wang, who reported quietly, Liang Yunrui is on his flight to Fancheng. Huibeichen calmly ordered, keep an eye on him. On the flight to Fancheng, Liang Yunrui, with his 5-year-old nephew Liang Jing, stood out with his fiery red hair. Liang Jing, his older brother's son, was spending his summer vacation traveling with Liang Yunrui. Whenever his parents questioned his lack of serious work, Liang Jing served as his perfect excuse. Liang Jing asked excitedly, Uncle, is Fancheng fun? Can I dye my hair like yours when we get there? When can I see Auntie? Next to them, the manager put a baseball cap on Liang Yunrui's head, saying helplessly, little guy, do you have any idea how popular you are? What famous singer runs around like this? You'll be all over the news. Liang Yunrui shrugged. That's why I chose business class. The manager rolled his eyes. With that red hair, even if you took a rocket, it wouldn't help. We'll use a private exit. Liang Yunrui nodded, examining Liang Jing's face. I wonder if your aunt looks more like me or you. After the plane landed, Liang Yunrui, wearing a baseball cap, held Liang Jing's hand and, under the manager's careful protection, entered a private exit. On the same day, Su Yuro accompanied Xiaoshen to pick up his father, Liang Nengchao. Su Yuro had never met her future father-in-law and had dressed carefully, hoping to make a good impression. Xiaoshen reassured her, don't be nervous. My father is easygoing. Su Yuro nodded. Of course, father is both serious and approachable. Liang Nengchao had come to Fancheng specifically to see his son. Since his first wife passed away, he had finally dared to openly visit them. Having a son to carry on the family name made him much happier than his first wife, who only bore a daughter. Liang Nengchao felt several years younger. When Xiaoshen saw his father, he immediately greeted him, Dad. Liang Nengchao walked over, nodding Sunro. Su Yuro greeted him gracefully, hello father. It must have been a tiring journey. Let's get in the car. Liang Nengchao nodded. They were using a private exit when he noticed someone with a baseball cap and a glimpse of red hair. Could that be? Liang Nengchao quickly walked in that direction. In the Liang family, despite being just a singer, Liang Yunrui held a high position. His father controlled the entire Liang corporation, and his two brothers were also highly accomplished. Compared to them, Liang Nengchao, though part of the Liang family, was from a collateral branch and far from the core. Establishing a connection with Liang Yunrui would be highly beneficial, but he rarely had the opportunity. With this thought, Liang Nengchao quickened his pace, but the person seemed to be in more of a hurry and soon disappeared from sight. Liang Nengchao felt a bit disappointed. Xiaoshen and Su Yuro caught up. Dad, what did you see? Xiaoshen asked. That was the third young master of the Liang family. Meeting him would be very beneficial for us. I didn't expect him to come to Fancheng, Liang Nengchao explained. Someone that important? Xiaoshen had already met many influential people in Jinghai but hadn't realized there were even more powerful figures he had yet to encounter. Liang Nengchao smiled. No worries, if we don't meet him this time, we'll have other chances back in Jinghai. Xiaoshen felt a spark of hope ignite within him, while Su Yuro couldn't help but feel her heart race with excitement. Jinghai, the Liang family, it all seemed like a golden gateway to a bright future. Liang Yunrui and Liang Jing got into the car, and their manager sighed in relief, asking, did we lose them? Luckily, he's not following us anymore, Liang Yunrui frowned. That paparazzo is too good, knowing our schedule like that. The manager couldn't help but marvel at the paparazzo's skills. Liang Yunrui touched his signature hairstyle and said, maybe my hair is too conspicuous. Let's find a salon first. Uncle, can I dye my hair red? Liang Jing asked eagerly. 2 hours later, the duo emerged from the salon. Liang Yunrui had dyed his hair a trendy emerald green, while Liang Jing sported a striking red. The manager looked at them in amazement. This is what I call good genes. You both look fantastic with such difficult colors. Suddenly, the manager slapped his forehead and exclaimed, oh no. We left our luggage at the airport. He explained that they had rushed off to avoid revealing their itinerary, leaving their luggage behind. Liang Yunrui tugged at his newly dyed green hair, frustrated. What am I supposed to wear now? The manager was in a bind. This young master was notoriously hard to please, with all his clothes custom-made and a strong aversion to wearing anything common. Buying new clothes off the rack wouldn't suffice. Then, The manager remembered a designer recommended by a colleague who happened to live in Fancheng. He had seen her work, and while she wasn't very famous, her designs were exquisite enough to meet Liang Yunrui's daily wardrobe needs. The manager explained the situation to Liang Yunrui, who immediately said, "Then get her to make me something custom." While the manager made the call, Liang Yunrui gritted his teeth and said, "Once we find out who that paparazzo is, leave them to me. We need to deal with these people. The invasion of privacy is getting out of hand." Meanwhile, Su Tian bought a cake and shared it with Lu Ting. As Lu Ting ate, she vented, "Even if Meng Xinghui comes back to me, I won't agree. I've compromised too much. What's next? Waiting until I have a son to get married. It's been 3 years, and now I finally see him for who he is." Su Tian poured her a cup of tea and gently said, "Don't choke on your cake. Susu, why is he like this?" "I'm so angry and hurt," Lu Ting said, her emotions running high. "Then eat another cake. If one doesn't help, have two. Eat and forget about him." Su Tian comforted her. "Yes." Lu Ting nodded. "I'll pack up the gold jewelry I bought yesterday and return it to him later." Just then Su Tian's phone rang. She answered, and a polite male voice on the other end said, "Is this Miss Su? We'd like to request some custom men's suits from you." "Sorry, I don't do home visits for men's clothing," Su Tian declined. It was a rule she had set for her own safety. Men's clothing had to be done in her studio. The caller chuckled. "Miss Su, I understand your concerns. But we're staying at a hotel, and it's quite secure. We got your number from Fong Lan." Su Tian covered the phone and asked Lu Ting, "This person says he's a friend of Fong Lan. Do you know who it is?" Lu Ting quickly glanced at the phone number and checked her contacts, exclaiming excitedly, "Susu, that's a big manager calling you. Say yes." Su Tian agreed over the phone and arranged to meet in an hour. After hanging up, she asked curiously, "Who is it?" "He's a manager for many big stars, and his top artist right now is singer Liang Yunrui," Lu Ting explained. "I know Liang Yunrui. I even have his songs on my phone." Su Tian's eyes lit up. "Maybe I can get his autograph." "But Susu, he's probably not asking you to make clothes for Liang Yunrui," Lu Ting reminded her. "Liang Yunrui is very picky, and with his family's wealth, he rarely wears clothes made by anyone but top brands." Su Tian realized. "So it's probably for other artists the manager works with. That's fine as long as it pays. I can expand my market." "Then hurry up. Don't waste time," Lu Ting urged. "Can you handle this alone?" "Don't worry. As long as there are cakes I haven't tried, this world is worth staying in." Su Tian laughed. "All right, make some money and I'll buy you a cake," Lu Ting laughed. Su Tian quickly arrived at the hotel. He Wang's men, who had been following her, saw her enter and immediately called He Wang. He Wang, unable to report to Huabeichen in time, urgently ordered, "Stop her." He knew Liang Yunrui was staying at this hotel and feared Liang Yunrui would cause trouble for Su Tian. So when Su Tian reached the hotel, several men in black suits and sunglasses, looking like security, stopped her. Su Tian had heard from Lu Ting that celebrities often had many security personnel, paparazzi, and obsessive fans around them. The manager had also warned her to be cautious, as paparazzi and fans could disguise themselves as anyone to follow her upstairs. Not sure if these men were real security, Su Tian decided to be cautious. She quickly changed routes and lost them, making her way to the designated floor. Luckily, this was the best hotel in Fancheng, operating on a membership basis. Su Tian had previously obtained a membership, making it difficult for others to get in. The security guards, having lost her, reported back to He Wang. He Wang was shocked. "How could you lose her?" "He Wang, we didn't want to be too forceful and risk exposing ourselves," one guard explained. "Besides, the hotel uses facial recognition, and we didn't want her to learn our names. And she's so delicate. If we hurt her, how could we explain it to Huabeichen?" He Wang, helpless, said, "Fine, just leave it." Su Tian rang the doorbell. A middle-aged manager opened the door. She greeted him politely and entered the room. Suddenly, she saw a head with bright green hair rise from the bed. "Hello." Su Tian greeted. "Hi, show me your designs so I can pick some," Liang Yunrui said impatiently. Su Tian immediately recognized him, Liang Yunrui. Even if one didn't follow celebrities, it was hard not to know him. His songs were widely popular, and his looks were striking. Even Tang Shui, whom Su Tian knew, was a huge fan of Liang Yunrui. She never thought she'd have the chance to make clothes for Liang Yunrui. No wonder there were so many security personnel downstairs, mixed with paparazzi and obsessive fans. Su Tian was relieved that her quick thinking helped her avoid those people and spared Liang Yunrui from any trouble. Despite her surprise, her professionalism allowed her to stay composed in front of Liang Yunrui. She took out a few meticulously prepared design sketches from her bag and calmly said, "Mr. Liang, please have a look at these first. If none of them suit your taste, I can custom make something for you." "Have these designs been used by anyone before?" Liang Yunrui asked nonchalantly as he flipped through the sketches. "Of course not. Su Tian replied politely but firmly. Liang Yunrui pointed with his long fingers at a few designs. This one, and that one. Also, make me a few sets of pajamas. I want them quickly. I don't like waiting. No problem. Su Tian swiftly took out a measuring tape and expertly took his measurements, while mentally adjusting the design details. The clothes will be ready in 3 hours, she said confidently. Liang Yunrui gave Su Tian a few scrutinizing glances before turning to his manager, Tong Ge, and said, Tong Ge, didn't you always say that it's hard to come across someone with striking looks in this industry? How come I met one right away? Tong Ge, who had noticed Su Tian's appearance the moment she walked in, laughed and said, Why don't you ask Miss Su if she'd like to join our industry? Su Tian, recognizing the compliment in their words, humbly replied, Thank you for the offer, but I have a full-time job. Liang Yunrui shrugged. She doesn't want to. Tong Ge, treating it as a joke, thought to himself that someone without any preparation wouldn't be suited for this industry anyway. Your name is Su Tian, right? Liang Yunrui asked, How about you come and shoot an MV for me sometime? I think you have the right look. We'll see if there's an opportunity. Su Tian responded politely, not taking it seriously. All right, then leave me your contact information, Liang Yunrui said, taking out his phone, which made Tong Ge, who was drinking water, choke in surprise. In their line of work, contact information was usually handled by the manager, rarely by the artists themselves. Su Tian calmly scanned Liang Yunrui's WeChat QR code and added him as a friend. Just as Su Tian was about to leave, a sleepy little boy climbed out of bed and hugged her leg tightly. Are you Aunt Yaya? Liang Jing asked, looking up at Su Tian. Third uncle, did we find Aunt Yaya? Su Tian was amused by his cuteness and gently pinched his cheek. Little one, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Aunt Yaya. But you are, Liang Jing insisted, still hugging her tightly. We came here specifically to find Aunt Yaya. You're so pretty. You must be her. Liang Yunrui half-jokingly said, Could it be that you really are? Tong Ge quickly picked up Liang Jing and apologized to Su Tian. Miss Su, please don't mind him. They just woke up and their brains are still half asleep. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Liang Yunrui, hands on hips, said, Who are you calling brainless? Just because someone is good-looking doesn't mean they're Liang Yu, okay? Su Tian saw they had things to discuss and politely excused herself. Liang Jing pouted. Why does Aunt Yaya have to leave? Liang Yunrui followed up. Well, it's worth asking, isn't it? What if she really is? Tong Ge calmly explained. It's impossible. I overheard some chatter at Fonglan's place. Su Tian has parents and a solid background. She's not adopted. When did you hear that? Have you known her for a while? Liang Yunrui pressed. I overheard it during their chat. I only met her for the first time today, Tong Ge replied. Then why are you so interested? Liang Yunrui continued to question. Why are you asking so many questions today? Tong Ge retorted. Is it a crime to ask? Liang Yunrui shot back. Tong Ge explained. I remember hearing her name when they were discussing gender preference issues. They mentioned her because she makes great clothes, so I took note of it. Liang Yunrui, pulling at his green hair in frustration, said, Gender preference? Who does that? Girls are so wonderful, sweet, soft, cute, and obedient. What's so great about boys? They come back all sweaty after playing, making you want to smack them. Right, Liang Jing. Liang Jing's eyes welled up with tears, almost ready to cry. Tong Ge comforted him. Your third uncle was also a sweaty little boy. Liang Jing turned his tears into laughter, while Liang Yunrui looked exasperated. Meanwhile, Huang informed Hua Beichen about Su Tian meeting Liang Yunrui. Thankfully, I found out that Liang Yunrui is just getting clothes made by her. He lost his luggage at the airport and doesn't dare to tell his parents that he's been idling around, so he can't ask them to send him clothes. Hua Beichen nodded. He'll eventually find out that the person I'm marrying is Su Tian. What should we do then? Should I have a talk with him? Huang asked. Do you think he'd listen to you? Hua Beichen countered. Huang realized that Liang Yunrui, known for his free-spirited ways, was unlikely to heed his advice. Determined to stay in Fanqing, he would certainly cause trouble for Hua Beichen. After a moment of thought, Hua Beichen said, Go to the attic at my house and find something. It should still be there. Huang nodded and left. Su Tian quickly completed the clothes Liang Yunrui requested and personally delivered them. Downstairs at the hotel, Liang Ningcha was trying his luck, hoping to catch a glimpse of Liang Yunrui. However, this members-only hotel wasn't somewhere he could easily enter. Recalling the unpleasant incident caused by Xiao Shen and Su Yuro last time, his membership had been revoked. This left him somewhat resentful towards Su Yuro. Unable to meet anyone, he left dejectedly. Su Tian smoothly made her way upstairs. Tong Ge was peeking through the curtains. There are quite a few paparazzi and obsessive fans in Fanqing. Hearing this as she entered, Su Tian agreed. Yes, both times I've come here, someone followed me. Luckily, I took a different route. She was grateful that the hotel had gifted her a membership last time, allowing her easy access. She took out the clothes, and Tong Ge inspected them. Liang Yunrui came over with a plate of fruit. Have some fruit? He then handed her a glass of milk. Drank some milk. Finally, he pushed a chair towards her. Have a seat? Su Tian was surprised by the sudden gestures of kindness. Holding the milk, she hesitated to drink it. The various rumors about the entertainment industry made her wary. She wasn't ready to accept anything from Liang Yunrui so easily. Noticing her hesitation, Tonga smiled and said, Yunrui is just being polite. Miss Su, make yourself comfortable. Liang Yunrui added, consider this place your home. Su Tian stood there, feeling extremely uneasy. Forcing a smile, she said to Liang Yunrui, Mr. Tong, if there's no issue with the clothes, could you sign off and make the payment? However, Liang Yunrui ignored her request and asked, why aren't you eating the fruit? Don't you like it? What flavors do you prefer? Su Tian felt speechless and replied politely but firmly, Mr. Liang, I'm in a hurry. I won't be eating this time, but thank you for your kindness. Suddenly, Liang Yunrui reached out and touched Su Tian's hair. This unexpected gesture made her freeze, almost ready to explode. Liang Yunrui sighed. A girl as pretty as you. How could anyone favor boys over girls? If you were my daughter. He paused, realizing he misspoke, and quickly corrected himself. If you were my sister, I'd spoil you to no end. Seeing this, Mr. Tong quickly made the payment for Su Tian. Feeling relieved, she hurriedly said, goodbye, and walked away briskly. Back in her car, just as Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief, her phone rang. It was Lu Ting asking her who the clothes were for. Liang Yunrui. Su Tian replied succinctly. Liang Yunrui? Lu Ting exclaimed. Su, that's impressive. You managed to get an order from him. Su Tian sighed. Don't even mention it. Is Liang Yunrui a bit out of his mind? He acts so strange. She briefly recounted what had happened. Lu Ting was also surprised. I haven't heard anything about him being mentally unstable. But as long as you're okay, let's avoid doing business with him next time. Yeah, he's a bit scary, Su Tian agreed. After getting home, Su Tian thought for a moment and decided to call Huabeichen. As soon as the call connected, Huabeichen's cheerful voice came through. Why do you have time to call me? Su Tian blushed. Can't I call you if I'm not busy? Do you miss me? Yes, Huabeichen replied simply. I'll be back in a couple of days. Okay. I got an order from a celebrity today. I'll treat you to something nice when I make the money, Su Tian said. Sounds good, Huabeichen smiled. How is the celebrity? Su Tian briefly described the situation. He's nice but a bit scary. Huabeichen already knew that Liang Yunrui was unreliable and had a carefree demeanor. But overall, he wasn't the type to become a legal problem. He advised, take care of yourself and call the police if necessary. Got it, Su Tian replied. After their chat, she felt much more relaxed. Say hi to Grandma for me. I'll visit her next time I get a chance. Huabeichen nodded. Su Tian said, I'll hang up now. You should rest early. Just as she was about to end the call, Huabeichen's voice came through. I miss you too. Su Tian hesitated to hang up. Huabeichen's laugh came through. Want to hear more? Okay, I'm really hanging up now, Su Tian said. You first, Huabeichen replied. Feeling a bit sweet inside, Su Tian hugged her teddy bear and hung up the phone. She rubbed the bear's ears and placed her phone over her heart. The next day, Su Tian received a call from Mr. Tong. Remembering how creepy Liang Yunrui was, she immediately said, Mr. Tong, I'm busy these days and can't take urgent orders. Then can I come to your studio for a custom order? Mr. Tong asked. Su Tian thought for a moment and agreed, thinking it would be fine. After hanging up, Mr. Tong turned to the crying Liang Jing and said, Little ancestor, she's agreed to make your clothes. Really? Liang Jing immediately brightened up, tears still on his face. Yesterday he had seen Liang Yunrui wearing new clothes and had insisted on getting the same. Mr. Tong had tried to buy him other clothes, but he only wanted the same as Liang Yunrui's. Mr. Tong thought to himself, how did such an easygoing kid become so hard to please after spending time with Liang Yunrui? Liang Yunrui asked, why didn't she come over? You should ask yourself that, my little master. Mr. Tong replied helplessly. What did I do? Liang Yunrui looked innocent. Didn't you say she was from a family that favored boys over girls, with neither parent caring for her? I just thought such a girl deserved some pampering. What's wrong with offering her some fruit and milk? Mr. Tong rubbed his forehead. You were a bit too forward. Who knows if you might do something inappropriate? Does she think I drugged her? Liang Yunrui said angrily. How could I do such a thing? Just because she's pretty, has a good figure, a sweet face, and smiles with her eyes, doesn't mean I'd do something like that. Little master, do you even hear what you're saying? Mr. Tong was utterly speechless. Su Tian arrived at her studio, and soon Mr. Tong brought Liang Jing over. Seeing that Liang Yunrui wasn't with them, Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Liang Jing entered, he hugged Su Tian's leg and sweetly called out, Auntie, are you making new clothes for me? Mei Mei, seeing this, came over to tease him. Little guy, who's your auntie? Liang Jing pointed at Su Tianhe. Auntie's clothes are the best. Mei Mei looked at Su Tian. Su, is this your relative's child? Yes, Su Tian responded casually, not wanting to bring up Liang Yunrui. Mei Mei smiled and complimented Liang Jing. You have such cool red hair. Liang Jing proudly lifted his head, of course. Su Tian took out some fabric and designs for him to choose from. Mr. Tong said, no need to choose. Just make the same as yesterday's. Liang Yunrui doesn't like wearing the same as others, but Liang Jing is okay with it. But Liang Jing shook his head. I don't want the same. I want Auntie to make new ones. Compared to the odd Liang Yunrui, Su Tian preferred the adorable Liang Jing. She had him sit down and said, all right, let's choose together, okay? Mr. Tong had to go to the airport to find some lost luggage. He explained, the clothes aren't important. It's the other things in the suitcase that matter. Hearing that he was busy, Su Tian said, you can leave the child here. I'll look after him. Liang Jing also nodded and promised, I can take care of myself. And I can take care of Auntie too. Only then did Mr. Tong leave assured. Liang Jing was indeed well behaved. He didn't cause any trouble and quietly followed Su Tian around. Whatever she did, he just sat nearby and watched. Tang Shui bought him some candied hawthorn. He took it and first offered it to Su Tian. Auntie, you eat first. Tang Shui commented that Mr. Tong who came by earlier looked a bit familiar. Su Tian laughed. Good-looking people always look familiar, right? Tang Shui thought about it and agreed, then went back to cutting fabric. By the end of the day, Mr. Tong still hadn't returned. Su Tian called him and he apologized. I'm tied up with something right now. Can you watch him a bit longer? Can I take the child home with me? Su Tian asked. Mr. Tong thought for a moment and agreed. Liang Jing was excited. I can really go home with Auntie? Who else is at Auntie's house? You'll find out when we get there, Su Tian smiled. In the car, Su Tian asked him, what do you want to eat? I'll eat whatever Auntie eats. Liang Jing answered obediently. Su Tian patted his head, thinking this child was really sweet. How could someone like Liang Yunrui have such a cute and well-behaved nephew? When they got home, Su Tian made a few of her specialty dishes for Liang Jing. His eyes lit up and he praised her non-stop. Auntie, this is so delicious. Even better than Grandma and the nanny's cooking. Su Tian paused, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Where's your mom? She asked softly. Liang Jing shook his head, his voice tinged with sadness. I don't have a mom. Su Tian felt a pang in her heart and cautiously asked, so who do you usually stay with? Sometimes with my dad, sometimes with my grandma. Liang Jing replied, his eyes lighting up. When I'm on vacation, I hang out with my third uncle. Feeling a wave of sympathy, Su Tian didn't press further. She quietly put more food on Liang Jing's plate. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from Liang Yunrui. Su Tian, is Liang Jing with you? Liang Yunrui asked over the phone. Yes, Tong said he had something to do and would pick him up later, Su Tian replied. I'll pick him up instead. Send me the address. Hesitating, Su Tian didn't want to reveal her place, so she said, I'll bring him to the hotel entrance. All right. Come over quickly. After hanging up, Liang Jing looked at her with a hint of reluctance. Auntie, can't I stay with you? Su Tian playfully tapped his nose. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you? Liang Jing's eyes sparkled. Auntie would never sell me. Auntie loves me the most. Su Tian said seriously, bad people don't have bad written on their faces. Don't trust strangers outside. I won't trust strangers. But I trust you, Auntie. Liang Jing said firmly. After dinner, Su Tian quickly tidied up and ironed 2 new outfits for him. Then she drove Liang Jing to the hotel. In the hotel lobby, a man wrapped in a blanket with green hair approached sneakily. Su Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Mr. Liang, are you cold? No, just avoiding cameras, Liang Yunrui explained. He had changed his hair color but couldn't hide his build, so he wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. Realizing the situation, Su Tian handed Liang Jing over to him. He's all yours. Liang Yunrui tentatively asked, want to come up for some fruit? Su Tian politely declined and said goodbye to Liang Jing before leaving. Liang Jing looked up at Liang Yunrui with a mature expression. Uncle, that's not how you woo a girl. Liang Yunrui rolled his eyes. Which eye of yours saw me wooing her? My life is about the stars and the sea. Then why did you invite her up for fruit? Liang Jing pressed. I was just being nice, Liang Yunrui said dismissively. Carrying the bag Su Tian had packed for him, Liang Jing swung his arms as he headed upstairs. Once inside the room, he eagerly pulled out a small lunchbox filled with shrimp dumplings. What are you eating? Liang Yunrui asked curiously. Shrimp dumplings Auntie packed for me, Liang Jing said, savoring each bite. She made them herself. So delicious, hick. Liang Yunrui reached into the lunchbox and grabbed one. Are they really that good? Don't eat my food. Liang Jing protested, but Liang Yunrui grabbed another. The room erupted with loud cries. Liang Jing chased after Liang Yunrui, but in the chaos, the last 3 shrimp dumplings in the lunchbox were eaten by Liang Yunrui. The next day, as Su Tian was focused on her work, Liang Yunrui suddenly called her on video. She quickly stepped aside to answer. Mr. Liang, what's up? Can I place an order with you? Price is negotiable, Liang Yunrui said. Go ahead. Can you make me a box of shrimp dumplings? I need 50 of them, he said after a pause. Su Tian was taken aback. Mr. Liang, I'm a fashion designer. Please, Liang Yunrui pleaded. I can't calm this little guy down otherwise. After a moment's hesitation, Su Tian agreed. She handed her current work to her assistant, Mei Mei, and drove home. She quickly made 50 shrimp dumplings and delivered them to the hotel. Liang Jing was already waiting eagerly at the hotel entrance. Seeing Su Tian, he ran over.
Auntie.
Su Tian handed him the box of dumplings. Here are your shrimp dumplings. Thank you, Auntie. You're the best. Liang Jing cheered. Touched by his cuteness, Su Tian ruffled his bright red hair. Go up and eat them quickly. They won't taste good if they get cold. Auntie, aren't you coming up? Liang Jing asked, reluctant to part. Auntie has to go back to work. You go on now, Su Tian said gently. Seeing his disappointed look, she softened. I'll come visit you later. Liang Jing brightened up immediately. Okay, I'll wait for you. Add me as a friend on my watch. After adding him, Su Tian left. Liang Jing ran upstairs excitedly and told Liang Yunrui, Uncle, add Auntie to my watch. Give me some dumplings and I'll add her, Liang Yunrui bargained. No, not enough to share. Liang Jing shook his head firmly. Liang Yunrui rolled his eyes. 50 dumplings aren't enough? Liang Jing carefully opened the box and counted. There were indeed 50. Reluctantly, he handed half to Liang Yunrui. Add her. Liang Yunrui added Su Tian's contact to Liang Jing's watch and, looking at the dumplings, said smugly, if it weren't for your clever uncle, you wouldn't have gotten 5 extra dumplings for free. As Su Tian was leaving the hotel, she ran into Su Yuro. Su Yuro called out to her, Su Tian. Elder sister? What's up? Grandpa's birthday is tonight. We've arranged a dinner at the hotel. Mom wants you to come, Su Yuro said. Su Tian was puzzled. Isn't Grandpa's birthday in 2 months? Xiaoshen's father is here. Mom wants to seize the opportunity to celebrate early, Su Yuro explained. Having Liang Nangchao at the party adds prestige. Su Tian sighed internally, knowing that appearances meant everything to them. She replied calmly, I'll be there tonight. Su Yuro added, Su Tian, a reminder, Xiaoshen and I are getting engaged soon. I know you two had a history, but that's all in the past. Don't do anything inappropriate. Su Tian smiled and said, Elder sister, you might like picking up trash, but I don't. Su Yuro's face darkened. Su Tian, can you not be so harsh? Sorry, the truth tends to be harsh, Su Tian retorted before getting into her car. She had to buy a gift for her grandfather, and she had plenty of time. That evening, Su Tian called Hua Beichen to inform him about the event. Hua Beichen, who had an important meeting, apologized. I can't make it back for Grandpa's birthday. Please apologize on my behalf and tell him I'll make it up to him later. Su Tian comforted Hua Beichen with a few words before stepping into the hotel. Today, the Su family had booked an upscale restaurant to receive a steady stream of guests. The restaurant was bustling, and Su Tian noticed many unfamiliar faces, likely friends and relatives from Xiaoshen's father's side. She didn't pay much attention to them and headed straight towards her grandfather. The old man wasn't very lucid today. His symptoms of dementia made him occasionally confused. A caretaker was attentively looking after him. Su Tian inquired about her grandfather's medication and meals, and the caretaker answered each question. At that moment, Su Yuro and Xiaoshen approached Su Tian. Both were dressed in the latest Su family attire, standing out in the crowd. Xiaoshen gave Su Tian a meaningful look, while Su Yuro smiled and said, Su Tian, let me introduce you to some friends from Xiaoshen's father's side later. No need, I'll stay with Grandpa, Su Tian replied calmly. Su Yuro, displeased, said, Look at you, not doing what you should. Aren't the friends from Jinghai more important than staying with Grandpa? Su Tian knew her older sister never liked her, so she responded directly, Today is Grandpa's birthday celebration, so of course staying with him is more important. Su Yuro silently cursed her for being ungrateful. Just then, a group of relatives and friends gathered around, asking Su Tian, Why didn't you bring your husband? Yes, aren't you married now? Su Yuro chimed in with a smile, My brother-in-law must be very busy. Su Tian has come home several times without him. Young people nowadays are under a lot of pressure, working those 996 hours. That's really tough. They haven't even bought a house yet, so they must work hard. You can't expect the girl to support the family forever, right? Exactly. That's why we envy Yuro for finding such a good boyfriend. Right, when Yuro gets married, she won't have to worry about cars or houses. The Liang family's assets in Jinghai are enough for several lifetimes. These relatives had just been warmly entertained by Su Yuro and had heard that Su Tian married a poor man, while Su Yuro's future father-in-law was from the prestigious Liang family in Jinghai. In comparison, their words were clearly belittling Su Tian's choice. One aunt grabbed Su Yuro's hand, her eyes fixed on the ring. Yuro, your hands look so lucky. That ring must be expensive, right? Su Yuro pretended to be modest. It's okay. Xiaoshen gave it to me. I don't know the price. Xiaoshen added. It's not that expensive, just around 200,000. He glanced at Su Tian, hoping to see regret or envy. But Su Tian was focused on feeding her grandfather, showing no reaction. Oh my, 200,000 is not that expensive? That's enough for a down payment on a house. Euro is really lucky. The aunt turned to Su Tian. I say, Su Tian, since you haven't been married long, why not get a divorce? Look at that plain ring on your finger. It must be fake. Instead of tying your life to a poor man, you should find a better one while you're still young. Yeah, let your sister's fiancé introduce you to someone better. We feel sorry for you like this. Su Tian put down the porridge bowl, stood up, and smiled faintly. Auntie, I heard Uncle's annual salary is only about 100,000? That's really too little. 100,000 can't even buy a ring like my sister's. Women should rely on men. So instead of sticking with a man who earns 100,000 a year, why not divorce him early and let my sister's fiancé introduce you to a rich man? What do you think, Auntie? The aunt's face turned red, and she stammered, Su Tian, I'm saying this for your own good. Auntie, I'm saying this for your own good too. Su Tian turned to the other chattering relatives, Auntie Wu, Aunt Li, Auntie Er, and the others. You should all hurry home and get divorced. Line up to meet rich men through my sister's fiancé before it's too late. The women, who had been gossiping non-stop, fell silent. Their husbands were present, and they couldn't afford to lose face. Su Tian then said to Xiaoshen, brother-in-law, make sure to remember the names of these aunts and help them find a better life. Su Yuro, seeing the awkward atmosphere, became angry. Su Tian, enough. Sister, I'm only thinking of everyone's best interests. Don't you want what's best for everyone? Su Tian retorted. Using wit to counter their criticism, the crowd dispersed. Su Yuro, exasperated, said to Xiaoshen, how vulgar. Let's go over there. Relieved, Su Tian enjoyed the peace. Just then, Su Yun approached with her son, Jiang Yuheng. Jiang Yuheng greeted her. Su Tian, your tongue is getting sharper. Call me sister. Su Tian corrected. Jiang Yuheng was Su Yun's son, only a day younger than Su Tian, and never called her sister. When did you get here? Su Tian asked. I just arrived today. I was about to call you when I saw you here. Battling the crowd with words, Jiang Yuheng said, unsure how to finish his sentence. People call it debating scholars. I call it debating housewives, Su Tian joked. Stay a few days, I'll treat you to dinner. I have to leave soon. There's a company meeting tomorrow morning. I just stopped by to see Grandpa since I was passing through Fancheng on a business trip. Jiang Yuheng checked his watch. We'll catch up later. Su Yun escorted her son out, while Su Tian continued to stay with her grandfather. Meanwhile, Su Yuro, despite her frustration with Su Tian, put on a cheerful demeanor to greet Liang Nengchao's friends. Because of Liang Nengchao, Xiaoshen had also met some rich young people from Jinghai. A few of them came today, including one named Zheng Zhaoyan, who, in his 30s, was smoking and eyeing Su Tian. Mr. Tian, try this local cigarette. Su Yuro offered him a pack. Zheng Zhaoyan took it and asked, is that your sister? Su Yuro could easily see the undisguised greed in Zheng Zhaoyan's eyes. She had heard from Xiaoshen that Zheng Zhaotian had been married twice, both short-lived, but the Zheng family was wealthy, allowing him to indulge. Su Yuro said, Mr. Tian, my sister is already married. So what if she's married? She can always get a divorce, Zheng Zhaoyan said with a smile. It's not a big deal. Su Yuro frowned at Zheng Zhaoyan, clearly displeased with his casual tone. However, she didn't want to offend this wealthy young man and silently lowered her head. At that moment, Su Luhua walked over. Seeing her, Zheng Zhaoyan immediately asked, Auntie, if I marry your second daughter, would you agree? Su Luhua was taken aback by the sudden direct question. Su Yuro kept her head down, unwilling to engage in the conversation. Su Luhua quickly recovered, her eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. Although Zheng Zhaotian himself wasn't very promising, his parents were well-known entrepreneurs. The Zheng family's branch in Fancheng was far beyond the reach of the modest Su family. Su Luhua had even seen Liang Nengchao being deferential to Zheng Zhaotian's father. Marrying into the Zheng family would be nothing but beneficial for the Su family. However, Su Luhua hesitated, saying, Young Master Zheng, I'm sorry, but my second daughter is already married. Oh, who did she marry? Zheng Zhaotian pressed. Just a poor guy, Su Luhua sighed. My second daughter went through a late rebellious phase, argued with me a few times, and married a poor guy out of spite. Her words carried an underlying message, hoping Zheng Zhaotian would understand. Sure enough, he quickly responded, so, she didn't marry seriously, just for fun. I think so too, Su Luhua agreed. But she's grown up now and doesn't listen to me anymore. As a mother, I want her to have a good marriage with someone who truly cares for her. Her current situation worries me. Jian smiled. Auntie, if you agree, I don't mind that Su Tian has been married before. Su Luhua was overjoyed. She had long regretted allowing Su Tian's marriage and was envious of the property and inheritance Su Tian held. If Su Tian could divorce the poor guy and marry into the Zheng family, the Su family's future would be completely different. However, Su Luhua had some concerns. I can try to persuade Su Tian, but her husband. The thought of Hua Beichen's imposing demeanor made her shiver. Zhang dismissively said, just give me his details, and I'll take care of it. Su Luhua nodded with a smile. Wang Xiaoyan's gaze fell on Su Tian, satisfied with what he saw. She was not only more delicate and beautiful than Su Yuro, but also stood out in the entire Jinghai. He marveled at finding such a beauty in the small place of Fanqing. After helping her grandfather finish his meal, Su Tian was munching on an apple when Su Luhua approached with a radiant smile. Tian. Su Tian had never been favored by her parents, who felt she had taken away opportunities from their son. Her mother's cheerful demeanor was almost surreal. Tian, come over to that table. I want to introduce you to some friends, Su Luhua said, pulling her hand. I have something to do later. I'll leave after cutting the cake for Grandpa. Su Tian replied indifferently. Su Luhua insisted, silly girl. Staying a bit longer won't hurt. By the way, where's Beichen? He's on a business trip. He's so busy. He probably doesn't spend much time with you, right? But don't worry, Mom is always thinking of you, Su Luhua said, secretly assessing the depth of Su Tian and Hua Beichen's relationship. Su Tian found her mother's behavior odd but didn't dwell on it. Su Luhua whispered a few words to Zheng En, who nodded and instructed his people to make arrangements. Soon, a group of people pushed a cart with a cake and flowers towards Su Tian. She thought it was something Su Yuro had prepared for their grandfather and didn't pay much attention. Su Luhua smiled. Tian, aren't these flowers beautiful? They're okay, Su Tian replied. If you think they're okay, then accept them, Su Luhua urged. Seeing the commotion, many relatives and friends gathered around. Surrounded by flowers, Su Tian became the center of attention. Bingjun, holding a glass of red wine and smoking a cigarette, stared at her intensely, as if she were already his. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Su Luhua loudly announced, today is the old man's birthday. Thank you all for coming to celebrate. But I also want to announce that my second daughter is already married and to introduce you to her husband. Su Tian was bewildered. Relatives were also puzzled, having heard earlier that Su Tian's marriage wasn't great. Why the sudden proud announcement? Who did Su Tian marry? Is the groom here today? Someone asked. Su Luhua smiled. Everyone, please be patient. Let me introduce my second daughter's husband, young Master Jinghai. Su Yuro felt uneasy but remained silent. If Su Tian's marriage could benefit the Su family, it was worth it. After all, Zhang Zhaotian, despite his flaws, couldn't compare to Xiao Shen and the Liang family in terms of future prospects. She suppressed her discomfort. Relatives were both envious and curious. Wang Xiaoyan had arrived in a luxury car and was welcomed with great fanfare. Learning that Su Tian married him sparked even more discussion. Su Tian was shocked. Mom, are you mistaken? Tian, Mom isn't mistaken. Su Luhua whispered. You should divorce that poor man now before you develop feelings. Young Master Zheng has already bought you a diamond ring. Just take it. As she tried to place the ring in Su Tian's hand, she continued, you see, young Master Zheng is from Jinghai, wealthy and influential. Even a fraction of his wealth would benefit our Su family for years. You always wanted to study design abroad and become a top designer. You'll never achieve that on your own. Su Luhua tried to persuade Su Tian by painstakingly listing all the benefits of marrying Jinghai. However, her words revealed a concern not for her daughter but for the interests of her son, Su Jia. As Su Tian listened, a chill ran through her heart, realizing that Su Luhua had gone to the extent of disregarding ethics and morals for the sake of her son. Overwhelmed by anger, Su Tian suddenly swiped her hand, knocking the diamond ring from Su Luhua's hand to the ground. As she watched the scattered diamonds, Su Luhua felt both furious and embarrassed but managed to suppress her anger. She bent down to pick up the ring and forced a smile, saying, how could you be so careless with such a little box? Here, take it. She shoved the ring back into Su Tian's hand and continued in a low voice, Tian, as long as you agree, I can promise you anything. Don't miss out on such a great opportunity. You'll never get another chance like this. Su Tian looked at her mother coldly and said, word by word, if you want to marry him, you marry him. I won't. With that, she pushed Su Luhua away forcefully. Noticing the eyes of the crowd on her, Su Tian raised her voice. Everyone, I am married. I moved out of the Su family home right after getting the marriage certificate recently. But my husband is not Zheng Zhaodan. My mother is confused and made a mistake. Her words caused an uproar among the onlookers, who found it hard to believe such an important matter could be mistaken. Su Luhua felt deeply humiliated and silently cursed Su Tian for her lack of cooperation. At that moment, Zhang Zhadan approached with a bouquet of flowers. He first apologized to the surrounding guests and then turned to Su Tian, speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Honey, please don't be mad at me. I'm here to apologize." Hearing this, the crowd realized it might just be a lover's quarrel. They began to persuade Su Tian to forgive Jing Zhan, praising his sincerity. Su Tian was taken aback by Jing Zhaotian's shamelessness in fabricating lies in public. She let out a cold laugh and beckoned him closer with a finger. Seeing this, Jing Zhan smirked and leaned in. Just then, Su Tian struck, hitting Jing Zhan hard in the groin. He doubled over in pain, his face twisted in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Tian loudly declared, "Nishan, I have nothing to do with you. Stop calling me your wife. Everyone, this is the first time I've seen him. I didn't know him before today, and we have no connection whatsoever. From now on, there will never be any connection between us. Please don't spread false information." With that, Su Tian turned and left, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Su Luhua and Su Yuro stood dumbfounded, unable to believe how things had escalated. Gritting his teeth, Tian ordered his men, "Catch her." His bodyguards immediately set off in pursuit of Su Tian. Su Luhua also hurriedly instructed Su Yuro to find Su Tian, hoping to salvage the situation. Su Tian ran out of the hall, with a group of people hot on her heels. Just then, a group of strangers appeared and surrounded her protectively. Su Tian thanked them. "Thank you, Mr. Liang." Though puzzled, they didn't ask questions and quickly engaged in a fierce fight with the pursuers. Amid the chaos, Su Tian returned to the hall, escorted her grandfather and the nanny out, and put them in a car. She instructed the nanny to take good care of her grandfather, promising extra bonuses. The sound of police sirens filled the air as several police cars arrived. Everyone involved, including Su Tian and Zhang Zhaotian, was taken to the police station. Meanwhile, Hu Beichen was frowning on the plane. He had received a report from He Wang about Su Tian's troubles at the birthday banquet even before his meeting had ended. He immediately arranged for a private jet to fly directly to Fanqing. He Wang tried to comfort him in a low voice, "Brother Chen, it's nothing serious. The situation is under control. Sister-in-law is not hurt. Everything will be fine." Hu Beichen's voice was as cold as ice. "Someone called my wife, and you tell me it's no big deal?" He radiated an icy chill that froze He Wang in his tracks, making him too scared to speak further. Despite He Wang's efforts to have people secretly protect Su Tian, tonight's events had spiraled out of control. He tried to calm his nerves, quickly sorting through the situation in his mind. Although it was tricky, he still believed everything was under control. Meanwhile, in a black car parked near the hotel, Liang Yunrui was tugging at his signature green hair, watching the commotion outside with interest. Tong Ge, sitting in the driver's seat, casually remarked, "Our people are in place. Miss Su should be fine." Liang Yunrui scoffed, "Humph, I owe her for those 50 dumplings she fed me. She always calls me for help when she's in trouble. Is it really worth just 50 dumplings?" Tong Ge chuckled. "Definitely worth more than that. 80 at least," Liang Yunrui declared firmly. Just then, several police cars sped by, and Liang Yunrui's sharp eyes spotted Su Tian among them. "No way, is she getting taken in too?" he exclaimed in surprise. Tong Ge remained calm. "It's not a big deal. Once the police get the full story, they'll see she's innocent and wronged. Fenjian deserved that beating. Let's head to the station and see what's happening," Liang Yunrui suggested enthusiastically. In the police car, Su Tian clasped her hands tightly in anxiety. She recalled how, upon realizing Jing Zhaotian and her mother had ill intentions, she immediately called the police. Fearing they might not respond in time, she also sought help from Liang Yunrui, who quickly sent people to assist her. Without his help, she knew she wouldn't have escaped the clutches of the sinister and arrogant Jinzhan. However, what hurt Su Tian the most was her own family. For the sake of their family's interests and Su Jie's future, they treated her like a bargaining chip. The betrayal cut her deeply. Upon arriving at the police station, the severely injured Zhang Zhaotian was rushed to the hospital. Su Tian cooperated with the police, giving a detailed account of the events while omitting Liang Yunrui's involvement. The female officer taking her statement was outraged and reassured her, "Don't worry. If what you said is true, we'll make sure you get justice." Feeling slightly relieved, Su Tian was about to leave when she heard a loud, arrogant voice outside. "Nobody's leaving tonight. I want to know what happened to young Master Tian." A heavily tattooed man barged in, completely ignoring the police. He pointed at everyone present, threatening, "Mr. Zheng is on his way, and no one leaves until he gets here." Su Tian's heart sank again. Although her kick hadn't seriously harmed Jing Zhuan, Liang Yunrui's men had indeed caused significant injury. She worried about the trouble this might bring to Liang Yunrui and whether she could leave safely. With her phone temporarily confiscated by the police, she felt even more isolated and anxious. Outside the police station in a car, Tong Ge reported quietly to Liang Yunrui, The Zheng family is here, and they're being very aggressive. Looks like they're not letting this go easily. Liang Yunrui was unfazed. Let them try. Who's afraid of whom? We'll see if the Zheng family can cause more trouble than I can. Back at the Su household, tensions were high. Liang Ningqiao angrily rebuked. How did you let young Master Tian get hurt like this? How are you going to make it right? He stormed off, leaving Xiao Shen to follow. Su Yuro couldn't help but blame her mother. Mom, you know Su Tian's stubborn as a rock. Why push her so hard? Su Luhua defended herself. How was I to know that Brat would call her wife right away? Couldn't he have taken it slow? Su Qingbang was also furious. Look at what you've done. Su Luhua retorted. You didn't object when I did it. Now it's all my fault. The family argued bitterly. Tension thick in the air. Realizing it wasn't the time for blame, Su Yuro reminded them, young Master Tian is seriously injured, and I heard Mr. Zheng is on his way. We need to think of a way to apologize, or Su Tian won't be the only one in trouble. The thought of the entire family being implicated and the consequences of offending the Zheng family left them all in a state of panic. Su Luhua cursed in her distress. What on earth is that girl doing? Did she call those people to hit him? No one could answer her, and silence filled the room. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Zheng were rushing to the police station. Mr. Zheng's voice was icy. Anyone involved in hurting my son will not be spared. Mrs. Zheng, equally furious, added, a bunch of lawless scoundrels. They dared to hurt my son. We'll show them what fear really means. They were accompanied by a team of lawyers, bodyguards, and enforcers, clearly prepared to take control of the situation. Mrs. Zheng coldly ordered, first, bring me that Su Tian. I want to see what kind of woman could make my son look so pathetic. At the same time, Hua Beichen's private jet was flying at top speed towards its destination. He Wang reported quietly, Brother Chen, Zheng Zhaoyan's parents are heading to the police station. Our lawyers are there too. How much longer? Hua Beichen asked coldly. He Wang glanced at the dashboard. The plane is at its maximum speed. Hua Beichen's long fingers toyed with his phone, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Is the Zheng family trying to get out of business in Jinghai? He Ruang's eyes lit up as he excitedly asked, Chen Ge, are we really going to bankrupt the Zheng family? He had followed Hua Beichen for many years but had never dealt with bankruptcy before. Was this finally his chance? And not just that, they were going after Zheng Zhaoyan's arm, the one that had touched Su Tian. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Zheng had just stepped into the police station when someone hurried over and whispered, Su Tian has already been taken away. Who had the audacity to let her go? Mrs. Zheng demanded angrily. Before she could finish speaking, Mr. Zheng's phone rang. He answered it and immediately fired off questions. What audit? What accounts? What's wrong with the tax reports? After hearing the response, he was struck as if by lightning, his face turning pale. What? Mr. Zheng was both shocked and furious. I'll be right back. Mrs. Zheng, confused, asked, where are you going now? Our son's matter isn't. Back immediately. Mr. Zheng roared. The company is on the verge of collapse, and that good-for-nothing son of ours needs to face some consequences. With that, he turned and hurried away, leaving Mrs. Zheng no choice but to follow, bewildered. On the other side, Liang Yunrui had picked up Su Tian. She looked a bit shaken, her usually cheerful eyes clouded with worry. Thank you, Mr. Liang, Su Tian said softly. Liang Yunrui smiled. What are you thanking me for? You still owe me 30 shrimp dumplings. I'll make them for you later, Su Tian forced a smile. Seeing her worried expression, Liang Yunrui tried to comfort her. It's good that you're out now. You didn't do anything wrong, you're innocent. No one can trouble you. Su Tian nodded, I know. But his words didn't bring her much comfort. Zheng Zhaoyan was seriously injured. She hadn't expected Liang Yunrui to have him beaten up so badly. Noticing her distress, Liang Yunrui handed her a box of fruit. Here, have some. Su Tian reluctantly took it but couldn't eat. Liang Yunrui continued, don't worry, I'll look out for you. Who does Zheng Zhaoyan think he is, anyway? Tong Ge chimed in, don't worry, Miss Su. If Yunrui says he'll protect you, he definitely will. In Jinghai, who doesn't give Yunrui some respect? Really? Su Tian forced another smile. Liang Yunrui then said, from now on, you can stick with me. He started to complain about her family. What's wrong with your family? How could they marry such a lovely girl to a jerk like Jinan? What were they thinking? If you were my daughter, no, if you were my sister? As Liang Yunrui's words became more outrageous, Su Tian's smile grew even more strained. Seeing this, Tonggu explained, Miss Su, the thing is, Yunrui's family originally had a little sister who went missing when she was 2. We came here to look for her. His family cherishes their daughter. So when he heard about how your family treats you, he couldn't help but want to help. That's why he might act a bit strangely. Liang Yunrui, who are you calling strange? Liang Yunrui interrupted indignantly. Su Tian suddenly understood. So that's why Liang Yunrui was so eager to help her. She felt a lot more at ease and less resistant to his odd behavior. Just then Su Tian's phone rang. Seeing it was Hua Beichen, she immediately answered, her voice tinged with grievance. Mr. Hua. I'm at the police station entrance. They said you left with Liang Yunrui. Hua Beichen's voice came from the other end. I'm in Liang Yunrui's car. I'll come down right away. Su Tian said quickly and then jumped out of the car, running towards Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen stood by his car door, arms open to welcome her. Su Tian hugged him tightly and asked, "Why are you back?" "The work meeting ended early, so I came back first," Hua Beichen explained. Standing behind them, He Ruang silently observed, feeling like a third wheel. He discreetly checked his phone and saw that the meeting was still ongoing. "How did you know I was at the police station?" Su Tian asked, puzzled. She hadn't called him, worried he would be concerned. "I went to Grandpa's birthday party and asked around," Hua Beichen replied softly. "I'm sorry for making you worry," Su Tian apologized. "Fortunately, Liang Yunrui helped Meihe's a client of mine. I made custom clothes for him, and when this happened, I thought asking him for help would be the quickest way." Su Tian explained what had happened. Although Hua Beichen had already heard the story from He Ruang, hearing it from Su Tian was even more heart-wrenching. He could feel her slight trembling, knowing she was still scared. He regretted not coming back sooner. "Everything's okay now," Hua Beichen comforted her, holding her tighter. "But Liang Yunrui had people beat up Jingzhan pretty badly. There might be some trouble," Su Tian said worriedly. "He's a well-known artist with connections. He should be able to handle it," Hua Beichen said calmly. He knew that Zhang Zhaoyan's injuries were worse than expected because both the Hua and Liang families had taken action against him. But now, Zhang Zhaoyan's injuries were the least of the Zhang family's concerns. In Hua Beichen's embrace, Su Tian felt his warmth and presence, finally finding solace after a night of fear. Meanwhile, in the car, Liang Yunrui watched as Su Tian ran to Hua Beichen and threw herself into his arms. "Tongge, did you see that?" Liang Yunrui asked incredulously. "Am I seeing things?" Tongge looked carefully and confirmed, "You're not seeing things. That's Mr. Hua." Liang Yunrui jumped up, hitting his head on the car roof. "Ouch." Tongge stifled a laugh and said quietly, "Looks like they have a good relationship." "Good relationship, my foot." Liang Yunrui fumed. "Hua Beichen is my brother-in-law. Now Su Tian is his mortal enemy. Let's go." Liang Yunrui got out of the car and walked over, while Tongge thought to himself, "Why do I always get stuck with these awkward situations?" Seeing Liang Yunrui approaching, Hua Beichen signaled him to stop. Liang Yunrui laughed sarcastically, thinking, "So Hua Beichen has been playing this poor act in Fancheng just to trick a gullible pretty girl like Su Tian? Hua Beichen, you're really something. You've been playing quite the game, haven't you?" Liang Yunrui couldn't help but sneer. Su Tian quickly freed herself from Hua Beichen's embrace, her cheeks flushed. She cleared her throat, trying to sound calm. "Let me introduce you. Mr. Liang, this is my husband, Hua Beichen. Mr. Hua, Mr. Liang is the artist who helped me tonight. You probably know his songs. I often play them in the car." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Tian keenly sensed a strange tension between the two men. Their handshake was stiff, and their eyes carried complex emotions. "Nice to meet you," they said in unison, their voices tinged with a barely perceptible chill. Liang Yunrui forced a smile, but his eyes were devoid of warmth. "Mr. Hua, when did you get married? Planning to return to Jinghai? When should I expect an invitation to the wedding?" Hua Beichen's voice remained calm but carried a hint of finality. "Su Tian and I have already set a date. We will certainly invite you to the wedding." Liang Yunrui gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his anger. "I'll make sure to give you a grand gift then." "No need for that," Hua Beichen replied coolly. "Thank you for your help tonight. I won't forget this favor." Liang Yunrui wanted to say more, but Hua Beichen cut him off. "Mr. Liang, it's getting late. Su Tian and I should head home. Goodbye." With that, he put his arm around Su Tian's shoulders and walked away without looking back. Watching them leave, Liang Yunrui clenched his fists in frustration. He turned to Tongge beside him. "Didn't you find a girl of similar age at the airport that day? Was it my sister?" Tongge shook his head regretfully. "No, it wasn't." Liang Yunrui's urgency was palpable. "Then keep looking. The sooner the better. As long as their relationship isn't too solid, my sister still has a chance." Back at home, Hua Beichen took out his phone and forwarded 2 news articles to Su Tian. Both were about the Zhang family's bankruptcy. The articles detailed how the Zhang family was caught for tax evasion, financial misappropriation, and other illegal activities, leading to a thorough investigation by the authorities. Not only were the senior executives involved, but Mr. Zhang himself was also implicated. As a result, investors withdrew, supply chains broke down, and stock prices plummeted. Overnight, the Zhang family was on the brink of bankruptcy. With the Zhang family bankrupt, they could no longer protect Zhengzhen. Currently hospitalized with serious injuries, Zhang Zhaotian was being harassed by the families of girls he had bullied. If it weren't for the police guarding him due to an unresolved case, he would have suffered even more. After reading the news, Su Tian couldn't help but remark, no wonder Jinghai was so arrogant. Their family has always been so lawless, thinking they are above the law. Hu Beichen reassured her, people like them will face legal consequences. So you don't need to worry about him causing any more trouble. Yeah, Su Tian patted her chest lightly, I guess I'm pretty lucky. Hu Beichen smiled. Good fortune always favors good people. Su Tian no longer worried about the incident involving Liang Yunrui. Given the Zheng family's current predicament, they had no time for anything else. You've had a rough day. Get some rest, Hu Beichen advised. Back in his own room, Hu Beichen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Liang Yunrui. Hu Beichen. Liang Yunrui's voice was filled with anger and frustration. Are you really in such a hurry to get married? Weren't you always indifferent to women before? What are you playing at? Hu Beichen's voice remained calm. Why should my marriage require your approval? Why not? Liang Yunrui exclaimed. Technically, I'm supposed to be your brother-in-law. You should call me brother. That was agreed upon before my sister left. Hu Beichen responded indifferently, then take it up with my grandfather. My marriage was arranged by him before he passed away. Liang Yunrui grabbed his green hair in frustration, gritting his teeth. Hu Beichen, do you believe I'll expose your true nature to Su Tian? Hu Beichen suddenly pulled out a plush rabbit. Do you recognize this? Liang Yunrui's voice trembled as he recognized it. That's my sister's plush rabbit. He remembered how his sister clung to it, treating it like a sibling. She had it with her all the time until she went missing at the age of 2. Where did you find this rabbit? Liang Yunrui asked urgently. Many years ago, your sister brought it to my house, Hu Beichen explained. I didn't take it, but the butler couldn't bear to make the little girl sad and kept it. It ended up in the attic. Hu Beichen picked up a fruit knife and held it to the plush rabbit's neck. If you reveal anything I don't want Su Tian to know, this rabbit will. No. Liang Yunrui shouted urgently. Hu Beichen put down the knife and hung up the phone. Liang Yunrui punched his pillow in frustration. His nephew, Liang Jing, curiously asked, Uncle, what are you doing? Beating up Hu Beichen, Liang Yunrui said through gritted teeth. Why? Liang Jing asked. Because he's a jerk. Liang Yunrui replied, punching the pillow again. Then he grabbed another pillow. This time, I'm beating up Su Tian. Why beat Auntie Su? I won't let you. Liang Jing rescued the pillow. Su Tian is not your aunt. She stole your aunt's husband. She's our enemy now. Liang Yunrui said angrily. Liang Jing pouted. But her shrimp dumplings are so delicious. Liang Yunrui suddenly remembered that Su Tian still owed him 30 shrimp dumplings. And her clothes are so comfortable. Liang Jing continued. Grandma even praised her designs. I took pictures of my clothes and sent them to Grandma. She liked them and showed them to a lot of uncles and aunties. Liang Yunrui tugged at his green hair, exasperated. Fine, we won't bother her. The next day, Hu Beichen drove Su Tian to her studio. Are you sure you don't want to rest for a couple of days? He asked with concern. Su Tian shook her head. Since everything's settled, there's no reason to rest. I have a lot of work to do. Hu Beichen reminded her, call me if you need anything. I will. Su Tian promised. Hu Beichen took her hand and kissed it gently. I mean it. Anytime, anywhere. If you need anything, call me. He didn't want Su Tian to think of Liang Yunrui first in times of trouble. Su Tian nodded firmly. I will, I promise. At the studio, Su Tian saw more news. Zheng Zhaoyan's father had been arrested and was under investigation. Mrs. Zheng was also implicated and detained for questioning. As for Zheng Zhaodan, no one cared about him anymore. Su Yuro had just seen the news today. She had spent the previous night sleepless, unable to get any information, and had covered her dark circles with heavy makeup. Mom, we're safe now. The Zheng family won't trouble us anymore. Su Yuro sighed in relief. Su Luhua also felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. Thank goodness. We're so fortunate the Zheng family is in trouble. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble they'd bring us. Su Yuro had initially thought someone had intentionally helped Su Tian last night, making it easy for her to get away and injuring Jinghai. Now it seemed she had overthought it. It was likely that someone aware of the Zheng family's impending downfall had seized the opportunity to strike at Jinghai. Su Yuro knew very well that Su Tian couldn't possibly know someone of such caliber. The fall of the Zheng family was like a sudden storm, quickly settling into dust. He Wang handed over the organized documents to Hu Beichen. The latter gave them a cursory glance and said indifferently, that's good enough. This made Li Tang, standing nearby, shudder. The mighty Zheng family had gone bankrupt in an instant, with Jinghai losing an arm and lying half dead. Yet, Master Hu merely said, that's good enough? What more could he want? He Wang rolled up his sleeves excitedly and exclaimed, so this is what it feels like to bankrupt someone. It's exhilarating. Chen, if there's another opportunity like this, you must let me handle it. Hu Beichen glanced at him coldly. Do you want someone else to trouble Su Tian? He Wang quickly waved his hand. No, I wouldn't dare. He then reported, "By the way, Uncle Hua said he and Auntie are flying to Fancheng this afternoon." Hua Beichen nodded slightly, indicating he understood. In the afternoon, Hua Beichen personally went to the airport to pick up Hua Jingya and Qin Feng. As soon as they got in the car, Qin Feng anxiously asked, "What happened to the Zheng family? How did they end up like that overnight?" Hua Beichen explained calmly, "Their son wanted my wife to be his wife." Qin Feng patted her son's shoulder, admiringly, "Well done, son. You've got some guts." Hua Jingya puffed out his chest proudly, "You've got a bit of your old man's flair." The Zheng family brought this upon themselves. They can't blame my son. Qin Feng agreed. They got off easy, going bankrupt so quickly without even feeling the pain. Hua Beichen noticed his parents were dressed in expensive attire and reminded them, "You should go home and change first. Those clothes are too valuable." Qin Feng remembered, "Oh, we brought gifts for Su Tian." She took out a new necklace from a Paris fashion show and a red diamond from South Africa from her limited edition bag. Hua Beichen pointed to the mini trash bin in the car. "Put them there." Qin Feng was stunned. Hua Jingya was puzzled. "Can't we just say they were casually bought? Giving a shabby gift to our new daughter-in-law is beneath us." Hua Beichen insisted no. Su Tian is a fashion designer. She's very familiar with these luxury items. Qin Feng had no choice but to put the gifts in the trash bin. Meanwhile, Su Tian received a call, learning that Hua Jingya and Qin Feng had arrived, making her nervous. She asked about dinner arrangements and suggested cooking herself. Hua Beichen advised her to drive carefully and not rush. Su Tian agreed and decided to go to the supermarket to buy ingredients. Mimi teased her, "Su, did your brother-in-law ask you to come home early?" "His parents are here." Su Tian replied softly, "It's my first time meeting them." "Wow, the first meeting? That's a big deal." Mimi examined Su Tian closely. "Your hair looks good, your complexion too. You're all set." Su Tian checked herself in the mirror and then drove to the supermarket. She carefully selected vegetables, fruits, drinks, beer, and wine. At the checkout, she also grabbed 2 boxes of soft candy and mints, planning to share them after dinner. When she arrived at the entrance of the residential complex with bags in hand, Hua Beichen came down to meet her. "Bought so many things." Hua Beichen took all the bags. Su Tian explained, "It's their first visit, and I want to cook something nice for them." Hua Beichen paused. Su Tian stuck out her tongue and corrected herself, "For mom and dad." She nervously entered the house and immediately saw Hua Beichen's parents. Hua Jingya, though in his 50s, showed no signs of aging and carried himself with elegance. Qin Feng was well-maintained and looked youthful. If they met on the street, Su Tian would have mistaken her for a sister. She finally understood where Hua Beichen's handsome looks came from. "Mom, Dad." Su Tian greeted shyly, her cheeks flushing. Qin Feng laughed heartily, "So this is the newlywed wife my son keeps talking about. He has good taste." This praise made Su Tian feel at ease, realizing her in-laws were easy to get along with. "Mom, Dad, please have a seat." "I'll make some tea," Su Tian said as she went to prepare tea and fruit. Qin Feng scolded, "Beichen, why are you just standing there? Shouldn't you be helping with these things?" Hua Beichen rubbed his nose and silently took the ingredients to the kitchen. Hua Jingya also wanted to help, but Su Tian quickly stopped him. "Dad, you shouldn't be in the kitchen. North and I can handle it." Hua Beichen also didn't want his father to interfere. "Dad, you and Mom just got off the plane. Take a rest first." In the kitchen, Su Tian smiled and said, "Your parents are really nice. Yeah, they really like you." "I like them too. Even more than my own parents," Su Tian said sincerely. Hua Beichen looked at her and pulled her into his arms. He knew how harshly Su Tian's parents treated her, making them unworthy of respect. "Let's start cooking," Su Tian suggested, beginning to wash the vegetables. The two worked seamlessly together, quickly preparing a table full of delicious dishes. Qin Feng was pleased to see her son actively cooking and looking content. She gave her husband a meaningful look. Hua Jingya put his arm around his wife's shoulder and whispered, "I told you, our son just hadn't met the right person before. Now that he has, everything's falling into place." Su Tian admired the deep affection between the two elders. Most middle-aged couples she knew were either cold towards each other or constantly bickering. Thinking of her own family where Su Qingbang and Su Luhua were always at odds, she longed for the kind of relationship Hua Zhengya and Qin Feng had. She carefully brought the dishes to the table, trying not to disturb them. Hua Beichen wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her close. Su Tian blushed deeply, feeling uneasy about such intimacy in front of her in-laws. "Let go of me first," Su Tian whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hua Beichen's voice, laced with amusement, reached her ears. "They're not shy, so why should we be?" Hua Jingya cleared his throat, causing Su Tian's face to turn crimson as she hurried back to the kitchen to fetch the dishes. Once the food was served, Hua Jingya and Qin Feng washed their hands and took their seats. Qin Feng smiled warmly and asked, "Did our Tian make all these dishes?" "I made them with Beichen," Su Tian replied gently. Mom, please try and see if you like them. After tasting the food, Chin Feng couldn't help but praise it. Delicious. Although Beichin knows how to cook, he rarely does it at home. As his mother, I haven't had many opportunities to taste his cooking. Really? Maybe he's just too busy with work, Su Tian said, trying to explain for Hua Beichin. Hua Xingyi chuckled. Beichin, you lucky guy, now you have a wife who stands up for you. Su Tian blushed, feeling both happy and bashful. Chin Feng tasted each dish, offering compliments all the while. Hua Xingyi asked, Honey, which dish do you like the most? Chin Feng pointed to the garlic pork ribs. These ribs are the best. They're flavorful, and the garlic is spicy without being overwhelming. Beichin, give me the recipe. Su Tian smiled and placed a piece of rib on Chin Feng's plate. Hua Beichin also picked up a piece and gave it to Su Tian. You should try it too. Are you two here to stay for a few days, or are you visiting friends and family? Su Tian asked. We mainly came to see you, Chin Feng explained. A wedding is such a big event, but Beichin didn't tell us in advance. Tian, if we've been neglectful, don't take it to heart. We've already scolded him. It turned out that Hua Beichin had mentioned coming to Fanqing, but he had said it was to call off the engagement. Chin Feng hadn't given it much thought, and before she knew it, he was married. No neglect at all. Beichin treats me very well, Su Tian quickly explained. We're doing great, so please don't worry. As long as you two are happy, we're relieved, Chin Feng said with a smile. Your dad and I are retired now and don't handle many family matters. If Beichin gives you any trouble, just let us know, and I'll scold him for you. Su Tian shook her head vigorously. He doesn't trouble me at all. He's always been very good to me. Chin Feng could see that this kind and simple girl was very protective of Hua Beichin, which made her feel very gratified. She continued, even though we're retired, we have some savings. If you two want to buy a house or do something significant, we can support you. You don't need to be too frugal. Mom, don't worry. We're not being overly frugal. We're spending what we need to and not depriving ourselves, Su Tian answered earnestly. Chin Feng nodded and took out a gift. Here, take this card. The original gift plan had fallen through, and nothing suitable was found last minute, so they opted for a card instead. On Hua Beichin's suggestion, the amount was adjusted from 2 million to a more modest 200,000. Dad, Mom, I can't accept this. Su Tian protested. I said take it, so you must take it. Chin Feng insisted. We didn't have a wedding or invite friends, which is a lapse on our part. You can't refuse this small token of our regard. With Hua Beichin's persuasion, Su Tian finally accepted the gift, though she still felt a bit uneasy. Chin Feng noticed her concern and reassured her with a smile. Your dad and I have substantial pensions and investments. We can't spend it all ourselves. You two are our only son and daughter-in-law. If we don't spend it on you, who else would we spend it on? After dinner, Hua Beichin cleared the table while Su Tian chatted with the elders. She found Chin Feng to be well-versed in many subjects, with a cheerful personality and insightful opinions on current events, quite unlike a typical retiree. Since they had garlic in the meal, Su Tian brought out a tin of mints for everyone. Chin Feng asked, These mints are quite nice. What brand are they? Su Tian picked up the tin to check, and Chin Feng also took a look. She then gave a knowing smile and set the tin down. Honey, I'm tired. Let's head back to the hotel. Hua Xingyi immediately stood up when he heard his wife was tired. Su Tian warmly said, Mom, if you like the mints, take them with you. Her words trailed off as she suddenly realized what was on the tin. It wasn't mints but a pack of condoms. Su Tian finally understood Chin Feng's earlier expression and sudden decision to leave. She wanted to explain but had no idea where to start, her entire face burning with embarrassment. Let me walk you out. Su Tian said awkwardly. No need. We just want to take a stroll. Chin Feng politely declined. Su Tian looked to Hua Beichin for help, and he calmly said, Don't worry. My parents have traveled the world. They won't get lost in Fanqing. Chin Feng gave her son a meaningful pat on the shoulder. My boy, you've really grown up. After seeing his parents off and closing the door, Hua Beichin noticed Su Tian's face was still flushed, her eyes almost teary. He softly asked, What's wrong? Su Tian stammered, I accidentally bought a box of, and Mom saw it, so she left immediately. Hua Beichin picked up the tin and examined it closely, his eyes darkening and his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Su Tian, seeing this, felt her face heat up again and tried to grab it back. Because of their height difference, she couldn't reach it and ended up falling into Hua Beichin's arms. Hua Beichin wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close. Su Tian, feeling aggrieved, explained, I really picked it up by accident. I didn't mean anything by it. But I do. Hua Beichin's voice was husky, filled with temptation. He leaned down and kissed her gently, savoring her sweetness and softness. After releasing her, he whispered, I want to take you somewhere. Su Tian followed Hua Beichin to the presidential suite on the top floor of a hotel. As soon as the door opened, she was surrounded by a sea of rose petals. Su Tian's face appeared even more delicate and lovely against the backdrop of red roses. Her sweet, soft beauty made Huabeichen unable to resist taking her hand and gently asking, "Do you like it here?" Su Tian nodded lightly, "Yes, I do." Huabeichen had been preparing this room for a long time. Although Su Tian's place was nice, he felt it was too simple and might make her feel slighted. He had started arranging this better place as soon as he returned to Jinghai, planning to bring Su Tian here after returning to Fancheng. His parents' unexpected visit had delayed the plan, but a small incident allowed him to use the room as intended. He wrapped his arm around Su Tian's waist and leaned down to kiss her lips. As the kiss deepened, Su Tian felt as if the air in her chest was being squeezed out. Blushing, she said, "I'll go take a shower first. Shall I join you?" Huabeichen asked. Su Tian bit her lip. "I'll go first." She wasn't quite used to such intimacy yet. Huabeichen chuckled softly, and Su Tian quickly escaped into the bathroom. When she came out after her shower, her eyes were misty with moisture. Huabeichen didn't tease her further, grabbing a robe and heading to the shower himself. When he returned, he saw Su Tian had just dried her hair, her long silky black hair cascading over her porcelain skin. He cupped her chin and kissed her again, lifting her onto the bed and grabbing a box Su Tian had bought. Su Tian's cheeks burned, feeling as though buying that box had been a premeditated plan. She closed her eyes and soon melted into the tenderness Huabeichen brought. The next morning, Su Tian woke up and tried to sit up, only to find her waist aching. It was already 11 a.m. She remembered they had arrived at the hotel a little after 8 p.m. and was surprised to have slept so long. Huabeichen walked over in a bathrobe. "Get up and eat something first." Su Tian was indeed hungry. The physical exertion from the night had left her exhausted. As she looked up, Huabeichen leaned in close. "Now that we've tested it, are you reassured?" Su Tian remembered overhearing his grandmother's conversation and advising Huabeichen not to ignore his health. Now she realized how wrong she'd been. It wasn't Huabeichen who needed a doctor. It was her. When was I ever not reassured? Su Tian avoided his gaze, biting her lip. "As long as you're reassured. There are more things to reassure you with." Smelling his approach, Su Tian quickly pushed him away. "Let's eat. I need to get to the studio later." Huabeichen released her and asked quietly, "Does it hurt?" Su Tian blushed and shook her head, heading to the table to start on her porridge. Huabeichen's knowing laughter echoed behind her. After breakfast, Su Tian suggested, "Let's go back home. Staying at this hotel isn't cheap." "All right," Huabeichen agreed. As Su Tian packed, she noticed that half the box of 12 was already empty. By the time she was done, Huabeichen had finished packing the rest. They left the room together, with Huabeichen naturally wrapping his arm around her waist. Remembering how he held her the night before, Su Tian's face reddened again, her eyes misty. The elevator stopped on a certain floor, and Hua Jingya and Qin Feng stepped in. Seeing them, they teased, "What a coincidence." Su Tian felt like a student caught red-handed, momentarily speechless. Huabeichen calmly greeted, "Dad, Mom." Qin Feng smiled, "All right, you two get on with your day. Your dad and I are just out for a stroll. We'll be heading back to Jinghai tonight." "Leaving so soon?" Su Tian asked. "Just checking on your grandmother. We're heading out again in a few days," Qin Feng explained. "No need to see us off. We'll manage." "Okay," Huabeichen nodded, leading Su Tian out of the hotel. Qin Feng patted her chest. "Going back to Jinghai is great. I can finally change back into my own clothes." Su Tian still had work to do, so Huabeichen drove her to the studio. She put the remaining items from the box into her bag, and Huabeichen watched her with interest. Feeling embarrassed under his gaze, Su Tian handed the items to him. "You keep these." Then she quickly got out of the car and rushed into the Baojin Mall. Mimi saw her and joked, Su, you look great today." "Really?" Su Tian instinctively adjusted her dress collar, aware of the marks Huabeichen had left on her neck. Mimi was about to take a closer look when Su Tian quickly changed the subject. "By the way, did you finish the task I gave you yesterday?" "Almost done. Just a bit left." "I'll finish it right away." Mimi hurried back to her workstation. In the afternoon, Lu Ting came to pick up the new dress she had ordered. Su Tian was shocked to see that Lu Ting had lost a lot of weight in just a few days, her once well-fitted clothes now hanging loosely on her. "Have you not been eating?" Su Tian asked with concern. "I have, just not much," Lu Ting replied, looking unwell. Su Tian put down her work. "Let me take you to get something to eat." "No, I'm full already." "Don't worry," Lu Ting declined. Not believing her, Su Tian insisted, "We're going now." At a fast food place in the mall, Su Tian ordered Lu Ting a bowl of wontons, a bowl of pigeon soup, and 2 small cakes. "Given your current state, you can't eat too much. Just start with these." Lu Ting's eyes reddened, almost crying. Su, this time I've really given up on getting back together. I'm just feeling a bit down. I'll be fine in a few days." "I understand. Now eat up," Su Tian comforted her. Lu Ting started eating. Halfway through, a woman in her 60s approached. Seeing Lu Ting, she exclaimed, "Lu Ting, I finally found you." Recognizing the woman as Meng Xinghui's mother, Su Tian's expression darkened. Aunt Meng, do you need something from Tingting? Of course I do. Lu Ting blocked me, and I couldn't reach her. It took me a lot of effort to find her, Meng's mother said. And what exactly do you need? Su Tian asked. Need? Lu Ting broke up with Xinghui, but before that, he bought her over 50,000 yuan worth of gold jewelry. Shouldn't she return it? Meng's mother's calls were like a death knell, repeatedly urging Lu Ting to cherish her son. Frustrated, Lu Ting blocked her number in a fit of rage, not expecting the woman to show up in person, like a hammer shattering the calm. I've already sent the gold jewelry to Meng Xinghui. He should receive it soon, Lu Ting said coldly, her tone icy. Meng's mother sneered. You say it's sent, and I'm supposed to believe you? Without a word, Lu Ting threw the delivery slip in front of her. Meng's mother stared at the receipt, her face turning sour. Lu Ting, it's not about this. Can't you and Xinghui talk it over one more time? No need. It's over, Lu Ting replied firmly, each word sharp as a knife. Meng's mother quickly changed her tone. You girls are never satisfied. You drain a man's wallet, demanding money, houses, cars, flaunting his hard-earned cash, dressing up, carrying designer bags, thinking you're princesses. Who will support you once you leave my son? Furious, Lu Ting retorted. Your son doesn't need to be anyone's fool. My car and house were given by my parents, and I support myself. Your son's salary isn't enough to support this princess. Stop flattering yourself. Meng's mother fumed. Isn't it just because the dowry was too small? You reveal your true colors when money is involved. Do you really deserve my son? You're right, your son is the best, and your shabby house is the most valuable, perfect for a rich woman to keep. Lu Ting sneered. Suddenly, Meng Xinghui burst in. Mom, what are you doing here? I'm here for the gold jewelry you bought her, Meng's mother explained. She already said she sent it to my house via express delivery, Meng Xinghui clarified. Meng's mother scoffed, these girls nowadays. Meng Xinghui looked at Lu Ting, disappointment clear in his eyes. Why measure our relationship with a dowry? I have money, but I'm not happy. If it's true love, why tarnish it with money? Lu Ting stood up without hesitation. Susu, let's go. Ting Ting, can we talk this over? Meng Xinghui pleaded. There's nothing to discuss, Lu Ting responded coldly. As Meng Xinghui reached out to stop her, a figure stepped in. Who dares to lay a hand on my girlfriend? He Wang appeared like a guardian, shielding Lu Ting. Understanding the situation, Lu Ting took He Wang's arm. He Wang, look, Meng Xinghui won't let go. Meng Xinghui was stunned. You two are together now? Is there a problem? He Wang raised an eyebrow. Meng Xinghui finally realized. No wonder something felt off before. You two have been seeing each other all along. Lu Ting, did you cheat before breaking up? He Wang laughed coldly. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ting chose me after breaking up with you. She picked me because I'm taller, more handsome, and more generous than you. Anyone with eyes would choose me. Meng Xinghui's voice choked. Lu Ting, you'd rather choose a poor guy than come back to me? That's right. I want to. I have a car, a house, and a salary. I don't mind supporting him. Lu Ting declared without mercy. Meng's mother was furious. Son, stop pestering her. Let's go. If she regrets it later, don't you dare take her back. Lu Ting immediately let go of He Wang. He Wang asked with a smile. Breaking up already? What's so strange? If it doesn't work, we break up, Lu Ting said calmly. I thought you'd be devoted enough to marry him even if it meant losing out, He Wang said, walking away stylishly. In the parking lot, Meng Xinghui drove his new Volkswagen, looking smug. He Wang, with a disdainful smile, elegantly got into his Lamborghini and drove off, leaving Meng Xinghui and his mother in stunned silence. Back at the studio, Lu Ting was all smiles. Sweets really are therapeutic, Su Tian smiled. Not just that, Lu Ting admitted. After arguing with them, I finally saw their true colors. Thanks to your cake, Susu, my mind is clear. Absolutely, Su Tian murmured. I always thought Meng Xinghui wasn't right for you. Smoking in front of you, giving you outdated phones while pretending to be generous. You were too invested back then for me to say anything. Lu Ting realized, feeling relieved. Thinking about it now, breaking up was the right decision. Returning home, Su Tian was greeted by a delicious aroma. Hu Beichen was busy in the kitchen. As she was about to sit down, Hu Beichen whispered, I regret letting you go to the studio today. Why? Su Tian asked, puzzled. Newlyweds shouldn't be apart, he said, sealing her lips with a kiss. He intended to make up for the lost time. Usually gentle, Hu Beichen was now domineering, leaving Su Tian overwhelmed. After what felt like an eternity, tiredness and hunger set in, and Su Tian opened her eyes. Compared to Su Tian's exhaustion, Hu Beichen appeared energetic and showed no signs of fatigue. Despite being the one who exerted himself, he had already showered and changed into a new silk pajama, which effortlessly highlighted his muscular frame. Have something to eat. I've warmed it up, Hu Beichen reminded. Only then did Su Tian remember she hadn't had dinner. She got out of bed, but her legs gave way as soon as she touched the ground, almost causing her to fall. Huabeichen chuckled and reached out to steady her. You're laughing? This is all your fault, Su Tian chided. Alright, I'll be more careful next time, Huabeichen replied with a smile. Next time? Su Tian asked incredulously, rubbing her sore waist. Huabeichen didn't answer. Instead, he began to massage her waist. His defined fingers on her waist sent a tremor through her. Probably due to the physical exertion, Su Tian ate an extra bowl of rice. While washing up after dinner, she heard Huabeichen moving things around in the bedroom, making quite a commotion. When she came out, she found that Huabeichen had moved all his daily items into her master bedroom. From now on, I'll sleep here, Huabeichen announced. The guest room can be our shared study. Su Tian blushed but didn't object. She watched as Huabeichen hung his clothes in her wardrobe, which was now a mix of her dresses and his shirts, t-shirts, and suits. She liked this feeling and went over to help. Huabeichen turned his head and kissed her on the lips. You go lie down, I'll handle this. But Su Tian wrapped her arms around him from behind. Feeling the solid strength of his back, she felt a strong sense of security. Huabeichen put down the clothes and turned to embrace her. His voice turned husky. Is this an invitation? I didn't mean it that way. Su Tian explained. She just wanted to hug him. But to a man who had just tasted pleasure, any move by the girl seemed like a passionate invitation. Huabeichen couldn't be bothered with tidying up anymore and pulled her down onto the bed with a kiss. Before losing consciousness, Su Tian thought, fortunately, there were only 12 condoms in the box, or they wouldn't be sleeping tonight. In the middle of the night, Su Tian fell asleep hugging a teddy bear, a habit she had since his grandmother gave it to her. Before that, she used to hug another pillow. Huabeichen woke up to find the space beside him empty. Last night, Su Tian had clung to him like an octopus. He turned his head and saw her back facing him, hugging the teddy bear tightly. He reached out to take the bear, but Su Tian clutched it tightly. Don't take it. She was too tired. Even though she sensed someone trying to take it, she couldn't open her eyes, resisting purely on instinct. Be good, give this to me. I'll give you something better, Huabeichen coaxed softly. His voice was inexplicably reassuring, and Su Tian slowly released her grip. But with nothing to hold in her arms, she reached out again. Huabeichen moved closer, and Su Tian immediately hugged him, resting her head on his chest, falling back into a deep sleep. Huabeichen's lips curved into a smile. That day, Su Tian couldn't make it to the studio. She was too exhausted. On the other hand, Huabeichen, full of energy, ordered groceries online and personally cooked lunch. When Su Tian woke up, she didn't feel the sticky discomfort on her body. She remembered Huabeichen had bathed her, changed her pajamas, and even replaced the bedsheets, so she slept particularly well, waking up to find it was already noon. She walked out of the bedroom in her silk pajamas, her curves looking particularly alluring to Huabeichen. He then realized that despite her slender appearance, she had all the right curves. During lunch, Huabeichen suggested, let's take a nap later. Su Tian nodded, yeah, we did stay up too late last night. To be precise, they had slept at around 5 or 6 in the morning. Thinking that all the condoms were used up, she felt relieved, assuming Huabeichen wouldn't continue. Huabeichen smiled and handed her a bowl of soup. Drink more of this. You need to replenish your fluids. Though his words were normal, Su Tian's face turned red as she thought about the implication. She lowered her head, feeling her ears burning hotter than the soup. The instigator, Huabeichen, leaned closer and asked in a low voice, is it hot? Not hot, you drink it, Su Tian retorted instinctively, you lost more fluids than I did. Only after she spoke did she realize how suggestive her words were, and she dared not look at Huabeichen. A meaningful smile appeared on the man's handsome face. Yeah, I do need to replenish. Otherwise, there will be nothing left to lose. He took a sip from the bowl she held. After the meal, Huabeichen cleaned up while Su Tian's blush had yet to fade. At that moment, the doorbell rang. She casually threw on a coat over her pajamas and went to open the door. A delivery man stood outside, holding a large bag. A delivery for Mr. Hua, please sign here. Seeing Huabeichen's name, Su Tian signed for it. She turned to see Huabeichen coming out of the kitchen and asked, what did you buy that's so big? We just ate. Open it and check if the quantity is correct, Huabeichen said. Su Tian casually opened the package, and her waist felt even sorer upon seeing the contents a large box full of condoms. Huabeichen walked over and nodded in satisfaction. Looks like the quantity is correct. Su Tian tugged at her hair, realizing that these could be delivered within half an hour. It seemed that the nap was out of the question. The next day, Huabeichen didn't keep Su Tian at home and let her go to the studio. By evening, he got off work early and went into the kitchen. Hearing the doorbell, he smiled and went to open the door, but his smile froze when he saw who was outside. Liang Yunrui, with his green hair, smiled arrogantly. Hello, Mr. Hua. Liang Jing, say hi to Uncle Hua. Liang Jing obediently said, hello, Uncle Hua. Now that you've said hello, You can leave, Hu Beichen said coldly. We can't just leave, Liang Yunrui smiled. Last time, Su Tian asked for my help and still owes me 30 shrimp dumplings. She hasn't repaid me these past few days, so I brought Liang Jing along to collect. With that, he swaggered into the house with Liang Jing. The moment he walked in, Liang Yunrui sat boldly on the sofa like he owned the place. He looked around and his eyes landed on Hu Beichen, who was wearing an apron. He couldn't help but clutch his stomach and laugh out loud. Hua, have the executives at your overseas branches ever seen you like this? Liang Yunrui teased. Hu Beichen shot back with a straight face. And that green hair of yours. Did you dye it after being cheated on? Have your fans seen it? Beichen! Liang Yunrui exclaimed, hurriedly covering Liang Jing's ears. Liang Jing, that's not something kids should hear. Hu Beichen glanced at Liang Jing and decided to drop the subject. When Su Tian came home, she was surprised to see Liang Yunrui and Liang Jing sitting on the sofa. She double-checked the door number to make sure it was indeed her house. Liang Yunrui stood up with a grin and said, I'm here to collect my 30 shrimp dumplings. Su Tian suddenly remembered her promise and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Liang. I've been so busy these past few days. I'll make them for you right away. She washed her hands and headed to the kitchen. Hu Beichen gave Liang Yunrui a sidelong glance and followed her. He wrapped his arms around Su Tian's waist from behind and asked jealously, Do I get some too? Su Tian laughed. Of course you do. How could I make them for others and not my own husband? Satisfied, Hu Beichen whispered. Make theirs smaller. Su Tian smiled and replied softly, Okay. When Su Tian brought out the shrimp dumplings, Liang Jing and Liang Yunrui had already washed their hands and were sitting properly at the table. Seeing their eager expressions, Su Tian said, It's more than 30 today. Eat to your heart's content. Thank you, Auntie. Liang Jing cheered immediately. Hu Beichen also brought out some dishes. Liang Yunrui, doubting Hu Beichen's cooking skills, whispered to Liang Jing, Eat less of what he brought. Why? Liang Jing asked, puzzled. It's probably terrible, Liang Yunrui said confidently. Oh, okay. Liang Jing nodded obediently. Liang Yunrui had never liked Hu Beichen much because, growing up, Hu Beichen was always the golden boy, excellent in studies, highly capable, and took over the Hua group at a young age. Even though the Liang family had 3 outstanding sons, their parents couldn't help but show envy when talking about Hu Beichen. If it weren't for his sister's affection for Hu Beichen, Liang Yunrui wouldn't want to see him at all. Once all the dishes were on the table, Su Tian politely said, Mr. Liang Jing, let's eat. Liang Yunrui immediately started eating the shrimp dumplings. Su Tian picked a piece of sweet and sour fish and placed it on Liang Jing's plate, saying, This is made by Uncle Hua. Give it a try. Remembering Liang Yunrui's words about Hu Beichen's cooking, Liang Jing hesitated. But since it was Su Tian who served it, he couldn't refuse and reluctantly put the fish in his mouth. Suddenly, Liang Jing's eyes lit up. It's delicious. Seeing he liked it, Su Tian gave him more. Eat more then. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Liang Jing started eating heartily. Seeing this, Liang Yunrui asked, If you don't eat the shrimp dumplings, can I have them all? Liang Jing nodded vigorously. Liang Yunrui, seeing both Su Tian and Liang Jing enjoying the food, skeptically picked up some dishes with his chopsticks. This is good. He tried to sound nonchalant. Hua, where did you get this takeout from? I made it myself, Hu Beichen replied calmly. Liang Yunrui clearly didn't believe him. Su Tian laughed. He's really good at cooking. Everything he makes is delicious. Her eyes crinkled in a smile as she praised him, and Hu Beichen's annoyance at Liang Yunrui's intrusion melted away. Liang Yunrui pouted but grudgingly continued eating. By the end of the meal, both he and Liang Jing were so full they could barely sit up straight. Surprisingly, the 30 shrimp dumplings weren't all eaten. Liang Jing sheepishly explained, Auntie, it's not that your shrimp dumplings aren't good. I really like them. It's just that the other dishes were so good tonight. That's fine as long as you're full, Su Tian said, ruffling his hair. Hu Beichen looked at Liang Jing and said, At least you have good taste. Su Tian suggested, How about I pack the shrimp dumplings for you? Liang Jing was about to thank her when Liang Yunrui interjected, No need to pack them. Just keep them here. I don't have a place to reheat them at home. Just remember, you still owe me 15. Clearly, he planned to come back. Hu Beichen was left speechless. Back at the hotel, Liang Yunrui asked Tonga, Do you think it's too late for me to learn how to cook? Tonga thought for a moment and replied, You're more likely to blow up the kitchen. Liang Yunrui tugged at his green hair in frustration. That couple might be inseparable. Tonga patted his shoulder and comforted him. Better to break 10 temples than ruin 1 marriage. That evening, Grandma Hua video called Su Tian. As they chatted, her tone suddenly turned mysterious. Tian, I got some herbal medicine to boost Beichen's health. Make sure he drinks it. Su Tian suddenly remembered her offhand comment about Hu Beichen's health and wondered where the misunderstanding came from. Just as she was about to explain, Hu Beichen walked in. She quickly shifted the camera away. Seeing Hu Beichen's clothes in Su Tian's room, Grandma Ho realized he had moved into the master bedroom. She coughed lightly and said, "Actually, young people don't need much boosting. Just eat well. I have to go play mahjong now." With that, she ended the call. Hu Beichin walked over, pulling Su Tian into his arms, and asked, "What did Grandma say?" "She was going to send you some herbal medicine to boost your health," Su Tian explained. Hu Beichin was speechless. Unable to hold back her laughter, Su Tian asked, "Why does she always think you're not in good health?" "Probably because, for years, I had no interest in women," Hu Beichin said quietly, inhaling Su Tian's sweet scent and gently biting her porcelain skin. Su Tian's voice trembled, "And with me?" "Love at first sight," Hu Beichin admitted straightforwardly. From the moment he first saw her, he had the urge to make her his own. He pulled her into an embrace and kissed her deeply. Not long after, Su Tian received an email from the French Haute Couture Association, inviting her to attend an upcoming fashion show. Her previous designs and garments had received high praise, and a designer in the association admired her work. Confirming the authenticity of the email, Su Tian was thrilled. Attending a fashion show in Paris had always been her dream. When she was at the Su family's fashion company, even if there were opportunities, Su's mother would never give her a chance. She immediately called Hu Beichin. "Going to France? When are you leaving?" Hu Beichin asked. "I need a few days to prepare." "I already have my visa ready," Su Tian replied. She had always been prepared for this moment. Hu Beichin nodded. "All right. Is there anything else I can help you with?" After Su Tian hung up the phone, a warm smile lingered at the corners of her lips. "Thank you," she said softly and sincerely. No one in the Su family had ever spoken such kind words to her before. She quickly replied to the email and rushed to the market to select fabrics and threads. At the market, Su Yuro was busy choosing fabrics with Xiaoshen. When Su Tian appeared, Xiaoshen's gaze involuntarily settled on her and lingered for a long time. Su Tian was wearing a professional outfit she had designed herself, with a fabric that flowed smoothly, maintaining a professional look while adding a touch of youthful charm. Achieving such a delicate balance was no easy task. "Shen, what do you think of this fabric? How about making a suit for you?" Su Yuro asked. "Looks good," Xiaoshen replied with a smile, but his eyes remained fixed on Su Tian. Noticing Su Tian's arrival, Su Yuro greeted her warmly. "Su Tian, are you here to look at fabrics too?" Upon hearing Su Yuro's voice, a complex expression flashed across Su Tian's face. Su Yuro continued, "I'm really sorry about what happened on Grandpa's birthday. I had no idea Zheng Zhaotian would turn out to be that kind of person. It's a relief that the Zheng family went bankrupt. It saved you a lot of trouble." "I'm really glad." Su Tian responded coldly, "The Zheng family went bankrupt, and you didn't get the investment. You should be the one feeling regretful." Su Yuro smiled, "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Investment is just a minor thing. Mom was a bit anxious that day, but she meant well for you." As Su Tian was about to leave, Su Yuro grabbed her arm. "Su Tian, have you ever thought about coming back to work at the Su family company?" "No," Su Tian refused flatly. Su Yuro continued to persuade, "I know you're still upset about me firing you last time, but please understand my position. Managing so many people requires rules, or the company would fall apart. But now the company needs people, and I've kept a position for you. Shen is helping me set up a personal fashion show in Jinghai soon. It's a great opportunity. If you're willing to come back, you're always welcome." Understanding Su Yuro's intentions, Su Tian replied coldly, "No need to welcome me. I've said I wouldn't come back, and I mean it." With that, she turned and left. Su Yuro watched Su Tian's departing figure with disappointment and said to Xiaoshen, "It seems she really doesn't want to come back." Xiaoshen nodded in agreement. But Su Yuro wasn't ready to give up, not necessarily. Grandpa's mind is muddled now, and Su Tian can't get money from him. Without funds, her studio's expenses are huge. Keeping it running won't be easy. She'll come back when she needs money. Back at home, Su Tian started packing for her trip to France, mainly preparing various unique domestic threads. Hu Beichin leaned against the door, looking reluctant. "How long will you be gone?" 3 to 4 days at the least, up to a week, Su Tian replied as she finished packing. Seeing the man's mournful expression, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his lips. "I won't stay long. I'll come back as soon as I'm done." Hu Beichin wrapped his arms around her slender waist and kissed her deeply, as if trying to make up for the days they'd be apart. Eventually, Su Tian collapsed on the bed, her limbs weak. Hu Beichin carried her to the bathroom to freshen up and then dried her hair. "Are you going alone? No assistant?" Hu Beichin asked. "No, I can't afford to bring one yet," Su Tian replied. Hu Beichin said softly, "My parents might also be going to France in the next few days. If you feel unfamiliar there, you can call my mom. No need to bother them." "I don't want to be a third wheel," Su Tian replied with a smile. Knowing her independent nature, Hu Beichin didn't insist. Instead, he handed her a translation pen. "This can translate instantly. Keep it with you." The next day, Hu Beichin drove Su Tian to the airport. In the bustling departure hall, He embraced her tightly and kissed her goodbye. Su Tian gently pushed him away and said with a smile, "All right, I really have to go now." After walking a few steps, Su Tian turned back, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, and then left. Hu Beichen touched his cheek with his fingers, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. During a layover, Su Tian ran into Qin Feng. Dressed in a striking beach dress and a wide-brimmed sun hat, Qin Feng looked like someone in her early 30s. "Mom." Su Tian greeted her joyfully. "Why are you alone? Didn't Dad come with you?" Qin Feng explained with a smile, "I was vacationing here and got bored after a few days, so I'm heading to France. Your dad has some old friends here, and they want to catch up. I decided to go ahead and watch the fashion show." After boarding together, Qin Feng noticed Su Tian's translation pen. Su Tian explained, "Beichen gave it to me. It can translate instantly, whether it's text or spoken language." Qin Feng nodded approvingly, inwardly pleased with her son's thoughtfulness. A flight attendant asked them in French what they would like to drink. Su Tian responded fluently in French and ordered drinks for both of them. Qin Feng was surprised, "You know French?" Su Tian stood in the office of the Haute Couture Association, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I don't know much," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of insecurity. "I taught myself a little bit before." Despite her lack of confidence, her eyes sparkled with a passion for design. Qin Feng listened and nodded gently, a hint of admiration in her eyes. She had long heard about the harsh treatment Su Tian received from her family, who even withheld her documents. It was truly commendable that Su Tian managed to stand on her own 2 feet under such difficult circumstances. The plane landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport in France, and Su Tian bid farewell to Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng wanted Su Tian to stay with her, she decided against it to avoid stirring suspicion. Following her prearranged plan, Su Tian took a taxi straight to the hotel. After settling her luggage, she immediately headed to the Haute Couture Association. The receptionist led her to the office of a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, David, a renowned American designer in France. David greeted Su Tian warmly and engaged in small talk in fluent French. Su Tian, full of admiration, replied respectfully, "Mr. Layton, it's an honor to meet you." After a brief conversation, David outlined the work arrangements. He invited Su Tian to collaborate with another assistant, Julianne, on the garments set to appear at Paris Fashion Week. He also promised them an opportunity to showcase their work on the runway. Julianne, a tall blonde woman with extensive experience, looked Su Tian up and down with a hint of arrogance. "Are you even 18 yet? I don't know if child labor is legal in your country, but our laws are very strict." Su Tian responded with a smile, "Looking young isn't my fault. I have all the necessary documents to be here." Julianne, left with no retort, begrudgingly backed off. Throughout their work, Julianne frequently questioned Su Tian's methods, but Su Tian remained professional and focused on her tasks. As night fell, Su Tian returned to the hotel, exhausted but exhilarated by the chance to work with top designers. Noticing several missed calls from Hu Beichen, she quickly called him back. When the video call connected, Hu Beichen's voice came through. "How was work today?" Su Tian excitedly shared her experiences, even discussing improvements for the clothes she was making for Hu Beichen. They chatted warmly for a while before reluctantly ending the call. Time flew by and Paris Fashion Week arrived as scheduled. David inspected the work Su Tian and Julianne had completed, praising the incorporation of Su embroidery and Su Tian's designs. Julianne, though disdainful, had nothing to say. In the front row of the show, Qin Feng made a low-key appearance. Invited by David, she declined any excessive publicity. As the music started, models showcased David's creations one by one. True to his word, David highlighted Su Tian's innovative elements. When it was time for Su Tian's own work to be displayed, she felt a surge of nervousness backstage. David patted her shoulder reassuringly, "Relax, young lady. You'll do just fine." Taking a deep breath, Su Tian's eyes shone with anticipation. She turned to David and softly asked, "Can I get a video of the show from your staff later?" She couldn't wait to share this exhilarating moment with Hu Beichen back in China. "Of course, no problem." David agreed readily. The models took to the stage one after another, wearing several outfits that Su Tian had sent a while back. As they appeared, a buzz of whispers filled the audience. These designs, strikingly different from David's usual style, caught everyone's attention. Seated beside Qin Feng, seasoned buyers and critics had eyes gleaming with excitement. "I have a feeling these color schemes will set the trend this year. What do you think, Qin?" a critic turned and asked. Qin Feng had come purely to support Su Tian. She hadn't expected Su Tian's work to stand out so much. However, she didn't want her opinion to sway others and was curious to see how far Su Tian could go on her own merit. "Maybe. Let's hope so," Qin Feng responded calmly. "Don't you have any thoughts on these outfits?" the critic pressed. Qin Feng shrugged. "Your opinions matter more than mine. I'm just a customer after all." Backstage, Julianne's designs were about to be showcased. However, one piece suddenly had a zipper malfunction. The fabric was incredibly delicate, and the zipper had already damaged it. Julianne's face turned pale. How about asking David for help? An assistant suggested. No, David is busy with important clients up front. We can't disturb him. Julianne gritted her teeth. If worse comes to worst, we'll skip this one. Tian glanced over and offered, can I give it a try? How would you fix it? Julianne asked skeptically. Trust me, and I'll help you, Tian said confidently. After a moment's hesitation, Julianne nodded in agreement. Tian quickly took out some silk thread and skillfully crafted a unique Chinese peach blossom knot, then adeptly sewed it onto the outfit. Julianne watched in astonishment as the plain silk thread transformed into an exquisite button. Time's up. Let's get it ready, Tian reminded her. Julianne immediately had the model change into the outfit, successfully completing her showcase. At the celebration party that evening, David couldn't hide his excitement. Today's show was a huge success and received great reviews, he said with a smile. Especially Tian's outfits, which were full of Eastern charm and design flair, winning unanimous praise from the guests. David turned to Tian. Congratulations. Fashion Week has given you a slot to hold your own solo show. How long do I need to stay? Tian asked in surprise, not expecting such an opportunity. 3 days from now, David laughed. The only question is whether you have enough designs. I do. Tian said confidently. She had many designs ready, just waiting for a chance to be showcased. Julianne approached and sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations, Sue. Eager to share the news with Huabeichen, Tian held back, knowing it was still early morning for him. After dealing with several well-wishers, Tian found a quiet corner to sit. David came over and sat down in front of her, asking with a smile, Sue, do you plan to develop your career in France? Tian smiled. I haven't fully decided yet. She had considered it before, but after being with Huabeichen, she felt she didn't necessarily need to develop her career in a faraway country. She now understood that unique domestic elements, like Sue embroidery and the ancient peach blossom knot, might be what she should focus on promoting. If you decide to, you can stay with me and continue developing in France. David's tone turned suggestive, with a charming smile. Sue, you have captivating design inspiration and a beautiful appearance, giving you a natural advantage here. I can also help you make connections, making your efforts more effective. Together, we could create a new, perfect brand in France. His words were tempting. With his fame and status in the French Haute Couture Association, anyone agreeing to his offer would easily secure a place in the international fashion scene. Sue, think about it. David looked at her expectantly. Tian smiled and softly said, Mr. Layton, maybe for you, a fleeting alignment of interests can lead to a romantic relationship and joint career development, only to move on when it fades. You're right, but isn't that how it works here? David shrugged. Maybe for many people, but not for me, Tian said seriously. When I choose a relationship, I envision being with that person for life. David shook his head. Then we're not a match. Tian laughed. Indeed we're not. Besides, I already have a loving husband, and I won't let a moment of passion and romance compromise our relationship. David spread his hands. Okay, I get your point. I wish you both happiness. As someone passionate but unrestrained, Tian's rejection made him immediately retreat to a professional relationship, ready to seek new excitement. Nearby, Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. She had been invited to the celebration party but hadn't had a chance to see Tian due to the crowd. Seeing Tian alone in a corner, she was about to approach when she saw David get there first. She stepped back and witnessed David's pursuit of Tian. Qin Feng took out her phone and recorded the scene. She was impressed that Tian had unhesitatingly rejected David's offer, which would be hard for anyone to turn down. Qin Feng silently admired her son's good judgment and sent the video to Huabeichen. After dealing with the guests, Tian was surprised to see Qin Feng approaching. Mom. A friend invited me to the show, so I came to see it, Qin Feng smiled. Your designs are very impressive. Thank you. If I had known you were coming, I would have arranged a better seat for you. I was just here to take a look, Qin Feng said. By the way, Mom, I'm having a solo fashion show in a few days. If you're still in Paris, would you come to see it? Absolutely, Qin Feng agreed readily. She wanted to witness her daughter-in-law's rise firsthand. Tian returned to the hotel and eagerly sent a video of her outfit debut from that evening to Huabeichen, informing him that she needed to stay a few more days to prepare for her personal show. She hoped Huabeichen would share her excitement, but considering the time difference, she didn't wait for an immediate reply and went to bed after washing up. However, when she woke up, there was still no response from Huabeichen. Feeling puzzled, she called him, but the call didn't go through. Frustrated, she left a voicemail and then turned her attention to the demanding work ahead. Despite Tian's polite refusal of David's personal requests, he still sent her professional advice. Tian's personal show under the brand H included both women's and men's clothing. She revisited her previous designs, making necessary modifications and adjustments. David provided a lot of suggestions and guidance from a broader perspective. While Su Tian was focused on her work, a well-built young male model approached her with a slightly teasing tone. Beautiful Eastern designer, can you help me change my clothes? Su Tian responded politely but firmly, sure. Please change them yourself. She handed him the clothes. The model persisted. Can't you help me personally? You help the female models yourself. Su Tian cleverly diffused the awkwardness. If you're willing to wear women's clothes, I can help you personally too. The model shrugged and went to change by himself. Su Tian always maintained a professional attitude towards her work. She didn't mind necessary physical contact but wouldn't indulge in unnecessary flirtation. Surrounded by models with perfect figures, Su Tian observed them intently, appreciating the bodies that best showcased her designs. At that moment, Hua Beichen's car stopped at the entrance. After receiving a video from his mother, he immediately took a private jet to Paris, eager to see Su Tian and share his thoughts with her. As Hua Beichen walked into the venue, he saw Su Tian adjusting clothes for a male model. The clothes were a bit large, so Su Tian picked up a needle and thread to make adjustments, her fingers inadvertently brushing against the model's muscles. Hua Beichen's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat down quietly nearby. The male model being adjusted suddenly felt a chill, as if an icy gaze was fixed on him, making him too afraid to move. A moment later, Su Tian announced, "All right, it's done." She started packing up her things, finally wrapping up a long day's work. Just then, a deep magnetic voice sounded. "Miss Su, would you do me the honor of having dinner together?" Su Tian looked up and saw Hua Beichen standing before her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Hua Beichen." The man softly corrected her, "What should you call me?" "Husband." Su Tian threw herself into his arms, hugging his strong waist. Hua Beichen gently comforted her. "You've worked hard." The male model who had previously flirted with Su Tian compared himself to Hua Beichen's height and demeanor and left reluctantly. Curious, Su Tian asked, "I'm staying for another 2 days. Did you get my message? Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Hua Beichen smiled. "I saw it after getting off the plane. I missed you and made a spur-of-the-moment decision. Then let's go have dinner first." Su Tian packed her things and took his hand as they left. David, seeing the two of them, exclaimed, "Isn't that Mr. Hua?" Beside him, Qin Feng explained, "My son recently doesn't want to reveal his identity, not even to his wife." "David, do you understand?" David didn't quite understand this game but smiled politely. Remembering Su Tian's refusal last night, he remarked, "Mrs. Qin, I don't know whether to envy Miss Su or Mr. Hua." Back at the hotel, Su Tian suggested they go eat first, but Hua Beichen laughed. "Let's put our things upstairs first." In the room, Hua Beichen pressed Su Tian against the door, kissing her passionately. Having missed her for days, his longing overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. A few hours later, Su Tian realized that provoking a man who had been abstinent for days was unwise. She lay on the bed, her body sore and weak. Hua Beichen tenderly kissed her lips. "I'll have the waiter bring dinner up." During dinner, Su Tian could barely hold her knife and fork. Hua Beichen chuckled softly, cutting her food and feeding her. After the meal, Hua Beichen seemed to casually display his physique in front of Su Tian. She admired his perfect abs. Hua Beichen asked in a low voice, "Whose abs are better, mine or the male models?" Su Tian was momentarily speechless. Hua Beichen took her hand, guiding her to touch his abs. Su Tian's face flushed instantly, and she tried to pull her hand back, but Hua Beichen held it in place. "Hua Beichen." Su Tian exclaimed softly, "You still haven't told me." Hua Beichen looked directly at her, his voice low with a hint of jealousy. Su Tian then realized that Hua Beichen might be jealous because he saw her working with the male model. Su Tian smiled diplomatically and replied, "Each has its merits." Hua Beichen's eyes were filled with a tumultuous storm. "Just each unique in their own way?" Su Tian provocatively asked. "Yes, after all, male models trained specifically for those abs." Before she could finish, Hua Beichen leaned in, lifting her chin and kissed her dominantly. The usually gentle and considerate man was now exuding an overwhelming sense of possessiveness and aggression. Su Tian felt like the air was being sucked out of her chest. When she finally caught her breath, she softly said, "How could they ever compare to you? To me, being with them is just work. Dressing and undressing them is no different from handling plastic mannequins. But you're Hua Beichen, my husband." Before she could finish, Hua Beichen captured her lips again. This time, the kiss was tender and lingering, making Su Tian's heart melt. Su Tian's words managed to temporarily soothe Hua Beichen, but he still seemed bothered by the mention of other men's abs. The next day, when Su Tian returned from the fashion show, she placed a gift box in front of him. "What's this?" Hua Beichen asked. "Open it and see," Su Tian replied with a smile. Hua Beichen opened the box to find a new set of clothes in his size. Su Tian explained, "I made these for you. I just learned some subtle improvements for men's wear, and the first set I made is for you." Hua Beichen smiled. "You've been so busy these past few days. You didn't have to prioritize making something for me." "Of course I did," Su Tian said firmly. From now on, you'll be the first to wear all my men's designs. Su Tian's personal debut show at Paris Fashion Week wasn't particularly eye-catching, but her performance at the David show that night attracted some buyers, fashion enthusiasts, and designers. Qin Feng and Hua Beichen chose not to sit in the front row but rather in a corner of the third row. Backstage, Su Tian was busy and organized. She hadn't brought an assistant, relying entirely on herself to manage the show. Fortunately, the scale of her debut show was small enough for her to handle. As the show began, Qin Feng watched attentively. Hua Beichen suddenly whispered, "Mom, I'm going backstage to check on her." "Go ahead," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Hua Beichen arrived backstage to find Su Tian still busy. The backstage area was crowded, and various issues inevitably arose, requiring the designer to take full control. "Is the final male model not here yet?" Su Tian asked. "Su, he's stuck in traffic on Fifth Avenue," someone replied. "It's Fashion Week, and every place is packed." Su Tian frowned. "Why didn't he leave earlier?" No one responded, but Su Tian had already guessed the reason. The final male model hadn't taken the show seriously and hadn't planned for any contingencies. With time running out and the model still absent, Su Tian made a swift decision. Let's replace him. She could choose from the models who had already walked, but finding the right fit for the final look was challenging. Each model had a different aura, and handling the outfit she had specially designed for the finale wasn't easy. Moreover, during the busiest time of Fashion Week, models were constantly moving between shows. As a first-time solo show designer, Su Tian's models were barely adequate and wouldn't even get a spot in the top-tier shows. Selecting one for the finale was a daunting task. At that moment, Hua Beichen strode over. "Can I do it?" Su Tian's eyes lit up. Hua Beichen undoubtedly had the physique of a supermodel, and his strong personal aura and style were rare. Finale models often required a strong personal presence and stage control, and Hua Beichen excelled in these areas. The only drawback was his lack of runway experience. "I'll get you changed," Su Tian decided immediately. Despite his lack of experience, she believed Hua Beichen's presence would be enough for the finale. Others exchanged glances. "Su, are you joking? He clearly hasn't walked a runway before. Anyone else among us would be better." Hua Beichen turned, his gaze cold and commanding. The others fell silent under his authoritative scrutiny. They all felt his imposing presence and control. No one voiced any further objections. Su Tian quickly dressed Hua Beichen. He suggested, "I could wear a mask." Without it, many would recognize him as the head of the Hua group. The show would cause a huge stir but might also put pressure on their relationship. Absolutely. Su Tian's eyes sparkled. The theme of this set is futurism, technology, and mystery. A mask fits perfectly. She swiftly chose a mask and added some fitting elements to it. Just then, the originally scheduled finale model arrived, but there were only 30 seconds left before he was supposed to go on stage. 30 seconds is plenty of time for me to change, he declared, showcasing his professional skills. "No need," Su Tian said. "Someone has already replaced you." He looked dejected, realizing he had missed his chance. As the lights dimmed and brightened, Hua Beichen took the stage. Despite his lack of runway experience, his strong personal style and presence far surpassed any professional model. His appearance immediately drew thunderous applause, his aura perfectly complementing Su Tian's final outfit. Qin Feng recognized her son and clapped, her face full of pride. With Hua Beichen's appearance, the show reached its climax. The audience rose to their feet, applauding to express their admiration and respect for the show. Conversations buzzed with excitement over the new designer's debut and the striking performance of the finale model. Backstage, the original finale model felt a twinge of regret, shouldn't have underestimated the show. After his walk, Hua Beichen returned backstage and extended his hand to Su Tian. She placed her hand in his, feeling the warmth and support in his grasp. Su Tian and Hua Beichen walked onto the stage side by side, instantly becoming the center of attention. Under the spotlight, this talented and beautiful couple drew countless gazes and applause. Offstage, Qin Feng watched them with a face full of pride. After stepping down, Su Tian was still immersed in excitement, muttering in disbelief, "I never thought I could have my own show." Hua Beichen gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his deep eyes filled with admiration. "You were always exceptional. This is what you deserve." He paused, then added, "Thanks to you, you look better in that outfit than the lead model. Actually, I designed it with you in mind." Before he could finish, Hua Beichen leaned down and captured Su Tian's lips in a passionate kiss. Just as the kiss was enveloping her senses, the curtain was suddenly pulled aside. "Su, there's a reporter who wants to interview you." A staff member's voice interrupted them. Su Tian quickly pushed Hua Beichen away, biting her lip in embarrassment. She hurriedly said to him, "Wait here for me, I'll be back soon." With that, she followed the staff member away. After the interview, Hua Beichen took Su Tian to the top floor of their hotel. As the door opened, Su Tian was stunned. The entire space was filled with flowers and balloons, with the dazzling night view of Paris visible through the windows. Soft music played gently, adding a touch of romance to the moment. Such a grand setup. Su Tian turned to look at Hua Beichen. Nothing is too grand to celebrate you, Hua Beichen said tenderly. Then the lights dimmed, and a waiter brought in a candlelit dinner. In the flickering candlelight, Hua Beichen raised his glass. I hope to be with you on every important day from now on. Warmth flooded Su Tian's heart. In their short time together, Hua Beichen had proven to be the perfect husband, making her no longer fear love. She raised her glass in return. I hope so too. The next day, Su Tian was out shopping for gifts at a place recommended by Hua Beichen. During the trip, she suddenly realized how familiar he seemed with the surroundings. You seem to know this area pretty well? Su Tian asked curiously. Yes, I do. I've been here once on a business trip, Hua Beichen explained calmly. No wonder, I noticed your French is quite good too. It's for work. But your self-taught skills are impressive. Su Tian smiled brightly. I used to think that as long as I could leave the Su family, it would be great. So, I tried to learn everything I could. Now that I've finally left them, I realize it feels amazing. Hua Beichen silently pulled her into a tight embrace. Back in China, as soon as Su Tian got off the plane, she received a call from Lu Ting, inviting her to celebrate. That evening, Su Tian and Hua Beichen arrived at the private room of a bar, only to be showered with confetti as soon as they opened the door. Welcome back, our great designer Su Tian. Lu Ting cheered, holding a confetti cannon. Colleagues from the studio were also present, and He Wang had even prepared a banner. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Ting, slightly tipsy, hugged Su Tian enthusiastically. Su, my best designer. I always knew you would make it. She kissed Su Tian's cheek twice and was about to kiss her lips a third time when He Wang quickly pulled her away, and Hua Beichen wrapped his arms around Su Tian, his eyes filled with jealousy. After the party, Hua Beichen took Su Tian to a quiet spot and suddenly pulled her into a possessive kiss. Does she always kiss you like that? Hua Beichen asked after pulling away. She's a girl, Su Tian replied, thinking he was overreacting. Even if she's a girl, it's not okay. Hua Beichen gently touched her lips with his fingers. These lips are mine. Once they had adjusted to the time difference, Su Tian, full of energy, proposed to Hua Beichen, and planning to hold a personal show in Jinghai. Sounds great, Hua Beichen agreed. Su Tian explained her thoughts. During this trip to Paris, I noticed many foreigners using elements from our history without giving credit. I thought it would be better if we used these elements ourselves first. Besides, after the experience in Paris, I think I'm ready to handle it. Hua Beichen asked, do you have any concerns? There are some concerns, Su Tian admitted. In Paris, there was Fashion Week, and the audience was huge. But in Jinghai, we might not have as many people. So I need to be mentally prepared for fewer attendees initially. We'll build up slowly, and over time the audience will grow. Su Tian made up her mind and began preparing for her upcoming trip to Jinghai. Not only was she going herself, but she also planned to take Tang Shui and Mimi along. The two kids were so excited upon hearing the news that they started packing their bags early, as if it were already New Year's. One day, after finishing her shopping at Baojin Mall, Su Tian walked out and suddenly saw someone waving to her from a car parked by the roadside. The green and red hair made it easy for her to recognize who it was. Smiling, she approached the car and asked, "What's up?" "Auntie, I heard you started a solo show. To celebrate, I brought you a gift." Liang Jing said sweetly, handing her a food box. "Really? Thank you so much." Su Tian looked at the adorable little guy, her heart melting. "I made it myself," Liang Jing said proudly. At that moment, Liang Yunrui also handed over a seemingly expensive brocade box. "I prepared something for you too." Su Tian accepted Liang Jing's food box but politely declined Liang Yunrui's gift. "Mr. Liang, I can't accept yours." "I appreciate the thought. Thank you, Liang Jing." With that, she left with Liang Jing's food box. Liang Yunrui looked incredulous. "Why?" Liang Jing smugly replied, "It's because I'm better looking." Back home, Su Tian opened the food box and found it filled with shrimp dumplings. Although they looked decent, knowing that Liang Jing had made them softened her heart. She hadn't expected the little guy to learn how to make shrimp dumplings to celebrate her solo show. She tried one, and was momentarily speechless at the taste. But thinking about how much effort the kid had put in, she forced herself to swallow it. Just then, Hua Beichen walked out with dinner. Seeing Su Tian eating the shrimp dumplings, he asked, "Why is there an extra serving of dumplings?" "Liang Jing brought them to celebrate," Su Tian explained. "Do they taste good?" Hua Beichen asked. Su Tian struggled to find the right words. Hua Beichen noticed and said, "Then just throw them away." "No," Su Tian quickly stopped him. "Liang Jing worked hard on these. He's so little, he can't even reach the stove. How could I throw them away?" Hua Beichen tried one, paused, and then said, "They're okay. I'll take them to the office tomorrow." "Do you really think they're okay?" Su Tian asked, somewhat doubtful. Really, Huabeichen confirmed. Relieved, Su Tian started enjoying her dinner. The next day, Huabeichen indeed took the shrimp dumplings to the office. Hiwei and Li Tang were already used to Huabeichen bringing his own lunch and guarding it jealously forget about tasting it. They weren't even allowed to look. Hiwei remembered how Liang Yunrui and Liang Jing had subtly praised Su Tian's shrimp dumplings on social media and couldn't help but swallow. He decided to perform well today and try to get a taste of the legendary delicacy. At noon, Hiwei brought an impeccably done report to Huabeichen while he was eating. Huabeichen looked at it with approval. Hey Beichen, how about a reward for my excellent work? Hiwei asked tentatively. Li Tang, next to him, also looked eagerly at Huabeichen's lunchbox. What kind of reward do you want? Huabeichen asked calmly. Just let me have a bite of this. Just one bite, Hiwei pointed at the lunchbox. Huabeichen looked at Li Tang. You want some too? Li Tang nodded, admitting. I just want to try it. Unexpectedly, Huabeichen agreed. Alright, you both can have this box. Hiwei was overjoyed and grabbed the lunchbox, finding a quiet spot with Li Tang to share. They eagerly tasted it, but their expressions turned subtle after the first bite. Is it good? Li Tang asked. Delicious. Hiwei forced a smile. They exchanged glances and sighed in unison. True love. Only true love could make Beichen swallow this. Just then, Huabeichen walked over with a coffee. Don't waste food. The two had no choice but to finish the shrimp dumplings with tears in their eyes. As the date for Su Tian's solo show in Jinghai approached, she arrived a day early. Grandma Hua had been eagerly waiting to meet her and started having the housekeeper prepare food early in the morning. Is the seafood fresh? Were the fruits airlifted this morning? Grandma Hua kept asking for details. The housekeeper gently reminded her, Madam, it seems the young mistress doesn't know we live in a villa. The Hua family's old mansion was located in the most expensive and central area of Jinghai. Just seeing the exterior would give an ordinary person a sense of the Hua family's prominence. Grandma Hua finally remembered. Oh, my memory. Beichen told me, and I almost forgot. Let's move to another place. The housekeeper quickly made arrangements, borrowing a servant's house. It was a modest 3-bedroom apartment, and the servant's family didn't live there. Grandma Hua moved to the new location and made sure the prepared dinner was brought along. After getting off the plane, Huabeichen called Grandma Hua for the address and took a taxi there, planning how to find the right house without being obvious. Su Tian felt a bit nervous about meeting the Hua family. Huabeichen took her hand, reassuring her, Grandma is very easy to get along with. Don't worry. I know Grandma is nice. I'm just a bit nervous about the first visit, Su Tian said. I'm here with you, Huabeichen said softly, which eased her nerves. The car finally stopped at the entrance of an ordinary neighborhood. After getting out, Huabeichen hesitated for a moment to get his bearings before leading Su Tian forward. Su Tian, lost in her nervousness, didn't notice Huabeichen's slight hesitation in finding the house. After circling a few buildings, they finally reached the destination. Huabeichen breathed a sigh of relief. The door was open, so he didn't need to identify the house number. Grandma Hua was already waiting at the door. Seeing Su Tian, she warmly stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Grandma. Su Tian greeted, finding Grandma Hua even kinder in person than in the videos, which put her at ease. The housekeeper and a maid were also present. Grandma Hua introduced them to Su Tian. This is Grandpa Wang and Grandma Li, my old friends. Wang the housekeeper and Li the maid were flattered and quickly greeted Su Tian. She handed them the prepared gifts. Inside, Su Tian found the place cozily arranged. Come sit down, Grandma Hua said warmly. Dinner is ready. See if it suits your taste. Grandma, I'm not picky. I like everything, Su Tian replied politely. Look at you, so thin. Eat more, Grandma Hua said, putting food into Su Tian's bowl. Grandma, I'll just wash my hands first, Su Tian said. Beichen, take Su Tian to wash her hands, Grandma Hua instructed. Huabeichen was momentarily speechless. He didn't know where the bathroom was. Fortunately, the house wasn't too big. Huabeichen glanced around and quickly located the bathroom. He accompanied Su Tian over, only to find that the hand soap was missing. Frowning, he rummaged around for a bit and finally unearthed a dusty bottle of hand soap from the corner. Su Tian smiled and said, You haven't been back for a while, have you? You've been working outside, coming home less often. We can come back more frequently to keep Grandma company. Huabeichen chuckled softly, no wonder Grandma likes you so much. I'm practically invisible. After washing their hands, they rejoined his grandmother, who warmly invited Su Tian to eat. During the meal, she inquired about Mr. Su's health. Su Tian replied honestly that her grandfather was doing well, though his Alzheimer's disease was unpredictable. His grandmother sighed nostalgically, thinking back to those days when he and Beichen's grandfather were in their 20s, exploring mountains and seas together. It feels like just yesterday. Time flies. Su Tian nodded gently, comforting her. Grandfather often mentions her grandpa. Even though they lost touch in their later years, I'm sure they still remember each other. Their bond remains, and that's what matters. Holding Su Tian's hand, Hua's grandmother said warmly, with Beichen marrying you, they both have no regrets. Her fondness for Su Tian grew even more. Su Tian felt a pang of sadness, thinking about how her own parents couldn't even sit down together despite her marriage to Hua Beichen. Sensing her feelings, Hua's grandmother smiled. Next time I visit Fancheng, I'll see your grandfather too. I knew him as well, after all. After the meal, Su Tian wanted to see Hua Beichen's room. Which one is your room, she asked. Hua Beichen paused, realizing he hadn't asked his grandmother. She, too, realized she hadn't prepared a room for him. Quick on her feet, she said. I'm not letting you two stay here tonight. Newlyweds should stay outside. If you stay here, you might disturb me. Su Tian blushed. Grandma, it's not like that. Then I might disturb you too, how about that? Hua's grandmother teased. Hua Beichen stood up at the right moment. We'll stay outside then. We'll come back to visit you soon. Alright, go ahead. I have old friends to keep me company. Back at the hotel, Hua Beichen pulled Su Tian into his arms and kissed her passionately. Su Tian pushed him away, half joking. Did you tell Grandma we needed to stay at a hotel? Hua Beichen raised an eyebrow and denied it, then chuckled. If I really wanted to be with you, we could do it at home. No need to make a big deal out of it. Grandma just wanted to give us more time alone. Blushing, Su Tian replied, who said I wanted to be with you? Don't you? He held her waist, skillfully kissing her lips and unbuttoning her clothes. Su Tian finally admitted I do. With that word, his actions became even more intense. The next morning, Su Tian took Tang Shui and Mimi to see the venue they had booked. Both were amazed and thrilled by the scale of the personal showcase. This place is stunning. Mimi exclaimed. Are all these outfits going on stage tonight? Yes, Su Tian explained. Tonight is a great opportunity for us to promote ourselves. To establish a strong presence in the domestic market, we need to showcase our capabilities in Jinghai. Mimi nodded in understanding and got to work. Stepping outside the venue, Su Tian unexpectedly ran into Xiaoshen. Dressed in a tailored suit with a meticulously styled haircut, he looked more mature and polished than before. Su Tian. Xiaoshen was surprised. What are you doing here? Looking for me? You're overthinking it. I'm here for work, Su Tian replied coldly. Xiaoshen nodded. Yuro has her personal showcase here tonight. It's her debut collection. Wanna come and see? No thanks, I'm busy. Xiaoshen sincerely said. Su Tian, I know what happened between Yuro and me was my fault. Are you planning to hold a showcase in Jinghai too? If you need help, just let me know. I can assist you. Su Tian was unyielding. I don't need your help. Xiaoshen persisted. Consider it my way of making amends. Just ask and I'll help. At least I know Jinghai better than you do. I don't need it. Just take care of yourself, Su Tian said, turning to leave. At that moment, Su Yurua came out. Brother Shen, who were you talking to? She looked up and saw Su Tian's retreating figure, puzzled. Su Tian is here too? She couldn't help but speculate why Su Tian was in Jinghai. Did she know about her showcase? Was she here to cause trouble? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Brother Shen, why do you think Su Tian is here? I heard she's here for work, Xiaoshen said thoughtfully, also finding the timing of Su Tian's visit quite coincidental. Could it be she was still hung up on him? Given their past relationship, Xiaoshen didn't doubt his own charm. Besides, he was about to return to the Liang family, which promised a brighter future. If Su Tian really wanted to get back together, Xiaoshen found himself torn about what to do. Brother Shen, what are you thinking? Su Yurua asked gently. Xiaoshen snapped back to reality, realizing his thoughts had wandered. With a chuckle, he reassured Su Yuro, don't worry about your solo performance tonight. I've already arranged for media reporters and invited plenty of friends to support you. Gratitude filled Su Yuro's eyes as she gazed at him warmly. Shen, you're truly amazing. Her words moved Xiaoshen, and he couldn't resist kissing her. Hosting a solo show in a competitive city like Jinghai was no easy feat without media hype and influential attendees. The outcome often fell short. Su Yuro's confidence in holding this show was largely due to Xiaoshen's connections. As the event approached, Su Yuro's guests began to arrive. Thanks to Xiaoshen and Liang Mingchao's efforts, young heirs, minor celebrities, and influencers from Jinghai started to show up. Their presence attracted even more media attention. Seeing familiar social media personalities at the event, Su Yuro knew her show would spark significant buzz, and her smile grew brighter. While Su Yuro was busy greeting guests, Su Luo hurried over and whispered, Yuro, did you know Su Tian is here too? Really? Where is she? Su Yuro asked, surprised. She's hosting a show in the adjacent hall. Su Luhua explained, clearly displeased. Su Yuro couldn't help but chuckle. What's she showcasing? It's obvious she's trying to ride on your coattails. Since the incident with Zhang Zhaotian, Su Luhua had completely lost faith in Su Tian, excluding her from the Su family circle. Seeing Su Tian trailing her elder sister made her even more upset. Su Yuro reassured her mother, Mom, what are you worried about? She has neither money nor connections. What can she possibly achieve? Su Luo thought for a moment and agreed. Why is she so foolish, trying to do the same thing as you? It doesn't matter. She won't succeed anyway. She'll learn after a few failures and come back to me. Su Yuro already had plans. If the time came, she wouldn't mind taking Su Tian under her wing. With Su Tian's looks, she could be useful in Jinghai. You have such a kind heart, always considering her as your sister, Su Luo remarked. Su Yuro smiled gently. Sisterhood is something you can't ignore. With that, she picked up a glass of red wine and elegantly mingled with the guests. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and Mei Mei were making final preparations for Su Tian's show. Worried about the lack of attendees, Mei Mei fretted. Do you think anyone will come to watch? Tang Shui tried to comfort her. They should. Su handed out a lot of flyers and invited some industry buyers and critics she met in Paris. Still anxious, Mei Mei said, even so, I'm really worried. Having seen too many similar failures, she feared Su Tian might follow the same path. Unfortunately, her limited connections in Jinghai couldn't draw more people. Tang Shui proposed a backup plan. If the venue isn't full, I'll go outside and invite some college students with free bubble tea. The priority is to fill the seats. We'll worry about the impact later. Alright, let's do that, Mei Mei reluctantly agreed. Standing at the entrance, Su Tian felt a wave of anxiety. Her previous success in Paris was largely due to the attention she garnered at David's show. This time in Jinghai, although she had invited some connections, the numbers were limited. Just as she was lost in thought, a buyer she had met before arrived, and she quickly went to greet them. On the other side, Huang was driving to pick up Hua Beichin. Chin, do you need me to arrange some people to support your wife? Hua Beichin pondered for a moment. Not for now. Let's not disrupt her original plans. Huang nodded in understanding. Not for now means we might still need to. I'll prepare just in case. Hua Beichin thought deeply. Su Tian had the capability and didn't need his connections to interfere. If she found out he was helping, it might not go well. However, if the situation turned dire, he wouldn't hesitate to step in. When Huang's car arrived at the venue, he was surprised to see a large crowd heading towards Su Tian's show. Chin, did you arrange this? Hua Beichin frowned, not knowing where all these people came from. He made his way through the crowd and saw Su Tian welcoming the guests. Seeing him, Su Tian quickly said, you and Huang head backstage first. I'll join you soon. Though Hua Beichin kept a low profile in Jinghai, many people still recognized him. He didn't linger in the crowd and went backstage. Huang was astonished to see the front seats almost full. There are so many people. I didn't reveal your identity, Chen. Where did they all come from? After a while, Su Tian returned. Seeing her slightly sweaty face, Hua Beichin handed her a bottle of water. Drink some. Su Tian took a big gulp and excitedly said, so many people. How did this happen? I invited a few wealthy ladies, and they brought a lot of friends. Her pride was evident, as it showed her growing recognition. But there are still some people I don't know, not brought by those clients. Then you should thank me. Liang Yunrui burst into the backstage with his green hair, followed by Liang Jing. Hua Beichin frowned. Liang Yunrui explained, I posted an ad for you on my social media. It wasn't intentional. You made me close last time, so I just posted a few photos. People asked who made them, and I mentioned your name. Who knew I was such a walking ad? Just a few words, and you're famous. He tugged at his green hair. Those manufacturers asking me to endorse them are paying me too little. I'm such a living ad. Wherever I go, I bring fame. I posted too. Liang Jing eagerly raised his hand, afraid Su Tian wouldn't notice him. Thank you both so much. Su Tian patted Liang Jing's head, feeling a bit awkward. But I can't afford such high advertising fees. Come on, I'm not here to collect ad fees, Liang Yunrui laughed. Just make me some more shrimp dumplings, okay? Of course, no problem. Put it on my tab. Huang muttered, doubting his own judgment. Could Liang Yunrui really enjoy Su Tian's dumplings? Hua Beichin pressed his tongue against his cheek, silently regretting having too few people in his social circle. He recalled that the last time he showed off his clothes, when asked who made them, he only mentioned his wife without revealing Su Tian's name. This oversight now seemed glaringly obvious. Today's fashion show indeed gathered many notable figures from Jinghai. Most of them came because they had seen the high-quality clothes Liang Yunrui wore last time. Some wanted to order custom-made garments, some sought collaboration, and many more simply wished to see Liang Yunrui's private designer in person. Coupled with Su Tian's existing clients and their friends, the venue quickly became packed. Tang Shui bought over a dozen cups of milk tea and invited a group of college students to support the event. He enthusiastically introduced, "This is a personal fashion show. It won't take much of your time. There are free fruits and drinks inside. Hope you all have a great time." The young people, full of excitement, followed Tang Shui into the venue, only to be stunned by the sight. They had expected an empty space but found it fully occupied. Tang Shui was also taken aback, even wondering if he had entered the wrong place. Despite the lack of seats, the college students decided to stay. They said, With such an amazing show, standing at the back is just fine. As the lights changed, the show officially began. Tian was busy backstage, observing the audience's reactions through a large screen. Seeing the satisfied expressions on their faces, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yuro's show was also in progress. Luhua quietly informed her that Tian was giving out milk tea to attract people to her show. Yuro dismissed it, focusing on her own performance. However, as time passed, the atmosphere in Yuro's venue started to shift. Audience members, seeing exciting clips from Tian's show on social media, grew restless. As buyers and influencers, they knew the importance of keeping up with aesthetic trends. Soon more and more people began to leave quietly. Noticing the unusual situation, Yuro tried to remain calm and told Luhua, "It doesn't matter, it's good that they came at all." But when she learned that these people had gone to Tian's show, she could no longer hide her anxiety. Meanwhile, the entrance to Tian's show was already overflowing with people. Tang Shui had to manage the crowd at the door, which only piqued more interest. Hua Beichen sent He Wang to gather information and learned that these were all spontaneously gathered spectators from social media. Who couldn't help but feel frustrated that he hadn't brought even a single attendee for Tian. Liang Yunrui, wearing a black wig to cleverly disguise himself, planned to stay and celebrate Tian's successful debut. Although Hua Beichen reminded him that he might be recognized, Liang Yunrui seemed unconcerned. After the show, Yuro rushed to Tian's venue, eager to see what was happening. However, she was met with a sea of people, making it impossible to get close. In the crowd, she thought she spotted someone resembling Liang Yunrui, but the person had black hair, leaving her puzzled. Following behind Yuro, Luhua suggested doing more promotions next time. Yuro didn't respond. She knew that the problem went far beyond simple publicity. After the show, Liang Yunrui excitedly suggested celebrating with Tian, but Hua Beichen, considering the late hour, firmly declined. Unwilling to give up, Liang Yunrui proposed finding a nice place to celebrate the next day. Hua Beichen nonchalantly replied, "We'll see about it tomorrow." Watching Hua Beichen and Tian leave, Liang Yunrui reluctantly stayed behind. He was reminded by He Wang, who patted his shoulder, "Your sister-in-law has a media interview tomorrow. Let's postpone the celebration for now." Back at the hotel, Tian headed straight to the bathroom for a shower. Seizing the moment, Hua Beichen called He Wang to inquire about the rumors of someone pursuing Liang Yunrui. He Wang confirmed with a laugh, and Hua Beichen subtly suggested giving Liang Yunrui's contact information to those girls, hoping to divert his attention away from Tian. As Tian was showering, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Hua Beichen's deep voice came through the steam. "Want me to join you?" Tian instinctively hugged herself, feeling embarrassed despite their intimate relationship, and replied, "I'll be done soon. You can come in later." However, the door lock turned, and Hua Beichen appeared at the door in just his shorts. Tian's ears turned red instantly. He stepped in, his tone gentle yet firm. "I'll join you. Let's be quick. We need to rest well for tomorrow's media meeting." Despite his seemingly reasonable words, what followed was quite the opposite. The supposed quick shower turned into a steamy bathroom affair. When Tian was finally carried out of the bathroom, she felt weak and wobbly. Thinking about the media meeting tomorrow, Tian forced herself to get up and find her clothes. She nearly stumbled but was quickly steadied by Hua Beichen. Hearing his soft chuckle, Tian silently blamed him for her condition. She took out a custom-designed silk dress from her suitcase, a piece she had designed herself. The dress fit her perfectly, highlighting her elegant curves. Facing the mirror, Tian hesitated. "Do you think this one is good, or should I go with one of the other two?" Hua Beichen hugged her from behind, planting a trail of kisses along her neck. "Whichever one my wife thinks is best." His teeth gently nibbled at her skin, making Tian let out a soft moan. When he lifted his head, the spot he had bitten had turned a noticeable red, stark against her fair skin. "Hua Beichen." Tian's voice trembled. Hua Beichen met her eyes in the mirror. Seeing her shy and slightly angry expression, he couldn't resist leaving another mark on her neck. "I have to meet the media for promotion tomorrow. If you keep this up, I really won't be able to go out," Tian said helplessly. "Then don't go out." Hua Beichen continued his playful actions on her neck. Tian clasped his fingers, softly asking, "Are you afraid I'll leave you?" Hua Beichen looked into her eyes. Tian had sensed his recent insecurity. It seemed the more he felt this way, the more he wanted to possess her. Her voice was gentle yet firm. "I know my career won't be limited to Fan City. I'll be traveling and meeting many different people. There will be temptations and challenges. But you have to trust me. I take our relationship seriously." Hua Beichen hadn't expected her to say that, but it was exactly what he needed to hear. He leaned close to her ear, his voice husky. "How serious?" "Show me." Tian felt his hot breath in her ear. "Prove it to me, Hua Beichen whispered, nibbling on her earlobe. By the time Tian was worn out late into the night, she regretted her words. This man always took things too far. She had meant what she said seriously, but he took it literally. The next day, Tian chose another dress with a more traditional style. This dress was more subtle and highlighting her curves, with a mandarin collar adding a touch of elegance, contrasting the sensuality of the silk dress. When she appeared before the media, she immediately drew all eyes. Such striking beauty was rare among designers. After the interview, a woman with delicate features approached her. Miss Su. And you are? I'm Zhang Jiyu. Could you design an outfit for me? I have an upcoming red carpet event. Tian agreed. A brief conversation revealed that Zhang Jiyu was a rising third-tier actress. This red carpet event was crucial for her, but high-end designer outfits were both expensive and difficult to secure. Impressed by Tian's debut, she hoped this collaboration would be mutually beneficial. What kind of dress are you looking for? Tian asked. Something eye-catching that grabs attention at first glance, Zhang Ji replied. I can do that. But I believe the best dress is one that suits you perfectly first, then grabs attention. Either way, please help me this time. Miss Su, I'm counting on you. Tian agreed. I'll send you the design draft tonight. Back at the hotel, while Huobeichen was out running errands, Tian focused on sketching the design. After dinner, she sent the draft to Zhang Jiyu, who was pleased with it. The next step was to create the dress. That evening, when Huobeichen returned, he saw Tian still working at her desk, threading pearls. He walked up behind her, bending over to watch her work. Why not leave this to your studio staff? These pearls need to be strung a certain way. Mei Mei and Tang Shui haven't mastered it yet. Almost done. Just a few more. Tian quickly finished, holding up the pearls. These will go on the dress. Pretty, right? Very pretty, Huobeichen agreed softly, then placed a box in front of her. How about this one? Tian opened the gift box, and inside lay a string of pearl necklaces. These pearls were entirely different from the cheap ones she usually used for her clothing designs. Each pearl was full and round, emitting a soft luster under the light. Beautiful. It should go perfectly with your spaghetti strap dress, Huobeichen said softly, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. Tian's eyes lit up, but she hesitated a bit. So I can wear the spaghetti strap dress out? Huobeichen raised an eyebrow, teasingly, if you don't mind the kiss marks on your neck. Instinctively, Tian touched her neck, her cheeks flushing. She was still a bit self-conscious, worried about what others might think if they saw. Huobeichen gently picked up the necklace and gestured for Tian to turn around. He carefully fastened the pearl necklace around her slender neck, his gaze focused as he secured the clasp. The touch of the smooth pearls against her skin sent a subtle thrill through Tian. To her, the brand of the necklace didn't matter. Huobeichen's thoughtful gesture was what she cherished most. What she didn't know was that Huobeichen had gone to great lengths, visiting the brand's headquarters and having the designer make modifications to ensure the necklace's brand wouldn't be easily recognized. That evening, Yuro's celebration party took place as scheduled. To make up for her overshadowed debut, Xiaoshen had invited many friends to support her. The banquet hall was dazzling with stars, and the presence of numerous celebrities lifted Yuro's spirits significantly. Guests showered Yuro with compliments. Miss Su, Mr. Shen is really good to you. Yes, we're all so envious. In Jinghai, even the collateral branches of the Liang family held considerable power. As Liang Mengchao's only son, Xiaoshen naturally attracted people eager to curry favor. With her confidence restored, Yuro walked arm in arm with Xiaoshen, feeling triumphant among the crowd. She elegantly took a seat on the sofa, smiling as she greeted the guests. Miss Su, could we order custom clothes from you in the future? Someone asked tentatively. Of course. We offer both custom designs and ready tower, Yuro replied with a smile. Thank you for your support. This trip to Jinghai had also boosted the Su family's business, achieving her goal. In a corner of the party, two ladies were quietly chatting. Have you arranged your outfit for the red carpet? Maybe you could have Miss Su make it for you. I've already found a designer, Zhang Jiyue replied. Who? Tian, the designer who recently gained a lot of fame. Hearing Tian's name, Yuro glanced in their direction and asked with a smile, Miss Zhang, did you have Tian design something for you? Yes, Miss Su, Zhang Jiyue confirmed. Someone beside Zhang Jiyue whispered, Tian? No, didn't you know? She's Miss Su's younger sister. I heard she even tried to steal Miss Su's fiancé. Her character is questionable. You should be careful not to be deceived by her. Zhang Jiyue felt a surge of indignation. She had no idea that these people, being close to Yuro, only believed her side of the story. In that case, I can't wear something designed by someone like that. Zhang Jiyue turned to Yuro. Miss Su, do you have something ready-made? Can I rely on you? Yuro, eager to break into the Jinghai market, knew she needed the backing of celebrities. Among the stars Xiaoshen had invited, Zhang Jiyue was an ideal candidate. She had some recognition but wasn't a top-tier star, so she wouldn't insist on top designers and brands. Moreover, she was on the rise, poised to enter the first or second tier with her next successful project. Zhang Jiyue's offer was a golden opportunity for Su Yuro. Of course, I'd be happy to collaborate, she responded enthusiastically. After deciding to work with Su Yuro, Zhang Jiyue didn't inform Su Tian. Her agent found this a bit inappropriate and suggested, shouldn't you at least let Su Tian know? What's there to say? A designer who steals someone's man deserves to know what it's like to be stood up, Zhang Jiyue said coldly. The agent, seeing her resolve, dropped the matter. Meanwhile, Su Tian was still busy working on Zhang Jiyue's outfit. Due to the complexity of the design, she had even turned down 2 other celebrity requests. Mimi, who was helping out, said excitedly, I hope Zhang Jiyue shines this time. It would really boost our studio. Tang Shui shook his head. Even if she shines, it's Su Su who made her shine, not the other way around. Exactly. Mimi agreed. Su Tian smiled. All right, let's all hope for the best. If she shines, we all shine. Mimi sighed. It's a shame about the other 2 celebrities. Su Tian was unfazed. There will be more opportunities in the future. The path is taken step by step. On the day of the red carpet event, Su Tian arrived early at Zhang Jiyue's studio to help her try on the dress. However, the studio was bustling with activity, and no one paid her any attention. Excuse me, when can I help Miss Zhang try on the dress? Su Tian asked. A young assistant, feeling sorry for her, whispered, Miss Yue, she's already dressed and on her way to the red carpet. She's not using my dress? Su Tian asked, puzzled. She found another dress, the assistant said before hurrying off. Confused, Su Tian called Zhang Jiyue, but her calls went unanswered. She decided to head to the red carpet venue. At the venue, a reporter recognized Su Tian and approached her for an interview. Miss Su, which celebrity are you collaborating with today? Can you give us a hint? Su Tian replied cautiously, I do have a collaboration today, but it's not convenient to disclose details right now. I'll share the news when the time is right. She deliberately withheld Zhang Jiyue's name. At the scene, Su Tian saw that Zhang Jiyue had indeed changed her outfit and was already walking the red carpet, looking pleased with her appearance. Su Tian immediately recognized it as Su Yuro's design. Miss Zhang, what about my dress? Su Tian asked as she approached. Zhang Jiyue, smiling brightly but with a hint of disdain in her eyes, replied, Yours? I'm not wearing it. Su Tian, maintaining her composure, said, Whether or not you wear it is up to you, but you need to settle the bill for the order you placed. Her handcrafted dress was valuable and time-consuming to make. Zhang Jiyue couldn't just back out without consequences. Zhang Jiyue replied indifferently, I don't need the dress, so why should I pay? Miss Zhang, don't forget this was your order. I have our conversation saved, Su Tian reminded her. Or would you prefer the journalists to know about this? Seeing the situation, Zhang Jiyue's agent advised her to settle the matter. Reluctantly, Zhang Jiyue agreed, fine, pay her, but I don't want the dress. That's fine. As long as the payment is made, Su Tian said. For the dress, just provide a receipt stating you don't need it. Finally, the agent settled Su Tian's payment and confirmed they didn't need the dress. Although Su Tian wasn't too disappointed, she did feel a tinge of regret for missing the opportunity to design for the other 2 celebrities. These large red carpet events are not only a stage for the stars, but also a rare chance for designers. Missing this one meant she would have to wait for the next opportunity. As Su Tian was about to leave, she saw Lu Ting rushing out. Lu Ting, upon seeing Su Tian, excitedly shouted, Su Su, I was just about to call you. Can you help us out? What's the matter? Su Tian asked. Lu Ting quickly explained. Fong Lan's dress clashed with another celebrity's. That celebrity has already walked the red carpet, and we just realized her dress is almost identical to Fong Lan's. They must have gotten the dress from different sources, and now it's a huge mess. If Fong Lan wears this dress, it will cause a major stir. So we have to switch it up last minute, but it's too late to get another dress from the brand. Can we borrow one from you? Su Tian thought for a moment and said, I do have a dress. It was originally ordered by Zhang Jiyue but never used. The dress is mine. If Fong Lan wants it, she can have it. That's great. Lu Ting immediately led Su Tian to the backstage area. Backstage was chaotic, with Fong Lan and her agent anxiously discussing solutions. After hearing Su Tian's explanation, the agent decisively said, let's use it. Better than a duplicate. Su Tian suggested, I can make some adjustments. Fong Lan has more distinctive features than Zhang Jiyue and can pull off brighter colors. She quickly altered the shoulder design to an off-the-shoulder style and added more sequins, making the silver mermaid gown even more glamorous and eye-catching. The agent's eyes lit up. Perfect, it's a go. Moments later, Fong Lan made her appearance. Although her status was similar to Zhang Jiyue's, she wasn't a big name. However, she recently starred in a drama that allowed her to walk the red carpet. Initially, she wasn't getting much attention, but in this dress, she instantly drew numerous gazes. Is that Fong Lan? She looks amazing. This dress is stunning. Flashbulbs went off continuously, capturing Fong Lan from every angle. Zhang Ji recognized the dress as the one she had initially ordered and couldn't help but sneer. This designer really turned around and gave my dress to someone else. Her agent reminded her, the dress isn't ours anymore. Zhang Ji continued to complain. It seems Su Tian's character is really questionable. First, she stole my sister's boyfriend, now this. Where did Miss Zhang hear that I stole your sister's boyfriend? Su Tian's voice suddenly interrupted, startling Zhang Jiyu. Su Tian, having just helped Fong Lan with the dress, was about to leave when she overheard Zhang Jiyu's comments. She couldn't help but interject, Miss Zhang, you shouldn't spread rumors based on hearsay. You're in the entertainment industry. Don't you know that rumors can be deadly? Besides, you know as well as I do what really happened with the dress, and the same goes for the boyfriend issue. It's all baseless. Zhang Jiyu was left speechless. Her agent, fearing the situation might escalate, quickly tried to mediate. Alright, Miss Su, let's not say too much. We still have things to do today. Su Tian had no intention of prolonging the conversation and turned to leave. Back at the hotel, Tang Shui and Mei Mei had already watched the red carpet live stream and were visibly upset. Zhang Jiyu is so annoying. If she decided not to wear the dress, she should have notified us sooner. Such a waste of our time. Tang Shui complained. Mei Mei agreed exactly. Just because she's a star, she thinks she can do anything. We should have taken the other two celebrities' orders. Su Tian reassured them. Fong Lan wearing the dress isn't a total loss. Mei Mei was still indignant. I just hope Zhang Jiyu's career goes down the drain. Just then Lu Ting called via video. Su Tian answered and Lu Ting's excited voice came through. Su, are you still awake? Not yet. Great. Don't go to bed. I bought cake, lobster, and milk tea to celebrate with you all. Mei Mei curiously asked, what's got you so happy? Lu Ting explained excitedly. Fong Lan's dress was rated the best outfit of the night by the fashion circle. Plus, the drama she's starring in aired a highlight episode tonight, and her acting received rave reviews. The entire internet is buzzing about her character. This meant that Su Tian's design for Fong Lan had successfully caught the industry's attention and was now trending. After hanging up, Su Tian searched online and found that Fong Lan had specifically mentioned her studio during an interview, expressing her gratitude. Whoa! Mei Mei exclaimed excitedly, are we going to be famous? Tang Shui laughed. I'm more curious about how much Zhang Jiyu regrets it tonight. In reality, Zhang Jiyu was indeed filled with regret. She had originally commissioned Suyuro to design a dress to flaunt her figure on the red carpet, but she ended up blending in with the crowd. Meanwhile, the relatively unknown Fong Lan stole the spotlight with Su Tian's dress and was named the best dressed. This title should have been hers. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Su Tian and the dress were both her own choices to abandon. Lu Ting arrived at Su Tian's hotel room with a bounty of food sponsored by Fong Lan. As she set up the feast, she said, Fong Lan said your dress brought her good luck. Just tonight, 2 international luxury brands have approached her for promotional material. She's practically stepped into the fashion world. Tang Shui asked, puzzled, isn't she an actress? How does stepping into the fashion world help? Lu Ting explained, actors who can showcase clothing well can enter the fashion world, and the resources from the fashion world can boost their acting careers. Fong Lan's previous style never caught much attention. It was Su's dress that revealed this side of her to everyone. Su Tian humbly said, it's also because of her good acting that she got noticed. It's not just my credit. It's a mutual success. Exactly, mutual success, Lu Ting agreed. She wants to collaborate with you again in the future. Just then, a voice came from the door. Who's trying to steal my Su's collaboration? Liang Yunrui walked in with his unruly blonde hair. Su Tian had just changed her hair color. As Liang Yunrui walked into the room, he couldn't help but tug at her hair. Su Tian, you've changed your hair color again, he laughed. Huok Beichen says green is the color of being cheated on. Su Tian blinked and asked curiously, but you don't have a girlfriend. Liang Yunrui was momentarily stunned, then he realized, yeah, that's true. This exchange left everyone in the room momentarily petrified. Lu Ting, who had been mingling in the entertainment circle for a long time, had never been so close to a top-tier celebrity like Liang Yunrui. She watched in astonishment as he casually walked into Su Tian's room, as if it were the most normal thing. Tang Shui, on the other hand, was dumbfounded at seeing his idol. He stammered, are you Liang Yunrui? The singer Liang Yunrui. Who else would I be? Liang Yunrui replied nonchalantly, sitting down on the couch with a carefree attitude. Tang Shui was almost breathless with excitement. He suddenly pulled up his t-shirt and pleaded, can you sign an autograph for me? Liang Yunrui had just taken a bite of a piece of cake from the table. Hearing the request, he looked troubled. I don't have a pen. I don't need an autograph. Tang Shui's eyes lit up. Can I have the piece of cake you bit? Liang Yunrui was taken aback. Isn't that a bit creepy? But Tang Shui had already carefully taken the cake, grinning like he'd found a treasure. Liang Yunrui thought helplessly, he might never want to eat cake again. Lu Ting excitedly huddled up to Su Tian and whispered, Su, when did you meet Liang Yunrui? He's my client, Su Tian explained simply. Oh wow, your clients have reached this level. Lu Ting exclaimed, then grew worried. What about your collaboration with Feng Lan? Is it still on? Su Tian confidently replied, of course it is. I don't rely on just one client. Liang Yunrui chimed in. You could rely on me alone. You could make clothes just for me. Name your price. Su Tian politely declined, sorry, Mr. Liang. But my career goal is to challenge myself with various styles and designs, so I can't accept your offer. Just then, Hu Beichen walked in and calmly said, if he's willing to wear different dresses, it's not impossible. This comment made everyone burst out laughing. Liang Yunrui choked on his water and, after putting down the bottle, angrily said, Hu Beichen. He had been hounded by women for days and finally found a moment to confront Hu Beichen, only to be thwarted. Hu Beichen ignored him and walked over to Su Tian, speaking gently. Despite the hiccups, the dress situation today turned out well. Congratulations. Thank you, Su Tian replied with a sweet smile. Hu Beichen's heart was moved by her smile, and he gazed down at her intently. Not wanting to witness this display of affection, Liang Yunrui stood up and said, I'm leaving. But Hu Beichen suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative. Tang Shui, give Liang Yunrui the new dress you made. Tang Shui immediately handed over the dress. Here you go, Liang Yunrui. Only then did he realize he had become Hu Beichen's accomplice. Liang Yunrui shouted in frustration, give me back my cake. In the end, Liang Yunrui left empty-handed, without the dress or the cake. As it got late, everyone dispersed. Su Tian saved a piece of cake for Hu Beichen. Lu Ting and Feng Lan brought this. It's really good. You should try it. I don't like cake, Hu Beichen said. Su Tian remembered that Hu Beichen wasn't fond of sweets. It's such a good cake. It's a shame you won't try it, she said, taking a bite. Hu Beichen suddenly leaned down and kissed her, taking a bite of the cake from her mouth. The cake disappeared between them, and it was unclear who ate more. Su Tian blushed, her voice softening. Didn't you say you don't like it? I like it this way, Hu Beichen murmured. In the end, Hu Beichen ate all the cake Su Tian had saved using this method. The next day, Su Tian lazily got up. The sun was already shining brightly outside, and Hu Beichen was sitting on the nearby sofa, reading documents. Su Tian quietly put on a thick robe to cover the marks and bare skin, avoiding further temptation. Hu Beichen glanced at her, a dark glint in his eyes. That robe looks good on you too. Su Tian looked down puzzled. What's so good about it? My hands and feet are all covered. Luckily, the hotel room was well air-conditioned, allowing her to wear it. You look good in anything, Hu Beichen said honestly, then added, but you look best in nothing. Beichen. Su Tian playfully hit him, but her hands were soft, more like a gentle scratch. Hu Beichen caught her wrists and gently said, all right, I won't tease you. You need to rest. She had been exhausted these past few days, and he didn't want to add to her fatigue. A slow, steady pace was also good. After cuddling for a while, Su Tian brought up a serious matter. Julianne, the designer I met in Paris, wants to collaborate on Ready Tower clothing for the international market. Do you think it's feasible? I think it's a good idea, Hu Beichen said. I'll handle the designs, and she'll take care of the management and production. Haute couture is vacant, but Ready Tower can be mass-produced, adding brand value. No problem. Anything you think is feasible, I'll support unconditionally. Su Tian continued. Besides the collaboration with Julianne in Paris, I want to start producing Ready Tower clothing in Fancheng, targeting the domestic market. She had it all planned out. Custom designs showcased a designer's personal value, while Ready Tower represented brand value. Balancing both was essential for long-term success. Hu Beichen embraced her and said gently, do whatever you want to do. Whether you succeed or not, just give it a try. But that means I'll have less time at home. Su Tian was a bit worried. I can take care of the house, Hu Beichen reassured her. If we're both busy, we can hire a nanny or part-time help. Freeing up your hands to do what you love is more meaningful. Su Tian felt a warm sensation in her heart. Growing up, her family always told her that her brother and the family's interests were paramount. Her dreams and wishes were secondary. Only Hu Beichen unconditionally supported everything about her. Her eyes sparkled with emotion. Hu Beichen suddenly said softly, but there's one thing that can't be reduced. What's that? Su Tian asked curiously. Time spent with me, he whispered, kissing her. Later, Su Tian and Julianne finalized their collaboration, using the brand name H that Su Tian had previously established. Julianne would handle the other aspects of the business. Upon returning to Fancheng, Su Tian's Ready Tower production plan was also set to begin. Upon hearing about Su Tian's plans, Liang Jing immediately sent her a gift to wish her success, a box of shrimp dumplings. Thank you, Liang Jing. Su Tian took the lunchbox and nodded gently. She turned to her little cousin and asked softly, are the shrimp dumplings I made delicious? Not wanting to hurt the child's feelings, Su Tian replied gently, they're very tasty. Liang Jing's eyes lit up. Then I'll make them for you again next time. Back home, Su Tian took out the shrimp dumplings from the lunchbox and, holding back her disappointment, ate too. She sighed inwardly. The taste was exactly the same as last time, indicating that Liang Jing's cooking skills hadn't improved at all. Forget it. Stop eating. Hu Beichen took the lunchbox away, frowning. He said he would bring more next time. After pondering for a moment, Hu Beichen decided to call Liang Yinche to remind him that it was time for his son to catch up on his summer homework. Turning around, he took out a carefully wrapped gift box and said, "It's not good to keep accepting gifts from Liang Jing. I prepared a gift for him as well. Give it to him next time you see him." Su Tian, seeing his thoughtfulness, readily agreed. "All right, I'll give it to him next time I see him." The next day, Hu Beichen brought the remaining shrimp dumplings to the office. When Li Tang and He Wang saw this, they instinctively kept their distance. At lunchtime, Hu Beichen instructed Li Tang, "Order me some food." After placing the order, Li Tang returned and looked at the familiar lunchbox, cautiously asking, "Does this need to be heated?" Hu Beichen replied indifferently, "These are from Liang Jing. Not sure if they're any good." Upon hearing that they were from Liang Jing, He Wang immediately perked up. "They must be delicious. Liang Jing is the little prince of his family. There's no way his food could be bad." Hu Beichen raised an eyebrow. "Do you guys want to try them?" Without hesitation, He Wang replied, "Of course." Hu Beichen handed them the lunchbox. As He Wang took it, he noticed Li Tang's worried expression and reassured him, "Don't worry. Even if it's bad, it can't be worse than what Su Tian makes." After heating the dumplings, each took one. As soon as they tasted it, they exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Liang Jing's dumplings tasted exactly like the ones Su Tian made. Hu Beichen walked over with his coffee and reminded them coolly, "No wasting food." Meanwhile, Tong Ge retrieved Liang Yunrui's clothes from Su Tian. Liang Yunrui eagerly tried them on, while Liang Jing looked on expectantly. "Isn't there anything for me?" Tong Gu explained, "Your third uncle needs them for a performance. You don't need so many clothes. But Su Tian did send you a gift." He handed the gift to Liang Jing. After changing into his new clothes, Liang Yunrui asked discontentedly, "Where's my gift?" Tong Ge shook his head. "Su Tian didn't mention one for you." Liang Yunrui pouted, not happy. Liang Jing excitedly opened his gift, only to find 3 workbooks and 5 supplementary exercise books. Despite being in 3rd grade at the age of 5, he was clearly uninterested in such a gift. Seeing this, Liang Yunrui couldn't help but laugh. Great, Su Tian should send more gifts like this. Annoyed, Liang Jing chased after him, and they started playfully fighting. Meanwhile, Su Tian was busy preparing for the production and sale of Ready Tower clothing. She needed to set up a factory, production lines, and handle various fabric-related matters. As she worked in her studio, Mei Mei quietly reported, Su Yuro is here." Su Tian stepped out and saw Su Yuro, looking more fashionable and refined than ever, wearing the latest necklace and a luxury brand bracelet. "Su Tian, want to sit downstairs for a bit?" Su Yuro suggested. In the cafe downstairs, Su Yuro ordered a coffee for Su Tian and began, "I know your solo show in Jinghai was a success. I haven't congratulated you yet." Despite her words, her heart was full of jealousy. Su Tian's show was more successful than hers, and she had bet on the right model, Feng Lan, who was currently very popular and always mentioned Su Tian's name. On the other hand, Zhang Ji, you had faded into obscurity. Su Tian smiled calmly, "No need for congratulations. It's what I deserve. Do you have something to discuss? I heard you're planning to produce Ready Tower clothing?" "Yes, it's a path every designer takes." Su Yuro shook her head. "Su Tian, you know that producing Ready Tower is difficult. It's not just about making a few custom pieces. It's an entire production line. If you incur losses, it can be severe." "I'm prepared for that," Su Tian replied calmly. Su Yuro continued to persuade, "The Su family has been in the Ready Tower business for a long time. Are you trying to compete with the family?" "I want to do it, so I will. The market is huge. There's no such thing as competing. Everyone earns based on their abilities, right?" Su Yuro tried to persuade her earnestly, "If you want to do it, come back and help me. I'll offer you a high salary." She deeply regretted driving Su Tian away. Now that Su Tian was making a name for herself, Su Yuro felt threatened. She had once thought Su Tian had no real talent and only succeeded in the family business by luck. Now she was genuinely worried. If Su Tian succeeded, would Xiao Shen regret betraying her? Would Xiao Shen's father, Liang Nengchao, favor Su Tian instead? "No need, I won't go back," Su Tian firmly refused. "After what happened with Zhang Zhaotian, I realized that you don't like me and only want to use me. I would have to be a fool to go back." Unwilling to give up, Su Yuro said, "Do you know how much it costs to set up a production line? You have no idea. You'd need a loan from the bank, and the interest alone would be overwhelming." Su Tian responded calmly, "That's not your concern." After Su Yuro left, Su Tian did feel a bit worried. She had already submitted her loan application to the bank but hadn't received any news. Setting up a Ready Tower line required significant financial support. While Julianne would handle things in Paris, Su Tian had to manage everything in Fancheng. The bank loan was crucial for her startup. Su Yuro and Xiaoshen had already visited several bank managers. The Su family had a strong relationship with the banks, and Xiaoshen, leveraging his father's connections, had considerable influence in the banking sector. Su Yuro subtly mentioned to the bank managers that Su Tian was running a one-person company with little background or experience. As a result, the banks had already blacklisted her, considering her too risky without even reviewing her application thoroughly. Borrow from me. I have plenty of money, Liang Yunrui offered generously upon hearing that Su Tian couldn't get a loan. Su Tian declined his offer politely. Borrowing money to start a business shouldn't be done with personal loans. Liang Yunrui shrugged. Is there really money that can't be lent out these days? Tong shook his head and said with a helpless tone, little ancestor, being too straightforward can put a lot of pressure on people. Su Tian frowned, puzzled. Really? Even when borrowing money? At the dinner table, Su Tian recounted to Hua Beichen how she turned down Liang Yunrui. Hua Beichen, who originally planned to pay out of his own pocket, didn't mention money. Instead, he asked, which banks have you not tried yet? There's only one small bank left, Fancheng City Commercial Bank, Su Tian replied. Hua Beichen nodded. I'll drive the company car and take you to that bank tomorrow. Su Tian suddenly understood. You mean let them see the Hua Group's car? Exactly, Hua Beichen explained. Banks won't lend you money because they're afraid you won't repay. If they know you have ties with the Hua Group, do you think they'd still worry about repayment? Su Tian hesitated. But this doesn't seem right. I have no real connection with the Hua Group. What about me? Hua Beichen countered. Su Tian smiled. That's true. And you would never default on a loan, right? Of course not. Borrowed money must be repaid. Then why not? You're helping them meet their targets by borrowing. The next day, Hua Beichen had Huang bring a luxury car from the company and personally drove Su Tian to the bank. Su Tian walked into the bank nervously. This time, the loan officer didn't immediately dismiss her but carefully reviewed her documents. After reading them, the manager smiled. Miss Su, your company looks very likely to be profitable soon. I can approve the loan you want. Su Tian asked excitedly, really? But keep an eye on the interest rate. It's a bit high, the manager warned. You must repay on time, or your house, studio, and salary could all be seized and auctioned. I understand. I will repay on time, Su Tian promised solemnly. Stepping out of the bank, Su Tian excitedly waved the bank card to Hua Beichen, who was waiting in the car. I did it. Look, I got the money. Congratulations, Hua Beichen smiled. But remember, if your documents weren't in order, just having this car wouldn't have made any difference. After securing the loan, Su Tian's Ready Tower production line officially began. The news reached the Su family, and neither Su Yuro nor Su Luhua was pleased. What kind of bank would lend her money? Su Luhua demanded. Su Yuro explained, I didn't really pay attention to that small bank. Su Luhua worried. It's really unfortunate. If her business fails, it's one thing, but if she uses the house as collateral and the inheritance your grandfather left her to pay off debts, she could end up with nothing. Su Yuro secretly hoped Su Tian would fail, fearing that her success would only bring more trouble. As the production started, Su Tian hired a team to handle daily operations. She named her clothing brand S, with a striking capitals as the logo. Thanks to the reputation she had built and her consistently innovative and spirited designs, along with high-quality clothing, the brand sales soared. Initially, only customers in Fancheng placed orders, but soon it expanded to Jinghai, and even distributors across the country began stocking her products. As her business flourished, Su Tian faced increasing challenges, particularly in business and tax matters. One evening, as she was poring over complex documents on her computer, Hua Beichen brought her a cup of hot milk and gently said, take a break and drink something. Su Tian pointed to a part of the screen, frowning. I'm a bit confused about this part. Hua Beichen leaned over and patiently explained several difficult points. Su Tian listened, enlightened. Her strength was never in this area, but the sudden workload forced her to confront these challenges. The issues that had troubled her for so long were clarified in a few words by Hua Beichen, and she smiled. Thank you, hubby. How are you so good at this? Hua Beichen smiled. You forget. This is my field of expertise. Can I come to you with questions in the future? Su Tian asked. Not just questions in this area, but any problem you encounter. Hua Beichen's voice lowered. Turning slightly husky, you can come to me for a solution. So what are you to me? A secretary or? Su Tian teased. A personal secretary, solving all your private issues, Hua Beichen replied in a husky voice. With Hua Beichen's help, Su Tian became more adept at handling her affairs. The sales of S brand clothing continued to rise, and even before summer ended, the autumn collection was fully pre-ordered. Meanwhile, the Su family's clothing business saw a decline in orders. Despite Xiaoshen's assistance, they couldn't reverse the downward trend. Su Yuro looked at the order sheets, her brows furrowed in worry. Clearly, Su Tian's business was eating into the Su family's market share. Su Qingbang slammed the table in anger. This ungrateful girl. Why is she constantly going against the family? Bring her back, I need to have a word with her. Su Luhua tried to find an excuse to get Su Tian to return home, but after the incident with Zhang Zhaotian, Su Tian was unmoved by any pretext. She coldly responded, if it's about Grandpa, have the nurse take him to the hospital, and I'll see him there. If it's about anything else, I'm not available. With that, she hung up the phone. Though Su Luhua was furious, she was helpless. At this point, Su Yuro softly said, I have an idea. Su Yuro went to the fabric market and found Tang Yang, who was organizing his goods. Tang Yang greeted her with a smile. Yuro, here to pick up some goods? Not today. Su Yuro got straight to the point. I heard Su Tian ordered a batch of fabric from you? Yes, Tang Yang nodded. This type of fabric is exclusive to my family. She used to order a little bit, but now that her business is growing, her orders are huge. Hearing this, Su Yuro clenched her fists. Su Tian's order volume was almost half of the Su family's. The Su family had been in business for decades, and how long had Su Tian been at it? She was quickly growing into a major player. Yeah, it's quite unexpected, Tang Yang sighed. Su Yuro thoughtfully said, as she becomes a big boss, she might leave Fancheng for Jinghai. Who knows if she'll continue ordering from you? Tang Yang fell silent. He had once pursued Su Tian, hoping to partner with her in business. Now, that hopeful vision seemed to be slipping away. Unfortunately, Su Tian didn't find him appealing. Hua Beichen, who frequently interacted with her, couldn't help but notice her growing beauty and confidence. His secret feelings for her remained undiminished. If Su Tian were to leave the area, his chances both romantically and in business would diminish greatly. Su Yuro smiled and said, there's always a way to keep her here, isn't there? In the office, Hua Beichen was assigning tasks to Su Tian. He also arranged for He Wang and Li Tang to assist with some documents. He Wang, eyes gleaming with mischief, asked, Brother Chen, since we're juggling multiple roles, don't you think we deserve a raise? Hua Beichen nodded, sure. He Wang's eyes lit up, really? What about more vacation days? Hua Beichen beckoned with his finger. He Wang, hand over the car keys first. He Wang's face fell as he clutched the new car keys he had just received last week, quickly changing his tune. These documents for sis-in-law are actually quite simple. We can handle them easily, right, Li Tang? Li Tang, thinking of his substantial bonus, quickly agreed. Absolutely, it's no trouble at all. Just then, Hua Beichen received a call. After a brief exchange, he said, all right, I'll come down to get it. If something required Hua Beichen to go down personally, it must be significant. Li Tang, not wanting to slack off, followed closely behind. Downstairs, a delivery guy handed over a food box. Hua Beichen took it with a smile, then picked up another call. Su Tian's voice came through the phone. I made some food for Grandpa and brought it to the hospital while he was there for a checkup. Since it's the same effort to make a little more, I made some for you too. You can share it with He Wang and Li Tang. Although Li Tang couldn't hear Su Tian's words, he felt the sudden shift in Hua Beichen's demeanor from friendly to icy. He couldn't help but shrink back, unsure of how he had offended Hua Beichen. Back in the office, Hua Beichen placed the food box on the table. He Wang leaned in and asked, What's for lunch, Brother Chen? Your sis-in-law's cooking, Hua Beichen said through gritted teeth. There's enough for you and Li Tang too. He Wang and Li Tang exchanged glances, recalling the unforgettable sour dumplings from last time, and instantly lost their appetite. He Wang, thinking quickly, grabbed his car keys and said, Brother Chen, I just remembered I have a client meeting about the South District development. I need to go. Li Tang, hunching his shoulders, added, Boss, I brought my mom's homemade lunch today, so I won't intrude. Hua Beichen, expressionless, replied, Fine. I'll just have more for myself then. Later, Su Tian called again, Honey, how was lunch? Delicious. The eggplant and green beans were the best, and the ribs were good too. I'll make it again next time then. Su Tian said cheerfully. All right. Hua Beichen paused. Next time, just make it for me. Why? They don't like it. Without thinking much, Su Tian agreed. Okay, next time I'll just be for you. As night fell, Su Tian received an urgent call from Tang Shui. Hua Beichen, hugging her from behind, showed his displeasure at the late call. Su, we have a big problem. The crucial batch of fabric hasn't arrived, Tang Shui said anxiously. Which batch? Su Tian immediately sat up. The most expensive and important one. It was supposed to be delivered by Tang Yang 3 days ago. I've been urging him and he kept saying it would come soon, but it still hasn't arrived. If it doesn't get here by 8 a.m. tomorrow, we'll miss the deadline. I'll contact Tang Yang right away. Su Tian hung up and, seeing it was already midnight, began calling Tang Yang repeatedly, but there was no answer. Growing anxious, she started to get dressed. Hua Beichen asked, Is there time to switch to another supplier? No, Tang Yang's the only one in Fan City with this kind of fabric. I have no idea where to find him now. I'll go with you, Hua Beichen said, following her closely and messaging He Wang to locate Tang Yang immediately. When Su Tian and Hua Beichen arrived at Tang Yang's apartment, He Wang had already dragged him out of a bar. Brother Chen's sis-in-law, what a coincidence. I found Tang Yang at the bar tonight. You can ask him whatever you need, He Wang said, pushing the drunken Tang Yang forward. Su Tian directly questioned, Tang Yang, where's the fabric stated in the contract? Tang Yang stammered, I'm sorry, the fabric is too expensive and hard to get. I haven't received it yet. Are you sure you haven't received it? Absolutely. I haven't gotten it. Furious, Su Tian exclaimed, then why did you sign the contract? Do you know how much you'll owe me and how much I'll owe my clients? Tang Yang could only keep apologizing. I'm sorry, I'll compensate you as per the contract. He Wang punched Tang Yang. Following the contract still means my sis-in-law loses out. Tang Yang, helpless, said, I can't help it if there's no stock. Su Tian, dejected, sat by the roadside, the cold midnight wind making her nose red. Thinking of a solution, she said, we'll have to get the fabric from outside the city. It'll be more expensive and delay the project, but I can't break my promise to the clients. I need to contact another supplier immediately. Hua Beichen reminded her, it's too late for anyone to answer now. Are you sure Tang Yang has no fabric at all? Su Tian suddenly remembered. His fabric usually comes by sea, while others come by land. His ship arrived a few days ago. Knowing the fabric industry well, she realized. So he does have it. Hua Beichen immediately drove to the seaport. If he has it, that's good. He Wang and I will check it out. You stay in the car. Hey honey. Su Tian started, but Hua Beichen and He Wang had already boarded Tang Yang's ship. Hua Beichen left bodyguards to look after Su Tian. Soon after, Hua Beichen returned and invited her, honey, come see if this is the fabric. Su Tian boarded the ship and, after careful inspection, confirmed, yes, this is it. He Wang couldn't help but curse. That Tang Yang is sly, saying he had none while hiding it from us. Hua Beichen instructed, He Wang, get some people to move the fabric. Su Tian quietly reminded, Tang Yang was at fault, but are there security cameras around here? Su Tian looked at Hua Beichen and He Wang with worry, afraid they might get into trouble. She whispered, if the police come, it'll be even worse. Hua Beichen gently held her hand and reassured her in a low voice, if you're worried about me, there's no need. Tang Yang is causing us trouble. It's only right we retaliate. Su Tian tugged at his sleeve, her brows furrowed. But if you get into trouble, I'll be even more worried. Hua Beichen chuckled softly and turned to He Wang. Check if there are any cameras around. Be quick and don't leave any loose ends. He Wang confidently replied, don't worry. I've already had the cameras checked. The people moving the goods are our trusted helpers. Tang Yang will regret this. The goods were quickly loaded onto the truck, the labels were all replaced, and they were sent to Su Tian's workshop. Tang Shui was thrilled to see the goods arrive. I thought we wouldn't make it in time. We can start using them immediately. Hua Beichen reminded. The labels have been removed. Seeing Hua Beichen's composed demeanor, Su Tian's anxiety began to ease. He always handled things so methodically, providing a strong sense of security. No matter how much she worried, it seemed trivial when he was around. After the materials were moved, Hua Beichen took Su Tian back to rest. At 7 in the morning, they went to Tang Yang's company to confront him. Tang Yang hadn't slept all night due to the chaos. Seeing Su Tian arrive with a large group, he panicked and told his workers, call the police. Hua Beichen calmly said, Mr. Tang, you might not know, but we called the police last night too. With such a large quantity of materials involved, we were worried you wouldn't take responsibility, so we reported it first. Just then the police arrived. Other fabric merchants gathered to watch the commotion. After understanding the situation, an officer said, you should try to resolve this between yourselves first. We can't fully intervene right now. Tang Yang, irritated from being woken up early by He Wang, snapped, I said I'd compensate you. Isn't that enough? Su Tian insisted, I want the materials, not money. Tang Yang explained, I told you, my supplier didn't deliver the goods. I really can't provide them. He hadn't expected things to escalate to involving the police and regretted trying to hinder Su Tian's business growth. But now he had no choice but to stick to his story. Su Tian pulled out a contract. Compensation is fine, but you need to pay now. The contract states double the compensation for breach. With the police here as witnesses, pay up. At that moment, Su Euro arrived, pretending to collect goods but actually there to watch the drama. She said, double compensation? That's too much, Su Tian. Can't we negotiate? Su Tian coldly replied, double is already lenient. Tang Yang didn't do this on purpose? If not, why didn't he say anything for 3 days? If he'd told me earlier, I could have sourced materials from elsewhere. What is this? Su Euro wanted to argue more, but Su Tian's sharp gaze silenced her. Though she had only instigated Tang Yang, she hadn't expected him to prefer paying compensation over letting Su Tian's business thrive. Tang Yang insisted, I can pay, but I really don't have the materials. Su Tian said, all right, everyone heard that. Tang Yang doesn't have the materials and is willing to compensate. The police, seeing both parties willing to settle, said, "If you agree to settle, that's fine. If any issues arise later, we'll come back." Su Tian confirmed, "So what I just said to Tang Yang is legally binding, right?" The officer replied, "We've recorded everything. Rest assured, we won't be biased." The onlookers felt sorry for Su Tian, thinking it was too late to find new materials, even with the compensation. Su Euro pretended to be concerned. "Su Tian, do you still need materials? I can help." Su Tian coldly refused, "No need." As Su Tian was about to leave, a worker rushed to Tang Yang. "Mr. Tang, our batch of materials is missing." Tang Yang was shocked. "What materials?" The worker replied, "The expensive batch from the cargo ship." Tang Yang panicked. "How could they be missing? Did you call the police?" Su Tian felt uneasy hearing this and instinctively looked at Hua Beichen. But Hua Beichen remained calm, giving her confidence. The worker told Tang Yang, "We did, but they said the materials never existed in the first place." Hua Beichen said, "The police are still here. Mr. Tang, why don't you tell them about your materials?" Tang Yang blurted out, "The ones meant for Su Tian." Before he could finish, someone questioned, "Mr. Tang, didn't you say there were no materials? That your supplier didn't deliver? Why are there two different stories?" The police pressed, "Explain again?" Realizing his contradiction, Tang Yang was speechless. The police continued, "What materials are you talking about?" Tang Yang, flustered, didn't know how to respond. Su Tian was also nervous, but Hua Beichen squeezed her hand, reminding her of his words the previous night. The materials had already entered the production line. After washing and cutting, they couldn't be traced back to Tang Yang. No evidence was left on the cargo ship. In the end, Tang Yang went to the police station, while Su Tian had no need to go. In the following days, the materials were completely transformed into clothing. Tang Yang, caught in his contradictions, had to swallow his losses. He regretted his actions, but it was too late. As Su Tian's finished products were shipped nationwide, he was powerless to stop her. Tang Yang still had to compensate Su Tian, as he was obliged to. When he arrived at Su Tian's residence, he found Hua Beichen lounging on the sofa. Despite his relaxed posture, Hua Beichen exuded an air of authority that made Tang Yang feel an overwhelming pressure. After signing the documents, Hua Beichen spoke calmly, "Mr. Tang, in business, trust is everything. Without it, nothing stands. Don't you agree?" Under Hua Beichen's piercing gaze, Tang Yang was momentarily speechless. It wasn't until he left that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. An inexplicable intuition told him it was best not to provoke Su Tian in the future. Meanwhile, Su Yuro was secretly investigating the source of Su Tian's batch of fabric. However, since the police had stopped their investigation, she couldn't find any clues. Frustrated, Su Yuro chalked it up to Su Tian's good luck, thinking that luck would run out eventually. Early in the morning, Hua Beichen drove Su Tian to her studio. At the entrance of Baojin Plaza, he reluctantly kissed her goodbye, his hand gently caressing her waist. "Do you want me to walk you up?" Hua Beichen's deep voice carried a hint of concern. Su Tian declined, "No, you should head back to work." She still felt a bit sore. Hua Beichen insisted on accompanying her. In the elevator, his hand restlessly massaged her waist until someone else got in. Su Tian blushed, her heart racing. In the studio, a high-end client named Liang Liang had been waiting for a while. Mimi served her coffee and asked her to wait a bit longer. Before long, Su Tian and Hua Beichen walked into the studio together. Liang Liang was surprised to see that Su Tian was accompanied by the renowned Hua Beichen from Jinghai. She was about to address him as Mr. Hua, but he interrupted, "Hua Beichen, Su Tian's husband. You can call me Mr. Hua." Liang Liang instantly understood Hua Beichen's intention to keep a low profile. She turned to Su Tian and asked about the purpose of the dress, her tone tinged with emotion. "It's for my mother's memorial. It's also my father's birthday. My father plans to acknowledge his illegitimate son at his birthday party. How do you think I should dress?" Hua Beichen calmly but authoritatively said, "Ms. Liang, you seem a bit emotional. Perhaps you should take a moment to calm down before we continue." Realizing her outburst, Liang Liang composed herself, while Su Tian considerately suggested she take a break. Back in the office, Hua Beichen consoled Su Tian, "You don't have to force yourself to deal with difficult clients. Everyone has their own issues and emotions. Let her calm down first." Su Tian astutely deduced Liang Liang's identity. Liang Liang from Jinghai, coming here specifically for a custom dress. Mother deceased. Father with an illegitimate son. She must be Liang Nengchao's daughter, Xiaoshen's half-sister. Hua Beichen advised, "If she's bringing her emotions into this, and you don't want to do business with her, you can send her away." Su Tian shook her head, "It's fine. Let her calm down. She'll understand." Liang Liang indeed had a lot on her mind. Her father, Liang Nengchao, had been using the family assets to support his illegitimate son, even setting up a company for him and providing connections. She had initially thought Su Tian was Xiao Shen's girlfriend and wanted to investigate, but she encountered Hua Beichen instead. When Mimi refilled Liang Liang's coffee, Liang Liang tentatively asked, "How long have Mr. Hua and Ms. Su been married?" Mimi replied, "For quite a while now. They're very much in love. It's enviable." Liang Liang then asked, "I heard Ms. Su was with someone named Xiaoshen?" Mimi blurted out, "He cheated, didn't you know? Xiaoshen has been with Su's older sister for a long time. It's no secret." Only then did Liang Liang realize she had misunderstood Su Tian. When Su Tian returned, Liang Liang apologized, "Ms. Su, I'm sorry for my earlier tone. I thought your studio and factory were funded by my father. I was wrong." Su Tian graciously responded, "No problem, I understand. Xiaoshen and I have long been over." Liang Liang smiled. "Congratulations, Mr. Hua seems like a great man." They then began discussing the details of the dress design. In the evening, Su Tian had a client meeting, and Huabeichen insisted on accompanying her. "What, do you think I can't handle it?" Su Tian asked with a smile. Huabeichen teased, "I'm your secretary, your personal one. Naturally, wherever you go, I go." Huabeichen changed into a suit and handed his tie to Su Tian. She smiled as she tied it for him, admiring his handsome and upright appearance. This marriage felt like a dream come true, and Su Tian was reluctant to wake up from it. It wasn't until Huabeichen's fingers intertwined with hers, the warmth of his touch grounding her, that she realized this wasn't a dream but a blissful reality. The evening's client was from out of town. She was a formidable woman in her early 50s, dressed in a sharp business suit, walking into the restaurant with confident strides. "Ms. Wu, hello." Su Tian stood up immediately upon seeing her approach, wearing a professional smile. Ms. Wu, accompanied by several staff members, sat down with a smile and gave Su Tian a once-over. "Ms. Su, long time no see. You look even more beautiful than before." "You're too kind," Su Tian replied with a graceful smile, pouring tea for Ms. Wu. Ms. Wu's attention was suddenly drawn to Huabeichen, and she exclaimed, "And this gentleman is?" "Ms. Su's secretary, Huabeichen." He introduced himself with a deep, steady voice. In professional settings, he always referred to himself as Su Tian's secretary, though he could also be considered her bodyguard. Most clients didn't need to know about Su Tian's personal life. Ms. Wu nodded, a glint of interest in her eyes. "No wonder you look so serious. You're her secretary." After a bit of small talk, the conversation quickly turned to business. Ms. Wu was there to place a substantial order for fall and winter apparel. Her order was significant, almost half of the usual shipment volume, making her a very important client. If this order went through, Su Tian's annual performance would exceed expectations, securing future orders as well. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed freely, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Ms. Wu's conversation frequently turned towards Huabeichen. "Mr. Hua, how old are you?" 28. Huabeichen replied succinctly. "Still very young," Ms. Wu said with a shrewd smile. "I have an only daughter around your age who's still single and hasn't dated anyone." Su Tian glanced at Huabeichen, curious about his reaction. However, he remained expressionless, making it impossible to read his thoughts. Ms. Wu continued to enthusiastically introduce her family's wealth, subtly hinting that anyone who married her daughter would inherit these assets and businesses. "Ms. Wu, if you'll excuse us for a moment," Huabeichen suddenly said in a low voice. "Ms. Su, could you come with me?" Holding Su Tian's hand, Huabeichen led her away from the table. Once around the corner, he asked, "Aren't you going to explain things to Ms. Wu?" "I tried 3 times to interrupt her, but she kept cutting me off," Su Tian said helplessly. "Ms. Wu speaks quickly and loudly. I couldn't get a word in." She suddenly laughed teasingly. "With such a wealthy background, have you considered taking a shortcut to avoid 30 years of hard work, Secretary Hua?" Huabeichen, without a word, cupped her chin and kissed her deeply. When he finally released her, he whispered, "Still want me to take a shortcut?" "No, I can't bear to." Su Tian wrapped her arms around his waist, playfully saying, "Such a good husband. I won't let anyone else have you." She took out her wedding ring from her bag and handed it to Huabeichen. "Put it on for me." Huabeichen took the ring, gently holding her finger and carefully sliding it onto her ring finger. "I usually don't wear it because I work with needles and paint, and I'm afraid of damaging it," Su Tian explained. Huabeichen also took out his ring and put it on his ring finger. He whispered in her ear, "I don't usually wear it because I'm afraid of hurting you." This simple sentence evoked many romantic images in Su Tian's mind, making her blush and bury her head in his chest. Returning to the table, Ms. Wu smiled and said, "Let's have another drink. Mr. Hua, I still have something to discuss with you." Huabeichen raised his glass and calmly said, "Just one more drink. Otherwise, my wife will have a word with me when we get home. Please understand, Ms. Wu." "Yeah." Ms. Wu looked surprised. "Sorry, Ms. Wu. I don't want him to drink too much," Su Tian explained. As they both raised their glasses, Ms. Wu noticed their matching rings for the first time. She suddenly realized, "So you two are?" "Sorry, Ms. Wu. Because this is a professional setting, we haven't been presenting ourselves as a married couple," Su Tian explained briefly. Ms. Wu, recognizing her earlier oversight, laughed. "I see. I was just being an overly eager mother. I understand. Before I got married, my family was always urging me to, Hubeichin said. Ms. Wu joked, Miss Su, you're so eager to show your true identity. Aren't you afraid I'll cancel the order? Su Tian responded seriously, Ms. Wu, with your business acumen, you surely know that completing this order is mutually beneficial, right? But what if? Ms. Wu, pleased by the compliment, still asked. If that happens, then I simply won't do this business, Su Tian said firmly. Business deals come and go, but a life partner is much harder to find. As she spoke, Hubeichin tightly held her hand under the table. Ms. Wu laughed heartily, you're straightforward. Seeing how well matched you two are, I wish you a long and happy marriage. Thank you, Ms. Wu. Ms. Wu leaned closer to Su Tian, half-jokingly saying, Ms. Su, if you meet a good man, introduce him to my daughter. Sure, no problem. Mr. Hua, do you have any brothers or good friends? You can introduce them to me, Ms. Wu asked Hubeichin. Hubeichin nodded. I'm an only child. If any of my friends are single, I'll let you know. In the end, Ms. Wu signed the order. Hubeichin took it for inspection, stamping, and logging. Ms. Wu, slightly tipsy, held Su Tian's hand and said sincerely, having such a supportive husband is a great blessing. For women like us who work hard outside, who wouldn't want a partner like that? Treasure each other and have a long, happy marriage. Ms. Wu was escorted back to her hotel by her staff. In the car, Su Tian found Hubeichin finishing up the paperwork. The contract is processed and stored here, he said. Su Tian hugged his arm, playfully saying, Husband, you work too hard. You have to manage your work and mine. My work is stable and doesn't require much attention. Taking time to accompany you is no big deal. But doing this long term will still take up your time. I want to hire 2 full-time assistants. Hubeichin pulled her into his arms and asked softly, 2 full-time assistants? What about me? Picking up on the hint of jealousy in Hubeichin's voice, Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. She softly explained, You're my personal secretary, of course you're different. They were hired specifically to handle tasks and get work done. Hubeichin finally smiled, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The next day, Su Tian had Tang Shui post the job announcement. Soon, applicants flooded in. Tang Shui handed over the filtered resumes to Su Tian, saying, These are the qualified candidates after the initial screening. The final decision on which 2 to hire is up to you. Su Tian carefully reviewed the resumes and found that the candidates included both men and women. She wasn't concerned about gender, only ability. Schedule them for interviews tomorrow, she decided decisively. That afternoon, Su Tian's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Liang, inviting her for coffee. Su Tian readily agreed, and they arranged to meet at the Baoqin Mall. When Su Tian arrived, Liang had just reached the spot as well. She elegantly removed her sunglasses and chose a quiet corner to sit. Miss Su, what would you like to drink? Liang handed over the menu. Su Tian ordered a latte and curiously asked, Is there something you wanted to discuss, Miss Liang? Liang's expression turned serious as she got straight to the point. I've confirmed that Xiao Shen is indeed with Su Yuro. My father's money is also being invested in the Su family's company. I wanted to ask about the cash flow issues in a clothing company. Su Tian responded cautiously. I can tell you what I know, but I don't have much connection to the Su family and am not privy to their internal matters. Liang nodded, a trace of disappointment in her eyes. I know you don't have much to do with them. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked for your help. It's fine. I just want to get a rough idea of how much my father has invested. Su Tian frowned. Doesn't your family keep any records? Liang gave a bitter smile and began to share her story. Her mother had passed away suddenly due to illness, and the family estate should have included her share, as well as her mother's inheritance. But after handling her mother's affairs, she found that there was hardly any money left in the family or company accounts. She later discovered that her father had secretly transferred the funds. The coffee arrived, exuding a bitter aroma. Liang seemed to find a confidant in Su Tian and poured out her heart. My father used to treat me very well. Everyone envied me for having such a great dad. I thought I was the luckiest girl in the world. But after my mom passed away, he started transferring all the family assets to his illegitimate child. Su Tian silently handed her a tissue, feeling a deep empathy. She softly said, The Su family is quite similar. My parents were desperate to have a son. Since I wasn't one, I was sent to live in the countryside, becoming an obstacle to their hopes. When I grew up, my elder sister and I had to consider our brother's interests in everything we did. It seemed like all our efforts were for him alone. To some people, only sons carry the family bloodline. Daughters mean nothing. Liang looked at Su Tian intently, hesitating. Finally, she said softly, Then you had it worse than me. At least my dad used to. She didn't finish, unwilling to add salt to Su Tian's wounds. Su Tian smiled faintly. It's okay. I learned long ago that relying on oneself is better than relying on anyone else. So when Xiao Shen cheated and later became successful, I wasn't sad. Instead, I saw it as my chance to leave the family. Liang Liang pondered for a moment before asking, so, did you marry Mr. Hua with a purpose? Su Tian took a sip of her coffee and answered candidly, initially yes. But not anymore. Wiping away her tears, Liang Liang regained her usual composure and smiled. You're right. The feelings of others are inconsequential. What matters most is oneself. Despite having just met, the two felt like old friends due to their similar experiences. Liang Liang said, I came to Fancheng this time to reclaim my mother's inheritance. She worked hard for it, and it shouldn't be used to support outsiders. Su Tian sincerely wished her, I hope you succeed. After a moment's hesitation, Liang Liang asked, Miss Su, if I need help, could I count on you? Su Tian thought for a moment and then answered earnestly, I'll do my best. The next day, Su Tian had to handle the recruitment process. Huo Beichin accompanied her to the office. Since most of the new recruits would be taking over tasks from him, he wanted to ensure they were up to the job. As soon as they entered the office, Tang Shuai whispered to Su Tian, Mei Mei went out for brunch with Su Yuro. Su Tian responded calmly, Mei Mei's personal relationships are her own business. I don't interfere. Tang Shuai was worried. But Su, I have a bad feeling about Su Yuro. She once asked me to dinner, and I declined. What if she convinces Mei Mei to betray you? Su Tian remained composed. We'll deal with it as it comes. Tang Shuai sighed in relief. All right, as long as you say so. He was disappointed with Mei Mei's behavior. When the studio wasn't doing well, everyone stuck it out together. Now that we're in a growth phase, how could she act this way? Su Tian didn't say much but reminded him, let's focus on the interviews first. Tang Shuai nodded and went to inform the candidates. Su Tian's studio was thriving, offering competitive compensation. The candidates who came today were quite impressive. They had already researched Su Tian and were curious about this young, capable boss. The interviews began. Candidates entered the office one by one, meeting Su Tian and her current secretary and assistant, Huo Beichin. The whole process took 2.5 hours to interview all 6 candidates. After a thorough discussion, Su Tian and Huo Beichin decided to inform the candidates of their final decisions in the afternoon. Once all the candidates had left, Su Tian stretched and went to make coffee. Honey, what would you like to drink? She asked Huo Beichin. Huo Beichin lazily replied, I'll have whatever you're having. Su Tian smiled and opened a packet of coffee, poured it into a cup, and added hot water. She stirred it gently, and the aroma filled the room. Would you like to have the first sip? Su Tian handed the cup to Huo Beichin. But Huo Beichin shook his head, you first. Sensing his intentions, Su Tian softly reminded him, don't mess around in the studio. At that moment, there weren't many people in the studio. With Mei Mei absent and other staff members assisting on the production line, only Tang Shuai was there. He had just finished printing 2 documents and looked up to see the couple at the door. The 2 people who arrived were the same interviewees from earlier. The young woman was named Zhao Huan, and the young man was Lu Qi. Zhao Huan apologized to Tang Shuai, saying, Mr. Tang, I lost an earring in the break room earlier and wanted to come back to look for it. Tang Shuai raised an eyebrow and asked, sure, but why did Lu Qi come back? Zhao Huan explained, when we got downstairs, I realized Lu Qi and I were college classmates. He came up with me to help look. She added that considering there weren't many women in the studio, she was worried about coming back alone and had asked Lu Qi to accompany her. Tang Shuai nodded and said, go ahead. He followed them, observing their actions. Zhao Huan walked ahead briskly. The earring was a birthday gift from her mother, and she cherished it, making her quite anxious. She pushed open the break room door first, only to find a couple kissing. The man was handsome, and the woman was charming, creating an aesthetically pleasing scene. Zhao Huan's eyes widened in surprise and a hint of admiration. Noticing someone there, Su Tian quickly pushed Huo Beichin away. She had just taken a sip of coffee, and Huo Beichin wanted to share it. Embarrassed, she blushed and scolded, "Ben." Zhao Huan hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Qi, arriving a few steps behind, also witnessed the scene. He was momentarily stunned, recognizing the boss and the boss's male secretary. He blurted out, do I have to do the same kind of work as Secretary Hua if I become an assistant? A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. I wouldn't mind. Blushing, Zhao Huan glanced at Su Tian and murmured, do we have to kiss such a beautiful lady? She quickly added, I can do that. Huo Beichin's face darkened, and he said coldly, who said you would be doing the same things as me? He thought to himself, what on earth are these two thinking? Su Tian quickly explained, Secretary Hua is my husband, and we are legally married. Lu Qi and Zhao Huan both looked disappointed. Huo Beichin frowned and asked, what kind of attitude is that? Zhao Huan quickly bowed and said, I came to the break room earlier and lost an earring. I wanted to come back and look for it. Then go ahead and look, Su Tian said as she stepped out, giving Huo Beichin a light glare. It was his fault for kissing in the break room. Back in the office, Huo Beichin immediately crossed Zhao Huan and Lu Qi off the candidate list. Su Tian asked, Do you really want to remove them? They performed the best in the interviews. Hu Beichen insisted. I'm hiring assistants for my wife, not admirers. He added with some confusion. I don't understand how Zhao Huan could be untrustworthy too. Why was she blushing when she looked at you? Su Tian retorted. So, do you want to hire capable people or not? If they can't handle the work, who will do my job? Eventually, Hu Beichen relented. All right, we'll keep them, but I'll supervise them personally. He thought to himself, it's not about Zhao Huan and Lu Qi, it's about not letting Su Tian get too stressed. Since Ms. Wu placed that large order, Su Tian's stock had dwindled. However, the clothes were in high demand, and many customers wanted to place orders. The S brand had become highly sought after, making it hard to get a piece. Some people even tried to arrange meetings with Secretary Hua, knowing he had influence in the company. But clearly, they couldn't get through to him. On Friday, Su Tian held a meeting. Tang Shui reported, we only have one last batch of goods left for this year. Su, our performance this year has really skyrocketed. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work, Su Tian replied with a smile. Mei spoke up, Su, can I have the last batch of goods? I have a long-time client who's been wanting to order our clothes but hasn't been able to. Su Tian apologized. I'm sorry, but I promised the last batch to Beichen yesterday. She explained that Hu Beichen had been helping her all along without asking for anything. When he made this request, she agreed without hesitation. Mei was clearly disappointed and said, oh, so we don't have any more clothes? Not at the moment, Su Tian said. Mei, our focus now is planning for next year and completing high-end custom orders for private clients. Oh, Mei replied, unable to hide her disappointment. Su Tian decided to bring a few mannequins home. She occasionally needed to modify clothes at home and required mannequins for support. Hu Beichen and He Wang each carried 2 upstairs. He Wang asked, where should we put these? Su Tian looked around and said, we'll have to put them in the dining room for now. The 2-bedroom apartment was already quite full with Su Tian's things. From being empty when they first moved in, it had now become quite cramped. He Wang casually remarked, Brother Chen, maybe it's time for you guys to get a bigger place? After moving the mannequins, Su Tian brought out drinks and cut some fruit. She invited He Wang to stay for dinner, saying, He Wang, why don't you stay for dinner? I have some free time today and I'll cook myself. She wanted to show her appreciation for his help. He Wang grabbed an apple and a soda, saying, Sis-in-law, I just remembered I have some work to finish. I'll go back and order takeout. Since he had work to do, Su Tian didn't insist. Hu Beichen showed a confident expression thinking, Liang Jing's shrimp dumplings might be terrible, but they weren't entirely useless. During dinner, Hu Beichen asked, Honey, have you thought about buying a bigger place? He noticed that the current apartment was getting too cramped for Su Tian's work. I have thought about it, but I wanted to wait a bit longer, Su Tian replied. I want to wait until we receive the remaining payments. Are you worried about the money? Hu Beichen asked. If we buy a new place, it should be bigger and better. If we split the cost, we might still be a bit short. Hu Beichen put down his chopsticks and said seriously, what do you mean by splitting the cost? I'm living in your apartment now, and you haven't asked me to pay half, have you? Su Tian looked at him as he continued. Whoever has the money should contribute more. Besides, I'm your husband. If I don't use my earnings to support my wife, what's the point? I just don't want you to work too hard and still have to help me. Su Tian said considerately. Hu Beichen held her hand and said with deep affection, as long as I have you, no amount of hard work matters. The housing prices in Fanqing weren't too outrageous. Su Tian estimated that buying a decent 100 square meter plus apartment would cost around 3 million yuan. However, when they started looking, they realized the apartments were getting bigger and bigger. Hu Beichen had a strong argument. A 3-bedroom apartment with just over 100 square meters is too small. We'll need a master bedroom, a study, a child's room, and a room for a nanny. Or, what if there are 2 kids? Hu Beichen suddenly asked, his eyes burning as he stared at Su Tian. Su Tian was caught off guard by the question and didn't know how to respond. She stammered, I haven't really thought that far ahead. Have you never thought about having kids with me? Hu Beichen pressed, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Faced with his blunt inquiry, Su Tian felt cornered. Her face flushed slightly, and her heart began to race. Eventually, the house Hu Beichen had his eye on was a spacious 180 square meter apartment with 5 rooms and 3 living areas. The price shot up to over 6 million yuan, double Su Tian's budget. She calculated in her mind that Hu Beichen had 1 million in savings, and she needed to keep some of her earnings to maintain her company studio. She simply couldn't come up with the rest. Back in the car, Su Tian was still silently calculating the financial shortfall when Qin Feng called via video. Su Tian forced a smile and answered, a long time no see. I heard you 2 are buying a house? How big? Qin Feng asked energetically, standing on the African savannah. Hu Beichen calmly replied, 5 rooms, 3 living areas, over 6 million yuan. Qin Feng paused, initially wanting to say it was too small but quickly realized it was inappropriate. She immediately changed her tone. That's fantastic. Very suitable. The money has been transferred to you. Go ahead and buy it. Before Su Tian could protest, her account received a transfer of 7 million yuan. She was stunned. Mom, we can't take so much money from you for the house. Qin Feng laughed and explained, this is the money your father and I set aside years ago for Beichin and his future wife. He hadn't met the right person before, so we never used it. Now that you two are together, it's only right to buy a house. Don't feel burdened. Even if it wasn't you, we would still give him the money. Alright, I have to go see the elephants now, talk later. After the call ended, Su Tian was still in shock. That's a lot of money from my parents. Hu Beichin reassured her, they saved up to ensure we have a good life. This money likely exhausted their retirement savings, but it's okay. When we're more financially stable, we can pay them back gradually. Besides, spending money on us makes them happy too. Su Tian made a silent vow to save money and repay her parents in the future. If they refused, she would keep the money as a safety net. With the funds secured, they finalized the purchase of the apartment that day. While Su Tian was handling the paperwork, Qin Feng called Hu Beichin. Why such a small house? Won't it be a bit cramped for her? I see Su Tian's career is progressing well. She might move to Jinghai eventually. The house in Fanqing might not be used for long. Qin Feng then asked, when do you plan to tell her about your true identity? Hu Beichin remained silent. He hadn't found the right moment yet. Think it over carefully and tell her soon. Keeping it a secret isn't a solution, Qin Feng reminded. Su Tian returned with the contract. Honey, look at this. Hu Beichin signed it and simply said, no problem. The big decision of buying a house was settled, so easily that Su Tian felt a bit dazed. She rubbed her cheeks. So, this big apartment is really ours? The sales assistant smiled and confirmed, yes, our apartments are fully furnished. Once you get the keys, you can move in after adding some soft furnishings. After leaving the sales office, they went to the supermarket. Su Tian was in high spirits. I'll cook tonight. Great. I'll help you, Hu Beichin replied while picking out vegetables. He picked up a bottle of red wine and thoughtfully asked, honey, have you ever thought about your husband being a very wealthy man? No, why would I think that? Su Tian put 2 bottles of drinks into the cart. I value the person more than the money. She knew Hu Beichin was worried about this and seriously added, if I wanted to marry a rich man, I would have held on to Shaoshen. He was much wealthier than the Su family. But all the money in the world is external. My parents are quite well off, but they constantly argue. Instead of worrying about that, it's better to earn your own money. As she spoke, Su Tian noticed Su Yuro and Mimi picking out fruits. Su Yuro smiled and said, congratulations, Su Tian, I heard your Ready Tower collection is selling well recently. The sales are indeed good. Better than the Su families, Su Tian calmly replied. Su Yuro's face remained unchanged, but she felt jealous inside. Are you planning to expand production next year? Do you need our help? No, Su Tian firmly declined. Mimi seemed uneasy seeing Su Tian. Su Tian knew Mimi had been close to Su Yuro recently. Before Su Tian could ask, Mimi explained herself. I just ran into Yuro at the supermarket entrance. Not a planned meeting. No need to be so nervous. You're just my colleague, not bound to me personally, Su Tian said coolly. Yeah, I know you're the best, Mimi replied awkwardly. Su Tian looked at her seriously. I don't interfere in my employees' personal lives. But I hate being lied to. Once trust is broken, it's hard to regain it, understand? Hu Beichin stood by, touching his nose but saying nothing. Mimi quickly waved her hands. I would never deceive you. Impossible. I didn't say you did. Why so nervous? Su Tian pushed the cart away. I still need to buy vegetables, let's go. Su Yuro glared at Mimi. Why are you so scared? We haven't done anything wrong. Nothing. Let's continue shopping, Mimi said softly. Hu Beichin caught up with Su Tian, comforting her. Don't worry too much, it's just an employee. If they want to leave, let them. Yeah, I'm not worried. The company is a place of free comings and goings, Su Tian smiled, holding a piece of green vegetable. As long as they don't lie to me, everything's fine. As she spoke, she snapped the vegetable in half, the sound making Hu Beichin's eyelid twitch slightly. That evening at the bar, He Wang handed a beer to Hu Beichin and asked, so, are you planning to tell her now? Come clean with your wife. Hu Beichin took a sip of beer, his Adam's apple bobbing. Now's not the right time. He sighed and added, with Mimi's situation already troubling Su Tian, revealing this now would only add to her stress. Chen, when it comes to pretending to be poor back then, it was my terrible idea. Should I go and apologize to your wife? Hu Beichin frowned slightly and replied firmly, it's me who is in a relationship with her, not you. Besides, if I hadn't pretended to be poor back then, she would never have chosen to marry me. I don't get it. Isn't having money a good thing for her? Hu Beichin sighed and explained, in her original family, she had very little control over her own life. She left that family to gain freedom and control over her own destiny. If I were too wealthy, it would put a lot of pressure on her and make her want to distance herself from me. He paused for a moment and continued, I didn't dare take any risks by being honest back then. It would only have pushed her further away. Now, the timing is also crucial. Meanwhile, Mimi didn't leave the company but continued to work diligently. Even Tang Shui was puzzled. During lunch, he asked quietly, "Why are you getting so close to Su Yuro?" "It's obvious she has an agenda." Mimi replied nonchalantly, "I just ran into her, and it's hard to be rude to someone who greets you with a smile." Tang Shui asked with concern, "Mimi, are you facing some difficulties? If you have any problems, talk to me." "No, I'm not lacking anything. Just eat your meal," Mimi responded indifferently. In the afternoon, Su Tian met with lawyer Chen Ping. With the growth of her Ready Tower business, legal issues also increased. The company didn't have a dedicated legal team yet, so Su Tian hired Chen Ping as a part-time legal advisor to provide legal consultations. After their discussion, Su Tian picked up her documents and prepared to leave when she bumped into Liang Liang. "Miss Su, what a coincidence," Liang Liang said, noticing the documents in Su Tian's hand. "Are you also consulting with lawyer Chen?" "Yes, for some company matters," Su Tian replied. "That's quite a coincidence. I'm also consulting lawyer Chen regarding my mother's inheritance. I've heard he's very professional in this area." Su Tian nodded in agreement. "Yes, lawyer Chen is very professional. He's helped me with many issues before. You've made the right choice." "That's good to hear. I'll go see lawyer Chen now." "See you later," Liang Liang said and left. After putting the documents back in her studio, Su Tian prepared to meet a client. She called Huabeichen, "Honey, would you like to come with me?" She didn't actually need him to come but knew he enjoyed participating in such activities. "Not today. You go ahead on your own." "See you tonight," Huabeichen replied. "All right, see you tonight," Su Tian said, hanging up and entering the hotel. The client was easy to communicate with, and they settled everything over lunch. After seeing the client off, Su Tian sat back down to enjoy the remaining food. Just then Lu Ting called. "Are you flying back to Fancheng tomorrow?" "I'll pick you up," Su Tian asked. "I'm sorry, Susu. I can't make it back tomorrow and won't be able to celebrate your new house purchase," Lu Ting said apologetically. "I can only congratulate you now and promise to give you a proper housewarming when you move in. No worries, it's not a big deal. We can celebrate later," Su Tian reassured her. "Is it work-related?" Lu Ting explained. "Fong Lan's agent's husband cheated. She needs to take care of the kids and fight for custody, so she can't handle Fong Lan's work. I have to step in as her assistant." "I met her agent and husband last time. They seemed very loving," Su Tian remarked. "Yeah, who would have thought?" "Apparently, the agent was too busy, and her husband got lonely," Lu Ting said, then warned Su Tian, "Susu, don't focus all your attention on work. Spend more time with your husband. Men get lonely too. Loneliness is no excuse for cheating. Working hard isn't the same as playing around." Su Tian said, feeling a bit guilty. She realized she had indeed been too busy lately, with her custom and Ready Tower lines both demanding her time. Recently, all her interactions with Huabeichen had been work-related. Lu Ting continued, "True, nothing justifies cheating. But relationships are mutual, right?" Before Su Tian could respond, she saw Huabeichen enter the restaurant with a young woman. He pulled out a chair for her and invited her to sit. The young woman smiled brightly, and Huabeichen, usually reserved, was also smiling more than usual. At one point, the woman playfully hit him, and he just laughed it off. "Ting Ting, I have to go. Talk to you later," Su Tian said hastily and hung up. On the other side, Tan Siyuan said to Huabeichen, "I hit you just now because you got married and didn't tell me. Do you think you deserved it?" Although she looked young, she was over 40 and always considered herself an elder. "I'll make sure your invitation is the first one I send out next time we have a celebration," Huabeichen promised. "You still remember I'm your cousin, huh?" Tan Siyuan said, "You didn't bring Tian to meet me. Am I a useless cousin?" "She's been very busy lately," Huabeichen explained. Tan Siyuan smiled and reminded him, "Marriage also needs effort. If she values her work and dreams more than you, maybe you haven't truly won her heart yet. How come your dad was so good at romance, but you're like a block of wood?" Huabeichen touched his nose, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Maybe you should ask your dad for some tips?" Tan Siyuan teased. "There's no need. Su Tian and I have a stable relationship." "No issues," Huabeichen defended. "Really?" Tan Siyuan pressed. "Really?" Huabeichen replied, but he started to feel less confident. He always thought Su Tian was easygoing and vibrant like a little sun. However, she rarely showed any strong emotions towards him, no jealousy or possessiveness. Noticing his expression, Tan Siyuan mused, "Could it be that you really haven't won her heart yet?" She then spotted a figure in the distance. Although she had never met Su Tian in person, she had seen many photos. The girl was even more lively and striking in person. Seeing Su Tian looking their way, Tan Siyuan reached out and touched Huabeichen's hair. Normally, Huabeichen kept his distance from people, and he had already shown restraint when Tan Siyuan playfully hit him earlier. Tan Siyuan reached out and touched Huabeichen's hair, causing him to instinctively pull away. But Tan Siyuan, quick on her feet, grabbed his sleeve gently but firmly. "Don't move. There's something in your hair," she said softly but insistently. She leaned closer, her delicate fingers brushing through his hair as if to remove an invisible object. Tian stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold. Her lips tightened involuntarily. She wanted to turn and leave but found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, and her fingers clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. For a moment, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Finally, she took a deep breath, straightened her back and walked towards Huabeichen. Tan Siyuan noticed Tian approaching and immediately switched to a more coquettish tone. "Beichen, can you cut the steak for me? I can't manage it." She held up her knife and fork in a feigned helplessness, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. Huabeichen frowned, puzzled by the normally composed elder's sudden act of vulnerability. Just as he was about to ask, a familiar, sweet voice came from behind him. "Mr. Hua, what a coincidence." Huabeichen turned abruptly to see Tian standing there, her eyes red and filled with unshed tears. His heart felt like it had been struck by a hammer. Ignoring everything else, he stood up, the sound of the clattering dishes fading into the background. "Wife." He reached out to her. Tian deftly avoided his hand, forcing a smile. "Are you here for work or meeting a friend?" "Neither," Huabeichen said firmly, grabbing her hand again. "Wife, let's talk outside." He didn't want Tian's emotions to be on display for others to see, especially in this situation. Tian nodded, though she felt this was more of Huabeichen's way of evading. They walked to the hallway outside the restaurant, and Tian asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Hua, is our one-year marriage about to end?" Despite her efforts to remain calm, her voice wavered. Huabeichen instantly understood her feelings. He had often imagined Tian being jealous, worried about losing him, but seeing her genuinely upset made him realize this wasn't what he truly wanted. He preferred her to be happy and carefree, even if it meant he had to work harder on their relationship. "Wife, you misunderstood," Huabeichen explained. "She's my aunt, my dad's cousin. She's 40 years old, with a son and a daughter. She was just passing through Fancheng and wanted to see me." Tian's emotions calmed slightly, but embarrassment quickly set in. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You had a client meeting today, which is obviously more important. You have your dreams to pursue. How could I interfere over something so trivial?" Huabeichen held her hand firmly. "Nothing is trivial when it comes to you. Everything else can take a backseat." Guilt washed over Tian. "I didn't understand the situation and got angry at you. You don't have to put up with me like this. If you're unhappy, you can tell me." "I am unhappy," Huabeichen interrupted, lifting her chin to make her look into his eyes. "I'm unhappy about you mentioning the end of our marriage. But I'm also happy to see you care enough to be jealous, to be concerned about us." He gently wiped away her tears with his thumb. "How could I ever be indifferent to you?" Tian's voice choked with emotion. "I worry too about changes in your feelings. I feel uncertain and anxious." "Huabeichen, I'm not as strong or indifferent as you think." Without another word, Huabeichen pulled her into a tight embrace. Tian's heartfelt words touched him more deeply than any sweet talk ever could. After composing themselves, Tian followed Huabeichen back to the restaurant. She felt a bit anxious about facing his aunt. Huabeichen squeezed her hand reassuringly and whispered, "It's okay, I'm here." At the table, Tan Siyuan was elegantly cutting her steak. Huabeichen spoke up, and Tian had some work matters to discuss with me just now, but it's all sorted out. Tan Siyuan understood immediately. This was Huabeichen giving Tian an out. She smiled and said, "I know Tian is busy with work." "No problem, please sit." Tian took a deep breath and mustered up her courage. "Aunt, I'm Tian. I had some things to take care of today and couldn't come with Beichen. Tomorrow, I'd like to treat you to a meal." Tan Siyuan waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, work is important. I was just passing through and wanted to see you." She gave Huabeichen a meaningful look, clearly recognizing Tian's sincere feelings for him. Huabeichen finally realized that his aunt's earlier actions were a test for Tian. Feeling a bit helpless, he said, "Well, enjoy your meal. I've already paid the bill. We won't keep you." "Oh yeah." Tan Siyuan could only watch as Huabeichen led Tian away. She shook her head and sighed. Beichen has certainly inherited some of his father's traits. The next morning, Tian woke up early to prepare several dishes, packing them into a lunchbox for Huabeichen. "Here's your lunch," she said, handing it to him. Huabeichen felt touched. "You didn't have to wake up so early just to make me lunch. It's too much trouble." "It's no trouble at all," Tian replied with a smile. At noon, Huabeichen carefully carried the lunchbox to the break room to heat it up. He tried the sweet and sour ribs first, finding the vinegar a bit strong but still delicious. The eggplant with garlic sauce was also heavy on vinegar. The spicy shredded potatoes had more vinegar than chili, and even the braised fish had a generous amount of vinegar. Huabeichen suddenly realized that Tian was expressing her feelings in her own way. She had been jealous the night before, and today she added extra vinegar to his lunch. He couldn't help but laugh and sent her a message. Today's lunch is great, really tasty. Glad you like it, eat up. Tian replied instantly. Of course. Anything you make, I'll finish. Hubaichin texted back, sending her a photo of the empty lunchbox. In the afternoon, Liang Yunrui called him urgently. You need to come here, now. Can't you just tell me over the phone? Hubaichin asked, frowning. No, it has to be in person. Hurry up. Liang Yunrui's tone was urgent. Hubaichin hesitated for a moment, then set aside his work and drove to the location Liang Yunrui had given him. He decided it was a good opportunity to clarify his stance face-to-face. Upon arriving, Hubaichin looked up and saw it was a private hospital. His brow furrowed as he strode quickly through the entrance. Liang Yunrui was pacing anxiously around the room with his arms crossed. Tong Ge, sitting nearby, watched him and patiently explained, "This girl might be your sister. She got lost at the hospital when she was little, stayed in an orphanage for a few years, and was then adopted. Her age and the place where she went missing match your sister's details." Liang Yunrui stopped and frowned. "I've seen her photo, but I can't tell anything from it." Tong Ge nodded. "Little Liang Yu was adorable, and she probably grew up to be just as beautiful. She should have some family resemblance, but you and your two brothers don't look much alike either. So, judging by photos alone is difficult. I came to Fancheng to find my sister," Liang Yunrui said, his voice filled with a mix of anticipation and unease. Tong Ge tried to comfort him. "We've looked for many people before, some with similar circumstances, but the DNA didn't match. No need to stress, the DNA results will be out soon. Just sit down for a bit." Seeing Liang Yunrui still pacing, Tong Ge added helplessly, "You're making me dizzy walking around like that." Suddenly, Liang Yunrui said, "I'll go check if Hubaichin is here." He quickly walked out of the room. Standing at the door, he looked around and soon spotted Hubaichin parking his car and striding toward him. "Hubaichin." Liang Yunrui waved. Hubaichin gave him a sideways glance and stopped in front of him, asking calmly, "What's up?" Liang Yunrui blocked his way, afraid he'd leave. "I might have found my sister. I want you to be here to witness it." Surprisingly, Hubaichin didn't seem inclined to leave this time. Liang Yunrui was a bit taken aback. "Are you planning to wait with me for the results?" "I don't need to wait for the results," Hubaichin replied, "but I do have a few things to say to you." "Go ahead," said Liang Yunrui. Hubaichin looked him straight in the eye, speaking firmly, "Liang Yunrui, Tian and I are married, and we will never divorce. Even if you find your sister, she will be just a friend to me like you are. There can never be anything more between us." Liang Yunrui protested, "But my sister really likes you." Hubaichin interrupted him, "You're overthinking it. After so many years, her feelings and memories have probably changed. Besides, just because she likes me, does that mean I have to like her back? You're being too demanding as a brother. No matter who she is, I will never have feelings for her. Understand that and don't fill her head with unrealistic ideas." With that, Hubaichin turned to leave. Liang Yunrui quickly stopped him. "Hubaichin, the Hua and Liang families have always been close. Even if you don't want to marry my sister, you could at least meet her and give her some closure." Hubaichin raised an eyebrow. "What closure?" "Liang Yunrui, the only one with regrets here is you. When you were sick as a child, only an old doctor in Fancheng could treat you, so your parents brought you and your sister to the hospital. Then your sister got lost. You've blamed yourself for years, thinking it's your fault she went missing. All the regret is yours alone. Don't drag me into it to resolve your guilt." Liang Yunrui was speechless, his feelings laid bare. Hubaichin continued, "Do you think setting me up with your sister will erase your regrets? It's not that simple. Liang Yunrui, deal with your own issues." With that, he walked away. This time, Liang Yunrui didn't stop him. He lowered his head and quietly returned to his seat. Tong Ge came over and patted his shoulder. "It wasn't your fault. You were just a kid back then." Just then, the doctor came out with the test results. Tong Ge quickly took the report and handed it to Liang Yunrui. He shook his head. "You read it." Tong Ge opened the report and looked at Liang Yunrui's expectant eyes. He gently shook his head. Liang Yunrui lowered his head, disappointment evident. "Not her again," Liang Yunrui whispered. In the parking lot, Tong Ge tried to comfort him. "It's okay. I'll go back to the orphanage and ask around again." "All right, let's go." Liang Yunrui forced a smile. "Let's go to Tian's place for dinner. I still have 15 dumplings stored there." As Tong Ge was about to drive away, a girl ran up. Tong Ge told Liang Yunrui, "That's Chen Mengyao, the girl from the report." Liang Yunrui, not wanting to see anyone, pulled his hat over his face. Tong Ge got out of the car and Chen Mengyao asked eagerly, "Who are you looking for?" "Someone you don't know." "The DNA didn't match," Tong Ge replied. Chen Mengyao asked disappointedly, "Can you at least tell me who is looking for me?" Tong Ge countered, "Miss Chen, since the DNA didn't match, knowing who is looking won't change the fact that they're not looking for you, right?" Chen Mengyao was at a loss for words. Tong Ge nodded and drove away, leaving her standing there, filled with longing to find her family. Meanwhile, Su Tian received a call from Liang Yunrui. Are you having dinner at home tonight? Liang Yunrui asked. Are you cooking? Mr. Liang, I have plans tonight, not cooking, Su Tian replied. Ugh, never mind then. Liang Yunrui hung up, still covering his face with his hat as Tong Ge drove away. Su Tian parked her car and got out with some fabric. Mimi asked quietly, who was that asking if you're cooking? Liang Yunru. Oh, Mimi's eyes widened in surprise. Su Tian asked her, has Su Yuro asked you to do anything recently? Not really, but she keeps inviting me out for tea and shopping, Mimi replied. Don't worry, I'll tell you if she does anything. Su Tian nodded, it's fine. If you go out with her and have any expenses, just let me know and I'll cover them. Mimi laughed, sure. But when I'm out with her, I'll make sure she spends her own money. I don't want to pay out of my pocket. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh along. Chen Mengyao followed Liang Yunrui's car to this spot, but only saw Mimi and Su Tian. By the time she realized, Liang Yunrui's car was already gone. She stood there, filled with a deep longing to reunite with her family. Chen Mengyao flipped through the documents in her hands, her brows slightly furrowed. She had long wanted to investigate Mimi's family, but had never found a breakthrough. This time she felt she had finally found some clues. With the help of a friend, she looked into Mimi's family background but found nothing unusual. When she turned her attention to Su Tian, she initially thought she would come up empty-handed again. However, upon seeing the photos of Su Yuro and Su Luhua, her eyes suddenly narrowed in surprise. Meanwhile, Su Tian was carefully handing a shrimp dumpling to Tong Gu. This is for Liang Jing, she whispered. Don't let Liang Yunrui find out. Tong Gu raised an eyebrow. Why? Why not give it to him too? Su Tian explained. I know Liang Jing definitely wants it. Otherwise, Liang Yunrui wouldn't have called me yesterday afternoon. But there's no need for me to get too close to Liang Yunrui. Even if my husband doesn't get jealous, I'm still afraid of getting torn apart by Liang Yunrui's fans. Tong Gu laughed. You have such clear boundaries. As I should, Su Tian responded with a smile. Tong Gu carried the shrimp dumpling upstairs and opened the door to find Liang Jing struggling with a mock test paper. A gift from your aunt, Tong Gu said. Liang Jing's eyes widened. Can I refuse? Please don't bring any more. Tong Gu chuckled. Then can I eat it? No way. Liang Jing immediately guarded the food. I can still accept edible gifts. On the other side, Su Tian was in a good mood. The contract for the new house was signed, and it was about to be handed over. She pulled Huabeichen along to go shopping, wanting to add some soft furnishings to their new home. In the home decor market, she carefully selected each item, sometimes stopping, sometimes shaking her head. A sales assistant enthusiastically asked, how many rooms do you have? How are you planning to decorate? I can offer some suggestions. Su Tian counted on her fingers. 5 rooms. The master bedroom, the secondary bedroom, the study, and a nursery. The sales assistant's eyes lit up and immediately guided them to the baby products section. A nursery, huh? You'll want the best for that, no pollution, no formaldehyde. Su Tian hurriedly explained. We don't need that yet. Huabeichen, however, held her hand gently and said, it doesn't hurt to look. If we see something we like, we can buy it for later. Su Tian gave him a light glare and quickly found an excuse to pull him away. Why? You don't like those things? Huabeichen asked. Su Tian whispered, we don't even have a child yet. Why buy those things? We will have one eventually, Huabeichen said, noticing the worry on Su Tian's face. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? I'll love any child we have, Su Tian blushed. What about your parents and grandma? Huabeichen said earnestly, in our family, there's no preference for boys over girls. As long as it's our child, whether it's a boy or a girl, I promise they will be treated equally. Is there a limit on how many we should have? Su Tian bit her lip, thinking about the various impacts of childbirth, feeling a bit anxious. Huabeichen solemnly promised, one is enough for me. I don't want to see you suffer. And everything will be based on your wishes. You're busy with your career now. We can wait until you're ready. After we have one child, you'll get a vasectomy so we won't have any more. What if I don't want to have any? Su Tian asked tentatively. Huabeichen thought for a moment. I'll respect your decision. We can choose not to have children or adopt if we want. Not having children won't change anything between us. Why adopt when we're doing just fine? Su Tian took his hand. Let's go look at baby products. Huabeichen's words had eased her anxiety about childbirth. That evening, Su Tian received a call from Su Luhua. Even though she had blocked her mother, Su Luhua called using the nanny's phone. Su Tian thought it might be about her grandfather, so she answered. Su Luhua asked her to come home the next day, saying there was something important. Su Tian wondered aloud. It's not another favor, is it? Huabeichen said firmly, whatever it is, I'll go with you tomorrow. I won't let what happened with Zheng Zhiyan happen again. Okay, I'll go check on Grandpa too, Su Tian agreed. The next day, Su Tian and Huabeichen went to the Su family home. Su Tian headed straight to her grandfather's room. Although the old man's mind was foggy, the nanny took good care of him. Su Tian always gave the nanny extra money to show her appreciation. Second miss, the old master has been eating well lately, the nanny reported. I've been cooking the supplements you brought. Su Tian held her grandfather's hand and spoke to him softly. Hua Beichen stood by, recalling the stories of the old man's bravery on the battlefield, feeling a deep respect. Su Luhua and Su Yuro entered the room. Su Tian, come to the living room after you've seen Grandpa, Su Luhua said. I'll just say a few more words to Grandpa, Su Tian replied, noticing that Su Luhua and Su Yuro didn't leave, thinking to herself, they're up to something. As she stood up, Su Tian said, all right, let's go. Whatever it is, let's discuss it in the living room. Beichen is here too, so let's get everything out in the open. Su Luhua forced a smile. In front of Hua Beichen, her attitude was noticeably more polite, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Su Tian and Hua Beichen walked into the living room, where Su Qingbang and a young, unfamiliar girl were already present. Su Tian showed no curiosity about the stranger. She had long lost interest in Su family's affairs. The housekeeper served them hot tea, and Su Tian keenly noticed that Su Luhua and Su Yuro seemed particularly cheerful today. She discreetly glanced at Hua Beichen, silently wondering what the mother and daughter were up to now. Hua Beichen responded with a reassuring look, silently conveying, I've got this. Su Luhua couldn't wait to speak. Su Tian, I'm afraid you'll have to return your grandpa's inheritance and the house you're living in. Su Tian felt a chill in her heart. As expected, this mother-daughter duo was up to their tricks again. Though she didn't need those things now, she would never let them succeed. She calmly replied, Grandpa's inheritance was given to me with a lawyer as a witness. As for the house, it's in my name, and I won't return it. Su Luhua shook her head. You can't refuse. We've just discovered that you're not our biological daughter. Since you're not part of the Su family, you can't keep these things. What? Su Tian asked in shock, suspecting this was another lie to take her assets. Su Luhua pulled the unfamiliar girl closer and introduced her. Look, this is our second daughter. Mengyao, come here. Chen Mengyao stood beside Su Luhua, and Su Tian noticed that she indeed resembled Su Luhua and Su Yuro. Su Luhua continued. We found Mengyao recently and realized that we had mixed up the children all these years. You're not part of the Su family, Mengyao is. She handed a DNA test report to Su Tian. Su Tian skeptically took the report and read it carefully before passing it to Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen quickly scanned it and whispered, it's not forged. Su Luhua added, Su Tian, if you don't believe it, you can get your own DNA test. You'll see the truth. Su Yuro chimed in, Su Tian, no wonder you've always felt out of place with our family. You've held on to the position of the second miss for too long. It's time to give it back. Surprisingly, Su Tian felt a sense of relief rather than anger. Over the years, she had hardly enjoyed any privileges of being the second miss. She calmly responded, I'll get a test. If I'm truly not a Su family member, I'll return everything to you. Su Luhua immediately added, yes, you'll have to return Grandpa's inheritance. It was meant for his descendants. The house is meant for my biological daughter. As Su Tian left the Su family home, she took a deep breath, feeling as if a long-standing burden had been lifted. Chen Mengyao watched Su Tian leave and then turned to Su Luhua. Mom, are all those things really mine? Of course they are. They were meant for you, Su Luhua replied, looking at Chen Mengyao. Although there wasn't much maternal affection, Chen Mingyao's resemblance to her made Su Luhua feel more favorable towards her than Su Tian. She thought to herself, no wonder she could never truly love Su Tian. Chen Mengyao was overjoyed, feeling that finding her biological parents was worth it. She recalled her less affluent upbringing where her foster parents had raised her, but the family's financial situation was nowhere near as grand as the Su family's mansion. So I'll have money now? Chen Mengyao asked excitedly. Su Luhua wanted to remind her about Su Jia, the family's hope, but decided against it since Chen Mengyao had just returned. During dinner, as Chen Mengyao looked at the sumptuous spread, she felt lucky to have found her family. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked Su Yuro, Big sister, you mentioned that Su Tian's husband has a family connection with the Su family. Does that mean he should also? Su Yuro smiled. Are you interested in him? Chen Mengyao thought about the tall, handsome man she had seen earlier and felt that he shouldn't have been Su Tian's husband. Seeing her infatuation with Hua Beichen, Su Yuro poured cold water on her enthusiasm. That man, he's just a pretty face. His family is poor. He's still living in Su Tian's house and drives the worst car. Chen Mengyao was instantly disappointed. She was tired of poverty and didn't want to return to such a life. Su Yuro added, stick with me, and I'll help you find a good man when we go to Jinghai. Big sister, please take care of me, Chen Mengyao said wisely. Having struggled outside for years, she knew the importance of reading people. She understood that Su Yuro had significant influence in the Su family and that she needed to listen to her. After getting into the car, Su Tian couldn't help but glance back at the Su family gate. Hua Beichen held her hand and gently said, if you ever want to see Grandpa again, I'll come back with you. Su Tian nodded lightly. I actually feel relieved. Knowing I'm not their daughter gives me an unexpected sense of freedom. She knew deep down that this was likely more about the Su family's preference for sons over daughters rather than her true identity. Hu Beichen hugged her tightly. Su Tian said, I still need to get a DNA test. I'm afraid this is another one of their schemes to take what's mine. If it's true, I'll return everything to them. Hu Beichen agreed and accompanied Su Tian to a private hospital. To get the results quickly, they opted for an expedited service. While waiting, Liang Yunrui and Tong Ge happened to walk in and saw them. Liang Yunrui approached and asked, What's going on? Are you concerned about my search for my sister? Hu Beichen coolly replied, It's none of your business. Liang Yunrui was about to speak when Tong Ge quickly pulled him away. Su Tian curiously glanced at Hu Beichen and softly asked, Is Mr. Liang looking for his sister? Hu Beichen nodded, giving a brief response. Yes, I heard his sister went missing when she was young. Su Tian didn't ask further and quietly waited. A subtle tension filled the air. Tong Ge turned to Liang Yunrui and whispered, I'll go find out what's going on. Little ancestor, you should avoid causing trouble for Mr. Hua. He added helplessly, mainly because if you cause trouble for Mr. Hua, it's me, your agent, who has to clean up the mess. A person of Mr. Hua's stature, I can't keep going back to apologize. Liang Yunrui was indifferent and urged, then go and find out quickly. Tong Ge left swiftly and soon returned with news. He whispered, coincidentally, that Chen Mengyao from the other day is actually the second daughter of the Su family. She did a DNA test after returning to the Su family, and Su Tian is also undergoing a DNA test to verify if she's part of the Su family. Liang Yunrui sneered. Such a coincidence? It could be the Su family trying to give Su Tian a hard time, looking for an excuse to take money from her. Tong Ge nodded thoughtfully. Liang Yunrui suddenly said, Go buy some fruit, cakes, and snacks for Su Tian. Poor child. What kind of heartless family treats a girl like that? Tong Ge hesitated but eventually didn't go. He thought self-deprecatingly, showing up in front of Mr. Hua, he didn't have the face for that. Soon after, Su Tian received the test results. The test using her grandfather's hair showed that she had no blood relation to the old Mr. Su. This meant Chen Mengyao was indeed a true daughter of the Su family, not someone Su Luhua had found. Su Tian looked up, a trace of confusion in her eyes. Hu Beichen put his arm around her shoulder and said firmly, No matter who you are Su Tian yourself. These words seemed to cut through the fog in Su Tian's heart. She suddenly understood. Whether or not she was part of the Su family didn't affect her identity or her relationship with Hu Beichen. In the car, Su Tian suddenly asked, Honey, what if Chen Mengyao claims I stole you from her and demands you divorce me to marry her? Hu Beichen replied calmly, Does she want the moon too? Su Tian continued, But you do have a marriage agreement with the Su family, set by the two grandpas. At a red light, Hu Beichen braked and turned to look directly into Su Tian's eyes. Marrying you has nothing to do with any marriage agreement or what the elders said. If it weren't you, even with 100 marriage agreements, I wouldn't marry anyone. He recalled the day at the Su family's house when she walked out in a cotton dress. That moment was when he fell for her. Su Tian smiled sweetly, meeting his gaze. It wasn't until the car behind honked impatiently that she realized the red light had turned green. Meanwhile, Liang Yunrui and Tong Ge received the test report. Tong Ge looked through it and said, Bad news, it's not her. Good news, we've eliminated another possibility. Liang Yunrui rubbed his temples and sighed. Eliminated another one? If only there weren't so many people nationwide would find her quickly. He asked, What about Su Tian's report? She's definitely not the Su family's daughter, Tong Ge replied, so the inheritance and the house have to be returned. No problem, Hu Beichen won't let her suffer, Liang Yunrui said, realizing that while he wanted to compensate his sister, he bore no ill will towards Su Tian and even hoped she would be happy. Tong Ge whispered, Hey, if Su Tian isn't the Su family's child, then she might be. Liang Yunrui's eyes lit up. Quick, go to their place. That evening, Su Tian and Hu Beichen didn't feel like cooking and had a simple meal outside. They discussed transferring the inheritance and the house as they returned to their neighborhood. At the doorstep, the lights flickered, and Su Tian noticed two people squatting by the door. She exclaimed and rushed into Hu Beichen's arms. As he held her tightly, the street light came back on. Liang Yunrui and Tong Ge stood up. Hu Beichen asked coldly, What are you doing here? Liang Yunrui, uncharacteristically friendly, said, I left some dumplings here, and I'm craving them today. Hu Beichen was not in the mood to entertain him next time.
Please.
Liang Yunrui pleaded. Hu Beichen replied coldly, I'm sure the paparazzi would love to know your whereabouts. Liang Yunrui shivered. Do you have to be so harsh? Hu Beichen gave him a look that said, You can try me. Alright, I'll come another day. Liang Yunrui had no choice but to leave. Tong Ge advised, It's not like you won't see them again. Let's wait for another chance. I can't wait for another chance. I want to do it today. Liang Yunrui said urgently, Can I take the day off today? Tong Ge sighed. Why not just be upfront and ask Su Tian for a test? What if she's not? Tong Ge reminded. We agreed to avoid giving false hope to avoid disappointment. Why make an exception for Su Tian? Liang Yunrui pulled his hair in frustration as he got into the car. The next day, Su Tian, accompanied by Hua Beichen, went to sign the agreement. Su Luhua was visibly excited, having long wanted to reclaim the inheritance. It was now to be put in Chen Mingyao's name, and eventually it would belong to Su Jia. The lawyer explained, Miss Su, please review these terms. Technically, if the Su family still recognizes you as part of the family, the inheritance can be redistributed according to the will, without fully returning it. Legally, you still belong to the Su family. Su Luhua impatiently said, just do your job. The lawyer insisted, I am doing my job. Su Tian is not part of our family anymore. How can we force her to stay? She must have her own parents and family. We shouldn't impose on her, Su Luhua said, hypocritically. The lawyer shook his head and softly asked Su Tian, Miss Su. He had ways to help her secure some benefits if she wanted. Su Tian replied calmly, thank you, lawyer. But I am indeed no longer part of the Su family, so I don't want these things. She didn't want any more entanglements with them. Her only attachment was her grandfather. Given his age, life and death were natural. Once he was gone, she would have no ties to the Su family. The lawyer said, all right, the inheritance agreement is here. You can sign it. Just as Su Tian was about to sign, her phone rang with a video call. It was from Mrs. Hua. Su Tian answered, and Mrs. Hua asked, is this how you tie the lotus knot? You taught me yesterday, and I made two, but today I forgot again. Yes, that's how you do it, Su Tian patiently explained again. If you're worried about forgetting, I can record a video for you later. Old Mrs. Hua beamed with satisfaction. Su Lua eagerly urged, Su Tian, let's get down to business first. Su Tian politely said to old Mrs. Hua, I'm a bit busy now, Grandma, so I won't disturb you any longer. All right, Grandma, I'll call you later, Su Tian promised. Su Lua took out a document and said, first, sign this agreement. All of Grandpa's inheritance will go to Mengya. Old Mrs. Hua, who hadn't hung up the video call, curiously asked, what are you signing? Su Tian briefly explained. After understanding, old Mrs. Hua calmly said, is the inheritance so significant that they need to rush you to sign an agreement? Su Tian explained, she's Grandpa's biological granddaughter, so I need to transfer it to her. Old Mrs. Hua responded, just transfer it then, to avoid any future entanglements. Good girl, all my future inheritance and property will be left to you. Su Tian quickly declined, thank you, Grandma, but there's no need. You'll live to be 180 years old, so keep it for yourself. Su Luhua and Su Yuro couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With what little the Hua family had, they dared call it an inheritance. Even if the Hua family had a house in Jinghai, it was for the whole family to live in. What could they possibly leave for Su Tian? After ending the video call, Su Tian picked up a pen and signed her name. Su Luhua put away the agreement and asked the lawyer to bring out another document. This is the transfer agreement for my house. Su Tian had no intention of taking her things. Su Luhua said, I know you've moved out and need to rent a place. I'll give you 3 days to move out. She actually wanted to take the house back immediately, but seeing Hua Beichen standing there, she felt a bit intimidated. This man exuded a commanding presence, even while standing silently. Su Tian decisively said, no need, I'll move out tonight. Since I need to move anyway, better to do it sooner rather than later. Su Luhua emphasized, you said it yourself, I'm not forcing you. Su Tian nodded and asked the lawyer, is there anything else I need to do? No, that's all. Then this settles everything between me and the Su family. I hope you won't come to me for anything in the future. Today we've made a clear cut. With that, Su Tian walked out of the room. She looked up at the sky, under the clear blue sky. The air was humid and warm. Hua Beichen said, we'll move tonight. Su Tian's 2-bedroom apartment was already packed with things. He Wang, Li Tang, Tang Shuai, and Mei Mei all came to help. Su Tian pointed to the dishwasher and said, this needs to be dismantled and moved. She then pointed to the bed in the guest room, and this bed too. Hua Beichen smiled and said, all right, we'll take everything. Tang Shuai reminded, but your new home is much bigger. These things might not match. Su Tian insisted, I want to keep them. Tang Shuai was carrying things out the door when he saw Liang Yunrui standing outside. He was so surprised he stammered, Liang Yunrui joked, got a cold? Why are you stuttering? He walked in and offered, let me help too. Hua Beichen coolly said, Your Highness, you'd better not. If you get hurt, I can't explain it to your fans. Liang Yunrui retorted, don't underestimate me. I may look thin, but I'm strong. Before he could finish, Hua Beichen placed a packed box on his shoulder, making him stagger. Tang Shuai quickly said, let me carry that. Liang Yunrui stubbornly replied, no, I can do it myself. With many hands, the move went quickly. Soon, everything was loaded onto the truck and sent to the new place. The old apartment still had some clutter left. He Wang asked, sis, should we clean this up? Su Tian mischievously smiled. If you really want to help, make it messier. When I moved in, it was far worse than this. Hyewon got the hint and started working. He might not be good at organizing, but making a mess was his specialty. That night, Su Luhua brought Chen Mengyao to the apartment. On the way, Su Luhua reminded her, "This is your dowry from mom. When you get married, you'll have something to show in your husband's family. So help your brother whenever you can. If your brother is doing well, you won't be bullied in your husband's family." Chen Mengyao nodded repeatedly. She and her adoptive parents were currently living in a modest two-bedroom apartment. Moving back to the Su family had broadened her horizons. She thought as long as she lived well, helping her brother was no big deal. Given the Su family's wealth and their villa, this apartment should be decent too. However, when they arrived at the complex, Chen Mengyao hesitantly asked, "Mom, are we in the right place?" "No mistake, go upstairs," Su Luhua said. Chen Mengyao felt uneasy. The complex didn't seem much better than where her adoptive parents lived. When they opened the door and saw inside, Chen Mengyao was even more disappointed. The two-bedroom apartment was not only small but also run down, with things scattered everywhere. She wondered if Su Tian had really lived here. Seeing the mess, Su Luhua angrily said, "What is this? How could Su Tian leave the place like this after moving out?" Just then, she received some photos from Su Tian. They showed the state of the apartment when Su Tian first moved in, which was much worse than it was now. Su Luhua was speechless. Chen Mengyao asked disappointedly, "Mom, is this the only house you're giving me? Nothing else?" Su Luhua evasively replied, "We'll talk about it when you get married." Chen Mengyao started to have doubts. Late into the night, Su Tian's new home was mostly organized. Compared to the cramped two-bedroom apartment, this place was much more spacious, facing south with excellent ventilation throughout. Su Tian, barefoot on the floor, felt at ease. She pulled back the curtains, revealing the city moat of Fancheng. The river shimmered with neon-lit boats. A gentle breeze made the scene even more delightful. Huo Beichin embraced her from behind, and they both enjoyed the splendid night view of Fancheng. Su Tian softly said, "I didn't expect we'd end up living in a house you bought." "That doesn't matter. What matters is that we're together," Huo Beichin replied tenderly. Su Tian turned around and kissed him deeply. They embraced passionately. While getting ready for bed, Su Tian couldn't find her toothbrush and said puzzledly, "Strange. Yours is here, but mine is missing." "Maybe it got lost somewhere," Huo Beichin said. "No problem, I'll use a new one," Su Tian said, grabbing a new toothbrush. Meanwhile, in another car, Liang Yunrui asked, "Where's the toothbrush?" "Here it is," Tongge said proudly. After spending the whole night helping Su Tian move, this was the prize. He took out a plastic bag from his backpack. "Look." Liang Yunrui opened it, only to find an old fruit knife inside. It turned out Huo Beichin had asked him to discard it. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Tong threw the toothbrush into the trash can but left the fruit knife behind. Liang Yunrui eagerly jumped out of the car and rushed to the trash can by the roadside. An old lady rummaging through the trash eyed him warily. "Young man, this trash can is my territory." Brother Tong quickly pulled out 500 yuan and handed it to the old lady. "Ma'am, we're looking for something. Can you help us?" The three of them searched together but found nothing. Rubbing his sore back, Liang Yunrui complained, "I moved all those boxes for Huo Beichin for nothing." To help Su Tian focus on her work, Huo Beichin hired a part-time cleaner to take care of the big house. Initially, Su Tian found it a bit expensive, but after weighing the pros and cons, she accepted the arrangement. After moving, Su Tian arrived at the studio feeling refreshed, only to find Chen Mengyao waiting for her. Chen Mengyao immediately confronted her. "Su Tian, where did you get that car?" The aggressive tone reminded Su Tian of Su Luhua, and she frowned in disgust. "None of your business," Su Tian responded coldly. Chen Mengyao persisted, "It must be Grandpa who secretly bought it for you, right? What else has he given you?" Su Tian, growing impatient, said, "If you suspect something, go check Grandpa's bank records. Come to me with evidence, not baseless accusations." "Fine, I'll find the proof. Just you wait," Chen Mengyao said angrily. Su Tian sneered, "Chen Mengyao, do you think being the second daughter of the Su family is a good thing? Not only do you get nothing, but you might also end up being sucked dry." These words startled Chen Mengyao. She remembered that her mother's excuse of unfamiliarity had led to her grandfather's inheritance being transferred to Su Jia, while she only got a not-so-valuable house. Her mother not only gave her nothing else but constantly reminded her to help Su Jia. Silently, Chen Mengyao left. Tang Shui watched Chen Mengyao's departing figure and couldn't help but comment, "Why is this young woman so sharp-tongued?" "Just like her mother," Su Tian replied briefly. Tang Shui shrugged and said no more. 2 days later, Chen Mengyao returned with a new claim. "Mom said that over the years, raising you cost a lot of money. Since you're not a daughter of the Su family anymore, you need to pay it back." Su Tian saw through the ploy instantly. "Did Suo send you?" Chen Mengyao dodged the question. "It doesn't matter who sent me. I have a legitimate reason." Su Tian sneered. Then get a lawyer to list the expenses and take it to court. I'll follow the court's ruling, but I won't give you a penny privately. Chen Mengyao was taken aback by Su Tian's firmness, momentarily speechless. Su Tian continued. Why doesn't your mom give you money? She gives Su Jia 20 to 30,000 yuan a month for living expenses. A few thousand would be more than enough to support you. Su Euro also earns tens of thousands a month from the company. That much? Chen Mengyao asked, surprised. Su Tian added, and that's not all. Su Jia has a supplementary credit card from your dad, which he can use freely. Su Euro owns a villa and 2 large apartments. Chen Mengyao was stunned. Su Tian said coldly, I don't have any of that because I'm neither their precious eldest daughter, nor the son they wanted. Do you understand now? Chen Mengyao left silently, feeling a mix of emotions. Worried that the Su family might continue to demand repayment, Su Tian called lawyer Chen Ping. Over the phone, Chen Ping explained, they actually have no right to demand that from you. Being mistakenly brought to their home wasn't your fault. But to avoid entanglement, you can calculate your expenses over the years, and I'll handle it for you. If it goes to court, I'll fully represent you. Su Tian began meticulously calculating her past expenses. She recalled that she had always excelled academically and attended regular primary and middle schools, incurring minimal costs. Her scholarships alone covered most expenses. Although high school and university tuition were high, she had student loans and various scholarships that sufficed for tuition and living expenses. She realized that she had hardly spent any of the Su family's money. Only her grandfather had given her some support, but she didn't want to count that, believing that her grandfather wouldn't have either. The only problem was that it would be difficult to find these records after so many years. Bank inquiries might be futile. Su Tian consulted Chen Ping on how to handle this issue. Chen Ping immediately reported the situation to Hua Beichen. Looking at the records Su Tian had compiled, Hua Beichen was furious at the clear neglect in her life. And yet, the Su family has the nerve to ask her for repayment? Get the bank to expedite the retrieval of these records. Handle everything else yourself so Su Tian doesn't have to worry. Chen Ping quickly reassured Su Tian, telling her not to worry as he would take care of everything. Su Tian felt relieved, appreciating the difference a professional lawyer made. In the studio, Liang Yunrui visited. Tang Shuai, serving him coffee, was visibly trembling. I'm here to order clothes from Su Tian, Liang Yunrui said. Alright, please have a seat. I'll get her, Tang Shuai replied. After notifying Su Tian, he returned to his spot, resting his cheeks on his hands and staring at Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui felt uncomfortable under the intense gaze, breaking out in goosebumps. Liang Jing also arrived. Make some for me too. Got it. I won't forget you, Su Tian said as she walked out. Liang Jing immediately ran over and hugged her leg. Auntie, I finished all the workbooks and exercises you gave me. That's great, Su Tian said, puzzled, but when did I give them to you? The gift you brought last time, Liang Jing reminded her. Su Tian then remembered that the gift was from Hua Beichen. She was surprised to realize it wasn't toys but exercises. But Liang Jing was still so young. What exercises could he do? Noticing her confusion, Liang Yunrui explained, he's already studying 3rd grade elementary school courses. Su Tian ruffled Liang Jing's hair and praised him with a smile. You're amazing. Liang Jing blushed with pride, his eyes sparkling with joy. Liang Yunrui cleared his throat and turned to Su Tian. Can you make me some clothes? Just everyday wear and some for concerts. Su Tian nodded, sure, I've got it. Any particular style you want? Whatever you think suits me, Liang Yunrui replied. I'll send you the details of my concert songs and schedule later. Alright, I'll handle it, Su Tian said. Liang Yunrui continued. Okay, can you take my measurements now? Su Tian glanced at him and said, I don't think you've changed much. We can use last month's measurements. Liang Yunrui protested, no way. I've been working out and lost some weight. You need to measure me again. Su Tian called out, Tang Shuai, come help measure Mr. Liang. Tang Shuai quickly approached with a measuring tape. Liang Yunrui secretly plotted how to get Su Tian's hair while patiently letting Tang Shuai take his measurements. Su Tian, meanwhile, was selecting fabrics, patiently answering Liang Jing's curious questions. Suddenly, Su Tian stepped on something and stumbled forward. Careful. Liang Yunrui quickly caught her, using the opportunity to pull a few strands of her hair. Are you alright? Liang Yunrui asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you, Su Tian replied, grateful and relieved that she hadn't fallen. At that moment, Hua Beichen walked in and saw Liang Yunrui holding Su Tian. Su Tian noticed him first and quickly pulled away, running into Hua Beichen's arms. Hua Beichen suppressed his jealousy, wrapped an arm around Su Tian's waist, and raised an eyebrow at Liang Yunrui. Mr. Liang, are you very free these days? Yeah, no concerts or albums to work on. Just having some fun, Liang Yunrui replied casually. Need me to join you? Hua Beichen asked flatly. Liang Yunrui, remembering the painful experience at the boxing gym with Hua Beichen, felt a twinge of pain in his muscles. No need. I'll find someone else, he quickly said. Su Tian explained, Mr. Liang was here for business. I almost fell, and he helped me. Where did you hurt? Are you in pain? Hua Beichen asked softly, gently rubbing her waist and checking for injuries. Liang Yunrui, seeing this, covered Liang Jing's eyes and muttered, they're being lovey-dovey, don't look. Under Hua Beichen's icy gaze, Liang Yunrui quickly changed his tone. I'm busy. We'll leave now. He grabbed Liang Jing and headed out, getting a deliberate shoulder bump from Hua Beichen at the door. Tang Shui watched, wondering why Liang Yunrui seemed afraid of Hua Beichen but felt it shouldn't be the case. Was it just his imagination? Once everyone left, Hua Beichen pulled Su Tian into his arms and kissed her. When she found herself sitting on the office desk, she blushed and said, this is the office. It's still your office, Hua Beichen continued the kiss. But I have a client coming in 10 minutes, Su Tian reminded him. That's still 10 minutes, isn't it? Hua Beichen deepened the kiss. 10 minutes wasn't enough for much, but it was enough for Hua Beichen to enjoy the kiss. As Su Tian started worrying the client had arrived, Hua Beichen ended the kiss. He looked into her eyes and gently touched her cheek. We're still on time. Hua Beichen, you can't do this again. Su Tian quickly fixed her hair. Just then there was a knock on the door, likely the client. After stepping outside, Liang Yunrui realized his hand was empty. Where's the hair? He recalled the chaos when Hua Beichen appeared and must have let go. Frustrated, he pulled at his own hair. What a waste. Uncle, is this what you need? Liang Jing offered a small bunch of hair. Where did you get this? Liang Yunrui asked, surprised. I saw a cleaner leaving Auntie's office and asked her for it, Liang Jing said proudly. Smart. You outshine me, Liang Yunrui praised. Liang Jing, wait. Liang Jing suddenly demanded, I won't give you the hair unless you offer me something good. 2 days later, Chen Mengyao came again. Su Tian didn't meet her but called Chen Ping. 15 minutes later, Chen Ping arrived. Chen Mengyao threw down some evidence, angrily saying, Su Tian, you spent all this money from the Su family. Your car and everything you spent before. Chen Ping glanced at the so-called evidence and said, this is Mr. Su's bank statement. How does it prove the money went to Ms. Su? If you're unhappy, you can sue. But forging evidence is illegal. You might end up in more trouble. Chen Mengyao faltered, but this money came from Grandpa's account. Su Tian calmly said, Grandpa lived with the Su family. Who do you think spent his money? Chen Mengyao suddenly thought of Su Luhua, Su Yuro, and Su Jia, who spent lavishly every day. Su Tian continued, Chen Mengyao, if you want money, find the right person. Even if I spent Su's money, how much could it be? How much can you get from me? If you want to protect your rights, ask your parents. I'm not the Su family's treasure, but you want to be, don't you? Su Tian advised her, while they still feel guilty, get some money, go to school, learn a skill, find a good job, and support yourself. Your future won't be so painful. Of course, if you become their treasure, that's different. Chen Mengyao left in confusion. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Su Tian said to Chen Ping. It's my duty, Chen Ping replied. Watching Chen Mengyao leave, Su Tian shook her head. She hoped Chen Mengyao wouldn't be so naive and end up with nothing, used by that mother and daughter. Soon after, Su Tian received an invitation to a fashion designer event in Haiqing. It was said to be a significant event with many renowned designers. After receiving the invitation, she immediately planned her trip. Hua Beichen held her close, reluctantly asking, how long will you be gone? At most 3 days. I'll fly there and back quickly, Su Tian reassured him. Seeing Hua Beichen's reluctance, Su Tian took the initiative to kiss him, whispering softly, I'll make it up to you when I get back. I'll spend at least 2 days with you. Hua Beichen's voice was husky as he pulled her into a deep kiss. Why wait, when you can stay with me now? The plane flew steadily towards Haiqing. As soon as Su Tian found her seat, she noticed Su Yuro and Xiaoshen. Xiaoshen's gaze lingered on her for a moment, while Su Yuro spoke coldly, you're going to that event too? Su Tian raised her phone with the invitation. Yes, I was invited by the organizers. Su Yuro was secretly annoyed. Her invitation had been secured with Xiaoshen's help, yet Su Tian had been invited directly. Su Tian didn't say more and went straight to her seat. At this point, Su Yuro felt nothing but hatred for her, no longer any affection. She even cursed in her heart. Su Tian is no longer part of the Su family, yet we still keep running into each other. After the plane landed, Su Tian headed directly to the hotel arranged by the organizers. However, the receptionist informed her, Miss Su, the hotel is fully booked. Since you didn't make a reservation in advance, we can't check you in. But weren't all invited guests supposed to have rooms? Su Tian frowned. The receptionist explained, yes, but reservations were still needed. Otherwise, we wouldn't know which guests were coming and couldn't hold the rooms. At that moment, Su Yuro and Xiaoshen walked in and smoothly checked in. Su Tian understood that arguing with the receptionist wouldn't help. Su Yuro smirked. Didn't make a reservation? Need my help? Want to sleep on the floor in our room? I don't mind, but I worry you'll feel uncomfortable. Su Tian sneered. I'm not interested in being part of your little game. I don't even want to stay in the same hotel as you. Su Yuro's smile faded. Su Tian, it's your fault for not reserving. Why take it out on me? If you have the guts, complain to the organizers. Whatever, I'll find another hotel. I don't want to catch your bad luck. Su Tian picked up her suitcase and left. Su Yuro sneered internally. All the nearby hotels were fully booked due to the event. Where could Su Tian possibly stay? Of course, hotels dozens of kilometers away would have rooms. She turned to Xiao Shen. Brother Shen, I had a friend who needed a room last minute, so I asked you to arrange one. I didn't expect it would leave Su Tian without a place to stay. But your friend is more important. Xiao Shen thought it was time for Su Tian to suffer a bit to realize his value. Although she was married, having her as a mistress wouldn't be bad. She was quite a beauty. As Su Tian walked around checking nearby hotels, she found they were all fully booked. The nearest available room was 20 kilometers away, making attending the event very inconvenient. Just as she was worrying, a car stopped in front of her. A well-dressed man got out and politely said, Miss Su, there was an issue with your room arrangement. We've arranged another room for you nearby. Please follow me. Su Tian was cautious. I won't get in your car. Where is it? I'll walk over and check. The man hesitated but agreed. Just give your name when you get there. Su Tian checked the address, which was indeed nearby. The hotel was much more upscale, and the room was a presidential suite. She wondered if the organizers knew about Su Yuro's schemes and arranged this as compensation. At the front desk, after giving her name, Su Tian received a warm welcome. The staff personally carried her luggage to her room and escorted her to the presidential suite. Su Tian asked anxiously, Are there other designers staying here? Yes, Miss Su. Rest assured, we'll inform you of any changes in the event schedule or arrangements. The staff replied respectfully. Relieved, Su Tian took a tour of the room and comfortably lay on the bed, sending a message to Huabeichen. Su Yuro's plan backfired. If she knew I was staying here, she'd be furious. Huabeichen replied, She deserves it. In reality, he had arranged for Su Tian's better accommodation to ensure she wasn't mistreated. He was initially worried there wouldn't be a chance to use it, but Su Yuro provided the perfect opportunity. Su Tian sent another message, I wish you were here. This bed is so good. It would fit both of us perfectly. Already missing your husband? Huabeichen teased. Su Tian blushed. Huabeichen. I'm here. I miss sleeping with you too. He replied. Meanwhile, at the Liang family house, Liang Yunfeng tapped his fingers on the table as Liang Yunrui, sitting across from him, excitedly said, Brother. We found her. I didn't waste my efforts. Yunfeng, after looking at the test report, asked, Are you sure? People have faked reports before to trick you and Mom. This time it's real. She didn't know anything about it. Besides, she's married to Huabeichen. Why would she need to deceive us? Yunrui explained. Married to Huabeichen? Yunfeng cursed under his breath, feeling that Huabeichen had gotten lucky. Where's her photo? He asked. Yunrui sent the photo to his brother. After looking at it, Yunfeng stood up immediately. Let's go get our sister. Brother, why are you so sure now? Yunrui was puzzled. Just look at her. How could you need a test report to confirm she's our sister? Yunfeng gave him a look. Yunrui thought he should have shown the photo first. But the test report was indeed genuine. He had handled it personally. To prevent being deceived like before, he hadn't told Su Tian or Huabeichen. The samples were taken from hair found by Liang Jing and Su Tian's toothbrush, obtained through a maid at Huabeichen's place. It was foolproof. Yunfeng's car stopped at a hotel in Haiqing. The receptionist explained clearly, Su Tian didn't have a reservation, so she couldn't stay here. We don't know where she went. Yunfeng frowned. I see there are vacant rooms in your hotel. The receptionist felt guilty. The vacant room was Su Tian's. Su Yuro's so-called friend hadn't shown up. The receptionist was left speechless by Liang Yunfeng's intense gaze. The vacant room wasn't supposed to be handled casually, but now it was inexplicably empty. It's Su Yuro again. Liang Yunrui exclaimed furiously. Who is that? Liang Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Liang Yunrui took a deep breath and began to recount to his older brother all the grievances Su Tian had suffered in the Su family. His voice shook slightly with anger. Su Tian isn't even living with them anymore, and Su Yuro is still causing trouble. Liang Yunfeng listened nonchalantly, his slender fingers playing with his phone. Though his expression remained calm, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Back in the car, Liang Yunfeng casually dialed a number, his voice low and steady. Just handle it. Moments later, an unexpected incident occurred at the hotel where Su Yuro was staying. Several rooms were affected by a water leak, with Su Yuro's room being the worst hit. At that time, Su Yuro and Xiao Shen were completely engrossed in their intimate moment, unaware of the impending danger. It wasn't until the cold water started creeping onto the bed that they realized something was wrong and panicked. The hotel staff quickly evacuated them, leaving Su Yuro and Xiao Shen in a disheveled state in the lobby. Other affected guests were also rescued one by one, their faces filled with fear and anger. Cleaners and repair workers were hurriedly managing the aftermath, causing chaos in the lobby. Xiao Shen, who had been interrupted at a crucial moment, was furious. How does your hotel manage things? You must compensate for my losses. However, as he spoke, he realized that his physical condition might have been affected, and his face turned pale. Su Yuro began to worry as well, fearing that her laptop and design drafts had been damaged by the water. Other guests also started complaining, demanding compensation for their losses. The hotel manager appeared with a serious expression. We will do our best to resolve the issue and compensate everyone for their losses. Xiao Shen angrily pointed at the manager. Many of my losses can't be compensated by you. He was hinting at his physical condition. The manager responded sternly, Mr. Xiao, Miss Su, the water leak originated from your room. We have determined that the issue was caused by your bathroom faucet being left on. That's impossible. I definitely turned it off. Su Yuro retorted emotionally. The manager explained, we had third-party personnel and firefighters enter and record a video, identifying the cause. No one will be wronged. Upon hearing this, the other guests immediately turned their ire towards Xiao Shen and Su Yuro, demanding that they compensate for the damages. Meanwhile, in a room at a neighboring hotel, Su Tian was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the events unfolding. Liang Yunrui gave Liang Yunfeng a thumbs up. You're still the ruthless one, second brother. Liang Yunfeng smiled faintly. Just a little welcome gift for our sister. He turned to Liang Yunrui. When are we going to meet her? Let's find an opportunity tomorrow. Liang Yunfeng reminded. Don't scare her. Be gentle with her, understand? The next morning, Su Tian woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up, she had breakfast in the hotel restaurant and then headed to the event venue, arriving early due to the proximity. To her surprise, Su Yuro and Xiao Shen were already there. Su Yuro, having not slept all night, had arrived early. Seeing Su Tian looking radiant, Su Yuro felt a pang of jealousy. Su Tian, did you sleep well last night? Su Yuro asked, trying to maintain her composure. Of course I did. The facilities at a 7-star hotel are really different, Su Tian replied cheerfully. Which 7-star hotel are you staying at? Su Yuro asked, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Su Tian pointed to the hotel next door, that one. The organizers arranged for me to stay there. It's much more comfortable. Su Yuro knew that the organizers hadn't arranged rooms at that hotel, and silently cursed Su Tian for flaunting her wealth. Noticing Su Yuro's haggard appearance, Su Tian asked with concern, didn't you sleep well? Your dark circles and bags are really heavy. Su Yuro, hit where it hurt, felt even worse. She thought about Xiao Shen still negotiating compensation with the hotel, and her mood plummeted further. Su Tian smiled and said, I heard that your hotel got flooded last night. If I had known, I would have booked a room at my hotel for you too. But then again, if you stayed at my hotel, wouldn't you have flooded our room as well? Su Yuro was speechless, regretting her mistake of forgetting to turn off the faucet while trying to please Xiao Shen. This incident quickly spread at the event, causing Su Yuro's reputation to plummet. Other designers affected by the water damage avoided her like the plague. Su Yuro, who had intended to make a grand impression at the event, ended up being shunned by everyone. In contrast, Su Tian thrived among the crowd, her charm and talent attracting much attention. Xiao Shen tried to comfort Su Yuro. It's okay, we'll get another chance. Su Yuro replied unhappily, who knows when the next chance will be. Xiao Shen, also annoyed, said, my health has been affected. Is that my fault too? Realizing her harsh tone, Su Yuro quickly softened. I'm sorry, Shen. You've just been startled. You'll recover soon, and I'll be with you. At the event, Su Tian enjoyed engaging conversations. As she found a seat, a young man approached and handed her a business card. Su Tian, my name is Liang Yunfeng. The name sounded familiar to Su Tian. Despite Liang Yunfeng's slightly roguish demeanor, she found him easy to get along with. After a brief chat, she accepted his card. Su Tian, I'll come find you in a few days, Liang Yunfeng said. Sure. Su Tian assumed he wanted her to make clothes and didn't give it much thought. As soon as Liang Yunfeng returned to the lounge area, Liang Yunrui teased him, second brother, you said I didn't dare to reveal my identity to Su Tian directly, but you were just as hesitant. You talked for ages without saying anything useful. Liang Yunfeng felt a bit embarrassed. I had it all planned out, but nothing came out. Coward. Liang Yunrui continued to mock. Liang Yunrui, do you want a beating? Liang Yunfeng pretended to be angry. In the evening, after the event, the organizers arranged a dinner. Su Yuro, not feeling well, left after a few bites. Su Tian stayed until the end. As a first-time visitor to Haicheng, Su Tian decided to explore the night market and buy some souvenirs. She chose the well-known Haicheng night market and took a taxi there. The night market was bustling. Su Tian suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd and excitedly ran over, Miss Liang. Liang, who was buying snacks, turned around and was pleasantly surprised to see Su Tian. Su Tian, call me Liang. I'm here for an event. What about you? Su Tian asked. I'm out with friends. He went to get some food, Liang Liang explained, then hesitantly asked, I heard you're not with the Su family anymore? Yes, that's right, Su Tian replied with an unchanged smile, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Liang Liang looked at Su Tian, frowning slightly, and asked, have you ever thought that the adoptive parents of that girl might be your biological parents? Su Tian shook her head and explained, no, that's not the case. Chen Mingyao's adoptive parents adopted her because they couldn't have children of their own. Su Tian sighed softly and added, but right now, my understanding of the Su family is very limited, so I can't help you find out more. Liang Liang smiled broadly and said, it's okay. I have a lawyer helping me with the Su family matters. The two of them bought bubble tea and found a place to sit. As soon as Liang Liang sat down, she waved to someone nearby. A man walked over and handed Liang Liang some food, saying gently, the cream flavor you love was sold out, so I got you the ice cream one instead. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Tian looked up and was surprised to see that it was Lawyer Chen. She couldn't help but exclaim, Lawyer Chen? Chen Ping also seemed a bit awkward upon seeing Su Tian and simply nodded, saying, Miss Su. Su Tian frowned at the two of them, hesitant to speak. Liang Liang smiled and explained, I'm with Lawyer Chen now. But this doesn't affect our work, right? Su Tian thought about the fact that Lawyer Chen had a child at home, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. But with Liang Liang present, she couldn't ask directly. She stood up and said, I just remembered I have an appointment with a friend, so I'll be off now. With that, she hurriedly left. After leaving, Su Tian was deeply troubled. Although she knew it wasn't her place to meddle in others' private affairs, she was worried that Liang Liang might be unaware of the truth. Just as she was hesitating, Liang Liang called her. Liang Liang. Su Tian answered the phone, but the words got stuck in her throat. Liang Liang asked directly, Su Tian, do you consider me a friend? Of course I do, Su Tian replied firmly. Then tell me, why did you look so complicated when you saw Lawyer Chen earlier? Liang Liang's tone carried a hint of wariness. Having experienced her father's betrayal and the transfer of family assets, she was particularly sensitive to such matters. Su Tian took a deep breath and said quietly, I'll tell you my concerns, and you can investigate and resolve them yourself. If you need help, just call me anytime. Alright, go ahead. Liang Liang's voice became serious. After a moment of hesitation, Su Tian voiced her worry. When I interacted with Lawyer Chen before, I remember he had a son who was a few years old. Since you're planning to be with him, you need to understand his family situation clearly. As soon as Su Tian finished speaking, Liang Liang hung up, leaving Su Tian feeling uneasy. Without the heart to continue shopping, Su Tian returned to her hotel early. Just as she reached the lobby, someone called out to her, Miss Su. Su Tian recognized the person as a crew member introduced by Lu Ting earlier. The person said enthusiastically, Miss Su, your guidance and suggestions on our drama's costumes were invaluable. The drama is a hit, and it's even sparked interest in our nation's traditional attire among fans. Su Tian responded politely. It was nothing. She was thinking that she had helped because of Lu Ting and had received a fee for it, so she hadn't given it much thought. The person continued. We should properly thank you. Coincidentally, our crew is having a celebration banquet at this hotel tomorrow. We'd like to invite you to join us for a meal. Other crews have been asking about you too. Hearing the hint of job and resource introductions, Su Tian happily agreed. Sure, I'll be there on time. Great. Just head to the VIP hall downstairs tomorrow, the person instructed. This good news lightened Su Tian's earlier worries. When she returned to her room, she immediately shared the news with Hua Beichen. Tomorrow, I'm going to attend the cruise banquet, Su Tian said excitedly. Hua Beichen encouraged her. Congratulations. You might even get more job opportunities from other crews. I think so too. Su Tian grew more excited as she spoke. Her ideas in fashion design were always innovative, and while Ready Tower was traditional and haute couture depended on clients' preferences, designing costumes for drama allowed her imagination to soar. I'll take pictures for you at the event tomorrow, Su Tian said, temporarily putting aside her concerns about Chen Ping and Liang Liang. Meanwhile, Liang Liang was staring coldly at Chen Ping. Knowing it was about Su Tian, Chen Ping didn't wait for her to ask and explained proactively, Did Miss Su tell you that I have a child? That I'm married. So what's your situation? Liang Liang pressed. Chen Ping hurriedly clarified. It's a misunderstanding. Before, Master Hua had me pretend to be his college classmate to help Miss Su. Later, when she invited me to dinner, somehow she misunderstood that I had a child. But I really don't. I swear. We can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning to check my marital status. Liang Liang thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a chance. We'll check tomorrow. If everything's clear, then it's fine. You better be telling the truth. Seeing Liang Liang's tense expression, Chen Ping felt the urgency to resolve the matter immediately. I'll call young master He. He can vouch for me. Not daring to bother Hua Beichen, Chen Ping immediately called He Wang to explain and ask him to clarify things to Liang Liang. The next day, Su Tian dressed up carefully, wearing a necklace Huabeichen had given her, and prepared to attend the crew's celebration banquet. She anticipated that there would be many reporters and hoped to take good photos. As she reached the entrance, she saw Liang Liang holding Chen Ping's arm, chatting and laughing as they walked downstairs. They didn't notice Su Tian, and she didn't greet them either. Remembering Liang Liang's serious tone from the previous night, Su Tian wondered if Chen Ping had clarified everything or if Liang Liang didn't care about those issues. As Su Tian pondered, the crew member came to the entrance to welcome her warmly. The VIP hall was bustling with people, filled with the crew's main members and numerous reporters taking photos. Knowing few people there, Su Tian enjoyed observing and gaining insights. Meanwhile, Huabeichen's plane had just landed in Haicheng. He Wang, who was with him, explained, "This project's matter came up urgently, so the other party requested that we sign the contract by the morning. I thought it best not to delay, so I agreed." Huabeichen responded calmly, "It's fine." He had no objections to the trip, as he had already planned to pick up Su Tian, making the contract signing an added convenience. Today, Huabeichen was dressed to the nines for a business signing event. He wore a bespoke suit crafted by a top designer, paired with a shirt handmade by Su Tian. Every inch of him radiated sophistication and luxury. His diamond cufflinks sparkled on his sleeves, and his wristwatch, a limited edition with only 3 pieces worldwide, added a final touch of elegance. He hadn't dressed this formally in a long time and felt somewhat out of his element. In stark contrast, He Wang wore Huabeichen's usual casual attire and enjoyed an unprecedented level of comfort. He couldn't help but think about his own cheap online t-shirts with their scratchy feel, feeling grateful for today's outfit. "Brother Chen, this way." He Wang led Huabeichen through the bustling lobby and into the glass revolving doors of the commercial building. Meanwhile, Su Tian was enjoying exquisite cuisine in the banquet hall. The host announced that there would be a group activity and a photo session next. She was engrossed in conversation with a costume designer from the production crew and boarded the bus with the crowd to the next event location. The so-called activities were team-building exercises and media QA sessions designed to generate buzz and exposure. Su Tian watched the behind-the-scenes operations with keen interest, mentally noting every detail. "Let's all take a group photo." The host's voice cut through the noisy crowd. "Everyone, please gather over here." As the crowd surged, Su Tian followed at the tail end, planning to find an inconspicuous spot. After all, she was just an auxiliary staff member, not part of the main creative team. On the other side, Huabeichen had just signed the contract and was leaving the meeting room with He Wang, accompanied by an investor. The young and promising investor noticed the ongoing group photo session nearby, and his eyes lit up. "Mr. Hua, would you be so kind as to join us for a photo?" he warmly invited. "This is for our latest hit TV series, which is doing quite well." He Wang perked up at the mention. "Are there a lot of beauties?" Of course, the investor chuckled. "Mr. Hua, Mr. He, you both even invested in the advertisements for this project." Huabeichen had so many investments that such a small project hadn't left a significant impression on him. But under He Wang's encouragement, he nodded in agreement. Mr. Hua's presence would indeed be an honor. The investor was overjoyed. The scene was crowded, with at least hundreds of people. Fitting everyone into one photo was a challenge. Reporters and photographers were busy finding the best angles, while several staff members arranged the positions. Upon hearing that Mr. Hua was present, although most people didn't know his exact identity, the director and key personnel understood that anyone accompanied by an investor must be significant. Huabeichen's distinguished demeanor and striking appearance confirmed his prestigious status. "Mr. Hua, please stand here at the center," a staff member respectfully suggested. "Mr. He, you too. Please stand next to Mr. Hua." Huabeichen responded calmly, "I'll just find any spot. No need to make a fuss." Seeing his modesty, the staff member adjusted his position slightly away from the center, but still in a prominent spot. Su Tian heard about the arrival of a high-profile Mr. Hua but couldn't see clearly in the crowded room. Noticing her delicate features, someone pushed her towards the center. "I'm fine here," Su Tian quickly explained. "I'm just an extra costume designer." The staff member, mistaking her for a main cast member due to her beauty, didn't listen and pulled her towards the center. In their eyes, someone so attractive shouldn't be in the background. Thus, Su Tian found herself pushed to the center, right next to Huabeichen. The staff and investors were surrounding Huabeichen, treating him as the guest of honor. "Mr. Hua, how is this spot?" the staff member asked eagerly. The investor seized the opportunity to flatter. "Mr. Hua, we have at least dozens of such projects in our company. Our future growth relies on your support and the Hua Group. You are our esteemed guest." Su Tian recognized the investor as a key figure from a major platform, someone she had heard about from Luting. That someone of such stature would defer to Huabeichen left her shocked and incredulous. She examined Huabeichen's suit closely and immediately recognized its exceptional quality. The fine material and exquisite tailoring unmistakably indicated a top-tier Italian bespoke suit. Huabeichen noticed Su Tian at the same moment. He hadn't expected to see her in such a setting. Su Tian, he called softly. Su Tian looked at him in disbelief, her eyes landing on his sparkling diamond cufflinks and his luxurious wristwatch. I'll explain everything to you later, Hu Beichin whispered. Su Tian was speechless, unsure how to react in front of so many people. She mechanically followed the photographer's instructions, smiling for the camera. After the photo session, Hu Beichin reached out to grab Su Tian, but the investor, eager to prevent any offense to Hu Beichin, unintentionally stepped in between, separating them further. Huan looked regretful, wishing he hadn't gotten involved. He had only wanted to check out the beauties in the crew. Mr. Hua, let me escort you out, the investor offered eagerly. Hu Beichin frowned, watching Su Tian disappear into the crowd. Don't bother, he said coldly, striding away. The investor and staff exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of how they had offended Mr. Hua. Su Tian quickly exited the venue and saw Li Tang, dressed in a sharp suit and carrying a thick stack of documents, rushing towards her. Usually unassuming, Li Tang now exuded a commanding presence that overshadowed everyone around. Assistantly, someone called out loudly, "These documents are for Mr. Hua." Li Tang looked up and saw Su Tian, hastily explaining, "Sister-in-law, I'm on duty for the main company's Mr. Hua these days." The main company's Mr. Hua? Is it Hu Beichin? Su Tian asked directly. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. Li Tang stuttered, unsure how to explain. At that moment, Hu Beichin arrived in long strides. Su Tian. Li Tang quickly stepped aside, avoiding the brewing storm. Su Tian, listen to me. Hu Beichin reached Su Tian, seeing the tears in her eyes. His heart ached. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was planning to tell you. Su Tian forced a bitter smile, her eyes flashing with anger and disappointment. She stared directly at Hu Beichin, her voice tinged with sarcasm. Tell me what? That I'm just a fool? The head of Jinghai Hu Group, Mr. Hua, came to Fancheng to get married for fun? How long do you plan to keep this up? Do you think it will be easy to discard me afterward? Mr. Hua, you really know how to play. Hu Beichin's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Su Tian, don't say that. Don't say that? Then what should I say? Su Tian retorted, her brows furrowed. Mr. Hua hid his identity. What else? Was it fun for you? Memories of recent events flashed through her mind, and her frown deepened. I got to go to Paris, I got my own show, I launched a clothing line. Mr. Hua must have been funding all of this from behind the scenes, right? Do you think that compensates for everything? A wave of frustration washed over Su Tian. She had believed these were her accomplishments, her dreams realized through her hard work, only to find out they were all backed by Hu Beichin's money. Her eyes reddened, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Seeing this, Hu Beichin stepped forward, wanting to embrace her. But Su Tian pushed him away with unexpected strength and ran out of the room. Her figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. Hu Beichin immediately ran towards the parking lot, dialing Su Tian's number on his phone. The call went through, but no one answered. Back at the hotel, Su Tian hastily packed her bags, preparing to leave. As she dragged her suitcase out, the hotel manager approached her, offering assistance and noticing her distress. Did Mr. Hua ask you to follow me? Su Tian asked. Yes, no, the manager stammered. Su Tian gave a bitter smile. You don't need to follow me. Go about your business. She guessed that this room was also arranged by Hu Beichin. At this moment, it was hard to say whether she felt pampered or caged. She hailed a taxi but didn't head to the airport. Unsure of where to go, she sat in the car, reflecting on the events. Everything seemed to have a pattern. The realization that her efforts might have been a joke left her questioning her relationship and marriage. Her phone kept ringing, and even the driver couldn't help but remind her, Miss, your phone has been ringing for a while. Su Tian looked at her phone, seeing numerous missed calls from Hu Beichin and Liang Yunrui. She suddenly realized why Liang Yunrui and Hu Beichin seemed so familiar. They must have known each other for a long time. Just as the phone stopped ringing, another call came in. It was Lu Ting. Su, I heard you were at the cruise celebration party. How was it? Fun. Lu Ting asked excitedly. Not bad, Su Tian replied weakly. What's wrong with your voice? Lu Ting sensed something was off. What happened? Where are you? I'll come find you. Su Tian didn't know where to go, but meeting Lu Ting seemed better than returning to Fancheng. Lu Ting was in a neighboring city, attending an event with Fong Lan. The event was over, and Fong Lan planned to stay a couple of days, giving Lu Ting some free time. Su Tian directed the driver to Lu Ting's location. When she arrived at the hotel, her eyes were red as she got out of the car. Su. Lu Ting was both shocked and heartbroken to see her disheveled state. What happened? Did Hu Beichin bully you? I'll go settle the score with him. No, it's not that. Su Tian shook her head. Come on, let's talk in my room. Lu Ting said, holding her hand. After hearing the whole story, Lu Ting understood, no wonder. The Lamborghini He Wang drives. He picked me up in it several times. She asked Su Tian, so what did Hu Beichin say? Does it matter what he says? Su Tian had calmed down a bit. She said, Ting Ting, do you remember what I told you about Xiao Shen's parents? Yes. Su Tian continued slowly. Xiao Shen's father, Liang Nengchao, had a fiancé in Jinghai years ago. He came to Fancheng for fun, fell for Xiao Shen's mother, and lived with her under a false identity. Later, he went back and got married. Xiao Shen's mother, left with Xiao Shen, had no idea where her so-called husband went. Liang Nengchao only remembered them after his wife died, spending money and time to make amends. Damn, Hubeichin isn't like that, is he? Lu Ting said angrily. Men just think it's all fun and games, with nothing to lose. Seeing Su Tian's eyes redden further, Lu Ting quickly comforted her. It's okay. It's okay, Hubeichin is definitely not like that. Su Tian didn't respond, her eyes red. She had always lacked a sense of security, and Xiao Shen's father's actions had made her see the selfishness of many wealthy men. She had thought her insecurities were being healed by Hubeichin, allowing her to love and be loved without reservation, to embrace a relationship and a marriage. But now, she feared that one day Hubeichin would leave like Liang Nengchao, returning to Jinghai and disappearing into the crowd. She would be left like Xiao Shen's mother, not knowing where to find him. These wealthy men often discarded their old flames without a second thought. She realized she knew nothing about Hubeichin's real family, his exact address, or even his closer friends. Thinking of this, Su Tian's eyes reddened again, tears welling up. Seeing this, Lu Ting brought over some beers. Let's drink. After a good sleep, things might not seem so bad. Okay, Su Tian replied with a nasal tone. Meanwhile, Hubeichin drove, gripping the steering wheel tightly. He had received calls from He Wang and Li Tang, saying they couldn't find Su Tian. The hotel had reviewed the surveillance footage, showing Su Tian getting into a taxi. Hubeichin had the taxi's destination and was on his way. His tongue pressed against his cheek as he recalled Su Tian's tearful eyes, a dull pain in his heart. Regretting that he couldn't keep her, he suddenly remembered something and immediately called Lu Ting. After several attempts, Lu Ting finally answered, unleashing a torrent of scolding. Hubeichin, you heartless man just like Liang Nengchao. Don't come looking for our Su. Then she hung up. Liang Nengchao. Hubeichin, recognizing the name, immediately asked He Wang to investigate. His car arrived at the hotel where Lu Ting was staying. At the same time, He Wang sent the information. Liang Nengchao's situation is just as bad as it sounds. A real scumbag, ruining our reputation. Hubeichin read the information deep in thought. He had never imagined that his deception would mirror Liang Nengchao's situation so closely. No wonder Su Tian felt that he was just another Liang Nengchao. Hubeichin gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow. He understood Su Tian's insecurities all too well, her traumatic childhood, the pain caused by Xiao Shen, and now the indirect sting from the situation with Liang Nengchao. Hubeichin was filled with regret, blaming himself for not explaining things sooner, and for ignoring the shadows these events had cast in her subconscious. He stood downstairs, not rushing to go up. Maybe what Su Tian needed right now was some space to herself. Not long after, He Wang arrived hurriedly. Seeing Hubeichin's downcast eyes and dejected expression, he spoke softly. Chen Ge, I'll go check on her. With that, he quickly ran upstairs and knocked on Lu Ting's door. Lu Ting opened the door, her face slightly flushed from the alcohol. Recognizing He Wang, she said, Su is already asleep. We had a bit to drink. Can it wait until tomorrow? He Wang hastily explained. This is all my fault. It was my idea for Chen Ge to pretend to be poor. Lu Ting raised an eyebrow. You? So you two really plan to find some random girl in another city to pass the time? He Wang immediately swore no. We didn't. Chen Ge did it because he didn't want to marry Suyuro. Lu Ting nodded in understanding and then asked, why didn't you explain this later on? There was no chance to explain, He Wang said. Besides, if she knew Chen Ge was rich, she might have dumped him already. He Wang added, today is also my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to the film set to see pretty girls. Lu Ting's face darkened, and she slammed the door shut. Realizing his mistake, He Wang knocked again, but Lu Ting ignored him. Dejected, He Wang went downstairs to report back to Hubeichin. Hubeichin said calmly, this is no longer your concern. You should go home. No, it is my concern. I'm not leaving. He Wang insisted, and then he stayed with Hubeichin in the car, waiting in silence as night fell. In the morning, Su Tian woke up from her hangover. Lu Ting opened the curtains and saw Hubeichin still leaning against his luxury car downstairs. Hubeichin stayed here all night? Lu Ting said in surprise. Su Tian pressed her lips together, not saying a word. Lu Ting continued. After you fell asleep, He Wang came to explain. He said Hubeichin hid his identity because he didn't want to marry Suyuro. Su Tian's expression changed slightly, remembering that she had always been the one bringing up marriage. She said, I'll talk to Hubeichin and get to the bottom of this. Lu Ting advised, Su, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Look, Hubeichin bought a house in Fancheng for you and treats you well. Thinking of He Wang, Lu Ting added angrily, but for people like them, This kind of money is nothing. They could easily spend it on a mistress. That's when Su Tian realized she knew nothing about Hua Beicheni's family background, his job, everything was a mystery. Just then someone knocked on the door. It was a delivery person with hangover soup and a light breakfast that Hua Beichen had ordered for Su Tian. Su Tian glanced out the window, knowing Hua Beichen had ordered it after seeing her light on. She ate with mixed emotions and prepared to go downstairs. Lu Ting encouraged her, have a good talk and see what he really thinks. If he's like Liang Nengchao, just break up. We won't waste time on such people. But I hope Hua Beichen is a good man who genuinely wants to be with you. Su Tian smiled and said, got it. As she went downstairs, her hands trembled slightly. When the elevator doors opened, she was met by Liang Yunrui and Liang Yunfeng. Liang Yunrui invited her, shall we go for a coffee? We have something to discuss with you. Su Tian agreed, not noticing Liang Yunrui's unusually bright eyes and extra gentle tone, nor Liang Yunfeng's affectionate gaze. Once seated in the cafe, Su Tian asked, what do you two want to talk about? Liang Yunrui solemnly recounted an old story, Tian, when I was 5, I fell ill and came to Fancheng for treatment. Our whole family came. After seeing the doctor, I insisted on getting ice cream. The nanny took me, and my sister followed us. I was preoccupied with my ice cream and didn't watch over her. When we turned back, she was gone. So your sister went missing? Su Tian asked. Yes, Liang Yunrui said regretfully, if I had paid more attention, she wouldn't have disappeared. Did you find her? Su Tian inquired. I came to Fancheng to look for her, Liang Yunrui said, looking directly at Su Tian. Tian, do you believe me if I say you are my sister? Su Tian was stunned and asked softly, did you do a DNA test? Liang Yunrui quickly produced a stack of documents. We did. It's all here. Su Tian carefully reviewed the documents, her brows slightly furrowed. Liang Yunrui affirmed, you are my sister. Somehow you were picked up by the Su family and mistaken as their second daughter. Still processing this revelation, Su Tian took a big sip of her coffee, her thoughts in turmoil. Su Tian whispered, I think I know what might have happened. Liang Yunrui immediately asked, what happened? Taking a deep breath, Su Tian began to explain slowly, when I was still a babino, actually when Su family's second daughter, Chen Mengyao, was still a baby, she was sent to an old woman in the countryside for care. That old woman had poor eyesight and hearing, so she couldn't see or hear well. Later, Chen Mengyao fell ill, and the old woman took her to the city for treatment. Somehow Chen Mengyao got lost. The old woman mistook me for her and brought me back to raise. She paused, then continued. The old woman had no family, no one around her, and she couldn't see well, so she didn't realize her mistake. I was too young to understand or protest, so I had no choice but to live with her. When I was about 6 or 7, I was taken back to the Su family. The Su family didn't really know what their second daughter looked like and rarely visited, so they didn't realize the mistake. In fact, they didn't care much. Liang Yunrui was furious after hearing this. What kind of family is this? How could they be like this? Su Tian replied softly, it's pointless to talk about them now. Liang Yunrui held Su Tian's hand, his voice filled with regret. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault that you suffered so much. You were just a child back then. It wasn't your fault. Liang Yunfeng spoke with tenderness. All these years, whether it's mom and dad or us, we have never forgotten you for a moment. Every time mom mentions you, she feels very sad. Yeah, we all miss you. Yaya is your name, Liang Yunrui added. Su Tian felt a slight stir in her heart. She had worried that the Liang family might be like the Su family, but their words suggested otherwise. Liang Yunfeng said, now that we've found you, please come back with us soon. We don't want to see you suffer outside anymore. Su Tian hesitated. I still have some things to take care of. Liang Yunrui agreed, yes, I also have some things to deal with. I'll call Hua Beichen and let him know I found my sister. I'll ask him to come over. As he spoke, he dialed Hua Beichen's number and put it on speaker. Hua Beichen's voice came through, slightly impatient. Liang Yunrui, this better be important. Liang Yunrui joked, Hua Beichen, given your relationship with my sister, you should call me brother. Liang Yunrui, do you want to die? Hua Beichen threatened. Come over quickly. I found my sister. Hua Beichen, come meet her, Liang Yunrui urged. Su Tian remained silent on the side. Hua Beichen's dissatisfied voice came through. Liang Yunrui. Su Tian and I are already married. For the last time, I have no relationship with your Liang family. Whether you found your sister or not, it's your business. My wife, my only wife, is Su Tian. Liang Yunrui laughed. Really? That much in love? Yes. Hua Beichen replied firmly, Liang Yunrui, I'm warning you, leave Su Tian alone, or you'll face the consequences. With that, he hung up. Liang Yunrui tried calling again, but Hua Beichen didn't pick up. After several tries, he realized Hua Beichen had blocked him. Damn you, Hua Beichen. Liang Yunrui cursed under his breath. Su Tian was momentarily speechless, surprised by Hua Beichen's words. Liang Yunrui thought for a moment and said, Hu Beichen is quite a good guy, isn't he? Liang Yunfeng gave him a sidelong glance, of course. Even if we found the wrong sister, you can't force Hu Beichen into anything. Liang Yunrui turned to Su Tian. Sweetie, do you want to go home with us first or bring him along? Su Tian replied softly, I just found out he's from the Hua group. I was a bit worried. Worried about what? Third brother will take care of it. Liang Yunrui interrupted. Su Tian explained. I was worried he might be hiding his identity and just playing around. Liang Yunrui shook his head. Absolutely not. You don't know how many times I've talked to him. He's always been very firm in his stance. Su Tian said, then I want to see him first. She looked again at Liang Yunrui and Liang Yunfeng. Are you sure about our relationship? Without hesitation, Liang Yunrui pulled out a few strands of hair. Liang Yunfeng found a box, pulled out 2 strands of his hair, and handed it to Su Tian. Yeah, you can have it tested for peace of mind, Liang Yunfeng said gently. Su Tian stood up, holding the box. Liang Yunfeng opened his arms. Can I get a hug, sister? Liang Yunrui quickly added, me first. Let third brother hug first. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Liang Yunfeng, who usually appeared aloof and unapproachable, was now looking at her eagerly. She couldn't bear to refuse. She gave Liang Yunfeng a light hug, then did the same for Liang Yunrui. Unsatisfied, Liang Yunrui gave her a tight hug. Liang Yunrui. Hua Beichen's cold voice suddenly came from outside as he strode in. Su Tian quickly released Liang Yunrui and stepped in front of him. Can you two leave for a moment? I need to talk to Hua Beichen alone. I want to stay and protect. Liang Yunrui began, but Liang Yunfeng pulled him away, leaving the scene. He even stopped He Wang, who was following Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen quickly walked to Su Tian concerned. Did he do anything to you? Let me see. He took Su Tian's hand, examining it closely, fearing Liang Yunrui might have harmed her. Seeing Su Tian's slightly red eyes, Hua Beichen's voice softened, but his grip on her wrist was firm, as if afraid she might leave again. Su Tian noticed his anxious expression and the fatigue in his eyes, guessing he hadn't rested well the night before. She said softly, he didn't do anything. Let's talk. Okay, let's go back to the car, Hua Beichen said, holding her wrist. When they reached the parking spot, Su Tian saw an extravagant car. Even though she wasn't familiar with cars, she knew it was very expensive. She glanced at it briefly before getting in. Hua Beichen spoke gently, honey, I know the issues with the Su family and Liang Nengchao have made you feel insecure and worried that I might be the same. Hua Beichen took a deep breath, his expression serious as he looked at Su Tian. His voice was low and resolute. I need to tell you the truth. When I first came to the Su family in Fancheng, my intention was not to find a marriage partner but to break off the engagement. Su Tian's eyes widened slightly as she listened quietly. Hua Beichen continued, to fulfill my grandfather's last wish, I was worried that the engagement would be hard to cancel. So, I pretended to be poor and destitute, hoping the Su family would initiate the breakup. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. As you saw, the Su family indeed looked down on me and suggested breaking off the engagement themselves. Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help but recall the past. Everything seemed so vivid. Hua Beichen held her hand, his gaze gentle, but when you took the initiative to marry me, it was entirely voluntary on my part. At that moment, I even began to think about spending my life with you. His voice carried a hint of guilt. I wanted to reveal my true identity to you, but I feared you would distance yourself from me and not let me stay in your home. Out of this small, selfish desire, I thought I should first win your love before revealing everything. Hua Beichen looked earnestly into Su Tian's eyes and said, I'm sorry. It was my selfishness that didn't want to leave you, fearing any risk that might push us apart. I was worried you would see me as the high and mighty Huazong and be afraid of my status. He quickly explained, the grandmother you met is real, and my parents are real too. They were all willing to go along with my little scheme. And our wedding rings are real too, just not the ones you initially picked out. Seeing Su Tian's puzzled look, Hua Beichen clarified, I didn't want you to wear a ring worth only 5,000 yuan when marrying me. So I had a designer custom make our current rings, based on the style you like. This type of ring can only be custom made once in a lifetime using one's identity information. Su Tian looked down at the ring on her finger, recalling someone once mentioning how it sparkled exceptionally, seeming far superior in quality to the brand she originally chose. Hua Beichen continued, Su, I kept the truth from you because I wanted to wait until you couldn't live without me before confessing. Because apart from you, I wouldn't marry anyone else. You worry about ending up like Liang Nengchao, but I'm not him. Tears welled up in Su Tian's eyes as she bit her lip lightly. She asked in a low voice, why do you like me? We've only known each other for a short time. Hua Beichen smiled gently, silly girl. Liking someone doesn't need a reason. I liked you the moment I saw you. You have no idea how excited I was when you proposed marriage. More excited than any other significant moment in my life, more than skipping grades, being first in class, or taking over the Hua group. He held Su Tian's hands firmly, saying solemnly, so, there will be no deception, no abandonment. I want to be with you, stay in Fancheng, or go to Jinghai, all according to your wishes. Su Tian thought back to the days spent with Hu Beichen. He had never spoken such heartfelt words before. She had always thought their feelings grew over time, relying on each other. She never expected his feelings for her to be so intense. Hu Beichen leaned in and kissed Su Tian's rosy lips, the kiss both passionate and tender, filled with possessiveness. He used this kiss to express his feelings and declare his claim. When he released her, Su Tian's eyes were slightly red, covered with a layer of mist. She asked softly, Hu Beichen, your love moves me deeply. But what about my career? Was it all arranged by you, using your money and power to fulfill my dreams? The thought of this possibility made Su Tian feel a mix of gratitude and sadness. If her dreams were all achieved by someone else, what was the meaning of her efforts? She knew too well the feeling of being controlled by others, just like her experiences growing up in the Su family. Seeing her face change, Hu Beichen immediately explained no. All your clients were earned by yourself. I never interfered in anything, nor did I arrange for anyone to come to you for custom clothing. Before your trip to Paris, I had no idea who David and Julian were. Your opportunity was entirely due to your own hard work. The personal show in Jinghai and the custom clothing line in Fancheng were all based on what you personally witnessed. He raised his right hand, ready to swear, but Su Tian covered his mouth with her hand. No need to go that far. She couldn't bear to see him make such a serious vow. Hu Beichen said earnestly, except for Chen Ping, who works for the company, and Li Tang, who is my special assistant, I had no involvement in your career achievements. If you have any doubts, you can discreetly inquire and verify. But there's one thing you must never do. What? Su Tian asked. Never leave me. Never run away from me like you did yesterday. Never hide in a place where I can't find you. Never do anything to harm yourself because you're unhappy. Hu Beichen said urgently. Hu Beichen, that's more than one thing. And never stop believing in me. Never divorce me. Never. I believe you, isn't that enough? Seeing Hu Beichen's unprecedented panic and helplessness, Su Tian had already made up her mind. Thinking back to their time together, most of her worries and doubts had already dissipated. Besides, if Hu Beichen were really like Liang Nengchao, he wouldn't be here explaining. He would have taken the opportunity to escape. Seeing Su Tian smile, Hu Beichen pulled her into his arms and kissed her deeply again. If she still had worries and insecurities, it was his responsibility to dispel them. From now on, he would work hard to eliminate all her fears. In a low voice, Hu Beichen said, Wife, let's go back to Fancheng. Su Tian thought of Tingting, who was still here, and felt a bit uneasy. Tingting is still here. And I haven't told her yet. Leave Lu Ting to Hiwang. Let's give him a chance, Hu Beichen said. Give Hiwang a chance? So, Su Tian said thoughtfully. As Hu Beichen drove away, Su Tian couldn't help but look back at the hotel. Her gaze, through the car window, fell on the towering building, and her mind was filled with countless thoughts. So, you're saying Hiwang is interested in Lu Ting? Su Tian asked softly, shifting her gaze from the hotel to Hu Beichen beside her. Hu Beichen didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, we will always be together, so there's no need for this one-year agreement. This contract needs to be voided first. He quickly found the agreement. Su Tian also started searching, and when she finally found and unfolded the paper, she was surprised. Hey, mine says 10 years? I distinctly remember it being 1 year. Hu Beichen's lips curved into a smile. I was afraid 1 year wouldn't be enough for you to fall in love with me, so I plan to spend at least 10 years making you fall for me. Su Tian blinked, teasingly asking, does that mean I made it too easy for you? You got me in less than a year. It was quite a challenge, Hu Beichen said, pulling her into his arms and whispering, Sweetheart, you should know, you had me at first sight. Before she could respond, he captured her lips in a passionate kiss. They fell onto the soft bed together, and Su Tian's thoughts gradually cleared. From the moment they met at the Su household, this man had already decided he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. She wrapped her arms around Hu Beichen's neck, responding to his deep and sweet kiss. Suddenly, she pulled away and asked, what about that girl from the Liang family? Hu Beichen paused, then asked, Liang Yinrui told you about her? Yes, Su Tian nodded. He said the Liang family considers you their son-in-law, and their daughter has always said she wanted to marry you since she was little. Hu Beichen replied seriously, Liang Yinrui did tell me that. But I've never had any feelings for the opposite sex before meeting you. Even if that girl stood in front of me now, I wouldn't feel anything for her. He explained that he had always been immersed in the world of knowledge, forming his own path. He barely remembered what that little girl looked like. Su Tian pouted. Really no feelings for her? None at all. Hu Beichen answered firmly. But what if she really likes you and wants to marry you? That's her business, not mine. You're heartless, Hu Beichen. Su Tian pretended to be angry, lightly hitting his chest with her fists. Hu Beichen held her hands and said softly, it's enough that I have feelings for you alone. With that, he leaned in to kiss her again. Su Tian pushed him away. You don't like me, so why are you kissing me? When did I ever say I don't like you? Hu Beichen asked, confused. You said if I stood in front of you, you wouldn't feel anything. You. Hu Beichen's mind raced, piecing together the information. You mean, you're that little girl from the Liang family? Yes, Su Tian nodded gently. Liang Yunrui and Liang Yunfeng told me today that I'm their long-lost sister. So when Chen Mengyao returned to the Su family, Liang Yunrui started investigating you. Probably. I've thought about it. The woman who raised me was half deaf and half blind, so she might have confused the children. I was too young to remember anything, and by the time I grew older, I had forgotten everything. Hu Beichen held her tightly. Liang Yunrui wouldn't lie about this. So you really are that little girl from the Liang family. They even pulled out some of their hair in front of me, saying I could do a DNA test if I didn't believe them. I want to try, just to be sure. Let's go right now, Hu Beichen said, eager to confirm the truth. At the testing center, because there were existing records of Liang Yunrui and their parents, they could proceed even without the hair samples. But since Su Tian had brought the hair, the test was expedited. The results came out quickly, matching Liang Yunrui's report. Su Tian was indeed related to the Liang family, their biological daughter. Hu Beichen held Su Tian tightly, his emotions a mix of relief and joy. Back home, Hu Beichen asked softly, when are you planning to meet your parents? I'll wait for my brothers to arrange it, Su Tian replied hesitantly. The years with the Su family had left deep psychological scars. Though her brothers were kind, she couldn't easily imagine her parents. Hu Beichen comforted her. From what I know, your parents have been searching for you tirelessly. Liang Yunrui has visited every orphanage in Fancheng every year. No one expected you to end up as the Su family's second daughter. If it weren't for the situation with Chen Mengyao, Liang Yunrui might never have suspected you were Liang Yu. Su Tian nodded. I understand. Hu Beichen held her close on the bed and teased. You wanted to marry me since you were 2. Are you happy now? Who wanted to marry you? Su Tian playfully hit him. Sorry for not responding to you back then, Hu Beichen said softly, his tone apologetic. It's not your fault. You were only 5. It's normal not to respond, Su Tian reassured him. Hu Beichen fell into deep thought. I wonder if, had I responded and invited you to play more often, you wouldn't have gotten lost. You would have grown up in the Liang family, visiting me frequently, growing up by my side. He imagined this possibility, and the thought of missing that chance filled him with a sense of pain and regret. It's okay, Su Tian comforted him gently. Growing up together might have made us tired of each other. We might not have ended up together. Now, this is perfect. There are still regrets. At least that way you wouldn't have suffered so much. Hu Beichen's voice was filled with guilt. Hu Beichen, everything happens for a reason, right? Su Tian said softly. No matter when or how we met, we ended up together. That's all that matters. Huang knocked on Lu Ting's door. When the door opened, Lu Ting peeked out and asked, Where's Susu? She's with Brother Chen. They might have already gone back to Fancheng, Huang replied. Lu Ting frowned, slightly puzzled. Are they really back together? Huang chuckled and explained, how could they not be? Brother Chen is genuinely devoted to her. Heaven and earth can testify. Let me tell you, Brother Chen was worried about how to explain his identity to her. The only thing he feared was her leaving him. Oh, that's good, Lu Ting said, a smile of relief for Su Tian appearing on her face. Huang seized the moment to declare, none of us are the type to mess around. We take relationships very seriously. Lu Ting's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yes, you, Master He, are very serious about relationships. You just like to visit film sets to see if there are any pretty girls around. She said this as she began closing the door. Alright, now that everything's clear, goodbye. Huang quickly held the door with his hand, defending himself. I wasn't looking at anyone. Lu Ting coldly responded. Does that have anything to do with me? She then shut the door firmly. Just as Huang was about to say something else, Fong Lan approached with a few staff members looking for Lu Ting, so he had to leave for the time being. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Fancheng, Su Tian woke up feeling sore after spending the night with Hu Beichen. As soon as she opened her eyes, he kissed her deeply. Wah. Su Tian couldn't speak, her eyes glistening with tears from his kiss. Hu Beichen whispered, the thought of missing out on you for so many years makes me want to make up for lost time. Even a moment longer with you is worth it. Su Tian, wrapping her arms around his neck, softly complained. I've been with you all night. Not enough, he said, pressing her back onto the bed and undoing her nightgown's tie. When Su Tian woke up again, it was already noon. Hu Beichen had ordered food, which was now on the dining table. With his identity now public, he had no need to hide anymore, and he had ordered from the best hotel in Fancheng. Su Tian, exhausted and starving, began eating ravenously. Noticing Hu Beichen's unwavering gaze, she adjusted her nightgown and said, You should eat too. Don't you have to go to work? Fancheng is just a branch office, so the workload isn't heavy, Hu Beichen explained. What about the main office? Don't you have responsibilities there? Su Tian asked. I've managed it for years. Everything runs smoothly, Hu Beichin replied calmly. Su Tian laughed. So, are you planning to become immortal by not eating? Hu Beichin suddenly said, I'm just puzzled about why I missed out on such a sweet and adorable girl when I was young. Why do you think that is? Su Tian asked, finding it normal. A 5-year-old boy has his own world and interests. It's normal not to pay attention to the little girls around him. He's not at the age to develop crushes. Hu Beichin had an epiphany. I remember now. When I was 5, I was trying to finish all my elementary school courses early to enter middle school. Plus, I had my programming lessons, so I was very busy. Su Tian's eyes widened. 5 years old? Middle school. She recalled playing in the mud in the countryside at that age. Pretty much, Hu Beichin said calmly. That's just showing off, Mr. Hua. Su Tian couldn't help but tease. Hu Beichin took her hand. I'll accompany you to work later. My life now doesn't need intense studying anymore. I just want to enjoy the time with my wife. Not long after, Hu Beichin appeared at the hotel entrance on an electric scooter built for two. Su Tian saw through his intentions immediately. Hu Beichin, did you buy this scooter just so I would hug you while riding? Yes, Hu Beichin admitted openly. That was my thought when I rode your scooter. We had just met then. You rascal. Su Tian scolded playfully. If I wasn't a rascal, how could I get my wife to hug me? Hu Beichin said confidently. Su Tian whispered, but not today. I don't want to ride this scooter. Realizing his oversight, Hu Beichin glanced at Su Tian's skirt and asked with concern, sorry, I didn't think about that. Are you still in pain? Don't ask. Just go get the car, Su Tian said, feeling a bit sore but preferring the comfort of a car. Soon, Hu Beichin brought his car, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan, understated and luxurious. Upon arriving at the Baojin Mall, Su Tian got out first while Hu Beichin went to park the car. As soon as he left, a young man with yellow-dyed hair rushed over and shouted, Su Tian, you're something else. Su Tian recognized her younger brother, Su Jia. Despite being the most pampered in the family, he had a sharp, monkey-like face and an eye-catching yellow hairstyle, looking quite disreputable. What did I do now? If you have something to say, say it. If not, don't bother me, Su Tian said coldly, having long lost hope in her ungrateful and disrespectful brother. Su Jia angrily accused, Su Tian, it's bad enough that you don't consider yourself part of the Su family, but you also convinced our second sister to stir up trouble. She secretly transferred millions from the company accounts and demanded our parents buy her a car and a house. She even sold the company's fabric in secret and took the money. Su Tian laughed at the absurdity. What does that have to do with me? If Chen Mengyao did those things, then deal with Chen Mengyao. We're all adults. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. If you hadn't said those things to her, would she have done them? Su Jia pressed on. If she does whatever I tell her, then go ahead and sue me. I'll pay whatever the court decides, Su Tian retorted. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place. Su Jia, who had always looked down on Su Tian, raised his fist in anger to hit her. However, before his fist could reach Su Tian, a strong hand grabbed it, and he was thrown to the ground. Su Jia got up to see a tall man standing protectively in front of Su Tian. It was none other than Hu Beichin, the poor man the Su family often scorned. Su Jia, undeterred, said, fine, I'll teach you both a lesson. But before he could finish, Hu Beichin struck him down with a single punch. Su Jia tried to fight back but was quickly beaten to a bloody mess. Pointing at Hu Beichin and Su Tian with a trembling finger, he managed to utter, "You." Before passing out, Hu Beichin decisively took out his phone to call the police, while Su Tian stood beside him, shaking her head in silent disapproval. She couldn't help but think that the Su family's pampered son, despite all the luxury and resources poured into him, turned out to be so useless. The police arrived quickly. Su Jia was seriously injured, but it was a necessary action Hu Beichin had to take to protect Su Tian. During the questioning, both of them truthfully recounted the events. The officer instructed them to cooperate with the investigation, and Hu Beichin nodded in agreement. Just then, the hospital corridor erupted in noise. Su Qingbang, Su Luhua, Su Yuro, Xiao Shen, and Liang Nengchao hurriedly arrived. Su Luhua rushed into the ward, crying and demanding to know who had hurt her son so badly. Although Su Yuro remained silent, her eyes were filled with worry. Su Jia was the only son in the family, and if something happened to him, her situation would be precarious as well. Upon seeing Su Tian, Su Luhua glared at her angrily. Was it you who hit Xiao Jia? Su Yuro frowned and echoed, Su Tian, have you gone too far? First, you incited Meng Yao to split the inheritance, and now you've injured Xiao Jia. Su Tian calmly replied, he started it. Su Luhua persisted, how strong could he be? He's still a child. Su Tian retorted sarcastically, a 21-year-old child? Why don't you try his punches yourself? Su Luhua was furious, pointing at Su Tian and Hu Beichin, you two conniving troublemakers. I will make sure you end up in jail. Su Tian remained unafraid. Do as you wish. Su Yuro emphasized. Xiao Jia is the only son of our family, my only brother. Couldn't you think about the consequences before you acted? Su Tian countered. Just because he's a son, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? If you want to spoil him, that's your business. Why should others have to tolerate it? Su Yuro argued. Without a son, how can this family be sustained? Su Tian sneered. In your eyes, daughters are worthless, but I see myself as a person. Su Yuro was about to retort but was silenced by Hua Beichen's cold gaze, causing her to take a step back in fear. Hua Beichen said in a low voice, let's go. Su Tian followed him closely. Su Luo tried to stop them. Who said you could leave? This isn't over. She turned to Xiao Shen, brother Shen. This time Su Tian and her husband are clearly at fault. You must help us. Xiao Shen looked at Liang Ningchao with a troubled expression. Understanding, Liang Ningchao indicated that he would make sure they couldn't leave. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a clear voice was heard. What's going on? Who's not allowed to leave? Liang Yunrui walked in slowly, followed by Liang Yunfeng. Liang Ningchao was both surprised and delighted. Young Master Liang? Second Master? He was so excited that he was almost incoherent, not expecting to encounter the second and third sons of the Liang family in such a situation. Everyone present greeted the two Liang family members. Su Yuro's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Liang Ningchao hurriedly explained, it's Su Tian and Hua Beichen. They injured the child from my son's girlfriend's family. Liang Yunrui raised an eyebrow. A child? How old? Liang Ningchao stammered. T21. Liang Yunrui chuckled. Your family's laws are quite unique. A 21-year-old is still a child? Feeling embarrassed, Liang Ningchao tried to change the subject. Although Su Jia started it, he was just playing around and didn't mean to hurt anyone. But Hua Beichen went too far. Liang Yunrui patted Hua Beichen on the shoulder approvingly. Good job. You didn't disgrace me. Liang Ningchao was at a loss for words. Liang Yunrui declared, I'm taking Hua Beichen and Su Tian with me. Any objections? Although Su Luhua and Su Yuro were unwilling, they had no choice but to swallow their dissatisfaction under Liang Ningchao's warning glance. Liang Ningchao still tried to salvage the situation. Young masters, Su Jia is seriously injured. Just letting it go like this, the police might. Before he could finish, two police officers approached to report. We found 2 knives on Su Jia, indicating he intended to commit a crime. After surgery, we will detain him. Liang Yunfeng looked at Hua Beichen. 2 knives? Hua Beichen nodded slightly too. Su Luhua was in a panic. How could this be? He's still a child. Liang Ningchao, embarrassed and angry, retorted. How did you raise your son? Serves him right. He had only intended to mediate, but the situation had unexpectedly deteriorated, making him lose face in front of the Liang family members. Liang Yunrui smirked. Premeditated assault? At 21, he's an adult and must face the consequences of his actions. The group left the hospital. Liang Ningchao followed closely, ingratiatingly suggesting, Second Master, Young Master, I'm currently doing business in Fanqing. How about you honor me with a meal? Liang Yunfeng politely but firmly declined. We're quite busy lately, but we appreciate the offer. Seeing the situation, Liang Ningchao shifted his tone. That Su Jia is no good. I was deceived into helping him. Please, don't take it to heart, young masters. He had realized the close relationship between the two Liang family members and Hua Beichen and Su Tian, so he dared not say more. As soon as they got in the car, Liang Yunrui immediately grabbed Su Tian's hand, his eyes full of concern. Are you alright? Did you get hurt anywhere? He had held back his affection in front of everyone earlier, fearing she might reject it. Now, he couldn't hold back anymore. Just then, he noticed Liang Yunfeng was already holding Su Tian's other hand. Let go, I'll take a look. Liang Yunfeng said firmly, as he started to examine her hand. Liang Yunrui protested. Isn't she my sister? Even though she is, Ignoring him, Liang Yunfeng carefully inspected Su Tian's hand and found no injuries. He asked gently, were you scared? It's alright, your second brother is here. Su Tian felt a warmth in her heart and replied softly, I'm fine. Su Jia didn't touch me. Hua Beichen was too gentle. Liang Yunrui said angrily. If I were there, I would have knocked Su Jia's head off. Don't scare ya, Liang Yunfeng glared at him. Oh, okay. Liang Yunrui quickly calmed down. Su Tian asked thoughtfully, so my original name was Yaya? Yes, Liang Yunrui explained. Mom and Dad always wanted a daughter. When you were born, the whole family was so happy, so they named you Yaya. Do you remember? When you were little, you loved playing with me, always tugging on my shirt and following me around. Liang Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Yaya clearly liked me more, always wanting me to carry her. No way. Yaya always wanted me to carry her. As the two argued, the car door suddenly opened. Hua Beichen pulled Liang Yunrui out and sat inside, pulling Su Tian into his arms. He shifted to the middle seat, skillfully separating Su Tian from Liang Yunfeng. Hua Beichen, you dog. Liang Yunrui cursed angrily. You're driving, Hu Beichen said coldly. He had endured enough on the drive and finally seized the chance to assert his claim. Liang Yunfeng glared at Hu Beichen. Hu Beichen, stop trying to take my sister. Second brother, Su Tian is now my wife, my person, Hu Beichen retorted, not backing down. Liang Yunfeng was pleased with the second brother address but was unhappy with the rest, leaving him momentarily speechless. Driving, Liang Yunrui interjected, Hu Beichen, you still haven't called me brother. Driver Liang, watch out for the car ahead, Hu Beichen reminded coolly. Su Tian watched their bickering, feeling not annoyed but enveloped in a sense of happiness. So this is what family warmth feels like? In the car, Su Tian agreed to Liang Yunfeng's invitation to accompany her back to Jinghai. Sensing her anxiety, Hu Beichen reassured her, I'll go back with you. Don't worry too much. Do you know my parents? Su Tian asked. Yes. Your father is very strict, and your mother is very gentle. So you call my parents. Father is strict, mother is gentle, Hu Beichen hugged her. I'm just worried about passing your father's test, trying to make a good impression. Su Tian laughed, realizing that even Hu Beichen was nervous about meeting her parents. Don't worry, I'll cover for you. Alright, everything depends on you, honey. Hu Beichen reminisced. Your parents went through a lot to find you. They'll be very happy to see you back. I'm just not sure how I'll get along with them. You'll be fine, Su Tian recalled. When I returned from the countryside, before Grandma passed away, she told me they'd love me if I behaved and listened. So for a long time, I thought they didn't like me because I wasn't good or obedient enough. Hu Beichen hugged her tightly, feeling her past pain. The scars on her heart from those years needed time and love to heal. The Liang family is different from the Su family, Hu Beichen said softly. Even if things don't go well, we can just live our own lives. It won't be the end of the world. You're right. Su Tian encouraged herself. My own happiness is what matters most. If I can leave the Su family behind, why worry about any other family? Her fingers curled slightly, but deep down, she still longed for familial affection. The plane landed in Jinghai. Hu Beichen held Su Tian's hand. Su, come home with me first. Why? Liang Yunrui protested. I already convinced our parents not to come to the airport. Shouldn't she come to the Liang family first? Liang Jing clung to Su Tian's leg. Auntie, come home with us. Hu Beichen calmly explained. The Liang family is still unfamiliar to Su, but she's met the elders of the Hu family. I want to give her a buffer period. In the end, Liang Yunrui had to let go. Back at home, Liang Jinsheng put down his newspaper and asked eagerly, Where's my baby? Where's my big baby? Dressed in a cheongsam, Xu Shui stood at the door, looking disappointed when she saw only her son and Liang Jing. Su went to the Hu family first. She only knows their place in Jinghai. Liang Yunrui explained. Oh, I see, Xu Shui asked with concern. Will she be comfortable with the food and weather here? With Hu Beichen there, it should be fine, Liang Jinsheng said, though disappointed. Xu Shui comforted her husband. Our baby will come home tomorrow. Don't give our son a hard time. Grandma, I brought you gifts. Liang Jing chimed in, lightening the mood. The car stopped in front of the Hu family's villa. The butler stood at the door to welcome them. Young master, young mistress. Su Tian recognized him as Grandpa Wang, who had pretended to be an old friend of Mrs. Hu last time. Grandpa Wang, you can just call me by my name. Young mistress, I can't do that. Butler Wang said quickly. I'm the housekeeper here. Just call me Old Wang. As she stepped inside, despite being mentally prepared, Su Tian was still awed by the grandeur and decor of the Hu family mansion. Even the luxurious homes she had seen while making clothes for top socialites in Fancheng paled in comparison. Mrs. Hu was overjoyed to see Su Tian. Tian, come sit with Grandma. Su Tian sat beside her, and Mrs. Hu patted her hand. This rascal finally came clean about his identity. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Stay a few more days this time, okay? Hu Beichen rubbed his nose. Grandma, Su Tian won't stay long this time. She mainly needs to go back to the Liang family. That's understandable, Mrs. Hu said with a smile. Go home and spend time with your parents. Stay a few more days. I never imagined you were from the Liang family. The Hu family and Liang family had a good relationship, and Mrs. Hu was genuinely happy. After dinner at the Hua household, Beichen's phone kept ringing. Friends had heard he brought his new wife home and were eager to meet her. At that moment, Su Tian was accompanying the old Mrs. Hua, enjoying tea. Hearing about the calls, Mrs. Hua smiled and said to Su Tian, Tian, you should go out more with Beichen and meet his friends. Don't just stay home drinking tea. Young people should enjoy themselves. Su Tian stood up with a smile and said, Grandma, I'll have tea with you another day then. Not long after, Beichen took Su Tian to a spacious private room in a bar. He Wang and a few young people were playing cards, while others sat around drinking and chatting. Brother Chin, how come we didn't hear anything about your wedding? Someone asked. He Wang replied with a laugh. Brother Chin always acts decisively. When he decides to do something, he just does it. That's true. Only he could be so resolute, another chimed in. Honestly, I wouldn't want to get married. It just means being tied down. A young woman with perfectly styled wavy hair, when Siki asked, how long have they been married? Not long, Hwang answered, but they seem very happy together. It's always like that at first, when Siki said, pulling out a cigarette from her bag. Hwang immediately stopped her. When Siki smoke outside. When Siki was displeased. Brother Chin never cared where I smoked. You're quite something lately. That's because sister-in-law doesn't like the smell of smoke, Hwang explained. If Brother Chen gets angry later, don't blame me for not warning you. When Siki hesitated for a moment before putting the cigarette back in her bag, the others also sensibly moved to the smoking area. The door opened, and Bei Chin walked in holding Su Tian's hand. Everyone stood up to greet them. Brother Chen is here. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, please sit here. Bei Chin led Su Tian to the main seat. Su Tian observed the respectful attitude everyone had towards Bei Chen, which made her realize his commanding presence. Bei Chen introduced everyone to Su Tian. They all warmly called her sister-in-law, even those older than Bei Chen. Sister-in-law, what would you like to drink? Hwang asked. Considering that Su Tian had to meet her family the next day, Bei Chen ordered for her passion fruit juice. Su Tian smiled gratefully. Thank you. This scene stung when Siki. As a socialite who grew up with Bei Chen, she always believed she held a special place in his heart. To stay close to him, she even chose a finance major she didn't like. Over the years, Bei Chen had never had any romantic rumors or close female friends. She thought she was unique. Yet, Bei Chen had quietly gotten married. Forcing a smile when Siki asked, Bei Chen, how's your stomach been since you went to Fancheng? I made your favorite taro steamed pork. Should I still send it to Butler Wang? Su Tian looked at Wen Siki upon hearing this. When Siki explained calmly, Miss Su might not know, but in Jinghai I've always managed Bei Chen's secretary team. All 16 of his secretaries and assistants report to me, and I've always taken care of his daily needs. Hearing this, everyone else lowered their heads, drinking quietly. Bei Chen spoke up, honey, when Siki's role is similar to Butler Wang's at home. Hwang couldn't help but spit out his drink, and the room became lively again. Only when Siki's face turned sour, though the dim lighting helped conceal it. Su Tian continued, Miss Wen, since you're responsible for these things, please take good care of Bei Chen at work. Of course, when Siki emphasized, I've been working by Bei Chen's side for 6 years. Hwang interjected, that's right, I can vouch for that. I've often worked with Brother Chen during these 6 years, and Siki has always been diligent. I even got to enjoy some of the food and drinks she made. His implication was clear when Siki and Bei Chen had a strictly professional relationship. When Siki changed the topic, Miss Su, now that you're the Hua family's young mistress, you'll have to attend social gatherings. You should learn to drink a little. Bei Chen frowned and said, Su Tian didn't marry me to handle social events. What kind of gatherings would require her to drink? His words, though arrogant, were accepted by everyone. In Bei Chen's world, there was no occasion where he or Su Tian would be forced to drink. In contrast, when Siki often had to drink for work. Embarrassed, when Siki downed her drink in one gulp. The conversation shifted, and everyone started talking about other things. However, a friend when Siki brought along didn't know how to read the room. Seeing when Siki's discomfort, she asked with a smile, Miss Su, are you from Fancheng? What do your parents do? Su Tian was momentarily speechless and looked to Bei Chen for help. Business, Bei Chen answered succinctly. The friend continued, oh, business. That's great. Maybe we can collaborate in the future. But I wonder if they can handle the resources Mr. Hua provides. Her words were clearly mocking, and everyone could hear it. Bei Chen's face darkened as he leaned back on the sofa and said coldly, is this your party today? The friend broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, unable to speak. When Siki, knowing Bei Chen's temperament, realized he was angry. She quickly said, my friend doesn't know how to speak properly, Bei Chen. Don't be mad. Bei Chen replied icily, if you don't know how to speak, stay quiet. If you can't stay quiet, don't go out and embarrass yourself. When Siki regretted not stopping her friend earlier. Sorry, I'm apologizing to Miss Su on her behalf. When Siki's voice echoed in the private room, but it couldn't mask the awkward atmosphere. Hu Beichen had already stood up, his movements graceful yet resolute. He took Su Tian's hand, his tone gentle but firm, you're tired, let's go home. Everyone present fell silent, not daring to say a word. When Siki stood frozen, her face pale. This gathering had been meticulously planned by her, all to get closer to Hu Beichen. Yet, he was leaving after less than 15 minutes, which was a severe blow to her dignity. When Siki knew that after tonight, she might become the laughingstock among their circle. She had thought that even if Hu Beichen didn't have special feelings for her, he would at least show her some respect. But reality struck her hard. Just a slight probe had led to such a result. After Hu Beichen and Su Tian left, Hwang also picked up his coat and stood up. He glanced at Wen Siki meaningfully and said, no matter how important Butler Wang is to the Hua family, can his status surpass Aunt Chin's? His words cut like a sharp sword, hitting Wen Siki's sore spot. She suddenly realized that her status was akin to Butler Wang's, while Su Tian's was like Qin Feng's. This realization tore her heart apart. In the car on the way home, Hu Beichen softly said to Su Tian, "If you don't want to attend such gatherings in the future, we won't." Su Tian smiled and replied, "It's not that I don't want to come. The others are quite nice. I've known Winsiki since childhood, but we've never been close. She joined the Hua group later and is quite capable, which is why she got into the secretary's office. I didn't know she had such feelings towards me." Su Tian laughed. "I already figured it out." Hu Beichen was a bit surprised. "How did you figure that out?" He admitted that he had only realized today that Winsiki's past gestures of concern had gone beyond professional boundaries. He just hadn't noticed it before. Women's intuition. Su Tian said with a mysterious smile. Hu Beichen held her tighter, thoughtfully saying, "It seems I should have fewer female staff around me in the future." Su Tian earnestly said, "It's not about what she says or does. Those things don't matter. What I care about is your attitude." She knew that as long as Hu Beichen had no interest in those women and was willing to protect her, their intentions would never come to the fore. What she feared most was a man's ambiguous attitude. Hu Beichen laughed and promised, "I'll keep a proper attitude. Love my wife, pamper my wife, and only listen to my wife." That night, Hu Beichen issued a notice regarding Winsiki's reassignment, moving her out of the secretary's office to a department with good benefits but little chance of direct interaction with him. When Winsiki received the transfer notice, her colleagues congratulated her, but her heart was filled with unvented resentment. The next morning, the Liang household was bustling. Xu Shui got up before 5, eagerly checking if the kitchen ingredients were complete. Aunt Zhang smiled and reassured her, "Everything's ready, ma'am. Our young lady will love it." Xu Shui couldn't help but remind her, "Make sure everything's perfect. If anything goes wrong, I won't forgive you." Suddenly, the sound of the TV came on. It was Liang Jinxing already up watching the news. Shortly after, the eldest son, Liang Yunjia, returned from his morning run, drenched in sweat. The second son, Liang Yunfeng, grumbled from upstairs about how his third brother and nephew had been setting up the balloon room since 3 a.m. Xu Shui then realized that the entire family had been up even earlier than she was, each person doing their part to prepare for Su Tian's homecoming. Finally, Su Tian and Hu Beichen arrived. When Su Tian called out "Mom," Xu Shui couldn't hold back her emotions any longer, tears streaming down her face. Mother and daughter embraced, years of longing and concern pouring out in that moment. After the reunion, Hu Beichen accompanied Su Tian to her room. As she opened the door, Su Tian was stunned. The room preserved traces of her infancy while adding items a girl of any age might love, from princess dresses to a piano, from roller skates to jewelry. This pink, dreamy haven was a testament to her family's love and anticipation over the years. At lunch, the family gathered around the table. When Su Tian sat down, Xu Shui handed her a plush bunny, gently saying, "You always had to hold this while eating." Su Tian hugged the bunny tightly, holding back tears. "Yes, thank you, Mom." In that moment, she felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging. Xu Shui softly explained, "The one you used to hold is missing. Mom bought a new one." She added, "Just make do with this." Hu Beichen nodded thoughtfully, his eyes falling on the newly purchased stuffed rabbit. As dinner was wrapping up, Xu Shui suddenly remembered something and stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, I almost forgot. There's some jujube cake left in the kitchen that the baby loves." Hearing about the jujube cake, Liang Yunrui's lips twitched involuntarily. He tried to dissuade her, "Mom, there's already a lot of food. Let my sister eat more of the other dishes." But Xu Shui was already heading to the kitchen, saying excitedly, "The baby loves the jujube cake I make." Moments later, she returned with a plate of delicately shaped jujube cakes, placing it in front of Su Tian. The cakes were arranged in the shapes of various cute animals. Su Tian politely picked up a piece and took a small bite. Her expression froze instantly as she thought to herself, "How can anyone make jujube cake taste this awful?" At that moment, she finally understood where Liang Jing's cooking skills came from. Seeing this, Liang Yunfeng calmly said, "Mom, isn't there some peach gum dessert made by Zhang Ma? I'm sure my sister will love that." "Oh, I almost forgot. I'll go get it," Xu Shui said, hurrying away from the table again. Taking advantage of Xu Shui's absence, Liang Yunche, Liang Yunfeng, and Liang Yunrui quickly each took a piece of jujube cake from Su Tian's plate. Liang Jing and Liang Jinxing also joined in, taking a piece each. Liang Yunrui nudged Hu Beichen's arm and whispered, "The last piece is yours to deal with." Everyone quickly finished the jujube cakes. When Xu Shui returned with the peach gum dessert, she was pleasantly surprised to find the plate of jujube cakes empty. She said gently, "The baby still loves my jujube cake. I'll go get some more for you." Before anyone could stop her, Xu Shui brought out another plate of jujube cakes. Su Tian quickly said, "Mom, I can only eat this much. Any more and I really can't finish it." Yes, eating too much can cause indigestion. Just eat this much for now." I'll make more another day, Xu Shui said with a smile, then went to tell Zhang Ma to buy more red dates from Shaki. Taking this opportunity, everyone once again quickly divided up the jujube cakes on Su Tian's plate. Seeing the moment was right, Hua Beichen spoke up, Dad, Mom, brothers, my grandmother and parents have invited you all to the Hua family home tomorrow. Although Liang Jinsheng wasn't particularly warm towards his son-in-law, he nodded in agreement. All right. I'll come to pick you up in the morning, Hua Beichen added. Su Tian and Hua Beichen spent a pleasant afternoon at the Liang family home. When it was time to leave, Xu Shui wanted Su Tian to stay overnight but worried she wouldn't be comfortable, reluctantly watching her daughter and son-in-law leave. Turning to Liang Jinsheng, Xu Shui said with a hint of reproach, Why were you so cold? In all of Jinghai, who could be a better son-in-law than Hua Beichen? Liang Jinsheng remained silent, thinking no one was good enough for his daughter. Xu Shui smiled helplessly, picking up a pillow and hugging it softly. Never mind. As long as my baby is back, nothing else matters. The next morning, at the Hua family estate, Su Tian woke up groggily in Hua Beichen's room. Hua Beichen had asked Ti Wang to rush back to their house in Fancheng to retrieve something. What could be so important? Su Tian asked curiously. You'll see, Hua Beichen replied mysteriously. Soon after, Ti Wang arrived, handing the item to Hua Beichen. He brought it upstairs to Su Tian, who was rubbing her eyes. What is it? She asked. A stuffed rabbit. Su Tian exclaimed. It looks just like the one my mom gave me yesterday. Hua Beichen explained, I heard from Grandma and the butler that you gave this to me when you were little. The butler found it in the storage and I brought it to Fancheng. How come I've never seen it? Su Tian asked, puzzled. I didn't let you see it, Hua Beichen admitted. Back then, Liang Yunrui often threatened me to marry his sister. I didn't know you were from the Liang family, so I used this rabbit to threaten him back, saying it was the only thing you'd personally held. He didn't dare mess with me after that. Hearing such a childish story, Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. She hugged the stuffed rabbit and went downstairs for breakfast. Seeing the rabbit, Grandma Hua smiled and said, Oh, how did you find this rabbit? I had the butler find it in the attic, Hua Beichen replied. Grandma Hua continued, Speaking of this rabbit, Su Tian gave it to you when she was very young. You treasured it for 2 days before letting the butler put it away. Hua Beichen looked confused, clearly having no memory of it. Su Tian glanced at him. Grandma Hua explained, Back then, you were always lost in your own world, and no one could pull you out. Only when Su Tian came to play did you relax a bit. Don't you remember? Su Tian whispered, You always said you ignored everyone when you were little. Looks like you didn't ignore everyone. Only you, Hua Beichen replied softly. I really didn't pay attention to anyone else. Hua Beichen realized that he had indeed accepted the rabbit himself. He vaguely remembered that Su Tian might have been the only person who ever pulled him out of his own world. After Su Tian went missing, he probably didn't want to face the reality and forgot about it. Fortunately, after all the twists and turns, he still met her, married her and brought her home. Just then, Hua Jingya and Qin Feng returned. To show respect for their in-laws, Hua Jingya decided to cook personally. Qin Feng gently tied an apron around him, saying, Honey, it's all up to you. Hua Beichen drove to the Liang family home to pick up everyone. When the Liang family arrived at the Hua residence and heard that Hua Jingya was cooking, they were surprised. Although they knew Hua Jingya could cook, he rarely did so for others. Even Liang Jinsheng, who was on good terms with him, had never tasted his cooking. Seeing Hua Jingya personally cooking for the Liang family today brought a rare smile to Liang Jinsheng's face. Xu Shui nudged Liang Jinsheng gently and whispered, Honey, why don't you show off your skills too? Without a word, Liang Jinsheng took off his suit jacket and strode towards the kitchen. Everyone watched his back in astonishment. Even Su Tian was surprised, as her father hadn't entered the kitchen the day before. Xu Shui whispered in her ear, The salmon and stir-fried beef noodles you loved yesterday were actually made by your dad. He just never admits he can cook because he's too proud. It turned out that while Liang Jinsheng seemed aloof, he often cooked for his loved ones in private. Everyone thought he didn't even know the way to the kitchen, but his cooking skills were actually quite good. Qin Feng watched this and said to Hua Beichen, See how wise your dad was to teach you to cook early on. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get a wife. Liang Jing immediately raised his hand. I've already learned how to make shrimp dumplings. Well done, Liang Jing. Qin Feng praised with a smile. Meanwhile, the 3 Liang brothers each held a cup of tea, leisurely eating fruit and ignoring the busy kitchen. After all, avoiding work was a small victory. After dinner, Madame Hua gave a command, and Hua Beichen, like an arrow released from a bow, sped away with Su Tian, Yunche, and their other brothers. The adults were plotting a grand wedding, a union destined to shake the world. Their trip to Jinghai was like a whirlwind, and Su Tian and Hua Beichen were back in Fancheng in no time. Su Tian had a grand plan in her heart. Her career was already ablaze, and she intended to spread her influence to Jinghai. Within a year or two, her focus would inevitably shift. This was her ambition and her destiny. I'm going to meet Lu Ting. Wait for me in the car, Su Tian said, carrying a cake as if heading to an unknown rendezvous. The door opened, and He Wang appeared lazily in a loose robe. Cake? For me. He then realized, sister-in-law? I thought it was the delivery guy. Su Tian understood and handed him the cake. Never mind, I won't disturb you. Treat Ting Ting well or you'll get a beating. Hu Beichen laughed and asked, so quick. With He Wang in a robe, I won't be a third wheel, Su Tian teased. He moves fast. We should send him red roses to celebrate. No sooner had she finished her sentence than Tang Shuai's call came like a bombshell. Su Tian said sternly, I'll be there right away. In the studio, Tang Shuai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As summer gave way to autumn, the fashion industry was already gearing up for next spring. A moment's delay meant losing the market to others. The draft designs for Su Tian's early spring collection should have been cutting edge, but Su Euro had beaten them to it. This is clearly Su Euro's plagiarism. She got the jump on us, and now we're behind. Tang Shuai roared in anger. Su Tian remained calm. Don't panic, I have a plan. Su's family will ship their goods tomorrow. What can we do? Tang Shuai said in despair. Do you have their clothes? Su Tian asked. Yes, the quality is quite good. Su Tian smiled cunningly. That's good. I was worried she might cut corners. Seeing Su Tian's confidence, Hu Beichen felt reassured. You guys go ahead and work. If you need anything from me, just say the word. Then I won't be polite, Su Tian's eyes gleamed. At the Su family, Su Luhua was smug. Su Euro's new collection had customers flocking, and orders were pouring in, far exceeding previous years. It was an unprecedented boom for the Su family's clothing business. Euro, make sure to seize this opportunity. Don't let anyone steal the lead, Su Luhua urged. I understand, Mom, Su Euro replied obediently. Due to Su Jia, Su Luhua harbored a deep hatred for Su Tian. She wished to see Su Tian's downfall and her company bankrupt. Xiao Xin said gently, Euro, my dad said you can go ahead without worrying about the investment. Thank you, Brother Shen, Su Euro said gratefully. Without Uncle's support, I wouldn't dare ramp up production so early. We'll handle the profits fairly. Why be so formal between us? Xiao Xin smiled. Privately, it's only right we show respect to Uncle. Su Euro was secretly glad to have Liang Nengchao and Xiao Shen's support. The Su family's clothing business could develop so quickly because of them. As for Su Tian, she was just a minor obstacle. Su Euro had already investigated and found that Liang Yunfeng and Liang Yunrui had no ties to Su Tian, so she could go all out. The next day, the Su family began large-scale shipments. The new, stylish, high-quality clothes were destined to be market favorites. Su Euro arrived at the company early, overseeing the flow of clothes like a tide. Xiao Xin embraced her gently. You handle things here. I'll throw you a celebration party tonight. Sounds good, Su Euro smiled sweetly. By the way, my dad will formally announce my identity tonight and change my surname back. Double celebration then, Xiao Xin laughed. Congratulations, Euro. Thank you, Brother Shen. Su Euro's eyes sparkled with ambition. When you return to Jinghai, my business will follow. Together, we'll be unstoppable. Xiao Xin was full of confidence. With the Liang family backing him, the future was bright. Su Euro was so adept at business that he had no worries about establishing himself. Brother Shen, should I start calling you Mr. Liang? Su Euro teased. Actually, no, Xiao Xin explained. My grandfather married into the Liang family, so my father took my grandmother's surname. He plans to have me revert to our original surname once my career is stable. Su Euro was stunned. Xiao Xin continued, but I don't mind being a Liang. The Liang family is influential, and, even as a branch, it offers us plenty of opportunities. Let's see what my dad decides. Okay, I'll follow your lead, Su Euro replied softly. Suddenly, a shout rang out like thunder. President Su, Su Tian is here. Su Euro had anticipated Su Tian's visit but not this quickly. Su Tian, what brings you here? Su Euro feigned surprise. I heard you're shipping out goods, so I came to learn a thing or two, Su Tian said, appearing with Hu Beichen. Su Euro stood aside, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. She could feel the powerful aura emanating from Hu Beichen, and it made her inwardly tremble. That intimidating presence instinctively made her want to back away. Feel free to look around and learn whatever you want. I have something to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you, Su Euro said, forcing a smile and turning to leave. Don't go, someone is looking for you, Su Tian promptly reminded her. Su Euro looked up and saw Chen Ping and Liang Liang walking towards them. Recognizing them, alarm bells went off in her mind. Su Tian had brought a lawyer? Her eyes flickered, but she tried to maintain her composure. She recalled what Mimi had once told her. Su Tian's design drafts and originals had been destroyed. As long as her own clothing had been shipped to clients, even a lawyer wouldn't be able to help Su Tian. Is there something you need from me, Mr. Chen? Su Euro asked, feigning calm. Chen Ping got straight to the point. Miss Su, I'm here on behalf of Miss Liang Liang. According to our evidence, all the funds for your recent clothing production and expansion came from Mr. Liang Ningchao. So what? Su Yuro retorted. Mr. Liang Ningchao's current funds come from his late wife. We have found her will, which states that all her assets were left to her daughter, Liang Liang. Therefore, we need to reclaim this money, Chen Ping explained. Su Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Then you should go after Mr. Liang, not me. We've already spoken to Mr. Liang. He confirmed it this morning. Now we need to recover the funds, Chen Ping said. Mr. Liang's intention was to funnel these assets through your company to launder them as his own. Miss Liang has been in Fancheng for this very reason, and she has gathered evidence of her father's actions. Faced with irrefutable proof, Mr. Liang had no choice but to admit it. Su Yuro tried to stay calm. Do whatever you want. There's no money in my accounts anyway. That's all right, we'll take the clothes as payment, Chen Ping said, producing a contract. According to the funds Mr. Liang provided, these clothes should belong to us. Suddenly, Su Yuro thought of a crucial point. Mr. Chen, don't forget, the clothes can be sold, but the design copyright is mine. Even if you take the clothes as payment, the copyright belongs to me. With copyright protection, you have no right to dispose of these clothes. Chen Ping calmly took out another contract. I'm sorry, Miss Su Tian authorized the copyright of this batch of clothing to us 3 months ago. Su Yuro's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't even known about these design drafts at that time. At that moment, Mimi walked over to Su Tian with a sly smile and said to Su Yuro, Miss Su, I'm sorry, but I deceived you. I told you that Su's design drafts were lost due to a power outage and that she was too lazy to redraw them. I also said I had secretly copied the drafts for you and kept urging you to use high-quality materials. Otherwise, these clothes wouldn't be of any use to Mr. Chen and Miss Liang. Rome, you deceived me. You and Su Tian conspired to deceive me. Su Yuro gritted her teeth. Mimi countered. How can you say I deceived you? You were always prying for information, trying to get Su's data and designs. Is it fair for you to have ulterior motives, but not for us to be on guard? If Su hadn't been prepared, her most valuable designs would have been stolen by you. Su Yuro finally realized that it was Ruame who had tricked her into believing that Su Tian had no drafts and couldn't protect her copyrights, which emboldened her to act so brazenly. Su Tian's designs were indeed effective. They attracted clients and orders poured in like snowflakes. However, all her reliance had now been shattered by Su Tian. Su Tian, you did this on purpose. You set me up, you sabotaged me. Su Yuro's face twisted with hatred. Su Tian calmly replied, Su Yuro, if you hadn't been prying for information and designs from our studio, no matter how much I wanted to set you up, it wouldn't have worked. You brought this upon yourself. Su Tian. Su Yuro snarled. Using something that doesn't belong to you so blatantly, you should have expected this day to come, Su Tian said mercilessly. Su Yuro turned to Xiao Shen, pleadingly, Brother Shen, help me. It's all Su Tian's fault. Xiao Shen reassured her, I've already called my dad. Sure enough, moments later, Liang Ningchao arrived with a group of people. Ever since Chen Ping and Liang Liang had confronted him, he had been planning his next move. Seeing Liang Ningchao, Su Yuro felt a glimmer of hope. Uncle. Liang Ningchao loudly declared, the will that Chen Ping presented is fake, and so are the copyright protections and transfers. Seize them and destroy everything. He also intended to destroy all digital records. Liang Ningchao had painstakingly tried to transfer all the family funds out, not wanting to leave anything for his daughter, but for his son instead. Now, seeing Liang Liang taking everything away, he couldn't accept it. With his minor influence, he planned to use unconventional means to resolve the issue. Although risky, it wasn't entirely impossible. Even if the police arrived, he could claim it was a family matter and evade responsibility. What are you doing, Liang Ningchao? Hua Beichen asked coldly. Liang Ningchao was momentarily stunned by Hua Beichen's question, feeling an inexplicable fear. However, his desire for profit eventually prevailed, and he asserted, no one is leaving here today. Su Yuro felt slightly relieved. She believed in the power of influence and trusted that Liang Ningchao could resolve these issues. This was why she always sought to align herself with power. Just as they were about to take action, Liang Yinrui's voice suddenly rang out, who dares to make a move? Liang Ningchao instinctively felt fear upon seeing Liang Yinrui. Young Master Liang, I'm just handling a family matter, he hurriedly explained. When he saw Liang Yinfeng and Liang Yinche also present, he was even more shocked. It was one thing for Liang Yinrui to appear in public, but Liang Yinfeng and Liang Yinche rarely showed themselves. He was full of doubts, not understanding why the three brothers were here, but he didn't dare to ask. Liang Yinrui nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. Since you're handling family matters, I'll take my people and leave. His voice was steady and powerful. Liang Ningchao immediately replied, with a hint of barely noticeable tension in his tone, as you wish. Tian, come here. Liang Yinrui smiled and gestured for Su Tian to come over. However, Liang Ningchao suddenly changed his mind, raising his voice slightly. Third young master, you cannot take her away. These words struck Su Yuro like a heavy blow. Her heart raced, and a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. If Su Tian was taken away, all her meticulously laid plans would be for naught. Liang Yunrui raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Didn't you say you were handling family matters? What is Su Tian to your family? He paused, his voice turning icy. Moreover, why does my sister, Liang Yunrui's sister, need to cooperate with you? This statement exploded like a bomb among the crowd. Liang Nengchao's face turned pale as he suddenly remembered the girl who went missing from the Liang family years ago. Could it be? Su Tian was the child the Liang family had been searching for all this time? Xiaoxin stared at Su Tian in shock, his mind struggling to process this astonishing revelation. Su Tian, Liang Yunrui's sister? That status was far more prestigious than his own, even more so than Liang Nengchao's. Su Yuro's emotions churned violently within her, regret, anger, and fear all intermingling. She regretted hastily acknowledging Chen Mengyao as her own, which inadvertently gave the Liang family the chance to find Su Tian. Third brother, let's go, Su Tian said softly, breaking the silence. All right, let's go, Liang Yunrui replied, turning to leave. Su Tian suddenly remembered something and turned back to Liang Yunrui. Third brother, Liang is my friend. Could you arrange for someone to protect her so she doesn't get hurt? Liang Yunrui smiled slightly. Oh, her. By seniority, what should she call me? Liang responded cheerfully. By seniority, my dad should call you third uncle, and I should call you grandfather, and Su Tian should be called grand aunt. Su Tian quickly waved her hands. Let's not go there. Liang shrugged. That's just how the family hierarchy works. I can't help it. All right then, since you're my grandniece, Liang Yunrui said, I'll look out for you. Anyone who wants to bully my grandniece has to go through me first. This statement posed a significant problem for Liang Nengchao. Watching as the three Liang brothers escorted Su Tian away, Su Yuro clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at their retreating figures. Faced with the reckoning from his daughter and the lawyer, Liang Nengchao was powerless to resist. Su Yuro's meticulously crafted clothing business was now benefiting others. All the finished products and profits were no longer hers. Liang and Chen Ping immediately arranged for staff to inventory and organize everything. When the news reached Su Luo, she was shocked. How could this happen? Our clothing company. Su Yuro shook her head, her voice filled with despair. It's all gone. Impossible. Su Luo exclaimed. We'll go to court. Get a lawyer. Have Xiaoxin help us? No, Su Yuro interrupted her mother. Brother Shen can't help us. Su Tian. She's the daughter of the Liang family. That Liang family. Su Luo was struck speechless, unable to comprehend the drastic turn of events. After Xiaoxin left, Su Yuro sought him out, hoping to salvage the situation. However, Xiaoxin coldly rejected her, even accusing her of ruining his father's investment in Fanqing and losing the Liang family's protection. They had a heated argument and parted on bad terms. That evening, Liang Yunrui, in high spirits, hosted a banquet for everyone. After several rounds of drinks, Liang stood up. Actually, I should be the one treating everyone tonight. Su Tian solved most of my problems. Su Tian, this toast is for you. Just as Su Tian was about to raise her glass, Hu Beichen stepped in. I'll drink for her. Liang Yunrui, a step too late, could only watch helplessly as Hu Beichen downed the drink. Liang Yunfeng then thoughtfully handed Su Tian a glass of juice. Liang turned to Mimi. Mimi, I really need to thank you. The quality of the clothes we collected today was top-notch. The designs were Su Tian's work, but the quality was all thanks to you. Mimi smiled back. It was my duty. Su Yuro trusted me and wanted to pull me onto her ship, so I had to ensure the quality was top-notch. Tang Shui playfully insisted that Mimi drink another glass. You really had me fooled. I thought you had truly joined Su Yuro and abandoned us. Mimi laughed. I couldn't say anything, or Su Yuro would have gotten suspicious. Su Tian added. I told her not to say anything, worried that too many people would leak the information and alert Su Yuro. Come on, let's toast to Su Tian again. Liang Yunrui suddenly asked. He Wang, I heard you're in a relationship recently. Where's your girlfriend? Bring her over to meet us. He Wang explained. She's on a business trip. I'll bring her over next time. No girlfriend present, so you owe us a drink. Liang Yunrui laughed. He Wang raised his glass cheerfully. All right, I'll take the penalty. Su Tian whispered to Hu Beichen, honey, what's He Wang's attitude towards relationships? Has he ever been unfaithful or had a history of cheating? Hu Beichen replied, he hasn't had a girlfriend before, so there's no history of cheating. But he does love looking at pretty girls and always gravitates towards them. Su Tian was a bit worried. Doesn't that pose a potential risk? Hu Beichen chuckled. Honey, ever heard the saying, you become who you surround yourself with? With He Wang around me, any stray thoughts he might have will be influenced by my loyalty and commitment. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to praise yourself. Am I wrong? Hu Beichen countered. Do you have any doubts about me, my dear wife? Su Tian shook her head. You're perfect. I just hope you'll influence He Wang, not the other way around. Hu Beichen promised confidently. That will never happen. After a few rounds of drinks, Liang Yunrui turned to Su Tian with a slightly tipsy tone. Sister, why don't you come stay with us? Hu Beichen's eyes turned cold at this, and he retorted icily. Stay with you? At a hotel? My elder brothers both have houses in Fanqing. Do you think their places are more comfortable than mine for Su Tian? Liang Yunrui was stumped by the question. He tugged at his hair and said uncertainly, well, I can't be sure about that. Me brothers' houses are mostly empty. He added, if you care about her, shouldn't you want her to stay somewhere comfortable? Seeing the argument going nowhere, Liang Yunrui waved his hand in frustration. Forget it. Just leave. Don't be an eyesore. He quickly clarified, sweetie, I don't mean you, I mean him. Su Tian smiled at the scene and softly said goodbye. All right, third brother, goodbye. Goodbye, big brother and second brother. Watching them leave, Liang Yunrui couldn't help but complain, you guys didn't even try to keep her. Liang Yunfeng glanced at him and said indifferently, does she look like she wants to stay? Besides, do you think Hu Beichen would let her stay? Just as Hu Beichen and Su Tian were about to get in the car, Su Luhua suddenly appeared in front of them. She looked disheveled, her face pale and clothes in disarray, a sight Su Tian had never seen before. Su Tian. Su Liuhua's voice trembled. Can I beg you for one thing, please don't go after the Su family's company anymore. She choked up, I know we've wronged you, but the company was left by your grandfather. For his sake I beg you. Su Tian looked at her expressionlessly and replied calmly, Mrs. Su, I never intended to go after the Su family's company. This incident wouldn't have happened if Su Euro hadn't taken my design. She paused and continued, if the Su family's company does its business properly, there wouldn't be any trouble. I won't cause you any trouble either. You should understand that your troubles are brought upon by yourselves, not by others. Su Luhua felt indignant but didn't dare say more. Seeing her reaction, Su Tian added, instead of begging me, you should go back and manage your children. Their actions shouldn't be blamed on me. Su Luhua hastily defended, but this time, Liang. Su Tian interrupted, Liang only took back her mother's inheritance. What did she do wrong? Your grandfather left you plenty, and he built this large family business. If you don't cherish it, no one can keep it for you. Su Liuhua's face turned pale and red alternately, and finally, she left without a word. Hu Beichen handed a bottle of water to Su Tian and asked with concern, are you okay? Su Tian took the water and shook her head lightly. I'm not letting her affect my mood. Hu Beichen said in a low voice, if you don't want the Su family to bother you again, I have ways to. No, Su Tian immediately interrupted, the Su family is still my grandfather's family. For his sake, as long as they don't provoke us, there's no need for drastic measures. Hu Beichen remembered that his grandfather had also advised them to treat Su Tian's family kindly before he passed away. But he couldn't help but wonder, what if these people weren't worth treating kindly? Seeing his thoughts, Su Tian added, but if they do provoke us, I won't hesitate. Hu Beichen nodded in relief, as long as you won't hesitate, I can rest easy. Su Tian smiled, I won't. After all the hardships I've endured, I won't feel sorry for bad people. I only care about my own. Hu Beichen's voice turned husky, then care about me. Saying this, he leaned in closer to Su Tian. Su Tian lifted her head to kiss the man's cool lips. Hu Beichen immediately deepened the kiss, his fingers slipping under her dress. Not here. Su Tian gently reminded. Then I'll take you home right away. Hu Beichen reluctantly ended the kiss and quickly started the car, driving towards home. In Fanqing, Su Tian had delegated many tasks to Tang Shui and Mimi. After some time, they had become capable of handling things on their own. They had been with Su Tian since the early days of her studio, more like partners than employees. Su Tian even shared company shares with them, which motivated them even more. During a lunch break, Mimi curiously asked, Su, are you heading to Jinghai soon? Su Tian nodded, yes, I've always wanted to expand the business to Jinghai. Now that I have the opportunity, I must go. Besides, my family and in-laws are there now. Mimi propped her chin on her hands, envious. Beautiful girls really are like lost princesses of wealthy families. I wonder when my biological parents will come find me. Tang Shui teased, you're dreaming a bit early today. Mimi immediately retorted, don't wake me up. Your meal is ready. She quickly went to the microwave to get her food and took a bite of braised ribs, exclaiming, my mom's ribs are so good. Even if someone comes to claim me as a princess, I'd still choose my current mom. Tang Shui laughed, if your mom heard that, she wouldn't know whether to be happy or sad. Su Tian watched them bicker and smiled, I'll leave the Fanqing business to you two. Keep in touch. Definitely. We'll make it bigger and better, and achieve new heights. Mimi and Tang Shui replied in unison. Mimi added, by the way, Su, when you get married, you must invite us to the wedding. Su Tian laughed, of course, you two better prepare your red envelopes. When Lu Ting heard that Su Tian was going to Jinghai, she felt reluctant. You're leaving for Jinghai so soon. Didn't you say you needed to stay in Fancheng for a couple more years to oversee things? Su Tian explained, Mimi and Tang Shui can handle things now, so there's no need for me to stay. Lu Ting sighed, I'll miss you. Su Tian comforted her, it's not like you don't come to Jinghai often. Most of Fonglan's work is in Jinghai, you can visit me anytime. She added, do you think Yiwang will stay in Fancheng? You'll be in Jinghai most of the time too. Lu Ting hesitated. I'm not sure about me and Yiwang yet. His family is in Jinghai, and although they're not as prominent as the Liang or Hua families, they're still quite intimidating. Do you think I can handle it? Su Tian said seriously, if you can handle all those tough clients and jobs at Fonglan, dealing with Yiwang's family should be a piece of cake. Lu Ting was still worried. I don't even know if he's serious or just playing around. We ended up in bed that night because we were drunk. Su Tian sensed her concern and thought for a moment, then said, since it has started, give him and yourself a chance. Su Tian continued, when you weren't around, I saw Yiwang mention you. He smiled so gently and brightly. I've only seen that kind of smile on Hua Beichen's face before. Hearing this, Lu Ting blushed slightly and asked softly, really? Su Tian blinked playfully and replied, of course it's true. Why would I lie? There's no candy in it for me. After returning to Jinghai, Su Tian followed Hua Beichen to his so-called bachelor pad. The name was just something Hua Beichen came up with on a whim. In reality, the apartment was over 300 square meters, much larger than their place in Fancheng. Just back in Jinghai, Su Tian barely had time to focus on work before she was completely occupied with helping Xu Shui and Qin Feng prepare for their wedding. The two elders, full of energy, took Su Tian around to look at jewelry, wedding decorations, and various wedding supplies. In the spacious living room of the Hua family mansion, Su Tian sat on a plush sofa, overwhelmed by the constant flow of wedding items being brought in. Qin Feng, smiling warmly, asked, these are wedding supplies. Which ones do you like? Su Tian was at a loss. I like them all. How about you decide, Mom? Qin Feng shook her head, it still depends on what you like. I can't make all the decisions. A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and everything should be the best. Otherwise, there will be regrets. After selecting the wedding supplies, Xu Shui took Su Tian home to look at jewelry. She had ordered many rare and precious pieces, all for Su Tian. Xu Shui asked her to choose the ones she liked. While Su Tian was carefully selecting, Xu Shui suddenly asked, are you hungry, dear? Shall I make some date paste cake for you? Su Tian politely declined, Mom. Date paste cake is hard to digest. I'll have something else. Xu Shui looked a bit disappointed. Oh? It's hard to digest? Then I won't make it anymore. But she was troubled because, apart from date paste cake, she didn't know how to make other desserts. Liang Jinsheng, who had been silently reading the newspaper, put it down and said, I made some yogurt taro cake for our daughter in the kitchen. You can bring it to her. Su Tian looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Dad. Liang Jinsheng nodded, his lips curling into a slight smile as he picked up his newspaper again. Just then, Liang Jing ran down the stairs excitedly. Auntie, what delicious food are you eating? Su Tian smiled and invited him. Yogurt taro cake, come join us. Liang Jing obediently sat next to Su Tian. Xu Shui asked with concern, have you taken your medicine? I have. The butler brought it to me just now. Liang Jing replied. After finishing the snack, Liang Jing was taken to his extracurricular class by the nanny. Su Tian asked with concern, is Liang Jing not feeling well? Xu Shui explained, it's an old condition, something he was born with. Seeing Su Tian's puzzled expression, Xu Shui elaborated on Liang Jing's situation. It turned out that when Liang Jing was first brought home, he was in critical condition. Only through continuous medical treatment, multiple surgeries, and overseas care did he achieve his current healthy state. Su Tian was deeply moved, finding it hard to imagine that the lively and adorable Liang Jing had gone through such a tough time. She then asked about Liang Jing's mother, and Xu Shui told her that Liang Jing had been left at their doorstep with his medical records and a letter explaining that he was the eldest brother's son. Xu Shui took out the preserved items for Su Tian to see. Su Tian carefully examined the medical records and found that it was a rare and difficult-to-treat disease. Without the Liang family's financial resources and effort, it would have been nearly impossible for an ordinary family to cure it. So, does the eldest brother not know who his mother is either? Su Tian asked. Xu Shui shook her head. He doesn't. Your eldest brother is like your father, always serious and distant, never having any female friends around. When the child came, he said he didn't know who the mother was. Over the years, his time has been entirely devoted to Liang Jing's health. But fortunately, the child is now fine and very smart and sensible. The whole family loves him dearly. Su Tian nodded in agreement. Liang Jing is indeed very well behaved. I liked him the moment I saw him. Xu Shui changed the subject with a smile. Enough about them. Did you see any jewelry you like? How about this one? Seeing Su Tian's indecisiveness, Xu Shui decisively said, why don't we just get them all? A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Don't shortchange yourself. With that, she picked up the phone to contact the jeweler. Su Tian quickly said, Mom, I can't wear that many. Xu Shui comforted her with a smile. It's okay. You can change them daily, you'll eventually wear them all. I love seeing you looking beautiful. On the day of the wedding dress fitting, Su Tian was accompanied by her 3 brothers. According to the Liang family tradition, the groom should not see the bride in her wedding dress before the wedding day. For the pre-wedding photos, the bride could wear other styles of wedding dresses. Lu Ting accompanied Su Tian to try on her wedding dress. He Wang also came along, but Lu Ting took his phone away. You're not allowed to have your phone. What if you take a photo for Hu Beichen? He Wang helplessly promised. Why would I? I wouldn't do anything you don't want me to. Lu Ting was still not reassured. We'll return it to you after we're done. Hu Beichen had indeed thought about asking He Wang to take a photo, but after hearing about the Liang family tradition, he restrained his curiosity. Liang Yunrui texted him, Su Tian looks absolutely stunning in her wedding dress. Like the most beautiful and breathtaking princess. Wanna see? Hu Beichen replied, no. Liang Yunrui teased, fine. I wasn't planning to show you anyway. You're missing out on a feast for the eyes. Hu Beichen put down his phone and tried to focus on his documents, but after reading just 1 page, he couldn't concentrate. Grabbing his car keys, he drove straight to the bridal shop and waited in the car. By evening, Su Tian and Lu Ting finally came out, followed by He Wang and the 3 Liang brothers. Hu Beichen strode towards Su Tian, pulling her into a tight embrace and giving her a deep kiss. Su Tian, kissed in public, blushed with embarrassment. He Wang cleared his throat and joked, Bro, you're making me look neither romantic nor devoted. Hu Beichen released Su Tian and gave Liang Yunrui a challenging look, as if to say that seeing the wedding dress was nothing. Only he could be this close to Su Tian. Everyone, I'll take Su Tian home now, Hu Beichen said, taking Su Tian's hand and leading her away. Liang Yunrui's words were interrupted by Hu Beichen, who led Su Tian to the car. He Wang glanced at the situation and said to Lu Ting, forget it, Ting Ting, let's head back too. Watching the car drive away, Liang Yunrui couldn't help but mutter, having a girlfriend is such a big deal? Well, it is a bit better than being single, He Wang teased, patting Liang Yunrui on the shoulder. In the car, Hu Beichen looked at Su Tian with eager anticipation in his eyes. Is the wedding dress ordered? He could already imagine how stunning she would look in it. Yes, it's ordered. Let me show you a photo. Su Tian started to say but quickly remembered she shouldn't show him and put her phone away. Hu Beichen swallowed nervously and reminded her, remember, don't let me see it. I remember, Su Tian nodded, then curiously asked, but isn't this a bit superstitious? I've never heard of this custom before. Hu Beichen replied earnestly, I don't know if it's superstitious or not. All I know is that I don't want to risk anything going wrong with our marriage. Su Tian was amused by his seriousness. Then I better hide my photos while these next few days. Hu Beichen gazed at her lovingly. I can already imagine that on our wedding day, you'll look even more beautiful and captivating than in our wedding photos. Time flew by, and soon it was the wedding day. The union of the Hua and Liang families caused quite a stir not only in Jinghai but nationwide. Jinghai Grand Hotel and several nearby malls and restaurants were fully booked. The Liang family arranged for so many luxury cars that it was dazzling, with helicopters circling in the sky. The number and status of the guests attending the banquet were truly impressive. In the dressing room, Su Tian was getting her makeup done, accompanied by Xu Shui, Lu Ting, and Mei Mei. Xu Shui, looking at her daughter in her wedding dress, felt both gratified and happy, her eyes moist with tears. Lu Ting sneaked in with 2 small cakes. Here, Susu, have a bite to fill your stomach. Su Tian had been busy changing into her wedding dress and doing her hair since early morning and hadn't eaten much. She took the cakes and nibbled on them. Outside, the luxurious groomsmen team was already waiting. Besides Liang Yunfeng, Liang Yunrui, and He Wang, there were many young men from allied families. Lu Ting and Mei Mei were a bit worried about handling them. Do we open the door once we receive enough red envelopes? Lu Ting asked. Mei Mei nodded. Once we've received enough, we'll open it. The door blocking game began. Lu Ting and Mei Mei stood in front of the door, demanding red envelopes. The envelopes passed through the door crack contained various luxury items, diamonds, luxury car keys, property deeds, stock certificates, jewelry, and watches. Lu Ting and Mei Mei exchanged a glance and said to Su Tian, we can't help it. Money really can buy hearts. We're being corrupted. Should we open the door? Su Tian smiled and said, open it. As the door opened, the groomsmen ushered Hu Beichen inside. Tall and handsome, with deep-set eyes and a high-nosed bridge, Hu Beichen looked even more imposing in his tailored groom suit. Su Tian smiled at him, and Hu Beichen recalled the day he first met her, instantly falling for her gentle charm. He walked up, knelt on one knee, and gently put on her shoes. The wedding proceeded as planned. To the soothing, joyful music, Hu Beichen and Su Tian walked out hand in hand. Their striking looks drew appreciative laughter and blessings from the crowd. Su Tian felt happiness welling up inside her. After the wedding, Huabeichen accompanied her to change into the reception dress and a pair of comfortable flat shoes, preparing to toast the guests at each table. Liang Jing, the flower boy of the day, wore a dashing little suit. Su Tian asked Liang Yunrui to take him to eat first to avoid any discomfort. While eating, Liang Jing noticed Liang Yunche was missing and asked, "Where's my dad?" "Probably went to the restroom," Liang Yunrui replied casually. Meanwhile, in a vacant room in the hotel, Liang Yunche sat on a chair, legs crossed, exuding a strong presence. Opposite him stood Su Luhua, Su Yuro, and Chen Mengyao. After sneaking into the wedding, they had been apprehended, and Liang Yunche was handling the situation personally. "Why aren't you talking now?" Liang Yunche asked. Su Luhua, intimidated by Liang Yunche's aura, didn't dare speak. She and Su Yuro had come to disrupt the wedding upon learning of Huabeichen's background, hoping to leverage the old engagement between Hua and Su families for some benefits. Su Luhua hurriedly said, "We won't cause any more trouble. Please let us go. We were just blinded by greed, thinking we could get something out of the old engagement." Chen Mengyao, standing aside, couldn't help but sneer at the Su family's shamelessness. Liang Yunche turned to Chen Mengyao and asked, "Why did you come along?" "I was forced by my mom and sister. They said having more people would create a bigger scene. But I know if they really wanted to make a big fuss, why not bring Su Jia? They're always protecting their son, pushing their daughters to the front lines, and when there's a benefit, it goes to the son." Chen Mengyao said angrily. Liang Yunche suddenly said, "Chen Mengyao, from now on, everything in the Su family will be under your control." Su Luhua and Su Yuro were shocked but knew they had no choice but to comply. After the previous incident, the Su family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Chen Mengyao was also shocked, worried she wasn't capable enough. Liang Yunche continued, "Don't you have a cousin named Jiang Yuheng? He's Su Leoi's grandson. Jiang Yuheng will cooperate with you to manage the Su family and handle the operations of the Su family's fashion business. If Su Luhua and Su Yuro give you any trouble, come to me. Don't bother Su Tian." Chen Mengyao nodded firmly, "I won't let you down." Chen Mengyao was utterly disillusioned with her male-preferred family. She stared blankly out the window, her mind swirling with thoughts. Although she hadn't received much formal education, she vaguely understood the man's intentions. Liang Yunche's arrangement was merely out of respect for Old Master Su, or more accurately, for Su Tian. Old Master Su was the only person in the Su family who treated Su Tian well, and Su Tian would never stand by and watch the clothing company he founded fall apart. Although Liang Yunche seldom did anything overt for his sister, he had always been quietly keeping an eye on the Su family's affairs. Among Old Master Su's numerous descendants, his daughter Su Yun and Jiang Yuheng were the only ones who had a decent relationship with Su Tian. Therefore, Liang Yunche arranged for Jiang Yuheng and Chen Mengyao to manage the company, ensuring the preservation of the old man's legacy. Chen Mengyao suddenly realized that everything she had now was thanks to Su Tian. She made a silent vow not to oppose Su Tian like Su Luhua and Su Yuro did. As long as she did her job well and got along with Su Tian, she would reap many benefits. Why not? Liang Yunche's voice broke her reverie. "Remember what you said. If anyone bothers Su Tian, the Su family's company won't need to continue. It will go straight into bankruptcy." Chen Mengyao hurriedly assured, "Rest assured, I will never bother Su Tian. I won't even appear in front of her again." Liang Yunche, not wanting to hear any more of her rambling, turned and left the room. Su Luhua and Su Yuro exchanged glances, understanding the key point. If they didn't cause trouble, they could live peacefully. If they did, the Su family company would be doomed. The choice was theirs. At the wedding reception, Su Tian and Huabeichen came to Liang Yunrui's table to toast. Liang Yunrui stood up provocatively, "If you're drinking with me, you can't use mineral water. Get a real bottle." Huabeichen nodded in agreement, picking up a bottle of baijiu and pouring a glass for Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui, undeterred, declared, "I don't believe I can't drink you under the table today." Liang Yunche intervened just in time. "That's enough, Beichen, just one drink per table." Liang Yunrui grumbled discontentedly, "Big brother, you're favoring him." Liang Yunche retorted, Tian only likes him as her husband. If he gets sick from drinking, who will compensate? If you're not afraid of getting sick, drink more yourself." Everyone burst into laughter. Su Tian, her cheeks slightly flushed, raised her glass to her big brother. "Big brother, I toast to you." Liang Yunrui muttered in resignation. Liang Yunrui, also known as the family scapegoat. Married life was peaceful and happy. Su Tian's career progressed steadily, with strong support from both families. After some discussion, they decided to wait 3 years before having children. Recently, Lu Ting introduced Su Tian to a job as a costume designer and consultant for a historical drama. The lead actress was Fong Lan, with whom she had previously collaborated. Lu Ting was now Fong Lan's manager, and her resources had significantly improved. Su Tian prepared the costumes in advance for the main cast and occasionally visited the set to make adjustments. One day, she brought a cake to the set. Fong Lan jokingly complained, Su Su, you're torturing me. You know I can't eat this. Lu Ting grabbed 2 pieces and teased, Fong Lan, you focus on your diet and I'll eat it for you. Su Tian laughed and reassured, next time, I'll bring some salad without any dressing. Just then, the assistant of the male lead, Wei Ning, hurried over. Miss Su, our ninja asked if you could help fix a button on his costume. It broke today, and no one else can fix it. Su Tian nodded and followed the assistant to Wei Ning's dressing room. Wei Ning greeted her with a smile and pointed to the broken button. Su Su, can you take a look at this button? No one else can fix it. After examining it closely, Su Tian said, I'll take care of it. She skillfully began to repair the button while Wei Ning instructed his assistant to buy some drinks and fruit. As she sewed, Su Tian chatted with Wei Ning. He asked about her little nephew, Liang Jing, and Su Tian explained that he had caught a cold and was resting at home. Wei Ning seemed genuinely concerned, prompting Su Tian to ask curiously, Ninga, why do you like Liang Jing so much? Wei Ning smiled and replied, he's a very likable child, and he just clicks with me. Su Tian agreed. He is indeed very well behaved. I adore him too. Sometimes I think, if my future children could be like him, that would be wonderful. Wei Ning's response was overly affectionate. Su Su, you're so wonderful. Your children will definitely be just as you hope. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Su Tian didn't continue the conversation. After finishing the repair, she stood up and said, I'll go check on Fong Lan. Just then, the assistant returned with the purchases and handed them all to Su Tian. Miss Su, these are from our ninja. Thank you for your help. Su Tian had no choice but to accept them and brought them back to Fong Lan's dressing room to share with everyone. Lu Ting whispered to her, what's up with this Wei Ning? He seems a bit too friendly with you. Su Tian nodded in agreement. I've noticed that too. To avoid any rumors, I'll try to keep my distance from him. She knew that gossip was rampant in the entertainment industry, and baseless rumors could spread like wildfire, let alone if they were seen together frequently. Recently, due to work, Su Tian had indeed interacted more with Wei Ning. She often brought Liang Jing along, so she hadn't been too cautious. It wasn't until recently that she realized Wei Ning's attitude toward her was overly familiar. After discussing this, Su Tian suddenly felt unwell. Seeing her pale face, Lu Ting quickly supported her. Are you alright? At the hospital, Hu Beichen rushed in, his face filled with worry. Following closely behind were the Liang brothers, Liang Jinsheng and Xu Shui, all equally anxious. Hua Jingya and Qin Feng, who were traveling abroad, were still unaware of the situation. Hu Beichen fixed his gaze on the doctor, his voice slightly hoarse. Doctor, what's wrong with my wife? The doctor suddenly broke into a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Hua. Your wife is pregnant. 2 months along. Hu Beichen was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Pregnant. Xu Shui clapped her hands in delight. That's wonderful. Our family is growing. Liang Yanrui's eyes lit up. So I'm going to be an uncle? Sweetie, have a daughter. Liang Jing always gives me a hard time. If you have a sweet little girl, I'll take care of her. Liang Yinfeng also managed a rare smile. A daughter would be great. We could use a girl in the family. Su Tian smiled and said, what if it's a boy? Won't you like him? Liang Yinrui quickly responded, if it's a nephew, I guess I can accept that. After all, he's your child. The doctor added, there's more good news. It's twins. So Mrs. Hua will need more prenatal checkups than a single pregnancy. This news brought even more joy to everyone. However, Xu Shui looked at her daughter with concern. Childbirth is never easy, and twins are even more demanding. But seeing the happiness on her daughter's face, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Back at home, Hu Beichen carefully touched Su Tian's still flat belly, finding it hard to believe there were 2 little lives inside. At mealtime, he gently carried Su Tian to the dining table. Su Tian laughed. You don't need to be so cautious. I'm perfectly fine right now. She made a move to jump. Hu Beichen quickly stopped her. Take it easy. The doctor said the first 3 months are critical. We need to be extra careful. Su Tian nodded and suddenly remembered. Haven't we been using contraception? How did I get pregnant? Hu Beichen thought for a moment, and then said, no contraceptive method is 100% effective. Since we're having children, it must be fate. Su Tian let go of her concerns and focused on drinking the nourishing soup Hu Beichen handed her. At the Liang household, Su Tian sat on the sofa enjoying the peach resin soup made by Zhang Ma. Xu Shui asked with concern, Sweetie, didn't you say you didn't want kids for a couple of years? What changed? Su Tian explained. We were using contraception, but it failed. Xu Shui nodded. Since you're pregnant, it's better to have the baby now. You can focus on your career later. At that moment, Liang Jing came running down the stairs. Upon seeing Su Tian, he slowed his pace and approached cautiously. Auntie, am I really going to have a brother or sister? Liang Jing asked excitedly. Su Tian smiled and nodded. Yes, you are. That's awesome. I'll make shrimp dumplings for them. Liang Jing said innocently, making Su Tian laugh. Can I touch them? Liang Jing asked cautiously. Su Tian nodded in agreement. Liang Jing gently touched her slightly swollen belly, amazed that 2 little lives were inside. Seeing a flicker of sadness in his eyes, Su Tian knew he was thinking of his late mother. She suggested with a smile, how about we go play in the garden? Xu Shui quickly reminded, be careful, sweetie. As night fell, Huabeichen held a storybook and, with his deep voice, vividly narrated a children's story to Su Tian's belly. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Do you think they can understand? Huabeichen gently caressed her belly. Even if they don't, they can get used to my voice. When they're born, they might prefer their daddy over their mommy. Then you can rest more and recover quickly, Huabeichen said tenderly. Pregnancy and childbirth are tough enough. They'll take care of feeding and diaper changes. He leaned in to kiss Su Tian and started to lift her nightgown. Su Tian pushed his hand away. We have kids now. Huabeichen whispered. The doctor said it's safe after the first 3 months. Despite his words, he restrained himself and didn't push Su Tian too far. The next day, Su Tian woke up late, feeling more lethargic due to the pregnancy. After freshening up, she noticed the unusually quiet house. As she descended the stairs, a servant was about to speak, but she signaled for silence. Su Tian saw Huabeichen with his back to her, fumbling with something. As she got closer, she realized he was awkwardly practicing changing a diaper on a doll. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Huabeichen, distracted, misaligned the diaper again. Have you been practicing this all along? Su Tian asked. Huabeichen replied seriously, I'm afraid I won't have time to learn later. Although they say you'll figure it out when the time comes, it's better to be prepared, right? He helped Su Tian sit down and asked with concern, Are you feeling okay? Worried he might have hurt her the night before. Su Tian blushed and shook her head. No, I'm fine. Huabeichen's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice low. If you're not uncomfortable, then that means… You better not explain, Su Tian interrupted. If you have so much energy, why don't you also learn how to make formula and feed the baby? Huabeichen's eyes lit up. Great idea. I'll start right away. He leaned in close, his hands on either side of her chair. Can I get a little reward tonight? His warm breath on her face made Su Tian blush. Learn it first, Su Tian replied softly. So if I learn it, I can get any reward I want. Huabeichen teased, his voice low and seductive, his tone ambiguous. Let's see how well you do first, Su Tian answered, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Tian had planned a shopping trip to the mall with Lu Ting. As she pushed open the glass door of the baby store, her eyes were immediately drawn to the array of tiny clothes, toys, and baby products. Although both sets of parents had already gifted them plenty, filling their spacious home, Su Tian still relished the process of choosing items herself. She pulled out her phone and opened the pre-prepared list, carefully selecting items one by one. In the clothing section, Su Tian was a bit torn. She held a pink onesie in one hand and a blue one in the other, her gaze shifting between them. I don't even know the baby's gender yet, she murmured to herself. Then, making up her mind, she said, I'll just get both. It doesn't matter what color they wear anyway. As Su Tian was about to check out, a friendly store clerk approached her. Do you know the baby's gender? The clerk asked. Su Tian shook her head, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy and wanting to leave quickly. Sensing Su Tian's change in mood, Lu Ting quietly asked, Does the Hua family have any expectations about the baby's gender? Su Tian recalled what Huabeichen had said. I don't think so. Beichen mentioned that it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. Despite his reassurance, she still felt a bit anxious due to her upbringing. Lu Ting patted Su Tian's shoulder and smiled. I think so too. Let's go check out the other side. After their shopping spree, Huabeichen came to pick up Su Tian. As his car slowly pulled up to the curb, Lu Ting couldn't help but sigh. You're so lucky, Susu, always having someone to drive you around. Huabeichen got out of the car, took the shopping bags from Su Tian, and smiled at Lu Ting. Got it. I'll make sure to lighten He Wang's workload. Later, Huabeichen accompanied Su Tian for a routine prenatal checkup. After the appointment, he pulled out a notebook and diligently noted down the doctor's advice. The other doctors and nurses couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. To them, Huabeichen was the most attentive and obedient husband in the entire hospital. After leaving the hospital, Huabeichen took Su Tian to a hot pot restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Su Tian tugged on Huabeichen's sleeve and whispered, The doctor said to watch my weight. Huabeichen gently held her hand. The doctor also said to ensure proper nutrition and to stay in good spirits. Just eat a little less. He ordered a mildly spicy broth and personally cooked the meat and vegetables for Su Tian, making sure to cook the meat thoroughly to eliminate any safety risks. Su Tian, who hadn't dared to eat hot pot for a while, ate with gusto, her lips turning red from the spice and her face full of happiness. While serving her, Huabeichen said, Next, I'll take you to eat dry pot mala tang, spicy soup, roast duck and roast goose. Hearing the list of delicious foods, Su Tian couldn't help but swallow her saliva while eating. For the first 3 or 4 months, you ate very bland food. The doctor said that in the last 2 months before giving birth, you should eat lightly again so you can indulge a bit now. Huo Beichin said, placing another piece of meat in Su Tian's bowl. I'll supervise your food intake. You're so good to me, Su Tian said, moved. Huo Beichin smiled and replied, you're my wife. What if you don't want me if I'm not good to you? Su Tian smiled and suddenly asked, have you thought about whether we'll have a son or a daughter? Of course, a daughter. Huo Beichin blurted out, a daughter who looks like you would be great, cute, and beautiful. And if we have 2 daughters? Even better, Huo Beichin said, holding her hand. I love daughters. But since you're the one giving birth, if it's a boy, I can accept it. Hearing this, Su Tian's worries were allayed. Huo Beichin continued, but regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, after this, we won't have any more children. It's too hard on you. I think it's okay, a sweet burden, Su Tian said. But I see you not sleeping well at night and feeling nauseous in the morning. It breaks my heart. We agreed that after this, we won't have any more kids, okay? Su Tian nodded, okay. Heaven has already blessed us enough by giving us twins. We're very lucky. A few days later, Huo Beichin visited Su Tian's grandfather. Although the old man was still not fully lucid, he was well taken care of. Huo Beichin recorded a video for Su Tian. Are you reassured now? Huo Beichin asked. Yes, Su Tian nodded. After your confinement period, you can visit Grandpa again, Huo Beichin said. He knew Su Tian was worried and didn't want her to be inconvenienced by her pregnancy, so he made the trip himself. Su Tian asked, how is the Su family company doing now? Under Zhang Yuhing's management, it's doing quite well. That mother-daughter duo doesn't dare to cause any trouble. Whenever they try, the daughter's Su family found is even better at causing a scene and suppresses them immediately. Su Tian sighed. She had never imagined that the only way to deal with that mother-daughter duo was to fight fire with fire. With her grandfather's company secure, she no longer had to worry and felt she had repaid her grandfather's years of care. Huo Beichin smiled and asked, I've done such a big favor. Is there any reward? Your reward is to sleep in the study tonight. Su Tian said, pretending to be angry. Wife, please don't. Huo Beichin quickly pleaded, the study is so nice, quiet, and peaceful. No need to worry about disturbing you if I get up at night. No need to worry about wanting water. I'd rather be woken up by you, Huo Beichin said tenderly. Time flew by, and Su Tian was now over 7 months pregnant, her belly quite large. Huo Beichin was often taking leave to stay home with her. One day, Su Tian wanted to go out, and Lu Ting came to pick her up. Only after Lu Ting repeatedly assured him of their safety did Huo Beichin feel at ease letting Su Tian leave. Shortly after Su Tian left, Huo Beichin received an anonymous message. Mr. Hua, you'll find this information about Su Tian very interesting. Frowning, he opened the attached videos. The footage showed Su Tian with Liang Jing on a film set. During lunchtime, they were napping in the lounge. Suddenly, the scene changed, and Wei Ning appeared at the lounge door. He sneaked in and only came out about 10 to 20 minutes later, looking flustered and uneasy. Several videos showed similar situations. Then came another anonymous message. Mr. Hua, do you think Su Tian's children are yours or Wei Ning's? Huo Beichin's face darkened. Just as he was about to trace the source of the message, he received a call from Liang Yunche. Did you receive some videos? Liang Yunche asked. Big brother, what do you mean? I received them too, Liang Yunche said. Let's meet. Half an hour later, in a private room at an exclusive club, Huo Beichin, Liang Yunche, Liang Yunfeng, and Liang Yunrui sat together, their expressions serious. Liang Yunfeng and Liang Yunrui had also received the same videos and messages. Liang Yunrui broke the silence first. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There's no way Su Tian would do such a thing. This must be slander. The videos must be faked. However, Liang Yunfeng, a tech expert, had already confirmed the videos were real. Liang Yunche spoke. Su Tian would never do such a thing, especially with Liang Jing there. But Wei Ning's behavior and actions show he had bad intentions. You mean Wei Ning did something secretly? Liang Yunrui asked. There's another video. Liang Yunche said. Everyone then noticed another new video on their phones. This one showed Wei Ning lighting an incense stick that induced sleep and placing it at the lounge door. This is a powerful but harmless calming incense. Its aroma can lull people into a deep sleep, so when Wei Ning entered the lounge, Su Tian and Liang Jing were in the deepest part of their nap. Liang Yunche looked up at Huo Beichin and read a truth from his tense face. Su Tian had never mentioned this matter. Clearly, she herself was unaware. Huo Beichin's voice was as cold as iron. It was my oversight. For the safety of the crew, I didn't arrange bodyguards. This is my fault. For a moment, the room fell into a suffocating silence. The received message only added fuel to the fire, suggesting that the child might be Wei Ning's, plunging everyone into an awkward silence. Who sent the message was irrelevant at this point. The crucial question was whether Su Tian's unborn child could indeed be Wei Ning's. The heavy silence enveloped them. The air seemingly solidified. Liang Yinche broke the silence. Beichin, how do you want to handle this? We will respect your decision. Beichin took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I don't want Su Tian to know about this. I don't want to add to her psychological burden. Regarding the child, I don't want to dwell on it. No matter what, the child is Su Tian's, so it is mine. There's no need for any investigation. Let Su Tian peacefully give birth to the child. I, Beichin, can afford to raise 2 children. After the child is born, I won't want any more children. This will be the only child for Su Tian and me. Liang Yinche stared at Beichin, his tone serious. Let me make it clear, since you've made this decision, if any changes or regrets occur in the future, you can't blame Su Tian. This matter has nothing to do with Su Tian, so naturally, she cannot be blamed, Beichin said firmly. Su Tian is about to give birth soon, and I hope everyone can keep this matter confidential. Understand what should and shouldn't be said. Liang Yinche nodded in agreement. Alright, you stay with Su Tian. I'll handle the subsequent complications. Beichin's eyes were sharp, Wei Ning and the mastermind behind this. None of them should be spared. Of course, Liang Yinche agreed. Beichin's tone was heavy, and regarding Wei Ning, any slight leak could cause an uproar. I don't want more people to know about this. His only concern was Su Tian. He couldn't allow her to be affected in any way. As night fell, Su Tian returned from shopping. She saw Beichin meticulously organizing baby clothes. A servant greeted her with a smile. Madam, you're finally back. Mr. Hu personally washed and dried all the baby's clothes. We couldn't even help. Su Tian walked over and hugged Beichin's waist, gently asking, Honey, are you too anxious? Are you worried about my delivery? Beichin turned around and held her in his arms, feeling her presence. He admitted softly, I am a bit worried. Thinking about the pain you will endure during childbirth, the potential risks, he couldn't bear the thought of losing her, whether during childbirth or any other situation. Su Tian comforted him. Don't worry too much. We chose the best hospital and booked the best obstetrician. The baby and I will be safe and healthy. Beichin's voice was low, almost pleading, Don't leave me. No matter what happens. Of course not, Su Tian responded softly, trying to ease his anxiety. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. So will I. Beichin held her tightly, as if trying to merge her into his life. Liang Yinche soon discovered that when Siki was the one who sent the video. She stood before him, looking uneasy but not particularly afraid. Yes, I got the video from a paparazzo, when Siki defended herself. Why couldn't I send it to Beichin? Should I hide the truth from him? Liang Yinche's expression was calm, but his tone carried a dangerous edge. This video might not be genuine, right? When Siki's expression stiffened, then she said, I understand that you want to protect your sister. But saying the video isn't real if you were completely certain Wei Ning did nothing wrong, you wouldn't have sent it to us anonymously. Even if you and I don't think he did anything, what do you think others who see the video will think? Liang Yinche's face darkened, his tone icy. I don't care what you say. If I see this video from other sources tomorrow, when Siki, you're dead. When Siki knew this warning meant the video couldn't be spread. She couldn't afford the wrath of both the Liang and Hua families. Liang Yinche handed her a plane ticket. Keep your mouth shut. This is a ticket to Africa. You won't need to come back. Mr. Liang, when Siki was shocked, is this also Beichin's decision? What do you think? When Siki looked defeated, it wasn't just Liang Yinche protecting Su Tian. Even after such a big incident, Beichin was still defending Su Tian. Sending her to Africa permanently, how could she accept that? It was Wei Ning who did it. I just got the video, when Siki tried to argue. Liang Yinche coldly replied, precisely because of that, you're getting this ticket to Africa. When Siki's pupils contracted, understanding the deeper meaning, if she had been involved, she might not have survived. Wei Ning had just finished an event, and was forcibly dragged into a car backstage. He was taken to an abandoned repair shop in the suburbs. Liang Yinche sat in the car, his voice indifferent. Kill him. He had no pity for Wei Ning. Wei Ning cried for help in despair, but in the desolate area, no one could hear him. Liang Yinche pressed a button in the car, playing a Chopin piano piece to block out the noise outside. Suddenly, the car window was knocked on. Liang Yinche impatiently lowered the window. Mr. Liang, we found a lot of items related to young Master Liang Jing on Wei Ning. We didn't dare to make a decision on our own, his subordinate reported. Liang Yinche took the items and found photos and small personal items of Liang Jing. He frowned, wondering what Wei Ning intended to do. Or did he know something about Liang Jing? Liang Yinche stepped out of the car and walked into the repair shop. Wei Ning was lying on the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, but still maintaining his famous good looks. Liang Yinche's voice was cold and chilling, with a hint of sinister amusement. What are these for? He shook Liang Jing's belongings in his hand. Wei Ning looked up at Liang Yinche, his pupils shrinking, a trace of hesitation in his eyes, but he remained silent. I gave you a chance. If you don't speak, I will find out eventually, Liang Yinche sneered. I intended to give you a quick death, but now you'll suffer slowly. He turned to leave. Finally, Wei Ning spoke. Why do you want to kill me? Liang Yunche stopped, his voice cold. You don't know what you've done? I don't know what I've done. Wei Ning's voice was weak. Mr. Liang. Let me die knowing why. Liang Yunche turned around and kicked Wei Ning hard. Coughing, Wei Ning managed to say something that made Liang Yunche's pupils contract. Is Liang Jing's body fully healed? With that command, Liang Yunqing stopped abruptly. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes before they returned to their usual coldness. And how do you know that? Liang Yunqing asked icily. If you think you can die knowing the truth, I won't let that happen. He tilted his head slightly, and the guards around him immediately closed in, brandishing various terrifying instruments of torture. Wei Ning watched this unfold and couldn't help but shrink back in fear. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself, Wei Ning spoke again, his voice trembling slightly. I shouldn't have given birth to Liang Jing, but I had no choice. If this will make you feel better, then go ahead. With that, he closed his eyes tightly, his fists clenched until they turned white. Liang Yunqing's steps came to a sudden halt, his eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions. He quickly strode through the crowd and grabbed Wei Ning by the collar, his voice filled with disbelief. What did you say? You said you gave birth to Liang Jing. What else? Wei Ning replied with a bitter smile. Isn't that why you found me and want to kill me? It doesn't matter anymore. Do it. Everyone get out. Liang Yunqing commanded harshly. Once they were alone, he roughly tore open Wei Ning's clothes, revealing tightly bound bandages around her chest. So, you're a woman, Liang Yunqing said, eyes wide. And you say Liang Jing is your child? Wei Ning lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I am a woman. Liang Yunqing suddenly laughed. What were you doing with the calming incense in Su Tian and Liang Jing's room? I just wanted to spend a little more time with Liang Jing, Wei Ning said softly. I know what I did was wrong. Knowing she had nothing left to hide, Wei Ning spoke in a low voice. Yunqing, I'm sorry. I didn't know why I ended up in your room back then. Later, I found out I was pregnant. The doctor said if I terminated the pregnancy, I would die. So I had to give birth to Liang Jing. She continued, but he was born with a rare disease. The doctor said no amount of money could buy the medicine because it hadn't been developed yet. The only hope was to go to top medical research institutes in the US and get the medicine through connections. I didn't have that capability. So, I left him at the Liang family's doorstep, hoping they would take him in, giving him a chance. Liang Yunqing's voice was icy. Hiding, weren't you? I searched high and low for you based on Liang Jing's medical records, and you were right under my nose the whole time. Wei Ning gave a bitter smile. I wasn't hiding. It's hard to survive as a woman in this industry. I wanted to earn more money and stay close to Liang Jing. A friend from the orphanage passed away and left me his identity, allowing me to live as Wei Ning until now. She spoke softly. If he or I had money back then, he could have been cured. That's why I wanted to earn more money. In this world, having more money is never a bad thing. Liang Yunqing's eyes grew colder. If you wanted to see Liang Jing so badly, why sneak around? What good would it do to come forward? I was scared, Wei Ning said, eyes downcast. The power of the Liang family terrified her. Giving birth to Liang Jing without Liang Yunqing's consent scared her. Sleeping with Liang Yunqing scared her. Approaching them scared her even more because she feared it would bring shame to Liang Jing. No one knew how happy Wei Ning was when Su Tian brought Liang Jing to the set. She tried everything to get close to Su Tian and learn any little thing about Liang Jing. Liang Jing was very attached to Su Tian, giving Wei Ning little time to interact with him privately. She desperately wanted to hold him, like she did 5 years ago, cradling the small child in her arms. She had no other choice. So, she spent a fortune to buy calming incense with no side effects and used it in Su Tian and Liang Jing's room during their nap. She also tampered with the lock so she could open it. While they slept, she snuck in. She just wanted to look at Liang Jing and hold him. Every brief interaction with him filled her with immense happiness and satisfaction. Liang Yunqing understood her intentions. His deep, cold eyes softened slightly. You want to see Liang Jing? Wei Ning looked up suddenly, hope filling her eyes. Please me, and I'll give you a chance, he said coldly. Wei Ning didn't understand at first, but then it dawned on her. Liang Yunqing turned to leave, and after a brief struggle, she followed him into the car. At the hotel, after washing up, Wei Ning's true beauty was revealed. Normally, with short hair, voice, height, and makeup, she could easily pass as a delicate young male artist. But her natural, makeup-free face showed her stunning beauty. Liang Yunqing sat on the sofa, his tie loosened. Wei Ning bit her lip and walked over. Liang Yunqing looked her up and down, his demeanor still condescending despite sitting. Yunqing, if you're satisfied, will you really let me see Liang Jing and spend time with him? Do you think I'd go back on my word? Of course not. You're not that kind of person, Wei Ning said as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him awkwardly. His lips were cold and soft. Her inexperience amused Liang Yunqing, who then pinned her beneath him. Wei Ning was awakened in the middle of the night by the sound of a WeChat notification. As she reached for her phone, she accidentally played a voice message from her manager. Wei Ning, where are you? You missed tonight's interview, and the media is tearing you apart. Call me back. The voice was practically shouting. Just as she was about to respond, Liang Yunqing pressed her back down. I don't want to hear the name Wei Ning, he said coldly. But Su Rua. Liang Yunqing silenced her. Yes, her real name was Su Rua. Liang Yunqing had found this out while investigating Liang Jing's background. But the trail had gone cold there. No one had expected her to disguise herself as a man all this time. Liang Yunqing despised the name Wei Ning. Meanwhile, Liang Jing was playing with Su Tian. The stories I tell are always a hit with little siblings, he said, holding a storybook and speaking earnestly. Hua Beichen, whose usual job was now being taken over, watched Liang Jing with a cold expression. Su Tian said, you tell one story, and your uncle will tell one. Only then did Hua Beichen's expression soften. Su Tian received a call from Liang Yunqing. Liang Jing? Sure, come pick him up, she said. After hanging up, she told Liang Jing, your dad is coming to take you out to meet a friend. Okay, then I'll come back and play with you tomorrow, Auntie, Liang Jing said obediently. Liang Jing is so well behaved. I hope your little siblings will be just as good, Su Tian said with a smile. Hua Beichen added, I was also very well behaved as a child, always the model kid that never caused any trouble. Then our baby will definitely be even better, just like you. And also like Liang Jing. Su Tian left. Hua Beichen was finally calmed down. He looked at Su Tian with deep affection and softly said, but I still prefer our child to be as cute and beautiful as you. A little mischievous is fine too. Su Tian immediately protested. I'm not mischievous. Her tone carried a hint of playful annoyance. A mischievous glint flashed in Hua Beichen's eyes as he chuckled. Who is it that told me about chasing chickens and dogs in the countryside as a kid, almost breaking a leg and crying? Su Tian unconsciously touched her cheek, her gaze wandering. Did I? I don't remember. Her expression showed a mix of embarrassment and reminiscence. Hua Beichen looked at her dotingly and said gently, I love a little mischief. As he spoke, he gently nuzzled Su Tian's cheek, his movements full of tenderness. Just as Su Tian was about to remind Hua Beichen that Liang Jing was still around and not to set a bad example, Hua Beichen suddenly covered Liang Jing's eyes with his hand and took the opportunity to steal a quick kiss from Su Tian. This playful and sweet gesture warmed Su Tian's heart. At that moment, Liang Yunche walked in. Su Tian immediately stood up, showing a respectful expression. Big brother. Liang Yunche asked with concern, how have you been lately? Su Tian smiled and replied, very well. I've been doing the prenatal checkups on time, and everything has been fine. Her tone was filled with reassurance and joy. Liang Yunche nodded, his gaze falling on Su Tian's already large belly. He asked softly, is it hard with twins? Su Tian shook her head with a smile. Not really. Everyone takes good care of me, and I feel pretty good myself. Her words were full of happiness and contentment. Liang Yunche turned to Hua Beichen and said, I have something to discuss. Let's talk in the study. Hua Beichen was about to respond when he noticed a change in Su Tian's expression. She was frowning and holding her belly. Hua Beichen immediately grew tense and quickly supported her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Tian said painfully, my stomach hurts. Liang Yunche immediately said, I'll call the hospital right away. His tone was filled with urgency and concern. Hua Beichen ignored Liang Yunche, focusing all his attention on Su Tian. He held her hand tightly, his eyes full of worry. Fortunately, because they had prearranged a rapid response with the hospital, the ambulance arrived quickly. The obstetrician they had arranged also came with the ambulance. In the ambulance, the doctor quickly examined Su Tian and said, it's time for delivery, a bit earlier than expected. But twins often come early. Don't worry, we will handle it right away. The doctor administered pain relief to Su Tian. Once the pain subsided, Su Tian gave Hua Beichen a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Tian was swiftly taken to the operating room. Hua Beichen stood at the door, his expression solemn. Both families arrived one after another, staying by his side but remaining silent, not daring to disturb his thoughts. After a long wait, the light above the operating room finally went out. The doctor came out and Hua Beichen asked with a trembling voice, Doctor, how is my wife? The doctor smiled reassuringly. Both the mother and the twins are fine. However, the babies are a bit underweight and will need to stay in the incubator for a couple of days. Hua Beichen let out a sigh of relief and saw Su Tian being wheeled out. He leaned down, holding her hand gently. You did great, honey. Su Tian's face was glowing with happiness and contentment. The family finally crowded around, some to see Su Tian, others to check on the babies. Liang Yunrui quietly asked Liang Yunfeng, second brother, do you think there will be any issues with Wei Ning? Liang Yunfeng replied, as long as Hua Beichen's attitude is right, there shouldn't be any problems. So, how's the situation with Wei Ning? I asked big brother, but he hasn't said anything yet. Liang Yunche overheard their conversation, and a slight smile appeared on his lips, showing he wasn't in a hurry. Meanwhile, Wei Ning was waiting at the set for Liang Yunche and Liang Jing. She was anxiously waiting until she heard from Fong Lan about Su Tian going into labor. She hesitated about going to the hospital but decided against it, considering the paparazzi following her. After the shoot, Wei Ning was alone in the dressing room changing clothes when the door suddenly opened, startling her. "Who's there?" she asked, clutching her chest in fright. Liang Yunche's figure appeared at the door. Wei Ning breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Che Xiao, where's Liang Jing?" Liang Yunche replied, "He went to the hospital to see his siblings today. He's tired now and has gone home to rest." Wei Ning nodded. "Oh. When can I see him?" Next time, Liang Yunche said as he approached her, his tone turning stern. "Didn't I tell you not to use the name Wei Ning?" Wei Ning explained, "Che Xiao, the TV series is almost finished. I don't want to quit now and cause the whole crew to suffer. I'll try to leave the entertainment industry after this project." "Try? You still plan to take other jobs?" Liang Yunche's tone grew colder. Wei Ning hurriedly explained, "It's not about taking other jobs. It's about fulfilling some contracts signed during the shooting for promotion and events." Liang Yunche was unmoved. "It's too much. The name Wei Ning should be separated from you as soon as possible." Wei Ning bit her lip. "Che Xiao, I'm begging you." Liang Yunche sneered. "Show me your sincerity." Remembering the previous night's experience, Wei Ning didn't argue. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Liang Yunche's neck, and kissed him on the lips. Liang Yunche immediately took control, pressing her against the dressing table. "Che Xiao, can we not do this here?" Wei Ning weakly pleaded. Liang Yunche coldly replied, "But I like it here. What can you do?" "Che Xiao, make less noise. It's more useful than begging." Back at the hospital, the two newborns had come out of the incubator, looking rosy and adorable. Xu Shui held one of the babies for Su Tian to see. "Look, they look just like you did when you were a baby." Liang Yunrui shook his head. "Not as pretty as you were as a baby." Su Tian laughed. "They also look like Beichin, don't they?" Xu Shui happily said, "Yes, if the boy looks like Beichin and the girl looks like you, they'll be so good-looking." Qin Feng suggested, "We can take turns taking care of them. The garden at the Hua house is ready with swings and a small pool, just waiting for the little ones to go home." Xu Shui agreed, "Yes, 1 month at a time." Qin Feng thought that was too long. "How about 7 days?" Hua Beichin held the baby in his arms and firmly said, "I'll take care of them myself. No need to worry." Xu Shui felt a bit disappointed. "Oh, but Tian needs to rest. Let us help." Hua Beichin, gentle but resolute, said, "She does need to rest, but I can handle it. You're always welcome to visit the children." He was determined to be there for his children's growth, even if it meant less time alone with Su Tian. He would strive to balance both, as it was his duty as a husband and father. Qin Feng's smile was as sharp as a blade, with a hidden warning in his words, "Don't overwork Tian. If a woman doesn't recover well after childbirth, the consequences can be severe." Hua Beichin treated the situation with utmost seriousness, solemnly promising, "I'll be extremely careful." His movements were smooth and efficient, taking care of the twins as if it was second nature. Su Tian stood by, her eyes filled with admiration. Suddenly, Liang Yunche burst in like a whirlwind, his gaze intense. "Hua Beichin, we need to talk." Hua Beichin's heart tightened, recalling Liang Yunche's hesitant expression on the day of the delivery. He wondered what earth-shattering secret his brother-in-law was about to reveal. The two of them slipped into the stairwell, and Liang Yunche immediately asked, "Did you do the DNA test?" Hua Beichin was stunned. "Absolutely not. I hope you never bring this up again." Liang Yunche remained calm. "The children have nothing to do with Wei Ning." "No kidding. They're yours." Hua Beichin was furious. "Exactly, they're mine," Liang Yunche replied with a smile. "Wei Ning is a woman. She's the biological mother of Liang Jing." Hua Beichin felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you talking about?" Liang Yunche explained succinctly, "One night stand resulted in Liang Jing. She couldn't afford the medical bills, so she gave me the child and then reinvented herself to enter the entertainment industry. She only went to the lounge to spend time with Liang Jing." Hua Beichin finally understood the complex web of relationships. After Su Tian was discharged from the hospital, Hua Beichin transformed into a Superman. With 2 nannies, a nutritionist, a rehabilitation specialist, and 4 childcare assistants, he formed a luxurious support team. In just a few days, Su Tian recovered completely, like a phoenix reborn. One day, Su Tian quietly sneaked into the nursery, and the scene before her melted her heart. Hua Beichin was holding their sleeping daughter, with their son peacefully asleep beside them, creating a perfect picture. One of the childcare assistants joked, "Mr. Hua is handling everything himself. We're just here for show." After her nap, Su Tian found Hua Beichin always by her side. He smirked. "The kids are getting a massage. The doctor said close contact helps bond with them. But soon, I'll be focusing all my attention on you." Su Tian worriedly asked, "Will I lose their affection because I spend less time with them?" Hu Beichin reassured her. How could that be? You carried them for 10 months. The bond between a mother and her children is incomparable. Su Tian felt at ease, unaware that in a few months, the two little ones would become so clingy, occupying the big bed and frustrating Hu Beichin to the point of wanting to spank them. Meanwhile, Liang Jing's attitude towards Wei Ning took a complete turn. Previously, Wei Ning had been distant, and Liang Jing kept his distance. Now, Wei Ning's overtures were met with Liang Jing's newfound enthusiasm, as if he had discovered a new world. Anyway, Hu Beichin and the two little rascals had already taken up all of Su Tian's time. Xu Shui was pleased to see her son spending more time with Liang Jing. You should spend more time with the child and not think about work all the time. When Liang Jing wasn't around, Xu Shui began her marriage campaign. You're not getting any younger. It's time to think about settling down. Look at Beichin and Tian, they're younger than you. I found a few nice girls. Why don't you meet them this weekend? Liang Yunche gave a mysterious smile. Mom, I already have someone in mind. What? From which family? What's her name? Xu Shui was excited. I'll tell you in a while, Liang Yunche teased. Stop being so secretive. Tell me now. Xu Shui insisted. Liang Yunche promised. I will, and I'll definitely bring her to meet you. After Liang Yunche went to work, Xu Shui cornered Liang Jing to probe. Does your dad have a girlfriend? No. Liang Jing replied, puzzled. Then who do you go out with? Just dad's friends, uncles. Xu Shui was baffled. Her son's demeanor clearly indicated he was in love. But why had Liang Jing never met this mysterious woman? She then questioned Yun Feng and Yun Rui, but they deflected with, Big brother will tell you himself. They knew Wei Ning's identity was sensitive, and they dared not speak out of turn before their big brother did. When Liang Jing learned his father was bringing a girlfriend home, his mood plummeted. He knew it was inevitable but felt his father's choice wouldn't be his ideal mother. If asked who his ideal mother was, he had an answer but didn't dare say it aloud. Liang Yunche noticed his son's heavy heart. After an exhilarating game of badminton, he took Liang Jing for a talk by the lake. Something on your mind? Liang Yunche asked directly. Dad, are you bringing a girlfriend home? Are you getting married? Liang Jing asked cautiously. Don't you like the idea? No, the teacher said it's normal for adults to get married. Liang Jing tried to stay calm. Then what's bothering you? Liang Jing remained silent. Tell me, what's your ideal mom like? Liang Yunche gently stroked his son's head. Liang Jing looked at his father. Liang Yunche hesitated for a moment, and then said, If I had to choose, I'd like a mommy like auntie. After a pause, he asked, Dad, can men marry men? Liang Yunche shook his head. In our country, that's not allowed. Liang Jing lowered his head and whispered almost inaudibly, I like Uncle Wei Ning, but he can't. Before he could finish, the boy fell silent, realizing it was an impossible wish. Liang Yunche couldn't help but laugh. Do you really like her that much? Yes, I really do. Liang Jing nodded vigorously. What if I told you she could be your mommy? Liang Yunche asked tentatively. Liang Jing's eyes widened in surprise. Really? But then he lowered his head again. But you just said it's not allowed. Liang Yunche leaned in and whispered, Remember, your Uncle Wei Ning isn't actually Wei Ning. Her real name is Su Rui, and she's a girl. Liang Jing looked up in shock, staring into his father's eyes. After a moment, he jumped up and started dancing with excitement. But you have to keep it a secret for now, Liang Yunche said in a low voice. She has some work to finish. Liang Jing nodded quickly. When can I stop keeping it a secret? Soon, it won't be long, Liang Yunche replied with a smile. In the evening, the gentle sunlight bathed the balcony. Hu Beichin was there with the two children, enjoying the sun. Su Tian walked over, a bit uncertain, and asked, How much of the probiotics should I give them? The children had been having some digestive issues, and the doctor had recommended probiotics. This was Su Tian's first time managing such things. I'll do it, Hu Beichin offered. No, I'll do it myself, Su Tian insisted. I haven't changed their diapers or taken care of them yet. She had been recovering her health, and now that she was fully recovered, she didn't want to leave everything to Hu Beichin. Hu Beichin smiled. All right, then check my phone gallery. I took pictures of the doctor's instructions yesterday. He had already shared his phone password with Su Tian, but she had never looked through his phone. Su Tian went back to the room and opened Hu Beichin's phone gallery. She carefully reviewed the instructions on the probiotics dosage and found several videos on how to massage a baby's tummy. She studied the techniques seriously, ready to try them out. Just as she was about to put the phone down, another video popped up on the screen. In the video, Wei Ning was seen sneaking into a lounge, the same one Su Tian had stayed in before. Confused, Su Tian watched several similar videos and then saw an anonymous message. She felt dizzy all of a sudden. These videos and messages, received before she gave birth, suggested that her child might not be Hu Beichin's and hinted that Wei Ning had done something unspeakable to her. Su Tian felt a chill run down her spine as she stared at the phone screen in disbelief. At that moment, Hu Beichin walked into the room. Seeing Su Tian's pale face, he immediately asked, What's wrong, sweetheart? Are you feeling unwell? These videos. Su Tian's voice trembled. What videos? Hu Beichen took the phone and remembered that he hadn't deleted the files he had initially kept for investigation. Liang Yunche had explained everything to him quickly afterward, so he had forgotten about them. Busy with the kids, it had slipped his mind. Seeing Su Tian so upset, Hu Beichen quickly explained, "There's nothing to worry about, honey. The situation with Wei Ning was a misunderstanding. But these videos clearly show." Su Tian was in turmoil. Had Hu Beichen and the others already resolved everything without telling her? "Honey, Wei Ning is a girl," Hu Beichen said softly. These videos were deliberately made to create misunderstandings. Su Tian's mind was a mess. Hu Beichen held her tightly and said, "I'll call your brother right now." Liang Yunche was surprised when he got the call. "You mean right now?" "Yes, immediately," Hu Beichen said firmly. "But I'm really busy right now." Su Tian saw the videos and is very upset. "I'll bring Xiaoyi over right away." At that moment, Wei Ning was packing up. The filming for the crew had wrapped up, and she had paid off the company's breach of contract fees. Her manager was nagging beside her, "You're doing so well now. You're about to become a top-tier actor. Why would you want to cancel your contract and leave the industry? This series has a solid script and is sure to be a hit." "Sorry, I really have to leave," Wei Ning said firmly. Disguising herself as a man was already a huge risk, and with the situation involving Liang Yunche, she had no choice but to quit. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" The manager's words were cut off when a tall, imposing man walked in. "Mr. Liang." The manager recognized Liang Yunche and was too shocked to speak. "All packed." Liang Yunche walked up to Wei Ning, naturally putting an arm around her shoulders and taking her things. The obvious intimacy between them left the manager stunned as he watched them leave. In the car, Liang Yunche said, "We need to make a stop." "Mr. Liang, what about Liang Jing?" Wei Ning asked. "Is he the only one on your mind?" Liang Yunche raised an eyebrow. "No, I just haven't seen him for a few days," Wei Ning explained. "I was wondering if we got married, would you care about me at all?" Liang Yunche joked half seriously. Wei Ning looked at him in shock. Marriage? Where did that come from? She had never dared to dream of such a thing. Just being able to see Liang Jing often was enough for her. Liang Yunche didn't continue the topic and instead said, "We're going to see Su Tian. Change your clothes." Hu Beichen explained everything to Su Tian in detail. She was surprised and said, "I made clothes for her, but I didn't notice anything." She was very cautious, always wearing a lot of layers when we took measurements for custom clothes. "Feeling better now?" Hu Beichen asked. "Yes," Su Tian nodded. "So there's no need to call my brother and Wei Ning over now. It's too much trouble. It's better for you to see it with your own eyes to be at ease." Hu Beichen kissed her forehead. "They're almost here. Let's change clothes and go downstairs." While Su Tian was changing, Hu Beichen watched her, his Adam's apple bobbing. He hugged her and whispered, "I regret calling them over now. It's interrupting us. Let's not keep them waiting. We should go downstairs." Su Tian gently pushed him away. "Can you reward me later?" Hu Beichen hinted. He had been abstinent for 2 months and was eagerly waiting for these days. He regretted making the call, as he could have just explained everything directly. He held Su Tian in his arms and kissed her gently before letting go, accompanying her downstairs. Wei Ning felt nervous as she entered Hu Beichen and Su Tian's home. The place was grand yet cozy, making her feel a bit envious. Every time she heard about how Hu Beichen doted on his wife, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. "What are you looking at?" Liang Yunche asked, his sharp gaze sweeping around. Wei Ning shook her head slightly. "Nothing." She forced herself to look away from the scattered children's toys and clothes. Every corner of this house told the love story of Hu Beichen and Su Tian, a happiness she envied but could never attain. Liang Yunche glanced impatiently at the stairs, frowning slightly. Why isn't Hu Beichen down yet? He sounded urgent on the phone just now. Finally, Hu Beichen and Su Tian appeared at the top of the stairs. Su Tian's lips were slightly swollen, tinged with a faint red. Wei Ning immediately understood the reason and lowered her head, thinking it was no wonder they took so long to come down. "Brother Wei Ning," Hu Beichen began, but Liang Yunche interrupted. "Her real name is Su Rui. Don't use that name anymore." Su Tian scrutinized Wei Ning, surprised at her drastic transformation. The once elegant and scholarly Wei Ning, who dressed as a man, was now the strikingly beautiful short-haired Su Rui. "Your name is really beautiful," Su Tian genuinely complimented. Su Rui's face instantly flushed, and she instinctively glanced at Liang Yun's reaction. However, his expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, "How are you feeling?" "Very well, brother," Hu Beichen replied, then curiously asked, "When are you bringing her home to meet our parents?" Tian. Su Rui felt a bit embarrassed, worried that excessive teasing might annoy Liang Yunche. After all, he had never shown any indication of such intentions. Su Tian, however, seemed quite certain. She had already picked up on various hints. Her mother had mentioned that her brother would soon bring a girlfriend home, But at the time, she didn't know Su Rui's identity and couldn't guess who the girl was. But Hua Beichen had just revealed a lot, and she quickly pieced it together. Liang Yunche responded indifferently in the next few days. If you both have time, come back too. Su Rui widened her eyes in shock, her fingers unconsciously clenching. Was he serious? After stepping outside, Su Rui's steps were still somewhat unsteady. She couldn't believe it. Was she really going to meet Liang Yunche's parents? Were they really going to get married and live together with Liang Jing? Noticing her unease, Liang Yunche asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Yunche, are you really taking me home?" Su Rui asked cautiously. "What else?" Liang Yunche replied, "Liang Jing needs a mother." After a pause, he added, "And I need a wife. Unless you don't want to?" Su Rui quickly shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to. It's just, I'm a bit nervous. Su Tian will be there and Liang Jing too." "There's no need to be so nervous," Liang Yunche reassured her. Hearing this, Su Rui relaxed a bit. Su Tian was an easygoing person, and they had known each other for a long time. Liang Jing was no exception. But the others. "Yunche, does Liang Jing know about me?" "He only knows that you're a girl now. The rest, you'll have to explain to him slowly." Su Rui's eyes gradually welled up. The word future meant that her life could indeed be intertwined with Liang Jing and Liang Yunche. Liang Yunche gently held her fingers, his touch both tender and firm. Back upstairs, Su Tian was still excited about seeing Su Rui. Hua Beichen pulled her into his arms and gave her a deep kiss, making her forget everything else. Before her mind went completely hazy, Su Tian couldn't help but ask, "So, there was a time when you didn't know Wei Ning was a girl, was Su Rui?" "Yes," Hua Beichen answered briefly. "Did you ever doubt that the child wasn't yours?" "No." "You never thought, what if?" "There was no what if." Hua Beichen's voice was steady and firm. "Not even a little?" Su Tian pressed. Hua Beichen tightly clasped her fingers. "I never considered any such possibility. I only thought that this was the child you carried with great effort, our child. As long as you gave birth to it, it's your child, and if it's your child, then it's mine. Darling, there's never been any doubt, no unexpected outcomes. There's only you and me, and our child, who will always be my everything." Hua Beichen spoke as he kissed her, his words warm and powerful, like a solemn vow. Su Tian recalled the morning that changed her fate when Hua Beichen suddenly entered her life. She would forever be grateful for that moment, and for choosing him without hesitation. "I love you, Hua Beichen," Su Tian said softly, her voice sweet and tender. "I love you too, Su Tian," Hua Beichen replied. "Loving you is my unchanging promise in this life and the meaning of our future together."